Chapter 1. The Award Ceremony Rebirth. In a grand golden hall bustling with people, the lights swept across the crowd, illuminating elegantly dressed attendees in dazzling attire. This was the prestigious venue of the Golden Rooster Awards, the pinnacle of the film industry in the country. As the ceremony approached its conclusion, it was time for the most coveted award, a Lifetime Achievement Award. He is the assassin from The Secret. He is the miner trapped in the mine in Cold Mountain. He is the voice of the female host resonated passionately. At that moment, on the magnificent stage, adorned in opulence, the large screen displayed a familiar visage known throughout the entertainment industry and the nation. He is our cinematic treasure, Cheng Yi. Let us welcome the esteemed Cheng Yi to the stage to receive his award. The applause thundered, waves of excitement cascading through the audience as all eyes turned to the middle-aged man under the spotlight. Cheng Yi, a legendary figure in the entertainment realm, hailed from a humble rural background. Through perseverance and hard work, he portrayed countless roles, and after 2 decades of minor roles, he finally rose to prominence with the character of the assassin in The Secret. From that moment on, his career soared. Every film and television series he starred in became a sensation, and accolades poured in profusely. He was immortalized in the textbooks of prestigious film academies, his mere gaze observed and admired by countless aspiring actors, becoming a benchmark of acting excellence. Under the glaring lights, Cheng Yi subtly curved his lips, straightened his tailored black suit, and strode confidently onto the stage. Upon receiving the weighty trophy, he exchanged pleasantries and playful banter, but the young female host, with fervor in her eyes, suddenly seized the microphone and asked, "Teacher Cheng Yi, you have been in the industry for nearly 30 years. Yet your personal life remains a mystery. Do you not have someone you cherish? Have you not considered starting a family?" Cheng Yi's fingers clutched the trophy, abruptly stiffening, his expression darkening. Meanwhile, all the stars in attendance held their breath, wide-eyed, gazing at the female host on stage in shock. Had she lost her mind? Teacher Cheng had weathered countless storms throughout his 30-year career, known for his approachable demeanor and willingness to share insights about his craft. He never put on airs and garnered immense praise within the industry. However, the mere mention of family struck at his vulnerability, a sensitive subject he never allowed anyone to broach. Had the host truly lost her senses? Did she not review her script beforehand? Indeed, on stage, Cheng Yi's face turned ashen, his knuckles whitening as he gripped the trophy tightly. His jaw clenched, the muscles in his cheeks visibly tensed. He lowered his gaze, fixating on the golden trophy for a moment, preparing to speak when suddenly, an unexpected gasp escaped from an unknown female star in the audience. "Look, what is that?" Cheng Yi instinctively lifted his gaze. A cascade of light fell upon his face, shimmering like a dream woven from gossamer. At that moment, 3 azure butterflies danced gracefully within the illumination, flitting towards him. As if amidst the intoxicating splendor of this ephemeral world, a gentle breeze brushed against his cheek, and in the depths of the night, a radiant beam of light emerged. 1 large and 2 small butterflies alighted quietly upon Cheng Yi's collar and shoulder. Their wings opened and closed in serene silence. Yet in that fleeting moment, Cheng Yi was entranced, as if recalling something profound, his eyes suddenly glistening with tears. Tentatively, he spoke, his voice hoarse and tinged with a quivering emotion. "Qingran, is that you? You brought the children to see me, didn't you?" The audience gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide in bewilderment, enveloped in a heavy silence, unaware of the unfolding mystery. At that moment, the 3 blue butterflies fluttered their wings, hovering at the tip of his nose, seemingly answering his unvoiced question to I. In that instant, the screen displayed this man, who had just received a Lifetime Achievement Award and was typically reserved and self-effacing, now with tear-filled eyes. Who could fathom that he once had a wife and children? In 1990, at the age of 23, he was filled with youthful vigor. After watching several television dramas and witnessing the glamorous lives of actors adored by many, Cheng Yi felt a restless yearning within him, believing he too could achieve greatness, star in films, and make a name for himself. Thus, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to this pursuit, becoming almost obsessed, neglecting everything at home, and even resorting to high-interest loans to bribe theater troupes for roles and to acquire fashionable clothing to adorn himself. That fateful night, the loan sharks came to collect, and his wife, Lin Qingran, had no choice but to take their 2 children and brave the torrential rain to seek help from her family. The rain fell in torrents, with lightning flashing, enveloping the entire Cheng family village in a deluge. When Cheng Yi finally saw Lin Qingran again, a day had passed. She lay quietly by the riverbank, her body pale and lifeless, with their 2 little ones nestled in her embrace, as if they were merely asleep. From that moment on, Cheng, deeply traumatized, stumbled away from Cheng family village. Subsequently, he journeyed northward, struggling and striving, beginning as an extra, working tirelessly in a frenzy to numb his pain. Yet, how could he forget? How could he dare to forget? For 30 years, within the dazzling yet superficial entertainment industry, he remained single. His family became a taboo, a sore spot he forbade anyone to mention in his presence. But at this very moment, the 3 azure butterflies, 1 large and 2 small, gently rested upon him, as if offering a faint response, illuminating the darkness of his despair. With a glimmer of hope, the walls of restraint crumbled, emotions surged. As the butterflies took flight, Cheng Yi concealed his face and wept bitterly. The female host finally realized her error, wishing to offer comfort. Suddenly, the lights above flickered, followed by a sharp crackle of electrical noise. A hanging light fixture crashed down with a resounding thud, causing an uproar among the audience. "Quick, help! Teacher Cheng Yi is trapped. Hurry, call 120. What on earth is happening?" In that fleeting moment, the cacophony surrounding him faded into silence, and Cheng Yi found himself enveloped in an abyss of darkness. Amidst the thick night, he beheld 3 azure butterflies radiating a luminous glow, guiding him into a realm of brightness. When Cheng Yi opened his eyes once more, he was greeted by a pitch-black ceiling obscured by newspapers. The heavy humidity filled his nostrils, while the rhythmic patter of raindrops against the window resonated in his ears, occasionally splattering cold droplets upon him, chilling. To the bone that it was a frigid spring. Cheng Yi felt a sense of déjà vu wash over him. He opened his mouth in bewilderment and glanced down, only to discover that in the dim light, he was clad in a black leather jacket and denim jeans, with a pager clipped to his waist. The aged black attire felt heavy in his hands. His mind was clouded, yet an inkling of thought emerged as he surveyed his surroundings. Was he acting? Was this a film set? But why did it feel so familiar? Before he could ponder further, he prepared to rise when suddenly an ominous voice echoed from outside the door. "Get a man out here to pay up. Damn it, he's been dragging this for over 2 weeks. I'm telling you, if he doesn't pay today, don't blame me if something happens to your child." The voice was followed by a woman's desperate yet defiant reply. "I will repay you, I promise. Tomorrow, as soon as dawn breaks, I will return it. Please don't harm a child. I beg you." The sound pierced his ears like a sharp blade shattering ice. Cheng Yi's body trembled, his eyes widening in terror, and his movement froze in place. Was that Lin Qingran's voice? He stumbled towards the door, and through the crack, he glimpsed the scene unfolding before him. The torrential rain fell upon the courtyard, creating a quagmire, while Lin Qingran knelt on the ground, her body trembling uncontrollably. A flash of lightning illuminated her tear-streaked face and bloodied lips, the mingling of blood and rainwater staining her pale complexion, a sight both heart-wrenching and shocking. In her arms, Qing lay curled up, her small form trembling in fear as she gazed at the man before her, too terrified to utter a sound. Cheng Yi's muddled mind gradually cleared. He released his bitten, bloodied lips, the sting jolting him back to reality. This was not a dream, nor a film set. He had been reborn. The familiar scenes replayed before him, and he had returned to the stormy night of Lin Qingran's demise. Tears cascaded down his cheeks, which he hastily wiped away before forcefully flinging open the door, rushing towards Lin Qingran and Qing. Boss Qi was taken aback. As he turned, he was met with the sight of Cheng Yi, his face smeared with blood. Cheng Yi fixed his fierce, resolute gaze upon him, brimming with an emotion Boss Qi could not comprehend. "You're at home? I thought you were too scared to come out." Boss Qi spat on the ground, sneering as he brandished a flashlight, its beam directly confronting Cheng Yi's eyes. "Come out. Time to pay. $550, including interest. Not a penny less. Otherwise, you can choose an arm or a leg." Lin Qingran, too, had not anticipated Cheng Yi's sudden emergence. She stared at him, momentarily stunned, and when their eyes met, she flinched, quickly lowering her gaze to avoid his stare. "I have no money left," she murmured softly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The sight of her cautious and fearful demeanor pierced Cheng Yi's heart like a sudden pang. Drawing in a deep breath, he extended his hand and gently patted her drenched shoulder. "Leave it to me." Sensing his touch, she instinctively recoiled, clutching the bright and cheerful object closer. "I have no money." Cheng Yi lifted his gaze to stare intently at Big Brother Qi, his expression remarkably serene. "I have no intention of parting with my arms and legs." Big Brother Qi was taken aback. What the hell? Is this kid out of his mind? He brandished a flashlight, continuing to press it against Cheng Yi's eyes, ready to unleash a tirade fueled by anger, when he suddenly witnessed Cheng Yi turning to the corner of the wall. Moments later, he emerged wielding a hatchet. Cheng Yi fixed his gaze upon him, licking his upper gums, a smile even gracing his lips. "However, I can offer you two choices. First, we can die together if I perish. You'll accompany me as a sacrifice, which would hardly be a loss." Big Brother Qi was left speechless. Who on earth wants to die with you? Chapter 2, I only wish for your well-being. Damn it. Qi, the boss, muttered under his breath, his expression darkening. Are you threatening me? Secondly, grant me another 3 days' time, and I shall repay you 600 in full, principal and interest included. Cheng Yi did not respond, but continued to articulate his thoughts. As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed on Qi, his grip on the machete tightening, veins protruding. 30 years of acting prowess were not in vain. A flash of lightning cleaved through the night, illuminating Cheng Yi's face, highlighting the coldness and murderous intent in his eyes. Even Qi, who had blood on his hands, felt a chilling sensation. He clenched his jaw, lit a cigarette, took several puffs, and repeatedly assessed the situation, weighing the risks against the rewards. After a long pause, he exhaled a cloud of smoke and relented. Damn it, you lunatic. Qi cursed, brushing off the ash as he stated, "This is your final opportunity. I shall return in 3 days. If the debt remains unpaid, beware of what may happen to your wife and children." With that, Qi shot him a fierce glare before stepping into the inky blackness of the rain. Once he departed, the tension that had been tightly coiled within Cheng Yi suddenly unwound, and Qing burst into tears. "Mommy, Qing is scared." The little girl sobbed, reaching out her tiny hand to grasp Lin Qingran's clothing. Lang, on the other hand, looked at Cheng Yi with a mix of wariness and fear, wrapping his little arms tightly around Lin Qingran, his voice trembling as he murmured, "Daddy is bad, fierce to Mommy, go away, Daddy, go away." For 30 long years, these two children had never appeared in his dreams. It seemed they harbored a deep-seated resentment towards him. Cheng Yi raised the corners of his mouth, yet tears flowed uncontrollably down his cheeks. He cast aside the machete, crouched down, trembling as he extended his hands, gazing at them with longing, softly pleading, "Qing, lang, come. Come at Daddy, let Daddy hold you, please." Being young, they bore no grudges. Throughout their lives, they had yearned for this embrace countless times. Now, witnessing their usually indifferent father actually wanting to hold them, the two little ones' expressions softened, instinctively ready to leap into his arms. However, before they could take a step, Lin Qingran swiftly pulled them back. "Cheng Yi, what on earth do you intend to do?" Her eyes were aflame with anger as she scrutinized him. "If you dare to harm the children, only my death will suffice." Cheng Yi paused, then bitterly smiled. Indeed, he was still that aimless, buried under debts, and having repeatedly deceived and insulted Lin Qingran, neglecting whether the children lived or died. Who would believe he had good intentions now? Cheng Yi turned his gaze towards the window. A tempest was approaching, spring thunder rumbling, and rain pattered against the walls in a cacophony. He inhaled deeply, rose, and fetched a long bench from the hall, closing the front door and placing it across the entrance. He fixed his gaze on Lin Qingran, speaking in a tone almost pleading, "I seek nothing but your well-being. Qingran, please do not go out tonight. I will find a way to resolve the money issue, all right?" Lin Qingran was taken aback. In truth, she had indeed contemplated going to her parental home this evening to borrow money. Deep down, she understood that her parents did not harbor affection for her. A daughter, once married, was akin to water poured away, and they showed no kindness towards Cheng Yi. Yet, what could be done? She had long reached a point of desperation. An additional wound to her already bleeding heart mattered little. All she desired was for Cheng Yi to live a safe and sound life. That was enough. Lin Qingran remained silent. Cheng Yi, however, with reddened eyes and a sense of urgency, approached and placed a long bench in front of the door, then seated himself upon it. No matter your thoughts, I shall not permit you to leave tonight. Lin Qingran chose not to respond. Grasping Cheng Yi's hand, she turned and retreated inside. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Cheng Yi sat on the bench, turning his gaze toward the window. The night was heavy, the rain torrential, and thunder rolled through the spring sky. In his previous life, he had reveled in the joy of having borrowed money and given gifts, believing it would secure him a minor role in a play. After drinking, he had returned home and fallen into a deep slumber. Yet Lin Qingran, with Cheng Yi, had ventured into that dense, stormy night, a night of peril. Now reborn, he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. This time he was determined to change everything. As dawn gradually broke, the torrential rain ceased. The sky lightened, and Cheng Yi rubbed his stinging, reddened eyes, his heart finally settling back into his chest. He rose and quietly approached the door, pushing it open with a creak. Inside, the three of them simultaneously looked up. Lin Qingran and Cheng Yi were already awake. Their gazes met, and the atmosphere turned subtly awkward. In truth, Cheng Yi had kept vigil throughout the night, and Lin Qingran had not slept a wink. How could she? Every time she closed her eyes, she envisioned the cruel face of Qi Laoda and the almost astronomical sum of 600. Are you awake? Cheng Yi paused, then broke into a smile, preparing to say something to ease the tension, only to see Cheng Yi, with her disheveled hair, pouting in a way that tugged at the heartstrings. Mama, Cheng Yi is so hungry. Her soft, plaintive voice was utterly heart-wrenching. No sooner had she spoken than her little stomach grumbled audibly. Lang Lang nodded in agreement and chimed in softly, Mama. Lang Lang is too hungry to sleep. Last night, the three of them had shared only a single sweet potato, and with the children still growing, it was hardly sufficient. They had awoken early, their stomachs pressing against their backs, speaking weakly from hunger. Lin Qingran, feeling a pang of sympathy, gently ruffled the hair of the two little ones and softly reassured them. Just wait a moment, and Mama will cook sweet potatoes for you. Be good and hold on. The two little ones obediently nodded, even after 2 months of eating sweet potatoes. Cheng Yi loves sweet potatoes. They're the most delicious. Mama, is Cheng Yi wonderful? Lang Lang loves sweet potatoes too. Lang Lang is wonderful. Seeing the bright faces of her children, Lin Qingran finally smiled with relief. A gentle halo of light filtered through the window, casting a soft glow upon her face, accentuating a delicate layer of fuzz. Her long, curled lashes were thick and lush, framing a cascade of dark hair that flowed over her shoulders like a waterfall. As if sensing Cheng Yi's gaze upon her, Lin Qingran lifted her eyes to meet his. Her cool, clear eyes mirrored her aloofness and vigilance. Cheng Yi pressed his lips together and suddenly declared, I shall prepare a meal for you. Stay home with the children and await my return. Without waiting for Lin Qingran's response, he swiftly strode out. As Cheng Yi stepped into the courtyard, he found it as dilapidated as he remembered, cluttered with a haphazard assortment of items, further disheveled by the previous night's storm. In one corner lay a chaotic pile of firewood, covered with a layer of dried corn husks. Nearby, against the earthen wall, stood a makeshift shelter with 2 iron pots inside. It was the most rudimentary of rural kitchens, with a chimney of mud and a faded red paper affixed to it, flapping softly in the wind. Approaching the pots, Cheng Yi lifted the lid only to discover them empty. A glance at the oil jar made his heart sink. Where was the oil? A piece of fatty pork was tied with a string, its bottom scorched black from the pot, the skin curled, yielding not a drop of grease. He understood that this was a desperate measure from Lin Qingran, a reflection of her dire circumstances. Cooking required oil, but without money to purchase it, she could only scrape together a meager amount of fatty meat during the holidays, preserving it with salt to stretch it for as long as possible. When cooking, She would quickly swipe the string around the pot's bottom to extract a semblance of oil, making that single pound of fat last for months. As for the rice and vegetables, they were utterly depleted. The only sustenance was a basket of sweet potatoes, hidden away in a cupboard to safeguard them from rodents. This was the family's lifeline. Over the past 2 years, every penny Lin Qingran had managed to save had been squandered by Cheng Yi on clothing and gifts. Where would there be any surplus? If denied, he would steal or resort to threats. Reflecting on this now, Cheng Yi felt a profound sense of shame, realizing he was less than a beast. With his eyes stinging, he took a deep breath, rubbing the pain away, and then picked up the bamboo basket from the ground, turning swiftly to leave. Earning money was imperative, and he could not afford to waste even a moment. The urgent priority was to ensure that the three of them had enough to eat. Cheng Yi was a small mountain village, enveloped by mountains with barren soil. One could unearth only a handful of stones with a single stroke of the hoe. Rice paddies were scarce, and each household fought fiercely over the meager corners available. Years ago, land had been allocated to families. Cheng Yi's family had received 2 acres of rice field and a vast expanse of hillside. Yet now, these had been cunningly appropriated by others, leaving behind a trail of chaos. Powerless against oppression, Cheng Yi spent his days preoccupied with trivial matters, while Lin Qingran and their 2 children managed the household. Who would he seek to take advantage in such dire straits? On this misty morning, a villager, wielding a hoe, made his way to the fields, only to catch sight of Cheng Yi ascending the mountain, a basket in hand. This peculiar sight drew the attention of several onlookers. Look at this fool, carrying a basket up the hill. Just yesterday, he was boasting about becoming a big star. What is he up to now? What kind of star is he trying to be? He laughed heartily. Beside him, his wife playfully smacked his arm, shooting him a disapproving glare. Why are you so nosy? Hurry up and get to the fields to plant the rice. She cast another glance at Cheng Yi, her expression one of disdain. It seemed this lad had once again been pressured to pay up, and his wife was surely destined for a life of misfortune alongside him. Their voices were not particularly soft, and Cheng Yi overheard them. In the past, he would have confronted them, but now his priority was to find food. Qingqing, now 3 years old, was in a crucial growth stage. Unfortunately, their diet consisted solely of sweet potatoes, leaving the 2 children shorter and leaner than their peers. Their bodies frail and emaciated, resembling mere sprouts, their hair a drab yellow akin to a bundle of hay. As Cheng Yi traversed the narrow path between the fields, the morning dew dampened the hems of his trousers, cold and heavy against his skin. Chapter 3. Steamed carp, stir-fried sauerkraut with bamboo shoots. The vigor of youth is boundless. Cheng Yi ascended the hillside, and before him lay an expanse of undulating bamboo groves. This mountain was known as Erji Mountain, which had been allocated to his father, Cheng Zhaojian, many years ago. The bamboo forest stretched for 3 miles, occupying a substantial portion of the mountain that belonged to the Cheng family. Later, when Cheng Yi's elder brother found success as a teacher in the county, he took their parents to enjoy a better life, leaving behind the impoverished mountains and fields for Cheng Yi to manage. The couple contemplated returning to their roots to support their eldest son in raising his children as they aged. Unfortunately, the younger son proved to be disappointing, frequently immersing himself in the local drama troupe, neglecting the farm, and nearly losing their land to others. Cheng Yi had endured countless reprimands from his parents, and eventually severed ties with them. It had been 2 or 3 months since they last communicated. Cheng Yi glanced down at the boundary line, marked by a pile of grass, and with a firm resolve, he stepped across it. Now reborn, he could no longer afford to be weak. The morning dew dampened the mountain path, each step sinking into the thick mud. Grasping the wild grasses that grew unruly, he climbed upward. The grasses were covered in fine thorns, and with each exertion, a sharp pain pierced him. Fortunately, being young, he gritted his teeth and persevered, soon reaching a small height on the hillside. He exhaled, gazing out at the verdant bamboo forest that rolled like waves. Amongst the bamboo, knee-high shoots, glistening with dew, reached skyward. Not one to hesitate, as dawn approached, he hurriedly took his basket and began to pluck the bamboo shoots, exerting force with determination. Crack! A crisp sound echoed. Dew splattered across his hand as he pulled out the heavy chutes. Cheng Yi placed the chutes into his basket, collecting 5 more until it brimmed. On his way back, he stumbled upon several wild mushrooms, eagerly gathering them, wrapping them in bamboo shoot husks, and carefully placing them in his basket before hastening back along the path. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Lin Qingran was assisting the children with their morning routines. She had just heard Cheng Yi leave, feeling a mix of relief and an indescribable pang of bitterness. How could Cheng Yi have suddenly changed? His fleeting tenderness had merely been an illusion. Now awake, all that remained were the burdensome debts of 600 yuan and 2 hungry children. At that moment, Cheng Yi was likely in the county, lost in some gentle reverie. Lin Qingran rubbed her face vigorously, noticing Qing's bright, round eyes staring at her. She paused, then forced a smile. Taking a deep breath to suppress the moisture in her eyes, she reassured the little one, "Mommy will soon prepare sweet potatoes. Are you hungry?" She wiped the child's face, stood up to fetch water, and prepare to cook. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening echoed from outside the courtyard. The 3 of them instinctively looked up. Lin Qingran was taken aback. Was that Cheng Yi? He hadn't tea left after all? Why had he returned? Moreover, it seems that he truly holds something edible in his hands. Father, this 3-year-old little one, clad in patch cloth shoes with rubber soles, pitter-patters along the road. She extends her arms, joyfully rushing towards Cheng Yi, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazes up at him. "Daddy, you're back?" Cheng Yi hastily sets down his belongings, wipes his muddy hands on his clothing, and crouches down to embrace Qing. He feels somewhat at a loss, yet overwhelmingly filled with excitement and gratitude. His body trembles slightly as his stiff hands hold Qing, unsure of where to place them. "Daddy want to find something for you to eat," Cheng Yi quickly explains, gesturing towards the basin and basket on the ground. "Look." The little girl tilts her head to take a look. 2 palm-sized crucian carp lie half-submerged, their mouths agape, tethered by a strand of grass. In the basket, a freshly peeled bamboo shoot appears tender and crisp. Cheng Yi gently says, "Wait a moment. Daddy will cook fish and bamboo shoots for you, all right?" Qing's mouth waters at the thought. Her eyes widen as she crouches down, fixated on the 2 fish, smacking her lips and swallowing hard. She has never eaten fish before. Every meal has been sweet potatoes, which she has grown weary of, though Lang Lang has warned her not to voice her displeasure, lest it sadden their mother. Now, however, it seems splendid that Daddy will prepare fish for them. With her eyes sparkling, she contemplates briefly before standing up and scampering back. "Mama, Daddy said he'll cook fish." Qing loves fish. Lin Qingran had already observed the scene. She stood in astonishment at the door, watching Cheng Yi embrace Qing, alongside the bamboo shoots and the 2 lively fish in the basket. For a moment, she questioned whether her eyes were deceiving her. Has Cheng Yi changed? A heavy weight settled in her heart, her first instinct being disbelief. Could someone so vile for so many years truly transform overnight? Or was it merely a fade, hiding darker intentions? The ripple of uncertainty within Lin Qingran swiftly subsided. She pressed her lips together, drawing Qing behind her, instructing Lang Lang to keep an eye on her before approaching Cheng Yi. Upon seeing her approach, Cheng Yi greeted her with a smile before she could utter a word. "Could you help me start the fire? I'm not very skilled with the stove." In the 1990s, every household in Chengjia village used traditional wood-burning stoves, deep and dark, requiring kindling to ignite. If the air was obstructed, the fire would not catch. In short, it was a technical endeavor. Lin Qingran instinctively wanted to refuse. However, her gaze fell upon the 2 children, as thin as bean sprouts, and she ultimately remained silent, moving to the stove to start the fire. Throughout the process, she remained vigilant. She understood that the children had not had meat in quite some time. The traditional stove was constructed of clay mixed with dry straw, featuring 2 pots, one for cooking food for the pigs and the other for preparing meals for humans. In this day and age, the status of pigs has risen significantly. Ever since the implementation of the household responsibility system, families in Chengjia village have generally kept at least 1 pig, relying on it for their income throughout the year. However, since my parents moved to the county, we've been unable to afford even a piglet, leaving Cheng Yi's pot empty. Lin Qingran covered the pot with a lid. Although it was slightly dusty, a quick rinse and a wipe with a cloth rendered it pristine. I've already boiled the sweet potatoes. Just add water and place them in the pot, Cheng Yi said, leaning over to grab a bamboo skimmer and retrieving a chipped plate to place 2 cleaned crucian carp upon. After simply seasoning them with ginger, scallions, salt, and soy sauce, he placed the dish in the pot. The sweet potatoes boiled below while the fish steamed above, the flames licking the bottom of the pot. As the water reached a boil, it bubbled vigorously, releasing the fragrant aroma of sweet potatoes intertwined with the delicate sweetness of the fish, which began to waft out around the edges of the lid. Ching, feeling quite famished, scampered over with her little legs, blinking her eyes as she eagerly peered over the stove. Cheng Yi was pouring hot water into an enamel jar and quickly shifted to shield her, advising be careful. The hot water can scald you. Keep your distance to avoid splashes. Lin Qingran, who was adding firewood, paused and glanced at Cheng Yi, her gaze suddenly fixed. In his palm, she noticed a cluster of small red wounds, likely inflicted by a type of wild grass resembling reeds, known locally in Xinjiao village as guaya grass. A careless brush could cause blood to gush forth. Lin Qingran had experienced similar cuts countless times while working in the fields. Though not severe, they stung painfully. Was this an injury sustained while harvesting bamboo shoots? A wave of unease stirred within her. Cheng Yi sliced the bamboo shoots and retrieved a bowl of sauerkraut from a jar in the kitchen corner. He plucked 2 dried chili peppers from a string hanging above the door, washed them, and chopped them finely. Once the pot was hot, he added the sauerkraut to saw it until the moisture evaporated, ensuring a tangy flavor. After sufficient frying, he scooped the mixture out and carefully rendered a bit of fat from the remaining pork, adding scallions, ginger, and garlic to the hot pot, releasing an enticing aroma into the air. Subsequently, he added the bamboo shoots and cooked them until just tender before mixing in the sauerkraut for a final stir-fry. In an instant, the rich fragrance of garlic melded perfectly with the fresh sweetness of the bamboo shoots, the aroma swirling in the breeze, enveloping the entire courtyard. At this moment, Ching's stomach growled audibly as she leaned against the stove, her gaze fixated on the sautéed bamboo shoots and sauerkraut, saliva pooling in her mouth. Open wide, Cheng Yi said, glancing at the 2 cherubic children, his heart softening in an instant. He picked up his chopsticks and offered 2 slices of freshly cooked bamboo shoots to Ching. Her eyes lit up, and she began to rise onto her tiptoes to accept them, when suddenly, Lang gently tugged at her side. Ching, Mommy didn't say we could eat, he stated softly yet resolutely. Despite being children, their eyes were glued to the food, yet they still turned to Lin Qingran, awaiting her guidance. Across the stove, Lin Qingran stood up, pressed her lips together, nodded, and softly said, "Go ahead and eat." Upon hearing Lin Qingran's words, Ching and Lang quickly rose on their tiptoes, eagerly opening their mouths to receive the slices of bamboo shoots. The initial bite brought a slight spiciness, followed by a delightful tang and freshness. Fresh bamboo shoots, both inexpensive and precious mountain delicacies, represent the finest gift for the Chengjigu, surrounded by mountains. The humidity in the mountains is intense, and the children have been accustomed to eating a bit of spice to ward off dampness since they were young. These bamboo shoots are truly delectable, crunchy, tangy, and spicy. They left the 2 little ones, who had spent the past half-month subsisting on boiled sweet potatoes, wide-eyed as if they had tasted some celestial delicacy. "Daddy, so delicious." The little girl blinked her eyes, cautiously extending her small hand to tug at Cheng Yi's pant leg. After a moment of timid hesitation, she spoke up. "Can Ching have another slice?" As she spoke, she raised her thin little finger and quietly reiterated, "Just 1 slice, is that all right?" Cheng Yi felt a sudden sting behind his eyes. Chapter 4 I will take care of you and the children. Trust me one last time suddenly. He recalled an occasion when, after returning from a gathering with friends, he had carelessly brought back some fried peanuts, originally tucked away in his pocket. He had intended to savor them the following day with congee. However, in a drunken stupor, Lin Qingran had to clean up after him, causing the peanuts to scatter across the floor. Ching, with utmost delicacy, picked them up one by one as if they were treasures. stowing them away in her pocket before reluctantly chewing them after savoring their salty flavor. When he awoke the next morning, he found Cheng Yi leaning against the doorframe, peering in with her fluffy head. "Daddy, Cheng Yi still wants to eat peanuts. Can I have one more?" That day, Cheng Yi had reacted with anger, unleashing a tirade before storming out of the house. Now, as shadows danced and memories surged uncontrollably, Cheng Yi felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. Cheng Yi clearly remembered that incident, her timid demeanor revealing a hint of fear. Longlong's expression had shifted, his little face paling as he tugged at Cheng Yi, eager to leave. "We won't eat anymore. Lang and Cheng Yi won't eat anymore. Daddy, please don't be angry, don't scold Mommy." Cheng Yi's eyes burned with emotion, and he turned away, suppressing the tumult of feelings within him. He quickly grabbed 2 small bowls, filling each with half a bowl of bamboo shoots and offering them. "Eat. Of course you can eat. Cheng Yi and Lang can have as much as they desire." With reddened eyes, he forced a smile and placed the bowls and chopsticks on the table, adding, "The fish is ready too. We will start our meal soon." He then boiled a pot of water, adding the clean mushrooms to create a broth, and headed to the chicken coop to retrieve a freshly laid egg. Upon seeing Cheng Yi holding the egg, Lin Qingran could no longer contain herself and stood up. Furrowing her brow and biting her lip, she hesitated before speaking. That is meant to be saved for Longlong's new pants. The rest of her words remained unspoken, her throat tightening with emotion. The children were growing rapidly. Despite each meal consisting of sweet potatoes, they were still shooting up in height. It was spring, with chilly mornings and evenings. Yet the little ones were still wearing last year's thin trousers, the hems pulled up considerably. The wind would blow, leaving their legs flushed and tinged with purple. Last winter, all 3 of them had suffered from frostbite, which lingered even into spring, causing tears to flow whenever they came into contact with water. Lin Qingran had gritted her teeth, working through sleepless nights the previous month to make pants for others, and had purchased a half-grown hen to raise. She had planned to sell the eggs to earn money for fabric to make new clothes for the children. Now, with not enough eggs saved, and with Chi Lauda demanding repayment the previous night, her last line of defense had been brutally breached. Indeed, what difference did it make whether they ate that 1 egg or not? 600 yuan in 3 days. Where could she possibly find such a sum? Lin Qingran bit her lip, her eyes reddening as she lowered her gaze and fell silent. Cheng Yi skillfully cracked the egg, whisking it before pouring it into the boiling water. As the egg flowers swirled in the pot, he finally spoke with calm determination. "Qingran, you need not worry about the finances. I will handle it." Cheng Yi took a bowl and filled it with soup, speaking each word with unwavering conviction. "From this moment forth, I will take good care of you and the children. Trust me this once, even if it is the last time." There was no point in further words. Cheng Yi understood that altering one's impression of another is not an overnight endeavor. He would tread steadily, whether it be for atonement or self-comfort. In this lifetime, he had seldom been granted a second chance. He would ensure that his wife and children would never again suffer the slightest indignity. Lin Qingran, as expected, did not respond. She had already wiped away her tears and stood up to lift the pot lid. Amidst the billowing steam, a brief smirk of self-mockery crossed her lips. No amount of pretty words would ever earn her trust again. In the past, she had offered him countless opportunities, only to be met with betrayal and deceit time and again. Now, she had not a single cent to her name. It was a futile dream to think he could extract even a morsel from her. With nowhere left to turn, her heart was already a tapestry of scars. 10 minutes later, the dishes were served. There was steaming sweet potato, freshly steamed crucian carp, a large bowl of mushroom and egg soup, and a generous plate of bamboo shoots stir-fried with pickled vegetables. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, and Cheng Yi eagerly grabbed her chopsticks, struggling to pick up the food. Cheng Yi took a sweet potato, peeled it carefully, and placed one before each of them. "Here, eat the fish." He picked up a piece of fish, deftly removing the bones, and placed it into both bowls. The crucian carp, returning to the fields in spring to spawn, was at its most succulent during this season. Though it held many bones, and frying it required considerable oil, making it less popular in Qingzhou village. Cheng Yi had caught it on his way home, effortlessly netting it from the fields. After removing the bones, he dipped the fish in soy sauce. The tender meat was sweet and delicious, a true delight to the palate. They were simply too hungry. The two little ones ate with their heads bent low, mumbling indistinctly. So delicious. Ching loves bamboo shoots. And the fragrant fish. Lang can wash the dishes after finishing, and then eat a little more. Cheng Yi's heart softened at the sight. Just as he picked up the sweet potato to eat, he looked up to find Lin Qingran watching him. She tilted her head slightly, her brow furrowed, gripping her chopsticks so tightly that her knuckles turned white. When she noticed Cheng Yi looking her way, she finally spoke, unable to hold back. Cheng, what exactly do you intend to do? We have not a single penny left. What schemes do you still harbor? As she spoke, her gaze fell upon Ching and Lang, her eyes soft yet resolute. If you think to harm the children, you shall have to kill me first. After a long silence, Cheng Yi suddenly smiled. He had peeled the sweet potato and handed it to Lin Qingran. Then serve her a bowl of mushroom soup. It's very hot. Let cool a bit before eating. He spoke gently. You should eat the fish roe. It's not good for the children. As he spoke, he picked out the golden, enticing roe with his chopsticks. He did not directly answer Lin Qingran's question. After a moment, he softly added, I only wish for your well-being. That is all. Once the meal was concluded, Cheng Yi swiftly washed the dishes. At the village entrance, Aunt Zhao delivered a pair of pants, trimming loose threads, fastening buttons, and attaching a zipper for a meager remuneration of merely 2 cents per garment. Upon noticing Cheng Yi at home, she timidly tossed the pants aside and departed, cautioning Lin Qingran in a hushed tone to keep an eye on them, lest Cheng Yi pilfer them for monetary gain. Lin Qingran acknowledged her with a nod, retrieving his toolkit to commence work, while reminding Ching to play in the yard and not wander too far. As for Cheng Yi, after washing the dishes, he promptly stepped outside. Earning 600 yuan in 3 days seemed an achievable feat for the reborn Cheng Yi, and he had already formulated a plan in his mind. He traversed the muddy path leading to the village entrance, where Chengjia village had recently been connected to the county by a minibus service, charging 1 yuan per passenger for a one-way trip to the county seat. The county where Chengjia village is situated is known as Yuanan County, a significant region. Nestled against the Yangtze River, in an era when land transport was underdeveloped, waterborne transport bestowed the county with considerable prosperity and prestige. Cheng Yi vividly recalled accompanying his father to Yuanan County as a child to observe the unloading of cargo ships. The fog-laden banks of the Yangtze were dotted with numerous docks, where bare-chested dockworkers shouted their calls, exerting themselves under the sweltering sun. Meanwhile, elegant ladies adorned in kipeos of satin, holding oiled paper umbrellas and delicate floral handkerchiefs, awaited the return of their men with alluring gazes and gently pursed lips. It was evident that during the 1980s and 1990s, working on boats was indeed a lucrative endeavor. Consequently, Yuanan County earned a moniker, the Little Shanghai of the late Qing dynasty. At the village entrance, a crowd had gathered. Over the years, with evolving mindsets and national policies, along with Yuanan County's inherent prosperity, an increasing number of villagers had begun venturing into business in the county, although still somewhat disreputable. Those who had tasted the sweetness of financial gain found themselves drawn to the trade. Clusters of people congregated, sharing cigarettes and engaging in conversation. Upon Cheng Yi's arrival, laughter erupted amongst them. Oh, isn't this the second son of the Cheng family? Just look at his attire. A leather jacket, denim jeans, such a fashionable look. What might he be off to? Surely not to the theater troupe, aspiring to be a star? The moment the words were uttered, laughter ensued. Indeed, this was our village's very own superstar. How impressive, how stylish. Soon enough, we might even be seeking his autograph. The group erupted into raucous laughter. However, Cheng Yi merely cast a fleeting glance in their direction, remaining silent. He understood their intentions all too well. They were merely seeking amusement at his expense. Yet in his previous life, he had taken their jests to heart, feeling an unwarranted sense of pride each time he heard such remarks. Wasn't it true? He had indeed become somewhat renowned in the village. Before long, even in Yuanan County, uttering the name Cheng Yi would resonate with significance. Thus, whenever faced with others' teasing, he could not help but boast about himself, becoming the subject of ridicule within the village. In this new life, however, Cheng Yi chose silence. He scorned verbal disputes, deeming them beneath him. The surrounding individuals had initially anticipated that Cheng Yi would regale them with tales of bravado, preferably sharing some amusing anecdotes about the chaotic happenings in the county town to alleviate their boredom. To their surprise, Cheng Yi remained unresponsive this time. Leading the group was a young man named Lin Qingran, who, if one were to categorize the local rascals, would undoubtedly place Cheng Yi at the top, with Lin as a close second. He stood beside Cheng Yi, instigating the commotion, clad in a frayed Zhongshan suit jacket, black cotton trousers, and open-toed cloth shoes, while chewing on a stalk of straw and casting a sidelong glance at Cheng Yi. "Brother Cheng, what's the matter? Are you in a foul mood today?" he inquired, baring his teeth in a smirk. Cheng Yi pursed his lips, smiling as he shook his head. "I have important matters to attend to." "Important matters?" Lin Qingran replied with a face full of skepticism. "What is this? Have you changed your ways? Or are you once again preparing to embark on some earth-shattering endeavor?" Just as Lin was about to press for more details, the sound of a minibus horn pierced the air. Not far away, thick black exhaust billowed forth, mingling with the white morning mist. With a sharp click, the driver opened the door, and a female ticket collector in a blue khaki uniform leaned out, calling out, "Get on a bus. Get on. Carry your belongings. If you lose anything, we cannot be held responsible." Chapter 5. The interview as soon as the vehicle arrived. The crowd disregarded Cheng Yi entirely, eager to secure a prime position. Otherwise, they would find themselves jostling in the aisles. The journey meandered through numerous villages, each making stops to pick up passengers. With a sudden halt, losing one's balance could result in an unfortunate encounter with the vehicle's interior. Cheng Yi followed the throng onto the bus, settling into the back row. By sheer coincidence, Chen Yaoxing sat beside him, and no sooner had he taken his seat than he eagerly began to speak. "Chengge, what grand plans do you have? Have you charmed the daughter of Wang Mingguang, the drama troupe leader? Or have you found yet another source for a loan? Or perhaps—" Cheng Yi was taken aback by the incessant prattle of this young man, realizing that even a fellow youth could exhibit such an insatiable curiosity. He promptly closed his eyes, pretending to sleep, wishing to escape the onslaught of questions. The distance from Chengjia village to Yunnan County was not particularly far, merely over 30 miles. However, the bus's journey was plagued by frequent stops, stretching the trip to over an hour before reaching the bus station in Yunnan County. Upon disembarking, Cheng Yi swiftly distanced himself from Chen Yaoxing, striding out of the station. Across the street lay a bustling agricultural market. Exiting the station, a left turn and a short 200 meters led him to the county's #1 high school. In those days, education was esteemed far above commerce. If a family boasted a teacher or a civil servant, they held a secure position akin to a golden ticket. The pride of the Cheng family was Cheng Mingsheng, Cheng Yi's elder brother. Years ago, he excelled in his studies, gained a degree, and subsequently secured a teaching position at the prestigious #1 high school. He then married a woman from the city, basking in his success. Unlike Cheng Yi, who was often the subject of ridicule, mention of Cheng Mingsheng elicited admiration and praise from all. Since the rift with his family years ago, Cheng Yi had not sought out Cheng Mingsheng, and this visit was not to request assistance. Casting a glance in the right direction, he turned and walked south towards the county's most prosperous area. The southern part of the county was the epicenter of development. In the 1980s, a cluster of chemical plants, textile factories, and meat processing facilities emerged. Towering residential buildings filled the landscape, with small apartment blocks and brick houses painted white, home to either civil servants or factory workers. Such prominence, with a large population and steady salaries, an entertainment industry blossomed, predominantly featuring street food vendors. Stalls served noodles, sugar-coated pancakes, and the county's most renowned state-owned restaurant, Jinghua Grand Hotel. It catered to foreign guests, and for an ordinary person to dine there once would provide ample material for boasting for half a year. This time, Cheng Yi's destination was the KTV adjacent to Jinghua Grand Hotel, the Golden Phoenix Dance Hall. In the latter half of the 1980s, the cultural wave from Hong Kong began to infiltrate the mainland, bringing with it glamorous stars, captivating films, and the emergence of dance halls. Yunnan County, a significant locality with advanced water transport, witnessed a flourishing economy and entertainment sector. The Golden Phoenix Dance Hall originally operated as a video hall, but gradually transformed into a dance hall, influenced by the influx of Hong Kong culture. The singer performs while the audience pays for admission, entering to enjoy the melodies and dance. Those with deeper pockets may indulge in snacks, such as sunflower seeds and beer. As the seductive tunes fill the air, young and beautiful women sway with delight, lost in a world of revelry. Cheng Yi stood at the entrance, looking up at the radiant words Golden Phoenix Dance Hall emblazoned above the round archway. Outside, a gatekeeper leaned against a pillar, smoking a cigarette. Upon noticing Cheng Yi's intention to enter, he hastily tucked the cigarette behind his ear and stepped forward to block his path. "What do you want? You can't go in here." The gatekeeper gestured towards his black crossbody bag, demanding payment. 10 yuan for a ticket. It's worth noting that in 1990, even in the prosperous county of Yunnan, the average wage hovered around 90 yuan. To charge 10 yuan for entry to a dance hall was truly extravagant. Cheng Yi had previously gritted his teeth and visited a few times, hoping to meet influential figures, but ultimately had to abandon the idea due to a lack of funds. He smiled, glancing at the gatekeeper, and said, "Brother, I'm not here to play. Besides, it's still morning. The dance hall isn't even open yet, is it?" As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. The gatekeeper eyed Cheng Yi with suspicion, but upon noticing the pager hanging at his waist, his demeanor softened considerably. "Then what are you here for? The doors are closed, and there's no one inside." Cheng Yi smiled again, lifted his chin, and pointed to a notice affixed to the wall not far away. "I'm here to apply for a job." "Apply for a job?" The gatekeeper was taken aback, tilting his head in confusion as he glanced at the notice that had been posted for half a month. The announcement sought to hire a singer and 2 dancers, with compensation based on performances. The generous terms had drawn considerable attention, yet despite being posted for over 2 weeks, no applicants had been successful. In the 1980s and 1990s, most families were still struggling to make ends meet, and with a lack of entertainment options, few could afford to pursue singing and dancing as a profession. The gatekeeper stared at Cheng Yi, his eyes wide with disbelief. "What, you want to apply?" Cheng Yi nodded, smoothing out his leather jacket, and replied with a smile, "Yes, I'm here to apply for the position of resident singer." "Brother, could you please show me the way? If I get the job, I'll buy you a cigarette." Seeing Cheng Yi's amiable attitude, the gatekeeper thought that guiding him would be a simple task and agreed. "All right, come with me. But let me give you a heads up. Don't get your hopes up too high. Even recently, people from a drama troupe have come to apply and they weren't selected. You're just here for fun. Consider it a chance to broaden your horizons. Earning money here is not easy." The gatekeeper chatted amiably as they walked. Cheng Yi listened attentively, responding appropriately with a positive attitude. The gatekeeper felt at ease as he led him through the hall, navigating past booths and into a dim corridor, stopping only at the end. Cheng Yi looked up to see a sign hanging on the door, "Manager's Office." The door was slightly ajar, and from within, sounds of singing could be heard. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the melodic strains of the theme song from the immensely popular 1987 television drama Dream of the Red Chamber. The lyrics spoke of the celestial flower of the Lang Yuan and flawless jade. The voice was rich and resonant, delivered with precision and vigor, embodying the essence of the era. The doorman waved his hand urgently, signaling Cheng Yi to pause and wait at the entrance. A theater troupe had arrived, seeking vocal talents, and he urged him to be patient. With a smirk, he added, "Just look at the caliber of applicants. You must brace yourself." Cheng Yi chuckled in response, remaining silent, yet already aware of what lay ahead. In his previous life, he had devoted himself to this realm. Thus, his recollection of the auditions for singers at the Golden Phoenix Dance Hall was vivid. The proprietor, Yang Shouxian, had returned from a trip to Yangqing last year and established the dance hall. With progressive ideas, a flair for contemporary dance trends, and stylish decor, he quickly attracted a majority of the county's youthful spirits yearning for freedom and expression. The establishment operated from 6 in the evening until midnight, reaping substantial profits. However, earlier this year, a rival venue called the Good Sisters Dance Hall opened to the north of the county, purportedly hiring a singer from Kyoto at a hefty price, performing trendy songs that siphoned away a considerable clientele. Unable to withstand the competition, Yang Shouxian had posted recruitment notices 2 weeks prior. At that moment, within the hall, Yang sat behind his desk, smoking a red Pagoda Mountain cigarette, his expression grim. The manager beside him appeared apprehensive, glancing at the young singer before hastily gesturing for him to cease. "Mr. Yang, what seems to be the problem? Is it still unsatisfactory?" Yang's face darkened as he slammed his hand on the table. "What on earth are you singing? Have you no ears? Go listen to it on television. That sorrowful, nuanced melody. Why does it sound so forceful coming from you? Do you think this is a joyous wedding song? I do not wish for such conventional singing. I demand something fashionable, something that resonates with the youth. Do you comprehend?" Yang was genuinely exasperated. In his dance hall, there were 3 resident singers. Among them, the main attraction was a traditional vocalist, adept at belting out the poignant hits from any drama series. The other 2, lacking in vigor and tonal quality, were merely learning the ropes while performing. While this arrangement was initially sufficient, the star from the Good Sisters Dance Hall was an esteemed singer from Kyoto, capable even of delivering a couple of subpar English songs, thus maintaining a semblance of prestige. It was fortunate that this Kyoto singer only performed twice a week. Otherwise, the Golden Phoenix Dance Hall would have surely shut its doors long ago. The young man standing before them, upon receiving such a harsh reprimand, felt his pride wounded, his countenance darkening as he awaited the call to exit. The manager, seeing Yang's fury, quickly attempted to placate him before raising his voice to the outside, calling, "Is there anyone else? Those wishing to sing, please come in quickly." As the sound settled, the door swung open, revealing Cheng Yi, who entered with a smile. "Hello, Boss Yang, Manager Zhao. I am Cheng Yi." He introduced himself succinctly. Meanwhile, the young man with a sullen expression, upon seeing Cheng Yi, was immediately taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. "What are you doing here?" Cheng Yi turned around and recognized him at once. It was quite a coincidence. This young man was Lin Qingran, renowned in the drama troupe for his striking looks and connections. Earlier this year, during the recruitment process, he had successfully eliminated Cheng Yi from contention and secured a position in the Yuanan County drama troupe. Cheng Yi, feeling aggrieved, had sought him out privately on several occasions, only to be met with mockery, which ultimately led to a confrontation between them. Thus, a bitter rivalry was born. Chapter 6, Success. Purchasing fine grains and meat, Li Qigong could not suppress his scorn, remarking, "What is this? Unable to join the drama troupe. Now you've come to a dance hall for amusement? Have you even glanced in a mirror?" Cheng Yi merely shrugged, remaining silent. He turned to Yang Shouxian and asked, with a demeanor neither servile nor arrogant, "Boss Yang, what are the requirements for auditioning as a singer? Are the songs designated by you, or may I choose my own?" Yang Shouxian, unfamiliar with Cheng Yi, was nevertheless aware of his notorious reputation thanks to Manager Zhao, who wore a disdainful expression yet refrained from expressing it in front of his superior. Irritated, he replied, "Choose whatever you like. Just sing. Don't waste our time." Yang Shouxian held little hope for the outcome, lighting a cigarette and waving his hand dismissively, indicating that Cheng Yi could sing whatever he wished, as no one sang well anyway. However, Cheng Yi seemed entirely unaffected by the dismissive atmosphere. He nodded, taking a small step back, and then gently closed his eyes. After a moment, he reopened them, and all emotions within his gaze had transformed. The sorrow lingered, the melancholy remained. Why is my heart so utterly vacant? The first word that escaped his lips was delivered with an impeccably standard Cantonese accent. In his previous life, Cheng Yi had labored for 2 decades, mastering the art of fluent Cantonese. Though he had never undergone formal vocal training, he possessed a naturally beautiful voice, with his previous life's voiceovers celebrated as exemplary. With profound emotion, he effortlessly conveyed the essence of a popular Cantonese love ballad from the 1980s, his slightly husky yet magnetic voice resonating throughout the room. The feelings of longing and sincerity he infused into the performance were palpable and captivating. Inside the office, silence enveloped everyone. Yang Shouxian's eyes widened in astonishment as he watched Cheng Yi, half of his cigarette consumed, finally regaining his composure. This young man could sing Cantonese songs. Moreover, his unexpected vocal style was remarkably pleasing. Having frequented the glamorous dance halls of Yangcheng and Hong Kong, He recognized that this young man's voice could indeed earn a living on those grand stages. Lin Qingran was equally dumbfounded. He had intended to leave, but stayed merely to witness Cheng Yi's folly. To his surprise, the young man not only could sing, but excelled in Cantonese. The song, I Just Like You, which he had secretly practiced over the past few years, had proven elusive due to the distinct pronunciation of Cantonese compared to Mandarin, rendering it challenging for him to master the nuances. Thus, he had been too embarrassed to sing it in front of others. Yet, Cheng Yi's voice astonished him. The pronunciation was identical to what he had heard on the recording. Thank you, Boss Yang, Cheng Yi said, bowing after finishing the final lyric with a smile. Yang Shouxian, regaining his senses, wore an expression of delight, abruptly extinguishing his cigarette and springing to his feet. Oh my, you little rascal! You little rascal! Yang Shouxian rose to his feet, vigorously rubbing his hands together before laughing heartily as he circled around the boss's desk and patted Cheng Yi's shoulder with force. You, my friend, possess quite the talent. He then reached into his pocket, producing a cigarette and offering one to Cheng Yi. After a moment's pause, Cheng Yi accepted it with a smile, expressing his gratitude. He was well aware of his place in this hierarchy. Lin Qingran, visibly shocked, stared incredulously at Cheng Yi, seemingly on the verge of uttering something, when the manager shot him a fierce glare. What are you standing around for? This isn't a free meal. Lin Qingran, who had been coddled throughout his life, was unaccustomed to such treatment. With a dark expression, he cast a disdainful glance at Cheng Yi before striding away. Who knows where he picked up that rudimentary Cantonese? Probably just knows this one song and practices it daily. If he truly becomes a resident singer, he will inevitably embarrass himself. Meanwhile, in the room, Yang Shouxian encouraged Cheng Yi to sing a few more Cantonese songs. His pronunciation was exceptionally precise, complemented by expressive body language and facial expressions that left everyone immensely satisfied. Yang Shouxian lit another cigarette, squinting as he regarded Cheng Yi. Young man, here at Gene Phoenix, we calculate payment based on the performance fee. 3 hours per session, from 7 to 10 in the evening, 80 yuan. What do you think? Earning 80 yuan in a single night was equivalent to a month's salary for an average worker. Cheng Yi understood this well. The star performer at Gene Phoenix could earn as much as 120 yuan in night. However, as a newcomer, he was uncertain about how well he would perform, and receiving 80 yuan was already the highest offer for someone of his standing. Cheng Yi knew that in order to negotiate a higher fee, he needed to demonstrate his capabilities. Tonight was his moment to prove himself. Very well, Cheng Yi replied with a smile, his demeanor sincere. Thank you, Boss Yang. Yang Shouxian felt a surge of satisfaction at his response. Who wouldn't he appreciate a young person who is both obedient and talented? Cheng Yi's pleasant attitude and lack of attempts to inflate his fee delighted him, alleviating the weight that had been pressing on his heart for days. Cheng Yi, sing well. Yang Shouxian placed a hand on Cheng Yi's shoulder, speaking earnestly. As long as you perform admirably, raising your fee in the future will be inevitable. Cheng Yi expressed his gratitude once more. As Yang Shouxian rose to leave, Cheng Yi hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Boss Yang, may I ask you for a favor? In a good mood, Yang Shouxian halted and turned to look at him. What is it? Speak up. I would like to request an advance of 20 yuan, if possible. I can deduct it from tonight's performance fee. I plan to arrive at 6:30 and perform for an additional half hour. What do you think? Initially, Yang Shouxian felt a twinge of discomfort at the thought of Cheng Yi asking for an advance so soon into his employment. After all, it was uncommon for someone to request an advance on their very first day. However, upon hearing the latter part of Cheng Yi's proposal, that he would perform an extra half hour for free, it brought a smile to Yang Shouxian's heart. This young man knows how to navigate the world. All right, in a short while, the finance department will deliver it to you. Yang Shouxian, beaming with joy, exited the office. Manager Zhao turned back to glance at Cheng Yi, his expression one of astonished disbelief. This young man, whom he had encountered a few times on the street, had always seemed frivolous and aimless, dreaming grandiose dreams of becoming a star. Who would have thought he possessed genuine talent? Cheng Yi waited in the office for over 10 minutes before the sound of footsteps echoed from outside. Shortly after, the finance personnel entered, carrying 2 large bills along with a salary advance slip, which required Cheng Yi's signature. Taking the money, Cheng Yi carefully tucked it into his pocket and strode out of the Golden Phoenix karaoke hall. The clock now struck 10, and the sun shone brightly outside. He made his way directly to the agricultural market, where remnants of the old supply and marketing cooperative facade still lingered. After the cessation of ticket-based transactions, the storefront had transformed into a general store. Vendors from nearby villages brought their produce, and meat from the local processing plant was readily available. Unlike the scarcity of goods prevalent in the 70s and 80s, the 90s heralded an era of economic growth, where every household began to thrive. The agricultural market buzzed with lively bargaining. Residents from nearby apartment complexes emerged to purchase vegetables, their voices filling the air with negotiations. Cheng Yi stepped into the general store, greeted by a myriad of goods displayed in glass cabinets. The price list was prominently affixed to the wall, inscribed in standard script with a brush on red paper. Adjacent to it, the white wall boldly proclaimed in crimson paint, "Credibility first, customers supreme." Cheng Yi scrutinized the price list before approaching the counter. "Sir, what would you like?" The saleswoman, clad in a tailored 8-piece suit, wedge-heeled shoes, and the latest nude stockings, embodied the standard of the time. Working at the supply and marketing cooperative was akin to holding a secure job, attainable only by those with familial connections. Securing a position there often led to finding a partner in the county, ensuring a comfortable life ahead. Coupled with the stability of such employment, her demeanor towards customers was rather indifferent, and upon seeing someone dressed in tattered clothes, she couldn't help but show her disdain, her nostrils flaring slightly. "I would like 5 kilograms of rice, 2 light bulbs, 3 kilograms of rapeseed oil, and..." In those days, prices were fairly reasonable. Rice cost 80 cents per kilogram, light bulbs a yuan each, while rapeseed oil was on the pricier side at 2.50 per kilogram. Cheng Yi gathered essential items as the saleswoman conveniently fetched a nylon bag, priced at 20 cents, to pack his purchases. "That will be 14 yuan and 80 cents. Cheng Yi mentally calculated the total. He retrieved 2 large bills and handed them over. To be honest, even though families were better off now, making such a large purchase at once was still uncommon. She scrutinized Cheng Yi more closely, a slight jolt of surprise coursing through her. It must be said, Cheng Yi was indeed quite handsome. Standing at an impressive height of 181 meters, he possesses an elongated physique, with strikingly handsome features and a cascade of hair casually tucked behind his ears, exuding an air of audacious nonchalance. Particularly noteworthy are his eyes, which reflect a profound sense of composure that belies his youthful appearance. "Excuse me, change please." Cheng Yi reached out, gently tapping the table to reclaim the saleswoman's attention. Startled, she flushed with embarrassment and hastily retrieved the coins from the drawer, presenting them to him. "Here, Esther change, 5 yuan and 20 cents. "Thank you," Cheng Yi replied graciously, accepting the coins before bending down to hoist a nylon bag brimming with goods onto his shoulder. Upon exiting the store, he found himself face to face with the butcher's stall. The prices for various cuts of pork varied considerably. Lean meat was priced at 1.7 yuan, while fatty meat was 1.9 yuan. In these times, when many found their bellies lacking in richness, purchasing fatty cuts to cure with salt and store in jars was a prudent choice, allowing for sustenance over several months. Who could afford to buy lean meat? The stall owner, engaged in conversation with another customer, noticed Cheng Yi approaching and deftly nudged a large piece of fatty pork forward. "Look, the last chunk of prime lard. You're quite fortunate today. Chapter 7, could you give Dad a hug, please?" Cheng Yi glimpsed the plump, white flesh and chuckled, shaking his head as he pointed to the lean meat accompanied by 2 ribs. "Master, I would like this. How much per pound?" In these times, it's rare to find someone purchasing lean meat. I never anticipated there would still be someone specifically seeking ribs. The vendor beamed with delight. Fearing Cheng Yi might change his mind, he swiftly picked up his knife and gestured, saying, "Here, let us weigh this together. I'll give it to you for $1.60 per pound. What do you say?" Cheng Yi nodded, mentally calculating his funds. "Let us go with $5 then." After some contemplation, he realized he hadn't reserved any money for transportation. Unfamiliar with the cost of living, He hadn't thought much of $1 earlier that morning. But now, witnessing how it could buy him a substantial amount of meat, he felt a twinge of reluctance. Very well. The vendor brandished his knife, swiftly and accurately slicing down, producing a piece of meat with 2 ribs attached. He weighed it in his hand, grinning. This is just about $5 worth. You can check it. If it's short, it's on me. After saying this, he grabbed a piece of pig liver from his stall and casually tucked it into the oil paper bag. This is a little gift for you. Enjoy. Cheng Yi knew this vendor was renowned in the vicinity for his precise cuts. He had never miscalculated the weight of meat. Gratefully, he expressed his thanks, paid the amount, and stuffed the bag of pork into a nylon sack, hoisting it onto his shoulder as he made his way home. Along the path, numerous stalls offered various delicacies. Just as Cheng Yi approached the exit of the agricultural market, he caught a whiff of a delightful fried aroma. Pausing, he turned his head to discover a vendor selling fried pancakes. A young woman, her hair styled in thick, black braids, donned a red front-closing jacket and blue trousers, cheerfully wielding a long, aluminum ladle. The ladle dipped into a cylindrical container filled with a mixture of rice batter and shredded radish, occasionally incorporating bits of meat or the remnants of rendered lard, seasoned with a hint of crushed chili, before being deep-fried in vegetable oil. Before long, a round pancake floated to the surface. In his previous life, even after moving to the capital, Cheng Yi would sometimes reminisce about the taste of these fried pancakes. Taking a bite, he relished the crispy exterior, fragrant oil filling his mouth, while the interior was soft, savory, and delightfully spicy. He halted and inquired, "How much for one?" The woman smiled, looking up at him. 7 cents each. Cheng Yi hesitated, pursing his lips, a wry smile forming on his face. "Comrade, I only have 20 cents left. Could you possibly sell me 3? I promise to pay you the extra cent tomorrow." "Ah, that's no problem." The young woman chuckled, wiping her hands on her apron before taking the oil paper to wrap the pancakes. "I was about to close up anyway. Here, take 3 pancakes." Cheng Yi quickly expressed his gratitude, accepting the pancakes, and after settling the payment, tucked them into the nylon bag. With 20 yuan spent entirely, he felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and happiness. After a 30-mile trek, burdened with a large nylon bag, Cheng Yi took nearly 2 hours to finally arrive home. Under the blazing sun, he shed his leather jacket, revealing a simple, white short-sleeved shirt beneath. His back drenched in perspiration. Gritting his teeth, he trudged on, pausing intermittently. Fortunately, his robust physique and youthful vigor allowed him to endure, or else this endeavor might have cost him dearly. At this moment, in the courtyard, Lin Qingran was fastening her zipper. A light drizzle had just begun, and after playing for a while, Qingqing's stomach growled with hunger. Whining playfully, she ran over and clung to Lin Qingran's arm. "Mama, Qingqing is hungry. I want to eat." Furrowing her little brow, she pointed her flat stomach with a pitiful expression, exclaiming, Look, my tummy is singing." Although Lang Lang was sensible, he too felt the pangs of hunger. Lowering his head in silence, his small hands clenched tightly at his sides. Lin Qingran set down her trousers, recalling the leftover vegetables from breakfast. However, there was little left, only half a plate of stir-fried, pickled mustard greens. The cooking oil had completely run out, and the remaining salt and soy sauce were nearly depleted. Lin Qingran rose, placing her trousers and sewing kit aside, and softly said, "There are some stir-fried greens left from this morning. Mama will cook 2 sweet potatoes, and you can have them with the greens, all right?" Lang Lang looked up at her, asking, "But Mama, what about you?" Lin Qingran shook her head. "Mama is not hungry, Mama." Just as she spoke, there came a quick, urgent knocking at the door. Lin Qingran's expression changed suddenly. Fearing it was Qi Laoda pursuing them again, she instinctively prepared to hide with Qingqing. Unexpectedly, she heard Cheng Yi's slightly breathless voice. "Qingran, open the door. I'm back." The door had been locked from within. Lin Qingran froze, her eyes widening in surprise. Cheng Yi, he had returned? This morning, when Cheng Yi had left home, her heart had felt like it had fallen into an icy abyss. Preparing breakfast, coaxing the children, and his words to her had all seemed fleeting. How could he possibly come back? The debt of 600 yuan likely meant he had made one last breakfast before vanishing. Yet now he was back? Lin Qingran stood in a daze until Ching tugged at her arm, exclaiming, "Mama, it's Daddy. Daddy's come back." The little one blinked with excitement, her eyes sparkling. Lang Lang looked up at her and softly asked, "Mama, should we open the door for Daddy? Lang Lang will protect you." Regaining her composure, Lin Qingran unclenched her fists, took a deep breath and nodded. Nothing could be worse than their current predicament. She rose, walked to the courtyard door, and unlatched it. Outside stood a man in a damp short-sleeved shirt, radiating warmth. Seeing Lin Qingran open the door for him, Cheng Yi broke into a smile, his eyes shimmering. "I'm back," he said cheerfully, like a husband returning home after a long absence, his demeanor tender and familiar. Lin Qingran's heart fluttered as if stirred by something unseen. She pressed her lips together and almost instinctively stepped aside to let him in. Cheng Yi entered the courtyard. Ching was filled with joy upon seeing him, her little legs trotting forward, clutching a blade of dogtail grass, as she rushed towards him with a gleeful huff. "Daddy!" Her voice was sweet and melodious, and she ran up to Cheng Yi, arms wide open, yearning for an embrace. "I missed you, Daddy. Hug me." Cheng Yi quickly set down the nylon bag, opened his arms, and lifted the little one into his embrace. Lang Lang trailed behind, pouting and muttering, "Lang Lang is a big kid now, I don't want to hug." Cheng Yi suppressed a chuckle and ruffled his hair. "But Daddy loves hugs. Can Lang Lang give Daddy a hug?" Since his rebirth, his son had always seemed distant. Although he was the younger sibling, he exhibited far more maturity than Ching, which made him even more resistant to Cheng Yi. Yet, Cheng Yi remained patient. He thought, as long as they were by his side, it was already the greatest blessing from the heavens. Once the words left his lips, he did not expect a response from the little boy. To his surprise, Lang Lang, blushing and fidgeting, let his hands hang by his sides, nervously tugging at his patched trousers before reluctantly making his way over. "All right then, just one hug for Daddy, just for a moment." Cheng Yi was taken aback, then burst into laughter. He swiftly pulled him into his arms, embracing both of his regained children. As a gentle breeze swept through the small courtyard, his eyes suddenly felt warm, and all his fatigue vanished. "Oh, I bought you some food." Cheng Yi quickly pointed to the nylon bag beside him, opened it, and retrieved the paper-wrapped parcel resting on top. Inside lay 3 fried cakes. Though they had cooled during the journey home, they still exuded a tantalizing aroma. The 2 children, having never encountered such delicacies before, gazed at Cheng Yi with wide, curious eyes. "Here, one for each of you." He smiled as he handed one to each child. Ching and Lang Lang eagerly accepted them, unable to contain their excitement as they took their first bites. "Wow, so delicious, so fragrant. Lang Lang likes it too." The 2 little ones were evidently overjoyed to have something to eat. After watching them for a moment, Cheng Yi turned to Lin Qingran. With a gentle smile, he extended the remaining paper-wrapped cake towards her. "There's one left for you. How about to tide you over? I'll prepare dinner shortly." Lin Qingran was taken aback. In truth, she had been in a state of shock since Cheng Yi's arrival. Children, in their innocence, are often the most sensitive. In the past, Cheng Yi would return and feign kindness towards them, merely hoping that they would care for him in his old age. However, Ching and Lang Lang had always shied away from him, often crying at the slightest provocation. Yet now, ever since yesterday, his demeanor towards the 2 children had undergone a remarkable transformation. And what astonished Lin Qingran the most was how the children had begun to warm up to him as well. No longer did he merely offer empty compliments. He was cooking, embracing the children, and even buying fried cakes. Lin Qingran stood in a daze as she accepted the oil paper package. Before she could gather her thoughts, Cheng Yi once again emptied the contents of the nylon bag. Pork, fine grains, cooking oil, and other daily necessities spilled forth, even including a small packet of colorful sugar candies. Lin Qingran glanced down, her pupils contracting slightly. He was now half squatting on the ground, and she could clearly see the red marks on his shoulder, inflicted by the weight of the heavy nylon bag. His denim jeans and leather shoes were caked with mud. It was worth noting that this outfit was his prized possession. A pair of leather shoes cost 100 yuan, and Cheng Yi had specially arranged for someone to bring them back from the provincial capital. On the day they were purchased, Lang Lang had curiously reached out to touch them, only to get mud all over his hands, resulting in a fierce scolding from Cheng Yi. Since then, he only wore them on significant occasions, and upon returning home, he would meticulously clean them with a towel and apply shoe polish, forbidding anyone from touching them. Yet now, the shoes were sullied with yellow mud, and everything seemed to have changed. Suddenly, a thought flickered in Lin Qingran's mind. She fixed her gaze on Cheng Yi and asked, "Did you walk back?" Cheng Yi, not one to conceal the truth, nodded and casually placed the pork into a basin filled with water. Yes, the fare was quite expensive. $1 could buy over half a kilogram of pork. I couldn't bear to spend it, thinking it would be better to buy more food for the children. So I walked back instead. Chapter 8. Singing for Lin Qingran. She blushed upon finishing his words. He tilted his head and flashed a grin at Lin Qingran, treating it as a mere exercise. In that fleeting moment, her heart felt as though it had been gently plucked by an unseen hand. She gazed at the fried cake in her hand, then at Cheng Yi, and finally offered it to him, saying, "I'm not hungry. You have it." Ultimately, she could not harden her heart. This man had once been the object of her deepest affections, even though the mask had been torn away, leaving behind only a bloody and painful reality. She still experienced fleeting moments of tenderness and reluctance. She had once clung to hope, but alas, she had endured until her heart was reduced to ashes. Cheng Yi did not accept the offering. He shook his head, weighed the meat in his hand, and smiled. "No, I've already eaten. I'm saving room for meat. You eat it." Lin Qingran fell silent for a moment, rewrapping the oil paper to save for Ching Ching. As she approached to assist, she noticed a large pile of items on the ground, stirring her curiosity. That many belongings must have cost quite a sum. Where could Cheng Yi have procured the money? Could it be that he had resorted to usury again? A sudden jolt of anxiety gripped Lin Qingran's heart. Her complexion paled slightly, her fists clenched, nails digging into her palms, the pain serving to keep her mind alert. Ching Ching was still here. She could not question him in front of the children. "Lang Lang, take your sister to play under the eaves. The sun will tan your skin." Lin Qingran forced a smile as she spoke to the two children. Lang Lang nodded obediently and led Ching Ching away. Meanwhile, Cheng Yi had begun washing rice and putting in the pot. "Qingran, I can't manage the wood stove. I'll have to trouble you again," he said with a smile as he turned to her. Lin Qingran felt a chill sweep through her limbs, her gaze fixed upon Cheng Yi, enveloped in an overwhelming sense of unease. Indeed, how difficult it is for a person to change. How could she forget how Cheng Yi had deceived her time and again, each time pushing her deeper into the abyss? Lin Qingran sat silently in front of the stove, lighting the fire and boiling the pot, her expression gradually growing colder. Cheng Yi was not a fool. With a single glance, he could discern something was amiss with Lin Qingran. He had his suspicions and continued to smile while slicing the pork, turning to look at her. "I went to the county today to find a job," Cheng Yi said softly. "I secured a position as a resident singer at the Golden Phoenix Karaoke Hall. Although it doesn't carry the prestige of a stable job. It pays well, 80 yuan a night. The boss advanced me 20 yuan. Resident singer?" Lin Qingran's hands paused momentarily. She then lifted her gaze coldly to meet his, saying, "When did you learn to sing?" "Cheng Yi, could you not fabricate a more believable excuse?" Before he could respond, her eyes had already reddened. "Cheng Yi, whether you acquired this money through theft or robbery, I and the children have no means to repay you." Each word was delivered with a chilling detachment, an overwhelming sense of despair underlying her tone. Cheng Yi's heart twisted at her words. He gazed at Lin Qingran, contemplated for a moment, and decided to explain in a straightforward manner. "Gently, I shall take my leave of you. Please wipe away the tears from the corners of your eyes." The next instant, a hoarse yet magnetic voice resonated, the melody enchanting. This was a song by Chi Qin, released in an album in 1987, which swiftly captivated the streets and alleys with its heartfelt and passionate essence. In the cramped kitchen, the air was thick with the aroma of cooking. The sunlight in the courtyard was fervent, streaming in diagonally through the eaves. The vibrant flames of the stove licked at the pot's bottom as the rice boiled and released its fragrant steam. A glimmer of golden light danced upon Cheng Yi, clad in a white short-sleeved shirt and denim jeans. He radiated youthful vigor, droplets of sweat dampening his temples, with stray strands of hair sticking to his sharply defined jawline. He was gazing at his own reflection, his eyes soft, as if capable of ensnaring one's very soul. Cheng Yi was an exceptional actor, yet at this moment, the tenderness he exuded was utterly genuine. Before him stood Lin Qingran, stunningly beautiful. Her cascading black hair resembled a waterfall, her features strikingly radiant, especially her almond-shaped eyes, which sparkled like autumn waters. She was resilient. Despite life's relentless challenges, her eyes perpetually nurtured both tenacity and gentleness. Tenacity towards life, gentleness towards children. Such a remarkable woman. Cheng Yi could not fathom why he had overlooked her in his past life. Uncertain of the time, perhaps it was in winter. As the lingering notes faded, a smile crept upon Cheng Yi's lips, and he gently addressed Lin Qingran. I truly did not deceive you. Lin Qingran was taken aback, realizing she had become entranced, as if Cheng Yi had caught her in the act, prompting her to hastily lower her gaze. Cheng Yi, however, noticed two rosy blushes bloom on her cheeks, her earlobes turning a delicate pink. His mood inexplicably brightened. Winter was lovely, yet I believe I prefer spring even more. Moments later, as Cheng Yi sliced the meat and dropped it into the pan, the sizzling sound echoed, and he found himself muttering aloud. Lin Qingran paused, unable to catch his words. Her autumn-like gaze fixed upon him. What? I said, I prefer spring, Cheng Yi replied with a smile, glancing at the courtyard wall. In February, as the grass grows and the orioles fly, the spring radiance is splendid. It is now. He swallowed, chuckling softly. Cheng Yi intended to prepare a delightful meal for the children. He separated the ribs, chopping them into segments for sweet and sour pork. The chili skins were soaked in water, then stir-fried with pork for a fragrant and spicy dish. As for the pig liver, he sliced it, marinating it with cooking wine and ginger, then boiled it in hot water, thickening it with sweet potato starch, and garnishing it with a sprinkle of scallions for an aromatic finish. Finally, to balance the meal with both meat and vegetables, he peeled a bamboo shoot he had gathered that morning, stir-frying it with a mix of fatty and lean meat, filling the air with its fresh aroma. 3 dishes and a soup were generously laid out upon the table. Lin Qingran felt a pang of tenderness. Such an abundance of meat was something she had never encountered even during the new year. If only it could be salted and dried, it would last for ages. Salted meat is detrimental to one's health. Cheng Yi seemed to perceive her thoughts, smiling as he served her a bowl of white rice. Rest assured, we shall have meat every day from now on. I will not neglect you and the child. Her eyes welled up, an inexplicable ache filling her heart. Accepting the rice, she looked at the 3 dishes and soup before her, her first instinct being to doubt her own reality. Meanwhile, in the adjacent yard, Cheng Shumi was chopping pig fodder, which she had laboriously gathered from the riverbank early that morning. Balancing it on a shoulder pole, it had taken her the entire morning to fill it just enough. Upon her return, the men of the household had gone to the village committee to work, leaving her to open the iron pot, which contained only a few sweet potatoes in the coal pot and stove. She managed to eat with the well water, only to return to chopping pig fodder to feed the pigs. Cheng Shumi was the youngest aunt of Cheng Yi. Cheng Yi's father, Cheng Zhaozhen, had 3 siblings in total, with the youngest being an aunt. It must be noted that both brothers had achieved success. The eldest, Cheng Qian, found a job in the county town and, with the onset of economic reform, opened a small restaurant beside a school, flourishing in business. Though tiring, he earned a considerable sum over the year. The second brother, Cheng Zhaozhen, did not fare as well, but his eldest son, Cheng Ming, despite having a slight limp from a childhood fever, was academically gifted and excelled in school, eventually teaching in a junior high school after graduating from a vocational institute. After 2 years, he was promoted to a high school, enjoying considerable prestige. As for the third sibling, Cheng Shumi, her situation was rather tragic. Their father, Cheng Baowang, favored sons over daughters, and when Cheng Shumi was merely in the 1st grade, she was pulled back to work in the fields. From a young age, she toiled in the fields, carrying rice and cutting grass to feed the pigs, performing both masculine and feminine tasks. Later, Cheng Baowang felt some remorse and arranged a marriage for her. The man, Yi Yulong, was the village captain who had contributed significantly during the land reform. Unfortunately, his family was poor, though he was handsome and tall. Cheng Shumi reluctantly accepted. After marrying, she lived with Yi Yulong in Dawaku for a time, but as life became unbearably harsh, she returned with him. Coincidentally, both of Cheng Baowang's sons had moved to the county, leaving no one to care for him. Thus Cheng Shumi and her husband naturally took him in. She did not do so without conditions. She demanded a monthly support fee of 15 yuan from each of her two brothers, or else, according to rural custom, they would be obligated to bring their father along to the county. Cheng Qian and Cheng Zhaojin had no choice but to comply, each contributing 15 yuan, totaling 30. Remarkably, in the countryside, 10 yuan could sustain someone for almost 2 months. Cheng Shumi felt no guilt. In fact, she harbored resentment towards both her father and her brothers. Had she not sacrificed her education, would she be reduced to chopping pig fodder daily? They were all enjoying life while she endured hardship. As her anger intensified, she clenched her fists and muttered to herself, consumed by thoughts of her unfortunate fate. Dad, the meat is so delicious. Ching loves to eat ribs. The clear, youthful voice of a child unexpectedly pierced through the wall, causing Cheng Shumi to pause in surprise. What? Ribs? Who is eating ribs? No wonder she had been sensing a tantalizing aroma wafting into her nostrils. Cheng Shumi, filled with suspicion, halted and listened intently, only to realize that the voice emanated from the yard of her neighbor, Cheng Yi's family. Her eyes widened in astonishment. What? Her nephew's family is eating ribs? Is the sun rising from the west? Cheng Yi was technically Cheng Shumi's nephew, yet their relationship was far from cordial. In fact, it was strained to the utmost degree. Cheng Zhaojin and Yi Yulong had clashed over land distribution issues, resulting in a significant conflict where both men nearly came to blows with their hoes in hand. Living in such proximity only exacerbated their friction. After much effort, they managed to reconcile, yet, in a cruel twist of fate, when Cheng Yi was 17, he had wielded a stick and broken the leg of Cheng Shumi's son, Yi Wei. Even though Cheng Zhaojin later offered compensation and an apology, taking them to the hospital for treatment, the injury left lingering repercussions. Chapter 9. As the rain poured down, Yi Wei would toss and turn in bed, crying out in pain. Cheng Shumi felt a pang of sorrow each time she witnessed this. However, when Cheng Yi fell into debt due to usury, and Lin Qingran, along with their 2 children, were left starving, Cheng Shumi never once inquired about their situation. In her view, this was merely poetic justice for the wicked, and she relished the thought. Yesterday, during a torrential downpour, when the debt collector Chi Lauda came knocking, she pressed her ear against the wall, listening intently for half the night. The satisfaction it brought her was indescribable. She even fantasized about Chi Lauda breaking Cheng Yi's leg, hoping he would experience the suffering that his son had endured. Yet, to her dismay, while she had not witnessed any broken bones, she could now hear the sounds of feasting from the neighboring house. Cheng Shumi lost all interest in chopping pigweed. She stared at the wooden basin for a while and then leaned in closely to listen, even sniffing the air with intensity. Her frustration mounted. After much contemplation, she decided to dismiss the matter entirely. She concluded that she was merely worrying for no reason. This young man, it was said, had amassed a staggering debt, 600 yuan, as Zhao Chanhua had mentioned while washing clothes that morning. Given that Zhao Chanhua and Chi Laodao were distant relatives, there could be no mistake. 600 yuan. She was eager to see how he planned to repay it. Even if he reveled in the present, wouldn't he ultimately face dire consequences? With a huff, Cheng Shumi felt a renewed sense of comfort, invigorated as she resumed chopping pigweed. Once the pigs were sold at the end of the year, she would save up some money to send to her son Yi Wei, ensuring that he would not have to live any worse than others. Meanwhile, an hour later, Ching, her belly round and full, contentedly left the table. Burp. The sound of her belch immediately flushed her cheeks with embarrassment. She shyly covered her face, peeking through her fingers at Cheng Yi and Lin Qingran. Oh no, please don't let Daddy laugh. Please don't let Mommy laugh. Cheng Yi quickly covered his mouth to stifle his laughter, assuring her, all right, Daddy won't laugh, I promise. Lin Qingran tidied up the dishes, carefully placing the remaining food in the cupboard and covering it with a plate to deter any mice. Only then did she approach the two, wiping her hands before saying, once you're full, go take a nap. I'll call you when it's time. Okay. Ching and Liang replied in unison, their eyes sparkling with joy. They greeted Cheng Yi cheerfully before hastening off to their room for a nap. A good sleep after a hearty meal would conserve energy and promote growth. Noticing Cheng Yi approaching to help with the dishes, Lin Qingran pursed her lips and looked up at him. You should rest for a while, she suggested. I can handle the dishes. Cheng Yi nodded, not wanting to argue. He was exhausted from a journey, and it was already 3:30. It was best to seize the opportunity for a brief rest before setting off to the county town at 4 o'clock. This time, he didn't have to carry anything, making it much easier. Then I'll take a nap in the front hall. Thank you for your hard work, Cheng Yi said before moving to the front hall, finding a chair to lay down and sleep. The early spring air was a bit chilly. After finishing the dishes, Lin Qingran looked up to see him curled up, his brow slightly furrowed. She hesitated for a moment before emerging from the room with a blanket, gently covering him with it. The atmosphere was serene, the courtyard basking in the radiant spring sunlight. Inside the room, the soft, tranquil breaths contrasted sharply with Cheng Yi's heavy breathing, yet they formed an oddly harmonious symphony. She gazed at Cheng Yi, her brow furrowed, her expression somewhat dazed. Yet, in those fleeting minutes, Cheng Yi found himself ensnared in a dream interwoven with two lifetimes. A torrential downpour engulfed the scene, darkness as thick as ink. He watched helplessly as Lin Qingran stubbornly led two children into the tempestuous night. Don't go. Cheng Yi's eyes burned red with urgency as he shouted. Yet no sound escaped his throat. The scene abruptly shifted. The rain ceased, but the sky remained overcast. The rain-soaked mountain breeze brushed against his face, cold as a knife edge. Cheng Yi stood at the muddy edge of a flash flood, confronted by a chaotic blend of debris and fallen trees scattered around him. The jagged stones lay in disarray. Not far away, Lin Qingran lay on the ground with the children, serene yet lifeless. The bodies, bleached by the rain, were marred by broken branches, appearing grotesque. One hand clutched Lang tightly, while the other remained in embracing posture, protecting Ching in her arms. In that instant, Cheng Yi felt as if he had plunged into a vast void, every sound muffled. An overwhelming panic surged within him. His body trembled as if a great drum were pounding in his ears, causing his heart to ache with unbearable intensity. No, no, he screamed, jolting upright. Lin Qingran was startled by his sudden movement. Their eyes met, and she steadied the chaos within her gaze before asking, "What's wrong? Are you?" Yet Cheng Yi could not compose himself. His eyes were horrifically red, his mind consumed by the image of her lying on the ground. Upon seeing Lin Qingran alive before him, he disregarded everything else, biting his lip in silence as he grasped her arm tightly, pulling her forcefully towards him. Cheng Yi, she gasped in surprise, and the next moment, he enveloped her in his embrace. So warm, Cheng Yi's embrace was scorching. He held her tightly, as if exerting tremendous force, causing her bones to ache. As long as you are here, he whispered, his voice trembling, repeating the phrase over and over. Lin Qingran was taken aback. She could hardly recall the last time she had embraced Cheng Yi in such a manner. Their marriage had been arranged by their parents, and to speak bluntly, she had been sold to him as a bride. It was only on their wedding day that she truly beheld Cheng Yi's visage, youthful and handsome. He had once treated her with gentle kindness, but alas, their time together was fleeting. In just half a year, he became infatuated with stardom. He went to great lengths to gift her, striving to join a drama troupe as an actor, and when his own funds were depleted, he began to use hers. Eventually, he resorted to borrowing money, seeking loans from relatives, and even turning to usury, leading their lives into chaos. Lin Qingran's once fervent heart gradually turned to ice. Once filled with aspirations, she yearned to nurture their home into a better haven. Alas, by the end, she couldn't even afford a new outfit for her child to celebrate the new year. As for her relationship with Cheng Yi, it had been years since they had even shared a proper conversation, let alone an embrace. Now, enveloped in his warm embrace, the heat of his chest and the slightly coarse stubble grazing her neck made her body tense in an instant. After a long pause, Cheng Yi finally regained his composure. He released her, gazing intently for a moment before softly asking, "Did I frighten you?" Lin Qingran lowered her head, her gaze flustered, her lips pressed into a straight line. No! A breeze swept through, stirring her loose hair, long, curled eyelashes, and her strikingly dark eyes, alongside her cascade of black locks. Cheng Yi glanced at the sky and rose to his feet, saying, I must be on my way. The venue will only close at 10 tonight, and I might not find a ride back. It will be rather late if I walk, so you and the child should rest without worrying about me. Lin Qingran was momentarily taken aback and muttered softly, Who would worry about you? How long had it been since he had slept at home? He ought to remind himself to leave the door open for him. Cheng Yi smiled lightly, without elaborating further, casually draping his coat over his shoulders. Rinsing his hair with cold well water, wiping it hastily before stepping out. Behind him, Lin Qingran watched his retreating figure, her heart a tumult of emotions. At 6 in the evening, the Golden Phoenix nightclub opened its doors. It was Friday, and after a week of hard work, employees finally had time to visit the club for music and dance. Yang Shouxian stood at the entrance, directing his staff to write promotional slogans. In these times, there were no electronic prints. Everything was handwritten. A middle-aged man wielded a red chalk, inscribing bold letters on a blackboard. Today, Cantonese songs available for requests. 10 yuan per song, guaranteed authentic pronunciation. Additionally, we have new roasted snacks, sunflower seeds, peanuts, and beer. As the crowd gradually purchased tickets to enter the club, many glanced up at the blackboard, unable to resist taking a second look. Upon seeing it, they were utterly astonished. Cantonese songs? Could it be true? Are there indeed performers who can sing in Cantonese? Is it authentic? If the pronunciation is poor, I'd rather listen to a recording. Exactly. Cantonese is incredibly difficult. Just the other day, I spent half a month trying to learn a new song by Leslie Chung and still couldn't master it. I adore Cantonese songs. Where did this singer come from? How come I wasn't aware? The crowd erupted into lively chatter. Yang Shouxian, smiling and puffing on a cigarette, teased. It's a young newcomer. As for whether the Cantonese is authentic, you'll find out once you hear him. If it's not to your liking, you can always disrupt the performance later. Oh, the mere mention of disrupting the show suggested high expectations from the crowd. With eager faces, even those who were initially hesitant about buying tickets now willingly reached for their wallets. Meanwhile, backstage, Cheng Yi was testing the microphone, listening to the accompaniment several times. In this era, many performances rely on vinyl records for accompaniment. Each song is contained on a separate disc. Once a song is selected, the vinyl is placed on the turntable, and as the music begins, the singer simply holds a wired microphone and sings along. Unlike in later times, where live electronic accompaniment became prevalent, these old-fashioned dance halls are marked by their simplicity and convenience, yet they place significant demands on vocal performance. In his previous life, Cheng Yi had encountered grand stages frequently, and now, as he stepped into the dance hall to sing, he felt no trace of anxiety. He adjusted the sound, calibrated the rhythm, familiarized himself with the venue, and greeted the staff. After completing this routine, those working alongside him began to regard the young man with newfound respect. This aura, this level of proficiency. If one were to claim it was his first time performing on stage, few would believe it. At precisely 6:30, the show commenced. As the crimson velvet curtain drew back, Cheng Yi emerged before the audience, clad in a leather jacket, denim jeans, and leather shoes, microphone in hand. Oh, this young man is quite handsome. He appears to be just in his early 20s. Can he sing? Not bad, he seems unfazed. Today's audience was eager to hear his fresh voice. Chapter 10. A 70 yuan reward. Lin Qingran's concerned the crowd sat in small groups at the booths, sipping tea and beer and munching on sunflower seeds. Upon seeing a newcomer emerge, they enthusiastically applauded. Above Cheng Yi's head was a spinning, colorful light. It was an old-fashioned rotating stage light, spherical in shape, with 12 facets adorned with various hues of translucent glass. As it spun, the entire dance hall was illuminated in a kaleidoscope of colors. Suspended from the ceiling were various ribbons, shimmering and layered together. When unfurled, they formed a fluffy, voluminous shape, with deep purples being the most common. As the lights flickered, the ribbons reflected the brilliance, making the dance hall truly dazzling. Cheng Yi took a step back, squinting slightly, not for any other reason than the glaring brightness was quite blinding. Today marks my first visit to the Golden Phoenix. If my singing does not meet expectations, I ask for your understanding, dear brothers and sisters." Cheng Yi smiled, his gaze slowly surveying the audience. "For the first performance this evening, I shall sing a song by our beloved queen of sweet melodies, Teresa Tung, Wandering Through Life." After speaking, Cheng Yi turned to nod at the staff member responsible for the music. Moments later, the familiar accompaniment began to play, and he gently closed his eyes. "By your side, though the road is long, I shall accompany you through every step, traversing peaks." This song was released by Teresa Tung in 1983. With her beauty, sweet voice, and charming demeanor, she transformed this piece into a timeless classic. Cheng Yi's voice, somewhat husky, carried an inexplicable strength and depth. Having returned to life, his vocal tone was significantly brighter than it had been in his 40s, captivating listeners with every note. The audience was spellbound. The breath, the technique, and even the slight gestures of Cheng Yi drew them deeply into the song. Hearing it live was an entirely different experience compared to listening through a radio. As the final notes faded, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Yang Shouxian felt his heart settle back into his chest. He laughed heartily, lit a cigarette, and exhaled deeply. "Damn it! Who could possibly steal business from my Golden Phoenix now?" The 3.5 hours were not spent singing continuously, for that would surely ruin one's voice. Cheng Yi generally sang 3 songs, then took a 15-minute break to drink warm water and lozenges to soothe his throat before performing songs requested by the guests. Once he became a mainstay, he could earn a share of 1 yuan per song. After a night of singing several songs, the earnings amounted to a considerable sum. Singing continued until 10 o'clock, marking the end of the workday. Yang Shouxian, beaming with joy, approached Cheng Yi while lighting a cigarette. Gome, Cheng Yi, you did well." He handed over a cigarette, which Cheng Yi quickly accepted. "Here, this is 70 yuan. Yang Shouxian was straightforward, presenting 7 10-yuan notes. 10 yuan is your bonus for today. You sang exceptionally well." The guest responded very positively. "Remember to arrive on time tomorrow." Cheng Yi Dao expressed his gratitude, accepted the money, and exchanged pleasantries with the staff before finally exiting the ballroom. Upon encountering the doorman, he handed over 2 fine cigarettes. "Brother, the supply and marketing cooperative is closed, and I cannot purchase cigarettes for now. Please, smoke these for the time being. I shall return them tomorrow." The doorman was taken aback. Goodness, these are the kind of cigarettes only the boss can afford. He quickly accepted them, and his demeanor towards Cheng Yi transformed dramatically. "Oh, you are far too generous," the doorman exclaimed with a broad smile. "You don't reside in the county town, do you? Be cautious on your way back. The roads are not safe. If you encounter any trouble, just mention that Boss Yang is looking out for you." Cheng Yi nodded, bid him farewell, and set off towards home. The moonlight was bright and clear, casting an elongated shadow of him along the path. The 30-plus miles back to his village were flanked by waist-high bushes that rustled ominously in the wind, deterring the faint-hearted from venturing forth. Moreover, since the late 1980s, Yuen County had been rife with unrest. Criminal syndicates banded together to rob passing merchants, with countless wrong souls believed to have been discarded in the Yangtze River. In this place, for an ordinary person to amass wealth without some skill or means was utterly impossible. Take Yang Shouxian, the owner of the Golden Phoenix Dance Hall. For instance, he had formidable connections in both the underworld and legitimate sectors. Otherwise, minor inspections would occur daily, making it impossible for the dance hall to continue operating. Cheng Yi carefully concealed the money in the soles of his shoes and tucked a knife into his waistband, sprinting back under the cold, silvery moonlight. He covered the 30 miles in just over 60 minutes, propelled by urgency. In the brisk, early spring air, he felt a chill on his back, realizing he was drenched in sweat. The courtyard door was ajar, and with a gentle push, it swung open. After securing the latch, Cheng Yi finally exhaled in relief. He made his way to the kitchen, poured himself a bowl of water to drink, and, after a moment's respite, felt the sticky discomfort of sweat on his body. He decided to strip off his clothes and stepped outside to wash off with well water. Despite the early spring chill, Cheng Yi felt oblivious to the cold. After a long day of exertion, fatigue weighed heavily upon him, yet his heart burned with a newfound intensity. He had returned to the year 1990 in Chengji village, to the very day that marked a turning point in his life. This time, he chose a path entirely different from before. As the cold water cascaded over him, Cheng Yi's thoughts became increasingly lucid. In his previous life, he had received a Lifetime Achievement Award and had won numerous Best Actor titles. Yet the innocence and naivety he once possessed were long washed away by the sordid realities of the entertainment industry. Dreams? Blitzy lights? Merely superficial illusions. In that place, where material desires reign supreme, only capital stands as the ultimate sovereign. Even though he had risen to the exalted heights of an esteemed actor in his past life, he was still but a plaything in the hands of capital. In this rebirth, he stood at the precipice of 1990, amidst the tumult of commerce. In 2 years, Deng Gong's journey southward would herald the onset of an economic wave. Numerous elite figures of the era seized the opportunity, navigating the turbulent seas of commerce and forging a generation of formidable leaders. The following year marked the establishment of Waha, while Vank made its public debut. In the subsequent year, the real estate sector began to rise, and many tycoons amassed their first fortunes during this time. Cheng Yi understood the wisdom of moderation. Yet in an age brimming with blank slates and business prospects, all he needed was to seize a couple of opportunities. Once he secured his first substantial funding, he could invest in the entertainment field he knew so well. He no longer wished to be a mere plaything of capital. He, Cheng Yi, aspired to become capital itself. At this moment, within the room, Lin Qingran turned over and opened her eyes. The moonlight cascaded through the window, and she quietly covered Qingqing with a blanket. The two little ones were sprawled across the bed, with Longlong's tiny feet resting on Qingqing's little belly, while the latter slept soundly, her cherubic face squished into a delightful roundness. They must have had their fill before bed, as they were sleeping particularly soundly that night. Lin Qingran glanced outside, suddenly hearing a faint rustling sound, as if someone were moving about, accompanied by the splashing of water. Was it Cheng Yi returning? In truth, she had tossed and turned all night, his face unexpectedly flooding her mind. His tenderness, the songs he sang, and the blissful smile he wore while holding the children, all of it left her questioning. Was it real or merely an act? Her thoughts were a tangled mess, and she furrowed her brow, turning over but unable to find sleep. Donning her clothes, she made her way to the door. As she pushed it open, the old wooden door creaked loudly, piercing the tranquility of the night. Cheng Yi, who had just been pouring water over himself, instinctively glanced her way. Their eyes met, and both paused in surprise. At that moment, Cheng Yi stood clad only in his undergarments, his youthful physique adorned with a delicate layer of muscle, exuding vigor akin to a lithe cheetah. Yet, his eyes held a gentle warmth. As he looked at Lin Qingran, the moonlight cast a soft glow upon his gaze, rendering it even more tender. Qingran? He smiled. Why are you up? Did I wake you with the noise? Lin Qingran halted. Before her, Cheng Yi seemed transformed. Even during their early days together, he had never spoken to her with such gentleness. He was stubborn and possessed a strong sense of masculinity, relishing in displaying his possessiveness. He wouldn't even bend down to pick up a fallen sock, let alone cook. Yet now, on this chilly early spring night, he did not call for her to fetch water for him to bathe. Instead, he was showering outside himself. Lin Qingran pressed her lips together, gathering her clothes around her as she swiftly headed toward the kitchen. I'll heat some water for you. It's cold, and you might catch a chill, she said, avoiding Cheng Yi's gaze. The latter took a moment to regain her composure. Was Lin Qingran showing concern for him? Cheng Yi felt a surge of joy in his heart and hastily wiped himself down with a towel before jogging into the kitchen. No need to boil water now. He quickly reached out to stop Lin Qingran, saying, I've already washed up. I ran back, and I'm quite warm. A quick shower will suffice for a good night's sleep. As he spoke, he gestured toward himself. Look at me. I'm quite robust. Not cold at all. His words bore truth. The chill was only from the first few buckets of water. Once one endured it, it was manageable. Lin Qingran noticed his beaming smile, just as she was about to urge him to get dressed promptly. However, upon glancing down, she spotted the myriad of red marks on his palm, remnants of the grass cuts from earlier that morning while foraging for bamboo shoots. Hurry and change into some clothes after you've washed up, Lin Qingran murmured softly, pausing for a moment before awkwardly adding, come to my room later, but be gentle. Don't wake the child. Cheng Yi. Chapter 11. Qingran felt a twinge of pain. He certainly did not think that this invitation bore any ulterior motives. In truth, ever since Lin Qingran became pregnant, Cheng Yi had become infatuated with the idea of achieving greatness, and their intimacy had ceased entirely. Although Lin Qingran appeared gentle in demeanor, she was, in reality, quite stubborn. On one occasion, when Cheng Yi returned home inebriated, he insisted on intimacy, which resulted in the child crying. Lin Qingran, gritting her teeth and with reddened eyes, nearly stabbed him with a pair of scissors. Following that incident, their relationship further deteriorated, and Cheng Yi, weary of courting humiliation, opted to sleep in another room. At this moment, although Lin Qingran had taken the initiative to express concern for him, it had only been a day. How could she possibly experience an immediate change in attitude? Cheng Yi did not dwell on it much and nodded in agreement. He returned to his room, retrieved a sea blue sweater from an old willow wood chest, paired it with black straight-leg trousers, and finally donned a pair of cloth shoes before heading to Lin Qingran's room. Knock, knock. He politely rapped on the door. Qingran, may I come in? Inside the room, Lin Qingran lit a candle and responded with a soft, Cheng Yi pushed the door open and immediately noticed two little ones sprawled across the bed, their chests rising and falling, breaths deep and steady. Unbeknownst to them, perhaps dreaming of something delightful, Qing turned over, smacking her lips. As the candlelight flickered, Cheng Yi caught sight of the long drool mark adorning her fair, cherubic face. Meatball. Awoo. Meatball, she mumbled, seemingly relishing a feast in her dreams. Cheng Yi could not help but smile, his lips curving upward. This girl, even in her dreams, was preoccupied with food. Come here, sit here, Lin Qingran called. Cheng Yi approached and obediently seated himself on a bamboo chair. Leaning in, he finally discerned what lay before Lin Qingran: red and blue medicinal liquids in small bottles, accompanied by a cotton swab. He paused, realizing it had been many years since he had last seen such remedies. Your hand was cut by grass in the morning, and you soaked it in water again in the evening. You should apply some medicine, Lin Qingran spoke softly. Lowering her head, she twisted open the cap and dipped the cotton swab inside. Noticing Cheng Yi's lack of movement, she instinctively looked up and met his gaze. The orange-yellow candlelight danced, revealing the unfathomable depths of his eyes. Qingran, are you worried about me? Cheng Yi pressed his lips together, a gentle smile gracing his face. I am truly happy. Lin Qingran felt as if her thoughts had been laid bare, a blush creeping upon her cheeks. She quickly averted her gaze, picked up the cotton swab, stirred it in the medicinal liquid, and quietly retorted, Who has worried about you? It's just that you were a good father today. As she spoke, she paused, turning her attention to the peacefully sleeping Qing. In the next moment, summoning her courage, she earnestly raised her eyes to Cheng Yi. Cheng Yi, I do not care what you intend to do, whether you have genuinely changed or are merely putting on act. All I hope is that you do not harm a child. As she spoke, her throat tightened, her voice barely concealing a sob. She had been deceived far too many times. The arduous birth of the twins had nearly cost her life, yet her milk supply was insufficient. She resorted to spending the 20 yuan she had secretly saved, asking Cheng Yi to buy a few chickens for stewing to help with lactation. Instead, he turned around and purchased a pair of jeans, claiming it was necessary to dress decently, as everyone in the theater troupe did. When the twins were 7 months old, they both fell ill with a fever, suffering from vomiting and diarrhea. Desperately, she pleaded with the village doctor to treat the children, who prescribed medication. She even borrowed 10 yuan from her family to buy some food for them. Unfortunately, Cheng Yi discovered her plan and, through coaxing and deceit, took the money for himself to buy a pair of sunglasses. He insisted that everyone he played with had them, and he didn't want to feel out of place. It was all too much. Once, she possessed a heart that burned with fervor and vitality, but had been brutally pierced by this very man, leaving her bleeding profusely. What could a single day change? Tears suddenly cascaded down Lin Qingran's cheeks, landing on Cheng Yi's lap, soaking through his trousers and piercing his heart. Qingran? Cheng Yi fumbled. pressing his lips together as he reached out to wipe her tears away. However, they fell like pearls from a broken string, plummeting to the ground. Women are indeed strange creatures. When Cheng Yi scolded her fiercely, she did not weep. Yet now, as he took his first step toward change, his gentle, incredulous gaze brought forth all the pain she had previously swallowed with gritted teeth and tears. It surged within her, uncontrollable. Cheng Yi, flustered, gently patted her shoulder, saying, "Please don't cry. Qingran, I truly wish to make amends for you and the children. I was a scoundrel, causing you much sorrow and failing to care for Qingqing and Liang. You can hit me, curse me, or loathe me, it matters not. I simply wish to demonstrate my sincerity through action. I am genuinely turning my life around." Cheng Yi spoke rapidly, his hands unknowingly gripping Lin Qingran's shoulders. Finally, she lifted her head. Her eyes were red, her nose too, and her fair, delicate face flushed with color. 2 glistening tears lingered on the tip of her nose, evoking both pity and charm. Cheng Yi's heart quivered in response. As she scrutinized him, he felt an overwhelming urge to bare his soul. He extended his hand. After a lengthy silence, she finally exhaled. Cheng Yi quickly complied, revealing the once bright red wound now pale and swollen from the water, appearing even more alarming. It didn't hurt at all. To assuage Lin Qingran's worries, Cheng Yi grinned widely, even clenching his fist and squeezing it a couple of times, declaring, "See, men are tough-skinned. I'll be fine by tomorrow." Lin Qingran, exasperated, swatted at him. "Can't you be a little more honest?" Her voice, still tinged with the remnants of tears, was both playful and reproachful, surprising even herself. Cheng Yi was momentarily taken aback, his eyes suddenly gleaming with an enigmatic light as the candlelight flickered in them, imbued with an inexplicable meaning. Lin Qingran sensed the intensity of his gaze upon her, which suddenly turned fervent, causing her heart to quiver lightly in response. Cheng Yi obediently extended his hand. In the next moment, a cotton swab dipped in medicinal liquid, carrying a hint of the night-as chill, was applied to his wound. To say it didn't hurt would be a blatant falsehood. Especially after a long day of toil, one could momentarily forget the pain amidst the busyness of daylight. But as night fell and silence enveloped the surroundings, the application of the medicine brought the pain to the forefront. He could endure it, yet he preferred not to, particularly in front of Lin Qingran. A touch of vulnerability, he believed, would yield better results. Cheng Yi's gaze darkened as he fixed his eyes on her, whispering, "Qingran, it hurts a bit." Lin Qingran was taken aback. She had been exceedingly gentle. "I'll be lighter," she replied, and upon saying this, she picked up the cotton swab and slowed her movements, applying another layer of medicine. At that moment, from Cheng Yi's perspective, she was bowing her head, her loose strands of hair swaying gently, and her elongated eyelashes casting a playful shadow in the candlelight. Puffing her cheeks, she blew softly and looked up at him. "Does it still hurt?" Cheng Yi felt his heart soften. "Not anymore," he replied with a smile. "With my wife blowing on it, it's all better." Lin Qingran's reaction was one of fluster. She quickly turned her head away, hurriedly gathering her things, her ears tinged with a rosy hue. The following morning, Cheng Yi rose early. He had enjoyed a restful night, despite dreams tangled in the threads of 2 lives, predominantly. They were filled with the tender expressions Lin Qingran directed at him. Having a wife truly is wonderful. In his past life, he had lived burdened by guilt and confusion, remaining unmarried until nearly 50. Each time he closed his eyes, he was haunted by the spectral presence of 3 corpses, a torment akin to slow torture. Yet, in this rebirth, they were once again vibrantly alive before him, smiling, angry, adorable. Even Lin Qingran, with her guarded demeanor and despondent eyes, felt like honey to him. Cheng Yi pushed open the door and beheld the mountain across the way, shrouded in mist, with a cool breeze brushing his face, invigorating his spirit. He decided to start boiling water. Though not particularly adept, he had observed Lin Qingran's actions, and after a moment's contemplation, he felt confident enough to proceed. He prepared congee, steaming 3 eggs in a water bath, and retrieved a handful of pickled vegetables, cleaning and squeezing them dry before chopping them finely and setting them aside. There was some pork left over from yesterday. A bit fatty. Cheng Yi sliced the fat, rendered it down, adding dried chili and garlic to saute until fragrant, and then tossed in the pickled vegetables. In an instant, the aroma wafted through the yard, the tangy scent whetting his appetite. Pork fat stir-fried with pickled vegetables, served with plain rice congee, was simply exquisite. Once the dish was prepared, Cheng Yi overturned a plate, placing it beside the pot of congee to keep it warm. Noticing that the firewood was running low, he rolled up his sleeves and approached the corner, picking up an axe to chop more wood. Chopping wood, too, was a skillful endeavor. Find a piece of firewood to place beneath and set the log upon it. The initial strike should not be forceful. Rather, it requires deftness and precision. Aim accurately before delivering a decisive blow. Otherwise, should the axe miss its mark and strike the ground, it risks damaging the blade, inviting a reprimand. Should it land upon one's foot, the consequences would be dire. The art of chopping would possesses a rhythmic quality. Generally, when dealing with a smooth log devoid of knots, 2 strikes suffice. However, when confronted with a gnarled, twisted piece, 3 strikes may be necessary to complete the task. Being youthful, a bit of fatigue is inconsequential. After a night's rest, vigor abounds. At last, the courtyard is infused with the warmth of domesticity. Meanwhile, next door, Cheng Shumi has just finished preparing breakfast. Her partner, Yi Yulong, squats by the sink brushing his teeth, casting a glance at the stove, his brow furrowing once more. Sweet potatoes again? Day after day. Can't we have something better? He shoots a disapproving glance at Cheng Shumi and exclaims, "Have you sent money to Yi Wei again? How old is he? He has hands and feet, and works at the meat processing plant in the county, eating meat every day. Look at the life his father is leading. Sweet potatoes and porridge every day. Do you intend to starve me?" Chapter 12. Father takes you fishing. Cheng Shumi shot him a glare. "Are you still arguing with our son?" she muttered, swiftly ladling a bowl of sweet potato porridge from the pot. A large bowl of sweet potatoes, floating with a few grains of rice, presented a rather pitiful sight. "Isn't it all because of your ineptitude? Marrying you has truly brought me 8 generations of misfortune. Not only can I not enjoy a moment of leisure, but I also have to contribute my own resources. Do you have any idea how we got Wei Zi into the meat factory? That was a substantial sum I saved up to send him there. How pitiable is Wei Zi? If we do not plan for him, what will he do in the future? How will he find a wife?" As she spoke of her only son, Yi Wei, Cheng Shumi's eyes brimmed with tears. Just yesterday, when she sent money to the county, Yi Wei had cried, lamenting his leg pain and requesting money for supplements to strengthen his body. Over the past few years, the financial support from her 2 brothers for their father, Cheng Baowang, had been largely spent on her son. Guilt? Regret? Cheng Shumi felt none. Her brothers were living well, if not for her own sacrifices in the past. Helping with household chores instead of pursuing education, would they have such ease? As for her father, Cheng Baowang, that was another matter entirely. It was all retribution. He owed her. Upon witnessing Cheng Shumi's tempestuous demeanor, Yi Yulong fell silent, his thoughts filled with resentment towards his wife. He rose to take the bowl inside to Cheng Baowang. Meanwhile, Cheng Shumi continued to ladle the porridge when suddenly she heard a series of rhythmic sounds emanating from the neighboring yard. What is happening? Could it be her imagination? Cheng Shumi paused, listening intently, and discerned that the sounds were indeed coming from next door. Her scalp tingled, and she hurried to the corner of the wall, pressing her ear against it for a clearer listen. It was the sound of wood being chopped, interspersed with a few deep calls from a man. This sound, her mind buzzed. Could it be anyone other than Cheng Yi? He was actually chopping wood? Good heavens! This was more astonishing than the sun rising in the west. Yudong, come here quickly. Cheng Shumi called out to Yi Yulong, turning to see him moving slowly, and she felt an urge to drag him over. What are you doing? Why are you shouting? Yi Yulong frowned, his brows knitted as he took a slow sip from his bowl of porridge and ambled over. What is the matter? Have you found a treasure? Cheng Shumi glared at him. Listen to that sound. Treasure? If it were treasure, I would have hidden it long ago. Yi Yulong, not taking her seriously, leaned against the wall to listen for a moment and soon realized. It's just the neighbor's second son chopping wood. What's the fuss about? Why make such a commotion over chopping wood? He turned to leave with the bowl, but Cheng Shumi, exasperated, slapped her thigh and tugged at his sleeve, hissing, "It's Cheng Yi, that little brat. He's actually chopping wood." The sun must have risen in the west. Instead of gallivanting in the county, he's at home chopping wood? Has he lost his mind? Only then did Yi Yulong grasp the situation, his eyes widening in surprise. Indeed, it was astonishing. Over the years, the happenings in the neighboring yard have become somewhat common knowledge among the villagers. Cheng Yi, that lad, is perpetually preoccupied with nonsensical matters, seemingly indifferent to the plight of his wife and children, who are on the brink of starvation. The village secretary has visited several times, alternating between reprimanding and coaxing him, and eventually sought the assistance of his own uncle, suggesting he should intervene. Yet, all efforts have proven futile. Yi Yulong remains haunted by the memory of Cheng Yi breaking his son's leg years ago, and thus, he has chosen to disregard the situation altogether. To his astonishment, he discovered that Cheng Yi had even taken to chopping firewood. What would be the reason behind this? Cheng Shumi suddenly recalled the enticing aroma of meat she had caught a whiff of yesterday. Her heart raced with anticipation. To witness Cheng Yi seemingly embracing a responsible life filled her with an anguish that felt worse than death. This rascal had even stolen bamboo shoot from Zhao Laoxi's home yesterday, an act witnessed by numerous villagers. Zhao Laoxi had pursued him all the way back to the village. Yi Yulong muttered under his breath. Cheng Shumi, incensed, exclaimed, "He has the money for meat, yet resorts to stealing bamboo shoots. That lad is no good." Meat? Yi Yulong looked at her with suspicion. Is that true? Did he not owe 600 yuan in usury? Where would he procure the money? How would I know? Cheng Shumi snapped back, though her mind raced with thoughts on how best to relay the situation to Zhao Laoxi. At 8 o'clock, the sun rose. Qingqing finally awoke to a bright and sunny day. Upon opening her eyes, her first instinct was to seek out her father. "Daddy," she called, rubbing her eyes as she stumbled towards Cheng Yi, her little legs wobbling. Cheng Yi quickly set down his bowl and reached out to catch her. "Come here." The little one, seeking affection, coaxed him to bend down and lift her up, while he gently wiped away the sleep from her eyes. Lang Lang soon followed, his small arms crossed behind his back, awkwardly shifting in front of Cheng Yi without uttering a word. Cheng Yi suppressed a laugh, fully aware of the little one's shyness, and promptly extended his hand to grasp Lang Lang's arm. "Come here, Daddy wants to hold you for a moment, all right?" Lang Lang cast a sidelong glance, pouting slightly, before reluctantly approaching and opening his arms. "Well, just for a moment then." Cheng Yi chuckled heartily and lifted him as well. The fire in the stove had died down, but still retained some warmth. Lifting the pot lid revealed a thick, fragrant rice porridge, with 3 plump eggs tumbling about, causing the eyes of the 2 little ones to brighten with delight. Eggs, porridge, it's white porridge. In reality, by the year 1990, most families had begun to experience an improvement in their living conditions, with some in Cheng Yi managing to build brick houses. However, Cheng Yi's family was truly struggling. The 2 little ones had scarcely tasted refined grains since their birth. Seeing their joyful expressions filled Cheng Yi's heart with an inexplicable sorrow. He gently set the 2 down, filled 2 large bowls with white porridge, and placed a peeled egg in each bowl, setting them on the table. Without waiting for an invitation, the 2 eagerly sat down to eat. Meanwhile, Lin Qingran was still busy fastening buttons and zippers. This was work assigned by Aunt Zhao, earning 2 cents per pair of pants, which had become the family's sole livelihood over the years. "Wife, come and have breakfast," Cheng Yi called out with a smile. Lin Qingran lifted her gaze and shook her head. "Wait a moment. I need to finish sewing these last 2 pairs of pants. Then I'll take them to Aunt Zhao to settle the payment." Her brow furrowed, burdened with unspoken worries. Cheng Yi perceived her distress and approached her, squatting down to observe her intently. "Are you troubled by the 600 yuan? Lin Qingran paused momentarily. Indeed, since yesterday morning, that sum loomed over her like a colossal weight, pressing heavily upon her heart. It felt insurmountable, a source of utter despair. Although Cheng Yi had begun earning money, repaying 600 yuan within 3 days seemed utterly fanciful. Despite her desolation, Lin Qingran had resolved to take action. Life had, after much struggle, begun to improve, akin to the first light of dawn breaking through a long, dark night. She contemplated, if all else failed, she might return home to seek assistance. Even if she faced scorn and derision, any help would be welcome. For her children, for her family, she would cast aside all dignity. "Don't worry," Cheng Yi said, gently patting her knee. He lowered his gaze to her fingertips, noting the thick calluses on her index finger and thumb. Remnants of years spent stitching, a testament to her sacrifices for the family. "You've already done enough. Leave the rest to me. I promise I will bring back the 600 yuan by tomorrow evening. Just trust me this once, will you?" Lin Qingran was momentarily speechless. She met Cheng Yi's earnest gaze and recognized the sincerity in his eyes. After a moment of internal struggle, she hesitantly nodded, choosing for the first time to embrace trust. Perhaps, by believing in him, she was also granting herself a chance to begin anew. After breakfast, Cheng Yi played with Qingqing and Lang Lang in the yard for a while. Turning his head, he glanced at the bamboo basket and cheerfully suggested, "How about we go catch some fish?" Catch fish? The two little ones, still quite young, had mostly played in their small courtyard. They had often envied other children who, clad in split-crotch pants and bare bottoms, joyfully followed adults past their door, off to the fields to throw mud and catch little crabs in the river. Upon hearing Cheng Yi's words, both children were overjoyed. Even Lang Lang, typically reserved, blinked excitedly at Cheng Yi. "Can I go catch fish?" Lang Lang exclaimed, rolling up his sleeves and dashing to the eaves to retrieve his small plastic jar, waving it with enthusiasm. "We'll catch fish and put them in here. We can eat them once they grow big." With that, they were ready to go. Cheng Yi smiled, clapped his hands, stood up, and casually picked up the bamboo basket. Just as they were about to set off, Lin Qingran hurriedly approached, clutching a cloth bag. "I want to go too," she said. "I can drop off the finished pants for Aunt Zhao. It's on the way to the river." As she spoke, her eyes flickered, avoiding direct contact with Cheng Yi's gaze. Cheng Yi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the situation. This girl. Emotions are fraught with the fear of secretly taking the children away for sale. Lin Qingran indeed harbors such thoughts. Although she is now willing to attempt to trust Cheng Yi, her heart remains restless. Cheng Yi does not confront her, merely smiling as he says, "All right, let us secure the door." The four of them set out. They unexpectedly encounter Cheng Shumi, who is returning with pig fodder. Upon seeing Cheng Yi holding the two children, her jaw nearly drops in astonishment. Goodness, speculation is one thing, but witnessing it firsthand is entirely different. Cheng Shumi now feels assured. Could it be that this young man has truly changed for the better? He has actually turned over a new leaf, despite the turmoil in her heart. She forces a smile, placing down the fodder to greet them. "Cheng Yi, where are you off to?" Cheng Shumi inquires. "I heard that you owe money to old Qi. Why aren't you finding ways to repay him? Instead, you are out here enjoying yourself with the children. At your age, you should have some awareness. Tomorrow is fast approaching. Have you devised any plan?" Cheng Shumi feigns concern. Cheng Yi simply smiles with pursed lips. Chapter 13. The first step to wealth. He leisurely smiled at Cheng Shumi and said, "Aunt, I have indeed thought of a way. Would you care to hear it?" Cheng Shumi's eyes brightened with curiosity. What? What method? At that moment, she was certain that Cheng Yi had discovered a means to earn money, and she was eager to hear about it. Reflecting on the money he had inexplicably acquired to buy meat these past few days, her heart fluttered with anticipation. Leaning forward, her eyes sparkling with excitement and curiosity, she fixated on Cheng Yi. Then, she heard Cheng Yi sigh, spreading his hands as he began, "I, in my earlier days, was foolish and aimlessly squandered my time, unaware that you all cared for my well-being. Now, I have come to understand that my elders truly worry for me, and I appreciate your genuine concern." Cheng Yi paused for effect, looking expectantly at Cheng Shumi. "Aunt, I know you care for me the most. I am preparing to go to the city to borrow money from my father, brother, and uncle. Since you live closest and are most concerned about me, could you lend me some money first? I promise to repay you as soon as I earn it," he declared, raising 3 fingers with utmost sincerity. "I swear." Cheng Shumi's expression darkened instantly. No wonder. This rascal had gone to the county yesterday to borrow money. She had suspected as much. If Cheng Yi could truly turn over a new leaf, then a sow could climb a tree. To borrow money only to squander, it was utterly hopeless. She longed for him to experience the hardships her son had faced, thus she could never lend him money. Thoughts raced through Cheng Shumi's mind as she forced a laugh, turning her head away and pretending to respond to her own household. Coming, coming. Father, why are you thirsty again? I will be right there. As she spoke, she hurriedly grabbed a shoulder pole and a dustpan, entered the house, and slammed the door shut without casting Cheng Yi a single glance. Cheng Yi, however, was unfazed. He turned to the two children hiding behind him and smiled gently, saying, "Let us go." The group then continued their walk towards the riverside. Along the way, many villagers, upon seeing Cheng Yi holding the children as hands, wore expressions of disbelief, murmuring among themselves as if they had uncovered a remarkable gossip. Cheng Yi paid them no mind. Hand in hand with Qing, he waited for Lin Qingran to finish collecting his wages before leading the three of them across the lush green fields directly to the riverbank. What they referred to as a river was actually a tributary of the Yangtze, known locally as Jiajing. It was not wide, with depths only reaching waist height, and the water was lively, teeming with fish, offering a delectable bounty. Along the banks, vast stretches of reeds swayed gently, and when the reed flowers danced, they nurtured a particularly exquisite fish found in the Yangtze, the knife fish. In Qingjia village, this knife fish was known as reed flower fish. In later times, wild knife fish could fetch prices of 2,000 to 3,000 yuan per pound, yet in contemporary Qingjia village, few were willing to eat it. The reed flower fish, while flavorful, was bony and labor-intensive to eat, making it less desirable compared to the fleshy, boneless bass and perch. With a single bite, the mouth is filled with succulent garlic-infused meat, undoubtedly a delight, especially for the thrifty agricultural laborers. Cheng Yi, having grown up in the village, was adept at catching fish and crabs. He rolled up his trousers, holding a basket, and gestured towards the nearby shallow waters, saying to Lin Qingran, "There are crabs beneath those stones over there. Take Qing and Lang to play there, but be cautious and avoid the deeper waters. I'll join you after I've caught some fish." Lin Qingran nodded, leading the two little ones towards the shore. Cheng Yi then stepped into the water with his bamboo basket. This area was a reed marsh, with less dense growth along the bank. The water was shallow, reaching just above his knees. He submerged the basket and gathered some water plants to provide cover, then broke off two reeds, rhythmically striking the water. In this era, things were different from the future. The waters were still pure and untainted, unlike the polluted environment of later years, where overfishing had decimated the fish populations. Back in the 90s, when every household was engaged in farming, one could easily catch a variety of common fish with a simple net. A few minutes later, he noticed several palm-sized silver fish swimming towards him. They were about an inch long, small yet abundant. As they swarmed into the basket, Cheng Yi swiftly reached out, lifting the basket with a flourish. He beheld the bottom of the bamboo basket, where 7 or 8 lively grass carp flitted about, their scales shimmering in the sunlight. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he poured the grass carp into the wooden basin Lin Qingran had brought, then continued his fishing endeavors. 40 minutes later, he had filled nearly half the basin. After wiping his brow again, he climbed ashore and rested for a moment before glancing over at Lin Qingran. She was sitting on a stone, intently watching Qing and Lang playing, the two little ones having caught a couple of small crabs, which were playfully pinching each other. Upon seeing Cheng Yi approach, bringing half a basin of fish, their eyes sparkled with joy as they hurried over to play with the fish. "Are you heading back?" Lin Qingran inquired. Cheng Yi shook his head. "I still have business to attend to," he replied. "Why don't you take Qing and Lang back first? I'll return shortly." The sun was quite intense, and being by the water made him worry about the two little ones. Lin Qingran didn't press him further, nodding as she lifted the water basin and called for Qing and Lang to put on their shoes. After the three departed, Cheng Yi sat on the shore for a moment to rest before plunging back into the water. He had indeed come with a purpose. Since his rebirth, thoughts of how to earn money had constantly occupied his mind. Cheng Yi recalled his previous life as a spokesperson for a food company. During a banquet, the founder, after a few drinks, had animatedly shared his past experience of running a street stall. "Let me tell you, my dear Cheng, back in '95, it was with this recipe that I bought my car and house." The founder, flushed with pride, boasted, "What is wrong with running a stall? Without it, could I have opened a chain store and made a fortune? Look at you. Even as a renowned actor, you still have to promote for me, don't you? Cheng Yi had considered those drunken ramblings back then as mere nonsense. However, such unintentional words made Cheng Yi acutely aware of the chasm that exists between capital and stardom. As a result, he was particularly impressed by the discussions that transpired during that banquet. Little did he anticipate that he would later utilize this knowledge in his rebirth. With a smile, Cheng Yi spoke to himself before picking up the bamboo basket and wading into the water. The recipe that person shared was a secret for spicy river snails. It comprised a meticulous blend of 9 distinct spices, and he could detail precisely how much rice wine to add to a pound of snails. Moreover, it was specified that rice wine was essential, preferably homemade. The aroma of the wine mingled with the heady fragrance, complemented by the perfect balance of spicy and fresh flavors. A single bite would reveal the succulent snail meat, rich in flavor, so delightful that it could make one's tongue dance. Singing at the Golden Phoenix karaoke was merely a stopgap measure. Based on the timeline, within a fortnight or so, the owner of the Golden Phoenix dance hall, Yang Shouxian, would come under investigation. The impetus for this was that the proprietor behind a rival establishment had set his sights on him. With broader connections and acquaintances, he was naturally at a disadvantage. Furthermore, establishments of this nature are seldom devoid of illicit activities. Gambling, drugs, and other vices invariably leave their mark. Otherwise, relying solely on ticket sales would lead to financial ruin. This incident escalated significantly, culminating in a fatality that made headlines. During that period, Cheng Yi found himself contemplating these chaotic matters, casting a cursory glance at the news. It seemed to involve a small-time thug known by the moniker Sandongzi, although the specifics eluded him. Thus, it was clear that the Golden Phoenix dance hall was not a place to linger, especially with his late-night returns posing a continuous safety threat. Being alone was one thing, but now with a wife and child, he could not gamble with his life. Cheng Yi stepped into the water. The shallows barely reached his ankles, and moving forward, the depth only extended to his knees. The topography of Jiajing was peculiar, with the banks strewn with gravel, washed down from upstream. A mere 5 or 6 meters ahead lay a deep fissure, perilous and steep, plunging 2 to 3 meters down, a site where many had drowned. Fortunately, in recent years, Qingjia village had erected various signs along the bank, and at critical points, they had installed stakes and drawn red lines as warning indicators, significantly improving safety. The water was cold, but Cheng Yi remained oblivious as he bent down, his hands exploring the stones. The river snails were plentiful, about the size of his thumb, their dark green shells firmly adhering to the rocks in the current. Reaching out, he could easily gather them by the handful. While river snails were delicious, they posed a certain inconvenience. Those from clean waters were easier to manage. After a brief afternoon of care, they could be cooked. In contrast, the larger snails from rice paddies were indeed more substantial, but came laden with mud, requiring a full day of soaking in cooking oil before they could be prepared. The tails had to be removed, and a generous amount of oil, along with garlic, ginger, and scallions, was essential. Eating them also required a certain finesse. A deft slurp would draw the savory broth along with the meat into one's mouth. For those unfamiliar with the delicacy, it became a tedious affair, necessitating the use of a small bamboo skewer for extraction. For the diligent farmer, this task proves to be a time-consuming and laborious endeavor, yielding little reward. Consequently, few in the countryside take the initiative to gather these morsels for consumption, unless during a lull in agricultural duties or when entertaining guests who desire a drink. It is only under such circumstances that they might venture out to collect and sort them. Before long, Cheng Yi had filled an entire half-basket with the shellfish, an abundance indeed. With a firm grip, he straightened his back and meticulously rinsed the basket, along with its contents, in the water before making his way back to the shore. The clock had already struck 1. After preparing a meal and tending to the vegetable patch in front of his home, he needed to head to the county town for market day. As Cheng Yi carried the heavy bamboo basket home, he casually picked a few mushrooms along the way. Upon reaching the intersection, he encountered Lin Yaodong, who had just returned from the county town. His eye was bruised and swollen, with traces of blood at the corner of his mouth, and he walked with a slight limp. Upon spotting Cheng Yi, he broke into a grin. even pursing his lips to whistle. Cheng Yi, he greeted cheerfully, approaching and peering into the basket. "Oh, snails. What is this?" Gathering them to enjoy with a drink. "You're quite lacking in camaraderie. Why not invite me to share in the festivities?" Chapter 14. Would you like one as well? In the village, when it comes to the notorious rascals, Cheng Yi and Lin Qingran truly stand out. Cheng Yi is a dreamer, perpetually preoccupied with grandiose notions, making him the subject of ridicule among the villagers. During mealtime, he becomes a source of amusement, with everyone sharing a hearty laugh at his expense. In stark contrast, Lin Qingran, merely 19 years of age, has earned a reputation as the village bully. After getting into fights with classmates in the 3rd grade, he was dragged home by his father, who disciplined him severely, leading to his decision to abandon school altogether. Since that fateful day, Lin Qingran has become a tyrant in the village, amassing a group of followers who indulge in mischief alongside him, stealing, sneaking into video arcades to watch inappropriate films, and causing havoc. The villagers of Tragically avoid him as if he were a plague. As for Cheng Yi, he met Lin Qingran in the county town. Both hail from Tragically, and when Lin was being pursued and beaten in the county, Cheng Yi lent him a helping hand. Consequently, whenever Lin encounters Cheng Yi, he becomes unusually chatty and obediently addresses him as Brother Cheng. Their relationship is neither too distant nor too close, but it is certainly familiar. Another fight, I see. Cheng Yi cast a sidelong glance at Lin Qingran, surveying his lanky frame that resembled a mere stick. "You're nearly 20 now, aren't you? Have you given up on marrying?" Lin Qingran muttered. "If you can marry, why can't I?" Sensing that Cheng Yi was about to lecture him, he hastily waved his hand, signaling his desire to leave. "You're so dull lately, Brother Cheng," he remarked, just as Cheng Yi was about to depart. He heard Cheng Yi cheerfully call out from behind, "Do you want to make some money?" Lin Qingran paused, his steps faltering. "I'm not trying to scam you. I genuinely have money for you. Look." Cheng Yi smiled as he produced a large sum of cash from his pocket. "Wow," Lin Qingran exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. Though he had dabbled in petty theft over the years, his escapades had only involved minor misdeeds, such as pilfering scrap metal for sale. He had never encountered a substantial amount of cash like this before. Rubbing his hands together with eagerness, he bounded over to Cheng Yi, his gaze fixated on the money, sparkling with excitement. "Brother, you've struck it rich. Thinking of me in such good fortune, you must truly be my brother." As he reached out to take it, Cheng Yi was quicker, swiftly tucking the cash into his own pocket. "If you want to earn money, listen to what I have to say first. You think you could just snatch it?" Cheng Yi chuckled. He continued on his way, basket in hand, while Lin Qingran hurried to keep up, impatience written all over his face. "Do you see these snails?" Cheng Yi shook the basket, producing a delightful clatter. Lin Qingran leaned in to look, and lo and behold, the basket was brimming with thumb-sized, dark blue snails. He was well acquainted with them. They are delicious, but they require effort. "So, Brother Cheng, do you like them?" Cheng Yi nodded in affirmation. "Starting tomorrow, I intend to collect snails, priced at 1 dime per pound. I will also need to hire 2 individuals to assist in trimming the snails, with the same rate of 1 dime per pound for their labor." Lin Qingran widened his eyes, processing Cheng Yi's words, and after a moment, he managed to regain his composure. "Brother Cheng, are you serious?" He gestured toward the basket of snails, raising a finger, and exclaimed, "1 dime per pound? Even for trimming the tails?" To be honest, Lin Qingran was troubled by financial woes. As the middle child among 3 brothers, he often felt neglected, with his father, Lin Chong, venting his frustrations upon him. Having grown weary of the domestic strife, Lin Qingran decided to venture out into the world. He was accompanied by 7 or 8 younger subordinates. He was always the first to engage in brawls, earning their respect. This inadvertently filled Lin Qingran with a sense of pride and accomplishment. One day, he aspired to become the formidable Chun Haonan of Yuan County. Recently, one of his subordinates faced a family crisis and urgently required funds. Lin Qingran had been running to the county town daily, pilfering scrap metal and stealing items from the supply and marketing cooperative to sell. However, his face had been recognized, and upon entering, he was promptly expelled. After 2 days of efforts yielding no money and resulting in a beating, Hearing Cheng Yi mention the opportunity to earn money by collecting snails illuminated his eyes. Yes, 1 dime per pound. Just deliver them directly to my home. Cheng Yi chuckled. It's a matter of cash on delivery, a rule I understand. What he intended as a jest was taken seriously by Lin Yaodong. Clenching his fist, he regarded Cheng Yi earnestly, draping his shirt over his shoulder, and strode ahead, calling back, Brother Cheng, I trust you. I'll bring them to you first thing in the morning. Remember to have the money ready. Cheng Yi waved his hand with a smile, watching as Lin Yaodong sprinted away. He carried the basket home, and upon entering, he was greeted by Qing, who ran up to him, hugging his leg with eager eyes. Are you hungry? Cheng Yi coincidentally heard a gurgling sound from Qing's stomach. The little one blushed, nodded her head, and tugged at his clothes. Daddy, Qing is hungry and wants to eat rice. She blinked and pointed to the fish, exclaiming, Fish! Fish! Cheng Yi turned to look and saw Lin Qingran had already prepared a small basin of fish, tending to the flame in the stove while cooking rice. She had covered the rice with sliced sweet potatoes, placed a lid on the pot, and meticulously wrapped a damp cloth around the lid's edge to prevent steam from escaping. Noticing Cheng Yi's gaze, she paused and said, These fish have too many bones, and I wasn't sure how to cook them, so I waited for you to return. I've already sliced the bamboo shoots. The remaining ones have been blanched to dry and preserve. Cheng Yi nodded and acknowledged. He washed his hands and approached, taking the catfish and pouring it into an enamel basin, adding a handful of salt. Next, he chopped green onions and ginger, sprinkling them with cooking wine for marination. Finally, he took a bowl of flour, cracked in 2 eggs, and mixed everything thoroughly. Once the catfish was evenly coated in the batter, he began pouring oil into the pot. The thorny fish, when deep-fried, turns so crisp that even the bones become tender, making it impossible to get stuck in one's throat. As the oil reaches a temperature of around 70%, a fish is delicately placed into the pot with chopsticks, releasing a delightful sizzle that fills the courtyard with an enticing aroma. With a gentle flame, patience is key. One must act swiftly and steadily. Once the pot is filled with fish, a slotted spoon is employed to turn them, ensuring both sides achieve a golden crispness. After 3 minutes, Cheng Yi taps the fish with a spoon, hearing a satisfying crunch, then smiles at the eager Qing and Lang beside him. Fetch the bowls. The fish is ready to eat. The 2 little ones, unable to contain their excitement, scamper towards the cupboard, tiptoeing to retrieve their small bowls. Fish! Qing blinks her eyes and swallows lightly, her expression that of a little greedy cat. She adores fish. Lang gazes at Cheng Yi, silently extending his bowl with utmost sincerity, yearning to partake as well. Cheng Yi carefully places 2 small fish in each bowl, advising them, blow gently, it's very hot. The little ones nod enthusiastically, contentedly squatting under the eaves, puffing their cheeks to cool the fish. Hoo-hoo blow, blow hoo-hoo blow, blow. Cheng Yi watches as they resemble little frogs, their eyes bright and round, diligently blowing with great effort. He can't help but smile, ready to speak when he notices the 2 running back towards him with their bowls. He pauses, seeing Qing holding the tail of a small fish, blinking up at him. Daddy, you eat too. Her soft, tender voice, filled with innocent sincerity, momentarily stuns Cheng Yi. Lang, somewhat bashful, lowers his head, yet nudges his bowl forward, gently pushing Cheng Yi with his elbow. Here, let Daddy eat first. Lang isn't hungry. The awkward yet endearing gesture tugs at Cheng Yi's heart, and his eyes suddenly glisten with tears. He quickly turns his head, rubbing away the moisture with his hand. In his previous life, countless midnight dreams had been spent yearning to see the faces of these 2 children. But fate had punished him, forcing him to watch their figures fade into the stormy night. Each step taken was a farewell, and he repeatedly relived the anguish of that painful separation. Now reborn, Cheng Yi never dared to hope that the children would forgive him. He even prepared himself for their disdain and hatred. Yet, the hearts of children are pure and forgiving. Despite the many wrongs he had committed, they readily accepted him as their father upon witnessing even the slightest goodness in him. Suddenly, tears streamed down Cheng Yi's face uncontrollably. He wiped them away vigorously, took several deep breaths, and raised his head, finally managing to suppress the swell of emotions. Turning to Qingqing and Lang, he couldn't resist, gently ruffling their hair. Daddy isn't hungry. There's plenty more in the pot. You two eat first. The little ones, oblivious to the complexities of adult emotions, beamed at Cheng Yi's words and happily scampered off with their bowls. Cheng Yi cast several lingering glances before turning to retrieve the freshly fried fish. Half an hour later, the fish was perfectly cooked and placed in an enamel basin. He then took a bowl and handed a few pieces to Lin Qingran. You should eat first. I still need to prepare the vegetables. You mustn't go hungry, he insisted. Lin Qingran tilted her gaze slightly and murmured, It's not so easy to go hungry. However, Cheng Yi persistently offered the fish, earnestly stating, If you truly become famished, it would be quite the loss. Noticing Lin Qingran's hesitation, he added, If you fall ill, I shall have to feed you every day. How's that sound? Lin Qingran remained silent, yet she ultimately accepted the fish. In truth, she had witnessed the two children feeding Cheng Yi earlier, and a wave of complexity and sentiment washed over her as she observed him, finding him somewhat more agreeable. She picked up a piece of fish. Its crispiness was delightful. With a single bite, the unique freshness and oiliness of the fish melded together, rendering it utterly delectable. After savoring one piece, she hesitated for a moment, then pinched another piece and extended it towards Cheng Yi. Would you like to have a piece as well? Chapter 15. Her face turned crimson to the roots of her ears in truth. Lin Qingran merely asked out of curiosity. Just moments ago, when Qingqing handed over the fried fish, Cheng Yi had not taken it. Now, feeling a slight flutter of confusion, Lin Qingran instinctively extended her hand. Yet, in the next instant, she observed Cheng Yi pause, leaning forward slightly, and deftly seized the fish from her grasp with his mouth. The crisp coating of the fish crunched delightfully, and with a single bite, the savory flavor melded with the sweetness of the fish, melting in his mouth. Cheng Yi's eyes lit up, and he looked at Lin Qingran with a smile, his lips forming a grateful expression. Thank you, my dear wife, he said with a grin. Lin Qingran found herself momentarily stunned, holding the half-eaten fish while gazing into Cheng Yi's beaming eyes. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, he leaned in again to take another bite. The vibrations from the remaining fish traveled through her hand. His eyes were deep and dark, his brows thick and well-defined, flowing smoothly like a slightly unsheathed sword, sharp yet restrained. His nose was straight, and his lips were thin yet well-shaped, always curling into a gentle smile that never quite reached his eyes. He bore little resemblance to the youth she remembered, even when looking directly at her. It felt as though he could see straight through her. With a soft crunch, the last morsel of fish was taken by Cheng Yi, his warm lips inadvertently brushing against Lin Qingran's fingertip. In that fleeting moment of contact, her fingers tingled, and she instinctively recoiled, loosening her grip. You, she stammered, her face flushed, her hands falling to her sides as she clenched them tightly, retreating further. Cheng Yi, having finished his meal, squinted contentedly and turned his head, noticing Lin Qingran's cheeks were now pink to the very tips of her ears. What's the matter? He inquired, seemingly oblivious to the situation. Lin Qingran took a moment to gather herself before sitting down quietly. It's nothing, she muttered, awkwardly rubbing her reddened ears and avoiding Cheng Yi's gaze. Little did she realize, Cheng Yi's smile was growing ever wider. After frying the fish, Cheng Yi found a clean jar to store the leftover cooking oil. He left a bit of oil in the pot and sliced some mushrooms to saute. Using the leftover pig liver from the previous day, he prepared a soup. And then he took out several pieces of fried fish to stir-fry with fermented black beans, dried chili, scallions, ginger, garlic, and lard. The aroma wafted through the small courtyard, enticingly fragrant. Qingqing was utterly captivated when she saw Cheng Yi approaching with several plates filled with delectable dishes they had never tasted before. She immediately gave him a thumbs up and exclaimed, Daddy, you are amazing. You are even better than Arya's father. Arya? Cheng Yi chuckled, recalling the little girl from across the way, who was 2 years older than Qingqing. Arya's father worked at the state-run restaurant in the county, often bringing home a basket full of various delicious treats, thanks to his access to ingredients. Arya, with her rosy cheeks and plump physique, stood tall and robust, easily outmatching her peers in strength. On sunny days, when few children ventured out to play, she often found companionship in Cheng Yi. Yet, being a young girl accustomed to indulgence, she frequently uttered words that struck deep. Though children may be small, they possess an understanding far beyond their years. Whenever Yi mocked Cheng Yi for lacking parental care, both would grit their teeth and, like stubborn little donkeys, rush into a brawl. Just a couple of days prior, they had engaged in a scuffle, with neither party emerging victorious, leading to Yi storming off in anger. The next time they met, Cheng Yi vowed to treat her to some fried fish. With a pout and a furrowed brow, she banged on the small table, fuming at Yi's mockery. Cheng Yi felt a twinge of discomfort in his heart. He served the children their meal, then earnestly proposed, from now on, I shall prepare more delectable dishes and create splendid garments for you. How does that sound? The two little ones, relishing their rice, nodded in unison, their faces brightening with smiles that revealed their tiny white teeth. Cheng Yi exhaled in relief, took a few bites of his meal, and pulled out 60 yuan from his pocket. I've kept the remaining 10 yuan for potential needs in the county town, he explained sincerely. Tonight, someone will come to deliver snails. You can use a basin to collect them, charging them 10 cents per pound. As for the cleaning, just let them handle it. But keep the newly delivered ones until tomorrow before cutting. He spoke candidly about the snail collection. Lin Qingran paused, looking at him with curiosity. Are you selling the snails? Initially, upon seeing Cheng Yi return with a large basket, she assumed he intended to consume them himself. But upon hearing his plan, she realized he aimed to sell them. This was a shift in his approach. Was he venturing into business? Lin Qingran's heart raced with uncertainty. Yet, Cheng Yi smiled, gently patting her hand to reassure her. Rest assured, I have a plan. There is only one day left. You'll see the outcome. Lin Qingran, inexplicably compelled, nodded in agreement, choosing to place her trust in him. After finishing their meal, Cheng Yi bid farewell to the trio and caught the last bus to the county town. True to his word, he spent 2 yuan at the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase a pack of Hometown Mountain cigarettes, which he handed to the security guard. The guard, both delighted and somewhat flustered, rubbed his hands together and approached eagerly. Oh, how thoughtful of you. Didn't you give me cigarettes yesterday? Why buy me another pack today? Cheng Yi chuckled, replying, I promised. And if you hadn't let me in yesterday, I wouldn't have found such a good job. With a smile, he pushed the cigarettes forward. The guard, no longer able to decline, quickly accepted them, casting a lingering glance at Cheng. The young man possesses both politeness and insight, undoubtedly destined for greatness. As dusk descends, the entrance of the Golden Phoenix Dance Hall is abuzz with a throng of people. Following the excitement from yesterday, as darkness envelopes the sky, the youth of Yuanan County flock eagerly to the venue. Have you heard? A fellow who sings Cantonese songs performed here yesterday. His voice is enchanting. My cousin just returned from Yangsheng and declared it authentic and quite fashionable. Indeed, I was here yesterday. It truly was delightful. The young man donned a leather jacket and jeans, with his hair stylishly tousled. When did such a fashionable youth arrive in Yuanan County? Why had I not heard of him before? Let us not overthink it. Let us listen today. There are new songs from the port city these days. If he sings well, I might just spend 10 yuan to request a song. The crowd buzzes excitedly as they make their way into the dance hall. Among them, Li Qingran is accompanied by his new romantic interest, Qi Hongxiu. She is also a newcomer to the county's drama troupe. Her parents are affiliated with the provincial art troupe, and they arranged for their daughter to gain experience in Yuanan County. Upon her arrival, Li Qingran quickly learned of her family's connections in the provincial capital and realized that cultivating a relationship with her could provide him with a valuable ally in the future. Li Qingran is quite the handsome gentleman by traditional standards. His prominent brows and bright eyes, coupled with his tall stature, exude an air of masculinity. Qi Hongxiu, just in her early 20s, may not be the epitome of beauty, but carries an air of sophistication with her permed curls, makeup, wedge heels, and polo shirt, all reflecting the latest trends. Under the influence of a burgeoning spirit of free love, her heart was easily swayed by Li Qingran's attentiveness. Within a couple of days, they established their romantic relationship. Li Qingran was aware of her fondness for fashionable venues like the dance hall. and his application to be a singer was intended as a surprise for her. If he could win her heart to the point that she could not imagine marrying anyone else, he would have achieved his goal. With that, ascending to the provincial capital would be a mere formality. Regrettably, he was not selected, leaving the opportunity for the less reputable Cheng Yi to take advantage. This left Li Qingran feeling somewhat disgruntled, leading him to miss some of Qi Hongxiu's words. "Hey, Li Qingran, I'm talking to you. Why are you so distracted?" Qi Hongxiu pouted and whispered, "Are you unwilling to accompany me?" Li Qingran snapped back to attention, startled, and quickly responded, "Xiu, I was just pondering what delicious food to buy for you. How could I possibly not want to be here?" He flashed a smile and continued, "To be with you is a fortune I must have accumulated over many lifetimes. You mustn't misjudge me. I truly love you." His sweet words enchanted the young woman, filling her heart with joy. "Humph, I knew you wouldn't dare," Qi Hongxiu teased as she led Li Qingran to a booth where they settled in, ordering sunflower seeds, peanuts, and 2 bottles of beer. The young woman handed over the bottle, her curiosity piqued as she cast a glance towards the dance floor. After surveying the scene, she remarked, "Yuan County is quite delightful. The decor and attire in the dance hall are no less impressive than those in the provincial capital. However, the county is rather small, with only a handful of places to frequent." As she spoke, she pursed her lips and added, "My mother mentioned that she will arrange for my transfer back to the provincial capital next year. If we are still together by then, I shall take you to the dance halls in the capital, where the atmosphere is truly vibrant." Li Qingran felt a tremor in his heart upon hearing this. "Hongxiu, I am profoundly fond of you. You occupy my thoughts entirely. If you are willing, we could promptly report this to the organization. Yes, Xiu, my loyalty will never waver." Li Qingran was eager to express his devotion, which elicited a smile from Qi Hongxiu. Just as she was about to respond, a voice emanated from the microphone. Turning to look, she saw a young man standing lazily at an angle on the circular stage in the center of the dance floor, microphone in hand. Today, he sang in Cantonese. The voice that emerged from the microphone was husky and magnetic, its languid tone captivating the audience. Chapter 16, Li Qingran lost his composure and chose to sing 7 songs in a row. He expressed his gratitude to everyone for their attendance, stating that he would perform 2 songs. If they were pleasing, he hoped for applause. If not, he asked for understanding. After a brief preamble, Cheng Yi cleared his throat and gestured to the DJ. He sang in Cantonese, a skill he honed during his nearly 2-year stay in Hong Kong while filming. Aspiring for awards, he sought out a teacher to master the nuances of speech, pronunciation, intonation, and even colloquial expressions. Under the vibrant, rotating lights, Cheng Yi gently closed his eyes as he began to sing Leslie Chung's "The Wind Continues to Blow." This song is a classic, and it was through this very piece that Cheng garnered numerous accolades, becoming the epitome of admiration for many young women. In the spotlight, Cheng Yi sang with fervor and passion. While his technique was not flawless, his voice possessed a remarkable quality, coupled with his familiarity with Cantonese and his clear articulation. The moment he began to sing, many in the ballroom couldn't help but whistle in appreciation. How delightful! Qi Hongxiu was taken aback, her eyes wide with curiosity as she gazed at Cheng Yi above, filled with admiration. Who is this person? How is it possible that someone from the small town of Yuan County can sing Cantonese so beautifully? And so young, too. Qi Hongxiu had seen her fair share of performers. During her studies in the provincial capital, she often frequented the local cabarets and met many singers from larger cities. Yet, she had never encountered such authenticity before. The sight of him, unfazed under the spotlight, captivated her completely. Li Qingran's expression darkened, observing Qi Hongxiu's fascination. He quickly offered her some sunflower seeds and remarked, "Don't be deceived by his appearance. He is the same lowlife who was thrown out during an audition at our drama troupe." Cheng Yi, does that name ring a bell? Cheng Yi? Qi Hongxiu paused, tilting her head in thought until the memory surfaced. The day she had gone for her audition, upon entering, she had heard a commotion. To her surprise, she had witnessed a young man being dragged out by the doorman, kicking in frustration, a sight both comical and absurd. At that moment, his disheveled hair had obscured his face, preventing her from recognizing him. Astonished, she had looked back at him, unable to fathom that the disheveled man was now the young singer before her. He must have practiced diligently to have mastered a few Cantonese songs, she mused. Lin Qingran scoffed. Just wait and see. He only knows these few songs. When it's time to choose more, he'll surely make a fool of himself. Upon hearing this, Qi Hongxiu felt a slight chill in her enthusiasm. Initially believing him to be a formidable artist from a big city, she now perceived him as merely a small-time performer from Yuanan County. Her impression significantly diminished. Moreover, with Lin Qingran's assertion that he had probably only practiced these two songs, it seemed likely that he would falter if pressed for more. With thoughts swirling in her mind, Qi Hongxiu shifted her attention to Lin Qingran. The two engaged in conversation for a while, and before long, the time for song request arrived. Prior to Cheng Yi taking the stage, Yang Shouxian had already greeted him. Today, he would receive a share of the earnings for each song performed, 1 yuan per song. So the more he sang, the more he earned. Are there any songs you wish to hear? Whether in Cantonese or English, I shall give it a try, Cheng Yi said with a smile. The audience, still yearning for more, many accompanied by their partners, promptly requested 3 or 4 love songs. In a nostalgic ballroom, the atmosphere was imbued with a slow and deep resonance. The young man standing in the center of the dance floor exuded a calm, elegant, and confident demeanor. The charisma cultivated over 30 years of life experiences captivated everyone's gaze. Qi Hongxiu was utterly mesmerized. To have self-taught so many Cantonese songs was indeed impressive. Had he been in the provincial capital, he could have thrived even more, perhaps even being recruited into the art troupe. Beside her, Lin Qingran furrowed his brow. He had always held Cheng Yi in disdain, especially given their past grievances. Thus, hearing Qi Hongxiu praise him only intensified his discomfort. Recruited into the art troupe? Him? He can't even get into the local drama troupe. With just a couple of Cantonese songs under his belt, he was eager to see how Cheng Yi would falter today. How about who understands the heart of a wanderer? Can you manage that? Lin Qingran raised his voice, demanding an answer. Cheng Yi, standing in the spotlight, glanced towards Lin Qingran but could not discern his features. The voice, however, sounded vaguely familiar. Sure, he replied with a smile, signaling to the person beside him to collect the payment. Lin Qingran, despite his indignation, generously produced a large bill and handed it over. This song, released by Wang Jie just last year, had only recently gained popularity in Yuan County over the past few months. Mastering it was no easy feat, and Lin Qingran was skeptical that Cheng Yi could deliver a commendable performance. As the accompaniment began, Cheng Yi seized the microphone, keeping time with the rhythm, and unleashed a rendition of this epic-making song. This very song would become an indelible classic for generations to come. As the final note faded, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Lin Qingran's expression darkened considerably. When he glanced at Qi Hongxiu, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Her cheeks flushed as she gazed at Cheng Yi with astonishment. Another song. Lin Qingran could no longer contain himself, shouting loudly and immediately handing over more money to select another recent hit. Thousands of songs. Cheng Yi, oblivious to Lin Qingran's inner turmoil, was content to sing as long as he was paid. After all, he earned a yuan for each song, and he hoped for as many requests as possible. After completing the next song, Lin Qingran seemed dazed, his eyes fixated on Cheng Yi, bloodshot and filled with disbelief. How is this possible? How could he know so many songs? Another one. Lin Qingran suddenly sprang to his feet. He remained unconvinced that Cheng Yi was capable of excelling in everything. After more than half an hour in the dance hall, Cheng Yi concluded his final lyrics, smiled, and waved at the crowd below, saying, "I've finished my performance. I'll take a brief respite. Please enjoy the songs of others, and I shall return shortly." With that, he set down a microphone and exited. Moments earlier, Lin Qingran had impulsively requested 7 songs, spending a total of 70 yuan, an amount equivalent to over a month's salary. His eyes reddened. Had he not discovered his pockets were empty while paying, he might have continued to request more. Beside him, Qi Hongxiu perceived the tension between Lin Qingran and Cheng Yi, pausing momentarily to form her own opinion about him. This man, with his prominent brows and striking features, appeared surprisingly reckless. Regaining his composure, Lin Qingran felt a pang of regret. Damn, he had foolishly spent 70 yuan. That was an entire month's wages. This fellow was undoubtedly colluding with the dance hall to swindle him. His complexion fluctuated between pale and green, and had Chi Hongxiu not been observing him, he would have rushed backstage to demand a refund. At 10 o'clock, Cheng Yi finished his shift punctually. Yang Shouxian had been waiting outside, and, upon spotting Cheng Yi, broke into a wide smile and approached him eagerly. "What a splendid night it has been! Congratulations!" Yang Shouxian exclaimed, offering him a cigarette while lighting one for himself. He was not one to put on airs. Having faced hardships and been looked down upon in his youth, he had only recently enjoyed success after dabbling in business. Over the past couple of days, Cheng Yi's reputation had indeed spread, and the evening's earnings had doubled. Following this trend, it would not be long before their Golden Phoenix Dance Hall captured 80% of the business in Yuanan County. Once the dance hall gained notoriety, other ventures in the gray market would surely follow suit, leading to substantial profits. To Yang Shouxian, Cheng Yi had become a veritable cash cow. Cheng Yi graciously accepted the compliment and the cigarette, then confidently collected a substantial sum from the accountant. The performance fee was 80 yuan, and the patrons had ordered a total of 15 songs, amounting to 95 yuan. Cheng Yi meticulously counted the money in front of the accountant and Yang Shouxian. After he secured the funds, Yang Shouxian exhaled a smoke ring and cast a sidelong glance at the young secretary beside him. She was a girl in her early 20s, clad in a slit cheongsam paired with a knitted top, her hair styled in glamorous waves. Though she still retained some youthful innocence, her makeup exuded a mature allure. She linked her arm with Yang Shouxian's, her voice sweetly melodic. Noticing Yang Shouxian's gaze, she opened her handbag and extracted a document. "Mr. Cheng, take a look at this contract we've drafted for our dance hall. If everything is in order, let us sign it, and you will become the star performer at our Golden Phoenix Dance Hall." Indeed, a capitalist at heart. When Cheng Yi had come in for the audition the previous day, Yang Shouxian had recognized his talent but refrained from hastily signing him on. Only by signing a formal contract can one secure a guaranteed monthly salary of 200 yuan, along with the employee benefits bestowed during holidays. Yang Shouxian, being astute, allowed Cheng Yi to audition for 2 days, and to his astonishment, the number of guests doubled today. Fearing that Cheng Yi might attract attention from associates of his close friends, he hurried over with the contract as soon as he saw him off work. Only upon signing the contract could he feel at ease. Otherwise, if someone from the other side poached his discovery, it would indeed be a grievous loss. "My good brother, once you sign this contract, you will be under my protection, Yang Shouxian. No one in Yuanan County would dare to lay a finger on you." Yang Shouxian Biamed, pointing at the contract. "Look, a guaranteed 200 yuan a month. Plus, there's an additional 100 yuan in venue fees each night. This does not even account for commissions. If you perform 2 or 3 shows a week, you'll surely earn effortlessly." Cheng Yi merely smiled, his lips pressed together, his demeanor tranquil, as if Yang Shouxian's words stirred no excitement within him. This inevitably led Yang Shouxian to regard him with renewed admiration, reflecting inwardly that this young man was indeed extraordinary. Chapter 17. Where shall the daughter-in-law touch? However, Yang Shouxian was quite confident about the conditions he had proposed. How could a newcomer refuse such generous benefits being offered upon entry? Taking a drag from his cigarette, he eagerly awaited Cheng Yi's response. Yet in the next moment, he noticed a flicker of hesitation and distress on the young man's face. Yang Shouxian Baoset, bewildered. "What? Is there a problem?" he hurriedly inquired. Cheng Yi, without hesitation, furrowed his brows and let out a long sigh. He nodded and spoke softly. "Boss Yang, I do not wish to hide anything from you. I am indeed facing difficulties." Cheng Yi had no intention of concealing his identity. He proceeded to share snippets of his predicament, mentioning his debts from high-interest loans and his previous aspirations to join a drama troupe. Sighing again, he rubbed his forehead and lamented, "In my youth, I was foolish, always chasing after trivial matters, accumulating a mountain of debt, which has caused suffering for my wife and children. To be candid, a few days ago, Boss Chi approached me, demanding $600 within 3 days, or else he would take action against my family. I truly find myself at a loss." Cheng Yi's eyes were reddened as he gazed at Yang Shouxian. his voice fluctuating with emotion, and traces of tears glimmered in his eyes. This poignant scene moved everyone present. Yang Shouxian nodded gravely, extinguishing his cigarette, and sighed, "I am aware of your circumstances. After all, not just anyone can be welcomed into my Golden Phoenix dance hall. Before admitting anyone, I ensure to check their background and identity for any hidden agendas." Although Cheng Yi seemed to be a bit of a rogue, he had no ties to any other factions, which is why Yang Shouxian felt secure in signing the contract with him. To be honest, someone approached me this morning to sign a contract with a lucrative offer, even promising to lend me money to repay my debts. However, given that you, Boss Yang, were the first to recognize my potential, how could I possibly accept? Cheng Yi declared with unwavering loyalty, his eyes sincere and filled with gratitude. His years of honing his craft were evident in his performance. Yang Shouxian, no fool himself, was taken aback by Cheng Yi's words. His brow furrowed, and he exclaimed, "Who dares to poach my people from the Golden Phoenix dance hall?" Before Cheng Yi could respond, he waved his hand and turned to the accountant, saying with a stern voice, "Quickly bring out $600. My people at the Golden Phoenix dance hall shall not be driven to despair by loan sharks." Moments later, 6 neatly bundled stacks of cash were presented to Cheng Yi. Yang Shouxian then patted Cheng Yi's shoulder firmly. "You are a good lad, recognizing your mistakes and seeking to amend them. What do they say? A prodigal son returning is worth more than gold. From now on, you shall sing well in my Golden Phoenix dance hall. You will reap the rewards." Cheng Yi, with his head bowed, quickly nodded in gratitude, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. "Thank you so much, Boss Yang. I will definitely sing well from now on. Rest assured, I shall remember this kindness." His voice trembled with emotion as he seemed to wipe away a tear. Yang Shouxian felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. The money was merely lent out, after all. It was not as if it could not be repaid, and he had gained a favor in return. How splendid! After giving a few more instructions to Cheng Yi, Yang Shouxian finally departed with his secretary and accountant. Cheng Yi meticulously concealed the money, and just as he stepped outside, he noticed the gatekeeper waving at him. "Brother?" Cheng Yi smiled as he approached, handing over the cigarette Yang Shouxian had just given him. "Is there something you need?" Upon receiving the cigarette, Zhao Dahong felt immense delight. He quickly accepted it, placing it behind his ear, and pointed to an old-fashioned bicycle leaning against the gatepost. "This is a gift from Boss Yang. He mentioned that it would be inconvenient for you to return home at night without a vehicle, and riding a bicycle would be more comfortable." Cheng Yi was momentarily taken aback. Beside the weathered bicycle lay a package of meat and a bag of rice, and even an old flashlight was tied to the handlebars. Zhao Dahong hurried over, pushed the bicycle closer, and pressed the bell, causing the darkness of the night to part and reveal a glimmer of light ahead. Boss Yang said that if you work diligently, he will certainly reward you well. Although he may be stern in speech, he possesses a kind heart. With a grin, Zhao Dahong handed the bicycle to him, urging, "You should head back quickly. Don't delay." A warmth blossomed within Cheng Yi's heart. He understood that he truly owed Yang Shouxian a debt of gratitude. Nodding, he mounted the bicycle and vanished into the misty night. As night fell, Cheng Yi returned home to his surprise. Lin Qingran was still awake. He quietly pushed the door open and found a kerosene lamp lit in the yard. Lin Qingran was using an old pair of large scissors to cut the tails of some snails. Hearing Cheng Yi's return, she turned to see him pushing in the bicycle. Cheng Yi was damp with dew, droplets of water clinging to his hair. Their eyes met in the flickering orange glow of the lamp, and Lin Qingran's expression softened considerably. His heart skipped a beat. This bicycle, along with the meat and rice, was sent by the nightclub owner, Cheng Yi quickly explained. After parking the bicycle, he strode toward her. The early spring wind was still quite chilly, and it seeped in, sending a shiver through him. "What are you doing with these?" Noticing her hands turning red from the cold water, he frowned in concern. Lin Qingran was momentarily stunned. Before she could respond, Cheng Yi bent down, took her hands in his, and drew her into his embrace. Having ridden back, he radiated warmth, and, as he stopped, beads of sweat formed on his chest and back. Her hands, held tightly in his, rested against his warm chest through a thin layer of clothing. The warmth enveloped them, and he clasped her hands firmly. Lin Qingran instinctively looked up, catching sight of his Adam's apple moving swiftly as he swallowed. He gazed down at her, his eyes revealing unmasked concern. You could have waited until Lin Yaodong and the others arrived to do this. Why did you take it upon yourself? It's still chilly in early spring, and the well water is even colder. What if you catch a chill? He said in a deep voice. Cheng Yi spoke while lowering his gaze to observe Lin Qingran's attire. Indeed, she wore a patched cotton shirt, over which was draped a thin sweater with frayed edges. Below, she sported a pair of black khaki trousers and black suede shoes with buttons. Lin Qingran's face flushed with embarrassment as she tentatively attempted to retract her hand. But despite her efforts, she remained unable to do so. She bit her lip and murmured, "Every little bit helps. I can manage this. Besides, it's not so easy to catch a cold. I've been accustomed to farm work. Even when you were away, I was not entirely alone." Her words trailed off, interrupted by Cheng Yi's voice. "But now that I'm back," he stated. As he spoke, he removed his leather jacket and draped it over his shoulders, leading her to the main room, where he switched on a light. "I'll fetch you a cup of hot water. It will help ward off the chill," he said, heading to the kitchen to pour a cup of warm water. Upon returning to the main room, he handed her the enamel mug. The steam rose, dispersing the cold, and in an instant, she felt warmth enveloping her entire being. Lin Qingran took a sip and glanced down at the leather jacket she wore. This was Cheng Yi's most treasured garment. He had always cautioned her to trim her nails before assisting with its care, fearing that her rough hands might mar the fabric. Yet now, a sudden pang of emotion welled up in her. Cradling the enamel mug, she looked up, intending to offer Cheng Yi some water as well, only to find him unexpectedly unbuckling his belt. Lin Qingran? She was no naive girl oblivious to such matters. They had shared intimacy when they married. After all, where did Qingqing come from? Nonetheless, societal constraints had rendered them overly reserved. Moreover, in the scant 3 or 4 months since their union, Cheng Yi had often been absent from home. Each intimate encounter was shrouded in darkness, and Lin Qingran had scarcely dared to open her eyes. Now, with the bright light illuminating the room, Cheng Yi was unfastening his belt. Lin Qingran's cheeks flushed crimson, her eyelashes fluttering as anxiety gripped her. Grasping the cup tightly, she widened her eyes and stammered, "What are you doing?" Cheng Yi. What was he doing? Upon seeing her expression, he realized her mind was wandering to inappropriate conclusions. Yet, succumbing to his playful nature, he suppressed a chuckle and feigned innocence, shrugging in response. "I'm taking off my pants," Cheng Yi declared with utmost seriousness. As he continued to unbuckle his belt, he even took a step forward to ensure she could see clearly. Under the dim light of the old incandescent bulb, the glow revealed every detail of her face, highlighting a delicate blush. "Why are you undressing here?" she stammered, quickly turning away, her speech faltering. "You should, go back to the room. I'll get you some water." As she spoke, she attempted to rise and escape. However, as she brushed past Cheng Yi, he firmly grasped her wrist. Her delicate fingers brushed against skin so smooth that Cheng Yi felt a fleeting moment of distraction. He suppressed a chuckle and said, "My dear wife, allow me to show you something truly remarkable." Lin Qingran was utterly bewildered. What on earth was he talking about? Once his thoughts led her astray, her mind descended into utter chaos, leaving her limbs paralyzed. Cheng Yi grasped her wrist, his fingertips gliding over her trousers, even grazing the coolness of his belt, trailing down in tandem with the rising warmth. The instant their skin made contact, Lin Qingran froze. Her entire petite frame rooted to the spot, her earlobes flushed with a vivid pink, as if they might bleed. What had she just touched? What was Cheng Yi truly up to? "My dear wife, where are you reaching?" Cheng Yi finally ceased his teasing and pulled her hand toward his belt. In that moment, Lin Qingran's reason began to resurface. Yet she could only discern that the sensation beneath her fingertips had transformed into something rigid and cold. Stunned, she looked up at him and inquired, "What is this?" Chapter 18. Lang Lang protects his mother. Cheng Yi released her hand with a smile, flipping open his outer pants to reveal a black cloth bag sewn into the waistband, unbeknownst to her until now. The bag was bulging, seemingly filled with numerous items. Cheng Yi stifled a laugh as he opened the bag and retrieved its contents. "I know you've been worried and unable to sleep. You can rest assured now, can't you?" Under the dim light, shadows danced, and Lin Qingran finally discerned what lay within the black bag: 6 neatly bundled stacks of cash. Cheng Yi took the money out and handed it to her, his teasing demeanor fading, replaced by a serious expression. He placed a reassuring hand on Lin Qingran's shoulder, applying gentle pressure as he spoke. "I've caused you worry these past few days. Tomorrow, I will repay Boss Qi. From now on, you need not lose sleep at night, nor face disdain from your family." Cheng Yi's gaze bore into her, every word deliberate. "From this day forth, I shall take care of everything at home. You need not worry." At this juncture, Lin Qingran realized she had been biting her lip, leaving it bruised. Releasing her lips, she revealed faint teeth marks, and as she met Cheng Yi's gaze, she opened her mouth yet found herself unable to utter a single word. Tears began to cascade down her cheeks, each drop searing against her skin, causing him pain. Where did this money come from? Lin Qingran choked out, her voice quivering. "Illegitimate funds cannot be accepted. Life is only just beginning to improve a little. Do not act foolishly if things go awry again. It's a loan from Yang Shouxian, the owner of the dance hall," Cheng Yi explained, a smile gracing his lips as he gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. "These past few days, my performances of Cantonese songs drew quite the crowd. The owner was afraid I might leave, so he lent me money to pay off the usury in advance. See, this money was earned in a single night." Cheng Yi indicated his leather jacket, reaching inside to pull out a handful of cash for her to see before tucking it away again. "Let's first repay the high-interest loan. The money from the dance hall can be repaid gradually. In just a few days, I will have earned enough." His candid explanation finally eased the anxiety that had weighed heavily on Lin Qingran's heart. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she clutched the fabric of Cheng Yi's sleeve tightly before finally releasing her grip. "Yes, let us repay the high-interest loan first." Lin Qingran wiped her tears away, and within the depths of her once dull eyes, a brilliant light suddenly ignited. She looked at Cheng Yi earnestly, saying, "We can repay the money from the dance hall slowly. With a little frugality and hard work, surely heaven will not corner us into a dead end." Her voice trembled with emotion as she wiped away her tears. Over the years, she had often gritted her teeth, teetering on the brink of despair, only to be thrust into the next abyss before she could catch her breath. Time and again, she had felt utterly hopeless. But this time, it seemed Cheng Yi had truly changed. He had found a job, earned a substantial amount of money, and had genuinely sought a solution to the astronomical debts. A gust of wind swept in, carrying with it the distinctive chill of an early spring night. Yet, Lin Qingran's heart was ablaze with fervor and vitality. The following day, a light drizzle fell in the morning, only to cease shortly thereafter. Cheng Shumi, while chopping pig feed, remained alert, listening intently to the commotion next door. Lin Yulong sipped his porridge, furrowing his brow in curiosity. What was happening next door? The ruckus, so early in the morning, must have been caused by that scoundrel Cheng Yi again. Had he stolen old Zhao's bamboo shoots once more? Or perhaps Big Qi had come to demand repayment. For the past 3 days, rumors had circulated throughout Chengjia village, proclaiming that Cheng Yi was in debt to loan sharks, owing 600 yuan within 3 days. Otherwise, he would face dire consequences. Cheng Shumi was particularly invested in the gossip, recounting the tale to anyone who would listen, lamenting her nephew's lack of ambition and recalling how well she had treated him, only for him to repay her kindness with trouble. The village women offered her consolation, asserting that Cheng Yi's misdeeds would catch up with him, and retribution was imminent. Cheng Shumi felt a sense of satisfaction swelling within her. As she chopped the pig feed, she exclaimed, "They say that evil deeds beget punishment. He broke our son's leg, and now the retribution has arrived. You may not know, but Big Qi is coming today. 600 yuan. If he cannot repay it, they'll break his legs. How exciting it is. Everyone is eager to witness it." Lin Yulong frowned. As the village head, Cheng Yi was technically one of his own. He ought to protect him, albeit to some extent. However, the image of Yi Wei, covered in blood and returning home with a broken leg, and his wife fainting in despair, hardened Lin Yulong's resolve. It was true. Evil deeds reap their own rewards. Cheng Yi deserved it. It was merely poetic justice. After finishing his porridge, Lin Yulong grabbed a hoe and prepared to tend to the vegetable patch at the front of his house. Cheng Yi, having completed her task, poured the feed into the pot, adding rice bran to the fire, leaving her little inclination for any other pursuits. Cheng Baowang, seated on a bamboo chair at the door, trembled as he attempted to rise and venture outside, only to be scolded by Cheng Yi. At your age, why do you want to join the commotion? Father, you stay at home. If you fall, I'll have to send your 2 sons to carry you back. Cheng Baowang fell silent and sat back down. Throughout his life, he had favored sons over daughters, and even though he knew he could enjoy a comfortable life with his sons, he was reluctant to burden them. Thus, he complied and remained seated. Before long, Lin Yulong hurried back in, exclaiming, "They're coming, they're coming." He panted. Cheng Yi sprang to her feet, her eyes sparkling, and wiped her hands on her apron before rushing outside. "Let's go see." The two dashed out together. They soon discovered a considerable crowd gathered in the neighboring yard. Cheng Yi was puzzled. What was happening? Why were there so many people gathered to watch today? Did no one have work to do? Without further thought, she squeezed into the throng, only to find the yard overflowing with pots of all sizes, dark and brimming with something. Upon closer inspection, she was astonished to realize they were filled with snails. Snails? So many? Cheng Yi wore a look of bewilderment, but her attention was swiftly diverted. In the center of the courtyard stood another individual, the village chief of Chengjia village, Cheng Dijing. In his 50s, he was lean yet robust, and held considerable esteem within the village. Years ago, he had been a teacher, later sent for re-education, but upon his return, he became the village chief. His education and strong opinions earned him the trust of many villagers, as he possessed a knack for articulating his thoughts coherently. Before Cheng Dijing, Chi Laoda stood with his arms crossed, regarding him coldly. Can you truly shield him forever simply because you hail from the same village? It is only just that debts are repaid. Chi Laoda's face darkened as he prepared to stride into the house. Cheng Dijing found himself in a difficult position. He rubbed his hands together, instinctively wanting to intervene, but was met with a fierce glare from Chi Laoda when he turned sharply. What is this? You think I fear you just because I've given you a modicum of respect? Chi Laoda's voice rose, his expression hardening as he spat. I am not from your Qingjia village. If you attempt to stop me, I will not hesitate to deal with you as well. Cheng Dijing's expression stiffened. In truth, he did not wish to become embroiled in this matter. However, considering that Cheng Yi was of his own clan and a resident of Chengjia village, he could not feign ignorance, especially with the uproar the situation had caused in recent days. Should it escalate to a point of no return, it would indeed be troublesome. Moreover, his conscience would not allow him to remain passive. Gritting his teeth, he contemplated for a moment before stepping forward decisively. No, I cannot pretend to be oblivious to this. As the village chief, if you seek trouble, I must intervene. The older generation possessed an unwavering stubbornness, impervious to persuasion. Cheng Yi cried out, Village chief, come back. Chi Laoda has killed before. Are you not afraid for your life? It is not worth it. Several villagers echoed her sentiments. Indeed, this rascal brought this upon himself. Even if he were to be beaten to death, it would be his own fault. Village chief, we need not go this far. If Cheng Yi were to meet his demise, we could at least retrieve his body, and that would suffice as our mercy. It is truly lamentable for his wife and children to be burdened by such a rogue. The crowd erupted into a cacophony, with some even attempting to drag Cheng Dijing away. Chi Laoda, incensed, drew a steel rod from his waist, licking his teeth as he leaned toward the house, shouting, Damn it, Cheng Yi, come out. You can run from the monk, but not from the temple. If you do not emerge today, I will set your house ablaze. Do you believe me? For 3 days, Chi Laoda had been at his wit's end. 600 yuan in 3 days. Where could Cheng Yi possibly procure such an amount? Thus, even though the 3 days would only be complete by tomorrow morning, Chi Laoda could not contain himself and had arrived early that day. He had firmly resolved in his heart that should he fail to repay this debt, he would not hesitate to break a man's arm to demonstrate his own might. If all else failed, he would sell himself to the north as a laborer. It was certainly preferable to living in debt. The murmurs of discussion surged in waves. Just as Qiao, the leader, was about to kick the door open, A languid voice emerged from the outskirts of the crowd. "Dear uncles and aunts, you are blocking the way. Kindly make some room." The crowd paused in confusion. Wait a moment. Why does that voice sound so familiar? Instinctively, a group turned to look and saw Cheng Yi carrying a basket, water dripping from it, while beside him, Qing clutched at his clothing, timidly hiding and casting fearful glances at the onlookers. Upon spotting Xiao, Qing let out a cry, overwhelmed with fear. "I'm scared, the bad man." Meanwhile, Lang stretched out his small arm. Though terrified and unable to gaze directly at Xiao, he stood protectively in front of Lin Qingran, declaring in his innocent voice, Lang will protect Mama." Chapter 19. The arrival of Chief Qi. Villagers gather to watch Chief Qi. Cheng Yi entered calmly, methodically pouring the river snails from the basket into a deep redwood basin. After washing his hands, he approached Chief Qi and, before he could speak, interjected, "Wait a moment." Chief Qi. It was indeed peculiar. He actually obeyed Cheng Yi's words, standing there in silence. Cheng Shumi, having procured a handful of sunflower seeds from somewhere, began to crack them open, straining as she pushed her way through the crowd. "Oh, that rascal. I told him long ago not to entertain such nonsensical thoughts, yet he refuses to learn. Look at him, burdened with debts, provoking the wrong people. I can no longer assist him." Cheng Shumi shouted, her voice dripping with schadenfreude. Upon hearing her, the crowd began to murmur once more. However, it wasn't long before Cheng Yi emerged from the house, a heavy cloth bag in his hand, its shape revealing bundles within, causing the onlookers to pause in astonishment. Wait a moment. That appearance. Why does it resemble money so closely? Goodness, so much. Surely hundreds of dollars? Cheng Shumi, who had been cracking seeds, froze in her actions, her neck craning as she widened her eyes, momentarily losing her focus. Chief Qi stood before Cheng Yi, who presented the cloth bag, stating, "In this line of work, one must adhere to the rules. Wasn't it agreed upon for 3 days? Have the 3 days passed?" Chief Qi. Wasn't he just afraid someone might flee? Chief Qi's expression darkened, yet instinctively, he reached out for the money upon seeing it. Cheng Yi stepped back, his smile still present. Yet his demeanor had grown cold. "Today, it is not I who am breaking the rules. If you wish to take the money, we must renegotiate the terms." Chief Qi widened his eyes. "Do not push your luck." Cheng Yi leisurely opened the cloth bag. The crowd, in unison, leaned forward. Once they discerned the contents, they gasped, swallowing hard. Goodness, this is indeed money. A full 6 bundles of cash. $600. In these times, even those with stable government jobs barely earned around $80 a month, let alone us, laborers toiling in the dirt. $5 would suffice for a month's sustenance. $600. How could they possibly accumulate that much in a decade? What a clever lad. Where did Cheng Yi acquire such sudden wealth? Chief Qi's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the money. He rubbed his hands together, fixated on the cash, and for the first time, softened his tone. Looking at Cheng Yi, he said, "Well, as long as the money can be repaid, everything is negotiable. We are brothers, after all. Isn't it better to maintain a harmonious relationship?" Cheng Yi flashed a grin, and before Chief Qi drew out a single bill, $10 less in interest, he remarked, extending the cloth bag forward, "What do you say?" Chief Qi. To be honest, had this been earlier, he would have certainly struck him with a stick. However, after several hundred yuan spent and nearly 3 months of turmoil, he nearly believed that this money would never be recovered. A mere 10 yuan less is still 10 yuan less. Qi Laoda, displaying a sense of decisiveness, swiftly seized the cloth bag and meticulously counted the contents before Cheng Yi. Not a single cent was missing. Qi Laoda finally breathed a sigh of relief, ready to depart with the money. But Cheng Yi grasped his arm and calmly inquired about the IOU. Without hesitation, Qi Laoda produced the IOU from his pocket, handed it to Cheng Yi, and waved his hand, stating that they were now even. Nobody owed anyone anything. After speaking, he pocketed the money and made his way outside. Cheng Yi received the IOU, opened it, and gazed at the familiar yet foreign characters before tearing the note into shreds. From this moment on, this matter would be considered closed. He could finally live a stable life with Lin Qingran and Qing. In the crowd, Lin Qingran's eyes had turned red. Cheng Yi approached her, placing the money into her hands, and with a gentle smile, said, "Make sure to keep it safe. When I run out, I may need to ask you for some." Lin Qingran nodded, feeling the gaze of the onlookers upon her, and, slightly embarrassed, pulled Qing towards the house. Cheng Shumi was the first to react. Filled with both anger and anxiety, she shouted, "Where did you get so much money? You haven't been involved in anything illegal, have you? You brought shame upon our family." The village chief, Cheng Yi, furrowed his brows in concern. He approached Cheng Yi, his expression serious. "Nephew, we are but ordinary folk, and we ought to live our lives with integrity. Your wife and children are depending on you. Engaging in illegal activities can lead to dire consequences. What will happen if the police arrest you? What will your parents do? What about your wife and children? Listen to your uncle. We should go confess now. The higher-ups say those who confess will receive leniency, and the organization will certainly give you a chance to turn over a new leaf. I promise." Cheng Yi gazed at Cheng Yi with heartfelt sorrow, clearly distressed by the troubles his younger relative had caused him. Cheng Yi bit his lip, pondering how to explain the situation, when suddenly he noticed Lin Qingran, who had almost reached the door, stop in her tracks. She turned around, gazing intently at the crowd, and after a moment, addressed Cheng Yi, village chief. "Cheng Yi has not committed any crimes. The money is borrowed from his boss, so you need not worry." The crowd was taken aback. Borrowed from his boss? This ne'er-do-well found a job? The critical question remained, what kind of boss would generously lend him 600 yuan? The crowd was filled with uncertainty, their curiosity piqued, yet hesitant to inquire further. After a moment of silence, it was Cheng Shumi who shouted, with his capabilities, what kind of good job could he possibly find? What kind of boss would lend him 600 yuan? Have they lost their senses? He must have engaged in some petty crime. If he doesn't confess, we should call the police to arrest him and let him face the consequences. Our family cannot harbor such disgraceful behavior. Cheng Shumi's voice was sharp and unyielding. Cheng Yi recognized the tone all too well. He was not angered. Instead, he smiled and glanced in the direction of Cheng Shumi, saying, "Aunt, seeing your concern for me, why not lend me some money? You did say we are family, didn't you? I only need 100 yuan. What do you say?" The mention of borrowing money caused Cheng Shumi's face to flush with indignation. I have no money. Go ask your father." Cheng Yi scoffed dismissively. In the courtyard, the onlookers fell silent. In Chengjia village, if Cheng Shumi had no money, who did? With a father who could barely provide for himself, receiving a monthly allowance of 30 yuan, and a husband who was a cadre in the village. While her son worked at the county's meat processing plant, she was hardly in a position to lend money. Not to mention, the land allocated to her was fertile rice paddies, yielding abundant harvests. In 1990, every household in Chengjia village was impoverished, with families relying on a single pig to survive the year. Yet, Cheng Shumi had 2 pigs in her pen, both plump and thriving, far more robust than those of her neighbors. Who wouldn't feel envious? If she truly wanted to assist her nephew, selling just 1 pig would suffice. Everyone was acutely aware of the unspoken truth, and their gazes towards her held a hint of hidden meaning. Cheng Shumi, knowing she was in the wrong, felt her cheeks burn with embarrassment. Fearing that Cheng Yi would bring up the loan again, she muttered a few curses and left in a huff, declaring, "Go ahead and make trouble. You'll get yourself into serious trouble soon enough." Cheng Yi shrugged, pretending not to hear. He turned to Cheng Yi, his expression growing somewhat serious. "Uncle, I know you mean well, but I truly borrowed this money from my boss. If I were doing something illegal, would I still be here? Rest assured, if I truly committed a crime, wouldn't the police handle it?" Cheng Yi paused, contemplating the logic in that statement. He nodded and waved his hand, signaling everyone to disperse. "Everyone, go about your business. Stop loitering here. If something were to happen, the police would surely take care of it. We need not worry about that." With Cheng Yi's directive, the crowd calmed down, and they began to reason with his words. Just as they were about to leave, a group of young men came running towards them, their shirts unbuttoned and sweat glistening on their foreheads, carrying baskets and nylon bags that looked heavy, seemingly filled with something. Seeing the crowd blocking the entrance, the foremost among them, Lin Yaodong, shouted, "Make way! Make way!" The villagers jumped in surprise, quickly stepping aside. Upon closer inspection, They recognized the young men. Hey, aren't these the notorious troublemakers from Cheng Yi village? They were known for their mischief, stealing chickens and causing annoyance among the villagers. Today, however, they were all gathered at Cheng Yi's courtyard, which raised suspicions. Cheng Dijing had intended to leave, but upon seeing Lin Yaodong rushing in, his eyelids twitched. It was not for any other reason, but because Lin Yaodong was his grandson. Cheng Dijing's youngest daughter married Lin Yaodong's father, marking the beginning of their childhood betrothal. They were blessed with several children, each more remarkable than the last. Yet it was Lin Yaodong who proved to be a constant source of exasperation. Cheng Dijing felt a sharp pang in his brow as Lin Yaodong burst into the room, and his frustration boiled over. With a stern countenance, he reprimanded, "You rascal! What brings you here again? Have you been chased away once more?" Lin Yaodong was momentarily taken aback. Upon raising his gaze, he spotted his grandfather. A sheepish grin spread across his face as he scratched his head and exclaimed, "Grandpa, what brings you here? Have you come to gather snails for a little extra cash?" Cheng Dijing was momentarily speechless. "What?" In response, Lin Yaodong lifted the dripping nylon bag in his hand and explained snails. Cheng Ge collects them for 10 cents a pound. They weigh quite a bit, and you can earn a decent sum. The bystanders were left in a state of bewilderment, nearly convinced they had misheard. What? Collecting snails? For 10 cents a pound? Behind Lin Yaodong, 5 or 6 young men hurriedly entered, wiping the sweat from their brows. They rushed to the water tank, scooped up some well water, and gulped it down, finally regaining their composure. Chapter 20. The spicy snails are simply irresistible. They raced back from the riverbank, each carrying at least 20 to 30 pounds of snails. What a workout. Brother Cheng, look, one of them exclaimed with a broad grin, extending his hand filled with snails. There were so many by the river that I could gather them with my eyes closed. Hurry and weigh them for me, so I can go back for more. Cheng Yi wasted no time. He took an old-fashioned scale, hung the weight, and began to assist them with the measurement. Lu Xiaotong, 18 pounds. Zhao Dahua, 23 pounds. Li Cheng, 19 pounds. Soon, everyone noticed Lin Qingran taking out some scrap paper and a pencil to jot down the weights. To their astonishment, she then pulled out cash to pay them. $1.80, $2.30, $1.90. When it came to Lin Yaodong, the scale read a full 30 pounds. "Here, your $3. Lin Qingran said with a smile as she handed it over. Lin Yaodong's eyes sparkled with delight. "Wow, thank you, sister-in-law." He joyfully accepted the money, carefully tucking it into his pocket, and then turned to Cheng Dijing, saying, "Grandpa, I haven't done anything wrong. I've been earning money following Brother Cheng these past few days." Before Cheng Dijing could inquire further, Lin Yaodong pursed his lips and whistled, beckoning a few younger companions to grab their baskets and woven bags and dash out once more. Seizing the early hours, they aimed to gather as many as possible, knowing that every little bit sold would matter. The group was quick to arrive and depart, leaving the villagers who had originally come home in a state of bewilderment. What? Collecting snails for money? It was only then that they noticed Cheng Yi's courtyard filled with red basins, each brimming with thumb-sized black snails. You're buying snails? 10 cents a pound? Is that for real? One cannot help but ask. Cheng Yi poured the snails into a bucket, and upon hearing the question, he looked up and nodded. "Yes, I buy snails. I'm planning to start a small business, 10 cents a pound, and I'll take the field snails too." Goodness, how remarkable. The crowd, originally just there to observe, had not anticipated that Cheng Yi was actually buying snails and conducting business. Oh dear, with the recent rice planting, the fields are teeming with these things. They're neither tasty nor worth the trouble of cooking. I never imagined you would collect them. One man scratched his head, his mind racing with possibilities. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he asked Cheng, "If you're buying, I'll gather some to sell to you. Is that all right? 10 cents a pound. These things weigh a lot in a small bag." They were all farmers, and throughout the year, they barely made any money selling pigs. Now, if Cheng Yi truly bought snails, they could earn a substantial amount to support their households. Cheng Yi smiled and nodded, "Yes, I'll buy snails for 10 cents a pound. If any of you ladies have the time, come over. I'll pay for 1 or 2 pounds. Every little bit helps, doesn't it?" With those words, the excitement was akin to water splashing into hot oil. What? You can earn money just for gathering snails? To think that Aunt Zhao only pays 2 cents for zippers on pants. This offered price was indeed generous. Previously, when I informed them that Cheng Yi was collecting snails and even offering payment, they were certainly skeptical. However, upon witnessing it with their own eyes, their hearts instantly stirred with excitement, eager to rush back and gather snails for profit. Cheng's lad, you have truly struck it rich. Auntie previously misunderstood you. Li Xiaomei, who lives right opposite Cheng Yi, grinned and quickly pointed towards the assorted pots in Cheng Yi's courtyard. This afternoon, when Annie has some free time, I shall come over to lend a hand and earn a little, so do not mind if I am a bit slow. As soon as Li Xiaomei finished speaking, several voices chimed in, affirming their intentions. Yes, I'll join after finishing my chores. Oh dear, I must hurry back to prepare dinner and come over early this afternoon. The crowd arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, leaving the small courtyard remarkably empty. Qing, having seen so few people since childhood, was quite timid. She had been hiding behind the door, and only when everyone had left did she venture out. Daddy, Qing dashed over, gently tugging at Cheng Yi's clothing, trembling as she exclaimed, "That uncle is a bad person." The fear instilled in her from that stormy night lingered heavily. Cheng Yi embraced her, stroking her head, then turned to look at Lang. The latter clenched his tiny fists, pursed his lips, and stood straight as a pin. Lang was unafraid. With a quiet yet resolute tone, he declared, Lang will protect Mommy and Qing. Cheng Yi simulet, bending down to scoop Lang into his arms. The little one, feeling bashful, turned away and refused to meet Cheng Yi's gaze. Yet the latter paid no mind and quickly planted a kiss on his cheek. You must eat well and sleep well. Daddy will protect you and Mommy. So do not worry, Cheng Yi reassured with a smile. Lang, however, widened his eyes and immediately covered his face, scampering down to the ground. Mommy! He extended his little arms, pointing at Cheng Yi and looking up at Lin Qingran. No kisses for Daddy. Only Mommy. Lin Qingran could no longer suppress her laughter. Reluctantly, she bent down as Lang tugged at her, planting a kiss on his cheek. Only then did he seem satisfied, dragging Qing off to play. However, as Lin Qingran straightened up, she suddenly realized that just moments ago, Cheng Yi had also kissed the little one's cheek. She bit her lip and, upon lifting her gaze, found herself looking into Cheng Yi's warm, smiling eyes. Wifey, he indicated towards the kitchen, where a plate of freshly bought meat and dried vegetables lay on the table. I will prepare braised pork with preserved vegetables for you at noon. Lin Qingran nodded. Her cheeks flushed as she slightly turned her head. All right, braised pork for lunch. She proceeded to stir-fry mushrooms and a vibrant green vegetable, ultimately preparing a bowl of soup. Just as she was about to extinguish the fire in the stove and call the 2 children for dinner, Cheng Yi gently stopped her. He waved his hand and softly said, Wait a moment, let the fire subside. There's one more dish to prepare. You and the children should start eating first. Lin Qingran was taken aback. She then saw Cheng Yi rise and walk into the courtyard, returning with a large basin brimming with snails. Are you going to stir-fry the snails? Lin Qingran inquired. Cheng Yi nodded. He rose early in the morning, taking Lin Qingran and Qing to the supply store in the town. It took merely a few minutes to cycle from Chengjia village to the town. Recalling the spices from memory, he had the store clerk meticulously weigh each item. To safeguard the secret recipe, he deliberately visited 2 different supply stores to ensure he acquired everything. De Banjiang, an array of 8 spices along with scallions, ginger, and garlic. He gathered them all. Cheng Yi poured in some rapeseed oil, scooped a spoonful of lard, and finally retrieved a piece of cured fatty pork from the salt jar to render the fat. This was the secret ingredient he had been advised to use. The savory and delicious flavor would significantly enhance the aroma, creating a taste that distinctly set his dish apart from other snail preparations. As the oil heated, he added scallions, ginger, and garlic to release their fragrance, followed by several generous spoonfuls of debanjiang, and finally tossed in the snails for a vigorous stir-fry. After a few rounds in hot oil, he added a large bowl of his homemade rice wine, incorporated the spices, and then placed the spice bundle into the pot to simmer. He added enough water to cover the snails and covered the pot, allowing it to boil vigorously. As the bubbling liquid erupted, steam wafted up, carrying an enticing aroma that stirred one's appetite. Qing, cradling a small bowl, curiously scampered over to the stove, tilting her head and blinking her eyes at Cheng Yi. Swallowing hard. "Daddy, it smells so good," she exclaimed, pointing at the steaming pot. "What is that? Can we eat it? I want to try." The little girl appeared quite thin, likely having been hungry before, and now she was eager to taste everything. Cheng Yi walked over and lifted her up, returning to the dining table with Lang Lang. "Of course, but the snails need to be cooked thoroughly first, so you and Lang Lang should eat your rice first, all right?" The two little ones nodded, although their curiosity was evidently piqued. They scooped up a mouthful of white rice, glancing longingly into the pot. Lin Qingran brought Cheng Yi a bowl of white rice and quietly served him some vegetables. Seeing her about to add meat to his bowl, he quickly pulled it back, chuckling helplessly, "Wife, I can't eat that much." Lin Qingran paused, looking up at him with a calm and serious expression. "You can't eat? But brotherly next door eats 4 bowls in one sitting." Cheng Yi. Why did he detect an odd sense of competition in her words? "No. Wait. I don't do heavy labor. I don't need to eat that much rice. Besides, in these times, every household struggles to fill their bellies. Yet they must toil in the fields. With heavy physical labor, they can't afford meat and must rely heavily on carbohydrates." Feeling helpless, Cheng Yi set down the bowl and gazed earnestly at Lin Qingran. "Then tonight, will you help me with my back?" Lin Qingran, sisterly next door, helps brotherly with his back every night. "Well, how about that?" Both fell into a simultaneous silence. Cheng Yi finished the bowl of rice, and the snails in the pot were nearly ready. He rose to his feet, lifting the pot lid, and a billow of steam escaped. Instantly, he beheld a vibrant crimson sheen of oil within the pot, the water having evaporated significantly. The snails, cloaked in the red oil, sizzled and crackled, some of the tender meat even tumbling out. Cheng Yi added a handful of firewood, igniting the flames to reduce the sauce. Moments later, the spicy snails were finally ready. As he turned his head, he noticed that the two little ones had already approached, clutching their bowls. "It's a bit spicy. Be sure to use your small sticks to poke them out, and take your time, don't let it get into your eyes, understood?" Cheng Yi patiently instructed, simultaneously scooping a spoonful into each of their bowls. The little ones nodded eagerly, their tiny heads bobbing like chickadees. Upon seeing the snails in their bowls, they hastily squatted down, placing their bowls on the small stools, and tugged at Lin Qingran for 2 small bamboo sticks, ready to indulge in the snails. "Like this, insert it in, then pull it out," Lin Qingran patiently demonstrated once. Ching stuffed the snail meat into her mouth, and in an instant the delightful, spicy flavor enveloped her palate, causing her to shed tears from the heat. However, after enduring the initial spiciness, all that remained was the delectable taste. Lang Lang was even more tolerant of spice than Ching. He even licked a bit of the soup. "Wow, so delicious." Chapter 21. Setting up a stall to sell snails, Lin Qingran stood to the side, momentarily taken aback by the scene before her. To be truthful, she had never witnessed the preparation of snails in such a manner. Rarely did she indulge in these delicacies. Yet, observing the two little ones relishing their meal with such delight, she couldn't resist the temptation any longer. She picked one up, placed it in her mouth, and slurped the broth. Instantly, an unfamiliar yet intensely rich flavor enveloped her palate, causing her eyes to brighten slightly as she quickly took another bite of the snail meat. It was succulent and delightful. Cheng Yi had already sampled too, thoroughly enjoying the taste. To be honest, he had never anticipated that the casual recipe he had overheard would prove useful in this lifetime. The reason he dared to procure snails in such abundance was that this recipe had been tried and tested successfully. After cooking a pot today to test the flavor, he found it to be truly exceptional. "Wow, Chunga, it smells amazing." Outside, Lin Yaodong dashed in, his eyes sparkling as he fixated on the large pot in front of Cheng Yi. The vivid red, glistening with oil, was utterly mouth-watering. Cheng Yi, not one to be stingy, filled a bowl with a generous portion and handed it to him with a smile. "Care for a taste?" Lin Yaodong hurriedly entered, hastily wiping his hands on his clothes before accepting the bowl. He pinched a snail and tossed it into his mouth, slurping as the meat emerged. "Cheng Yi, is this your culinary skill? It's absolutely delicious." Lin Yaodong exclaimed, astonished. One after another, he devoured them, each bite fiery and exhilarating. He remarked, "If only I could have a drink with this, it would be sheer bliss." Cheng Yi chuckled and gave him a light pat. "At your age, why not think about earning a living and finding a wife instead of drinking all day?" As he spoke, he produced a large enamel basin. In those days, stainless steel bowls were quite rare. Most commonly, one would find these enamel basins adorned with vibrant red peonies or mandarin ducks, both gaudy and beautiful. Cheng Yi scooped the snails from the pot into the basin, then added more fuel to the stove, continuing to stir-fry the snails. The aroma was overwhelmingly enticing. Before long, a number of people had gathered outside. Lin Qingran noticed that they were the ants who had offered to help with the trimming earlier that morning. She quickly approached to welcome them inside. "Hey, Cheng's wife, what is your husband concocting? It smells incredible. I could smell it from outside." Aunt Zhao inquired, her curiosity evident. "Indeed, it's so fragrant that it makes one salivate. Surely, it's been cooked with rich oil, right? Why is it so aromatic?" Aunt Li remarked, swallowing hard as her eyes darted to the steaming stove. Lin Qingran had no intention of keeping it a secret. She smiled at the women and glanced at Cheng Yi, who was sweating profusely. She softly explained, "Yes, just tinkering around, stir-frying snails to sell in the county. I advised him against it, but he wouldn't listen. Let him be." At first glance, her words seemed to carry a hint of reproach. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern a trace of sweetness woven into her tone. A few individuals exchanged glances with one another, their minds buzzing with disbelief that Cheng Yi had truly turned over a new leaf and embarked upon a business venture. Nonetheless, they managed to muster a smile, awkwardly inquiring, "So, does what we discussed this morning still stand? Wasn't a penny a pound for the tales? We happen to have some free time and thought we might earn a little to supplement our household expenses. Is that acceptable?" Lin Qingran promptly nodded in agreement. "Of course. It's here." Suddenly, 3 or 4 more people rushed into the courtyard. At that moment, the sizzling sound of oil filled the air and the tantalizing aroma of spicy, fragrant cuisine wafted throughout the courtyard. Zhao Dinyang and the others couldn't help but swallow hard, their eyes drawn irresistibly towards the source. Goodness, how had this lad from the Cheng family managed to make stir-fried snail smell even more delectable than braised meat? What was his secret? They even entertained the absurd notion of purchasing some to take home for their husbands to enjoy with drinks. At 3 in the afternoon, Cheng Yi had prepared 4 generous basins of stir-fried snails. He had cooked all the snails harvested yesterday, estimating that there were over 100 pounds laid out on the table. After a moment of contemplation, he fetched 2 more wicker baskets, securing them to the back seat of his bicycle. The basins were quite heavy. One was placed in each basket, balanced with care. The remaining 2 basins were covered with lids, wrapped in a layer of cloth, and meticulously bound with twine before being suspended from a yoke. With a slight bend at the waist, he hoisted the yoke onto his shoulders. In these times, riding a bicycle while carrying a yoke was hardly an extraordinary feat. As long as one maintained a steady center of gravity and pedaled slowly, it posed no significant challenge. Lin Qingran accompanied him to the door, her brow furrowed. Seeing him wear a relaxed expression, an unexpected pang of sadness struck her heart. "Why not wait until tomorrow?" Lin Qingran suggested softly. "It's getting dark, and if you can't sell all these snails, you might return quite late. Let us get up early in the morning and go together." Cheng Yi shook his head. "It's fine," he replied. "Opportunities to earn do not wait for anyone. Every little bit counts. Once we've saved enough, we can move to the county town. From there, we could even go to the provincial capital, the capital city, or even Harbor City. Wherever you wish to go, I will take you." Hearing Cheng Yi mention such places, Lin Qingran's eyes widened in astonishment. To her, the farthest she had ever traveled was Yuanan County. It felt as though a bird, confined within a small cage, had suddenly caught sight of the vast sky. Her heart soared with newfound brightness. "Let us go," Cheng Yi called to her, and after speaking, he pedaled away steadily, vanishing from her view. Half an hour later, in the county town, Cheng Yi parked his bicycle in front of the Jean Phoenix dance hall. The doorman, Zhao Dahong, immediately spotted him. "Hey, what brings you here today? Aren't you supposed to be on break?" Cheng Yi nodded, flashing a smile. "Brother, His sweet words were always well received. Zhao Dahong felt a surge of delight. He had been a doorman at the Jean Phoenix Dance Hall for many years and had seen countless singers perform there, most of whom regarded him as invisible. It was indeed a rare sight to behold such a scene. With remarkable capability and a commendable attitude, he even called the gatekeeper brother. Zhao Dahong felt a warm glow in his heart. Upon seeing Cheng Yi carrying several large basins, he hurried over to lend a hand. "What is this? So heavy?" Zhao Dahong inquired, puzzled. Cheng Yi replied, "Stir-fried river snails." With a smile, he did not withhold information from Zhao Dahong and pointed at the snails, saying, "Brother, I'm planning to start a small business selling snacks. Would you care to try?" He picked up a large enamel jar, which he had brought himself as a measuring vessel. He had weighed it beforehand, and this jar, filled with broth, weighed just under 2 pounds. The vibrant red chili oil looked incredibly appetizing. Zhao Dahong was taken aback, quickly fetching his own enamel basin to collect the snails. "Goodness, it's brimming," Zhao Dahong exclaimed, hastily sampling a few. Delicious." He savored the spicy and fragrant morsels, slurping one after another, his eyes sparkling with delight. These snails were truly exquisite. Who would have guessed you possessed such culinary skills? If only there were a cup of white wine to accompany this. It would be an experience even the gods would envy. Cheng Yi chuckled and gestured towards the basins on the ground, saying, "Brother, I must trouble you with one thing. I cannot carry these 2 basins of snails. May I leave them in your gatekeeper's room for a while? I will return shortly to retrieve them." "What kind of trouble is this? One cannot bite the hand that feeds. Besides, this hardly qualifies as trouble." Zhao Dahong waved his hand and rolled up his sleeves to enjoy the snails, beads of sweat forming on his forehead from the spice. "Go ahead. I'll keep an eye on these snails for you. I assure you, they won't go missing." Cheng Yi nodded in acknowledgement and expressed his gratitude before exiting the gatekeeper's room. He was not concerned about any potential pilfering. The snails were securely bound with hemp rope, and any movement would be easily detectable. Cheng Yi, balancing the yoke on his shoulders, made his way towards the end of the street. Before long, it was dinner time. Yuanan County, situated near the Yangtze River, bustled with water traffic, and the Water Conservancy Association was abuzz with activity. Outside, there was a fishing pond, and beyond that, a sand-washing site, all assets of the county. Residential buildings rose in clusters, lined with rows of phoenix trees. As mealtime approached, vendors with yokes appeared beneath the trees, selling homegrown vegetables. Others offered handmade items like cloth shoes and handkerchiefs. The most common sight was the peddler on a tricycle, meandering through the streets with a glass cabinet at the back, filled with hair accessories, sewing supplies, combs, mirrors, and other trinkets. When Cheng Yi arrived with his yoke, the area was already quite crowded. With a national policy promoting economic openness, engaging in commerce was no longer a source of shame. However, in this era, people were still somewhat timid. Even those selling goods did so quietly, afraid to raise their voices. They mostly squatted behind their produce, heads bowed, waiting silently for customers to inquire about prices, fidgeting with discomfort. Cheng Yi, balancing his yoke, sought out an available spot and leaned forward to take a look. As I gazed upon the residential building, a steady stream of individuals emerged, most of whom were in their 30s. They carried knitted bags, their hair styled into fashionable curls, adorned in wedge shoes and flowing skirts, engaging in lively conversation as they strolled out. Spicy snail delicacies, both fragrant and delectable. 3 yuan for a large portion, 2 yuan for a small one. Cheng Yi cleared his throat and called out loudly. Those around him were startled, instinctively shifting their belongings aside. What a bold way to conduct business, they thought. Does he not feel embarrassed? However, Cheng Yi's boisterous announcement proved effective. A few young women turned their attention, and upon noticing the handsome young man, they approached with smiles. "What are you selling?" In Yuanan County, located to the north, women are known for their bold and spirited nature, unashamed and unabashed. With such good looks, why engage in such trade? Surely, a respectable job would suit him better. Cheng Yi merely smiled. He unveiled the snails he had brought and picked up a large and a small enamel jar. "Ladies, would you care to sample? I prepared these myself, using a secret family recipe, fragrant and spicy, perfect for pairing with drinks. After a long day's toil, my elder brothers deserve a treat, and in their joy, they shall surely buy you lovely garments to wear. Chapter 22, Sold Out. My dear wife, you shall manage the finances from now on. Cheng Yi, with his charming demeanor, had an appearance that seemed youthful. Each utterance of sister from his lips brought delight to the hearts of several women present. The trio lowered their heads to survey the snails before them, and upon inspection, they couldn't help but smile. Oh, the presentation is quite appealing. However, the large portion is 3 yuan, and the small one is 2. The prices are rather steep. In the family quarters, many households were dual income. With both partners earning a salary, they brought home over 100 yuan monthly. Coupled with the prosperous economic development and favorable welfare in Yuanan County, even a modest quarterly bonus from the factory sufficed for a life of indulgence. Nevertheless, at 2 to 3 yuan per serving of snails, the cost was somewhat exorbitant. With that amount, one could purchase 2 kilograms of meat. The price of these snails was on par with that of meat. Indeed, quite costly. Cheng Yi refrained from arguing, merely smiling as he offered bamboo skewers to the 3 women. Sisters, you possess discerning tastes. You get what you pay for. Do savor these snails. I assure you, they are worth it. After a moment's contemplation, the trio accepted the offer and each sampled 2 snails. Wow, the flavor is simply remarkable. Living by the water, the residents of Yuanan County were accustomed to the humidity, and thus they had a penchant for spicy food. As they bit into the snails, the delightful combination of aroma and heat awakened their appetites. This taste is sure to please my husband, one exclaimed. Indeed, this is delicious. I have never tasted anything like it. It's delightfully spicy and perfect for pairing with drinks. Another added, it must be labor-intensive to gather these from the river and prepare them. When considering the meticulous work involved, the price is quite reasonable. As the trio conversed, Cheng Yi chimed in again. Sisters, once you finish the snails, the remaining broth is excellent for cooking noodles. It's a family secret that guarantees deliciousness. Upon hearing Cheng Yi's words, the women couldn't resist reminiscing about the delightful flavors they had just experienced. All right then, I'll take a large portion. If my husband enjoys them, I shall return tomorrow. One declared, I'll also have a large portion. We have guests at home. I was pondering what to serve. Another chimed in, I'll opt for a small portion, as there are few of us at home. After finishing the snails, we can use the broth for noodles, which will surely be delightful. Cheng Yi acknowledged each order with enthusiasm, skillfully folding oiled paper into funnel shapes to package their selections. It was a substantial haul, 2 kilograms of snails for the large order and just over a kilogram for the small. He handed the weighty packages over, and the 3 women cheerfully paid, then proceeded to acquire other ingredients. In business, a prosperous start is crucial. Cheng Yi's genuine charm and persuasive selling soon attracted the attention of numerous passers-by. After sampling, they too found the flavor enticing and could not resist purchasing some for themselves. Before long, the bowl of snails was nearly emptied. As the hour passed, the sky grew darker, and Cheng Yi contemplated relocating. Just then, he spotted a woman from earlier approaching him again. Hey, wait a moment. Young man, do you still have snails available? She held a white enamel basin in her hand, her brow glistening with perspiration from her hurried pace. Cheng Yi had a remaining half basin of river snails. Upon noticing his elder sister approaching, he paused and smiled, inquiring, Would you like some? Indeed, she replied, wiping the sweat from her forehead with a hint of exasperation. We've had guests at home, rough men who have developed a taste for these snails after drinking. I bought a large portion, and it was devoured in no time. They sent me down to get 2 more portions. Everyone says your snails are delicious. After 20 years on the boat, they've never tasted anything as exquisite. As she spoke, she muttered a few curses and thrust the enamel basin towards Cheng Yi. 2 more large portions, please. After all, he is paying. If he can't finish them, I'll give him a good slap. Cheng Yi wasted no time. He filled her basin generously, ensuring it overflowed. After she paid and praised him, she hurriedly took the large basin of snails back home. Half an hour later, Cheng Yi seized a moment to return and fetch the 2 basins of snails he had left in the guardhouse. Just as he reached the corner, a group of people encircled him. Startled, He was about to speak when the foremost man scrutinized him from head to toe and asked, "Are you the one selling snails?" Cheng Yi nodded. The man was tall, sporting a scruffy beard, reeking of alcohol. Cheng Yi's heart sank slightly, suspecting he was dealing with a drunken fool. Just as he prepared to respond, the man reached behind him and produced a large enamel basin. Cheng Yi was taken aback. "You got some skill, kid. I'm heading out on the boat tomorrow, and after trying your snails, I must have more. They're truly delicious." He smacked his lips and continued, "I'm here to buy a lot more. I'll be gone for a month, and it'll be tough." The man chuckled, let out a burp, and clapped the basin in his hands. "Come on, give me $30 worth. I need it now." Cheng Yi realized he was facing a significant order. Without hesitation, he exchanged 3 large bills for the basin and dished out a full 10 portions. At that moment, the basin was nearly empty, leaving only scraps. A few more individuals arrived, eager to purchase snails, and upon witnessing the rapid depletion of stock, their enthusiasm waned. "How can you buy so much at once? What are we supposed to eat?" "Exactly. I wanted to buy $6 worth. My family is waiting for me. Hurry up. I want 2 more portions too." This is the nature of shopping. Those who initially hesitated or planned to buy only a small portion suddenly found their appetites whetted upon seeing others nearly deplete the supply. The last basin, which Cheng Yi had intended to sell in another location, turned out to be the fastest-selling one of all. The night had completely enveloped the sky, and Cheng Yi's olive green bag was now brimming with a substantial amount of change. As he walked, the sound of jingling accompanied him, invigorating him even more than when he rode his bicycle. Upon returning home, he spotted the lights in his yard glowing warmly from a distance. Cheng Yi pushed the door open and was greeted by the sound of footsteps approaching. Just as he parked his bicycle, 2 small shadows dashed toward him, enveloping him in a tight embrace. It was Qingran and Lang. The 2 little ones had just finished their baths, their hair still damp, and they rubbed their heads against Cheng Yi, leaving a noticeable wet mark on his clothing. "Daddy," Qingran exclaimed, her eyes filled with innocent grievance. "Where have you been? I missed you, and Lang missed you too." Lang, with a stubborn pout and a flushed face, turned his head away and softly huffed. Lang didn't. Cheng Yi felt a warm glow in his heart. "I want to earn some money selling snails. Tomorrow, I can buy new clothes for you both." "New clothes?" The eyes of the 2 little ones sparkled with excitement. They were currently clad in tattered old garments, remnants from last year that clung tightly to their frames. Far too short for them now. In these times, it was rare for anyone to pass down their unwanted clothes to others' children. Every family struggled, often with many mouths to feed. The eldest wore what the second had outgrown, and the second passed down to the third, until the last child wore clothes so worn that they could no longer be patched. It was better to cut them up for rags or diapers than to give them away. Qingran blinked and extended her hand, gesturing enthusiastically. "I want to wear a dress with lots of flowers. Can I? Like this. She animatedly illustrated her desires. Cheng Yi, surprisingly serious, took a moment to consider her request and then nodded earnestly, lifting her into his arms. "All right, no problem. We'll buy something just like that." Turning his attention to Lang, he inquired, "And what about you? What do you want?" The little fellow puffed out his chest, a serious yet proud expression on his face. A real man can wear anything. Anything will do. Unable to resist, Cheng Yi ruffled the boy's hair affectionately. Just then, Lin Qingran emerged from the room, visibly relieved upon seeing Cheng Yi return. "Qing, Lang, it's time to go to bed. It's late, and if you can't wake up tomorrow, no one is allowed to accompany Daddy to the county." Cheng Yi was taken aback. Before he could ask for clarification, the 2 little ones turned to him and waved. "Daddy, we're going to sleep now. Mommy said we can go to the county with you tomorrow." Qing can help. Lang chimed in, "I'm a man now. I can help you carry things." After declaring this, they dashed back into the house before Cheng Yi could respond. Cheng Yi stood there, momentarily speechless. Lin Qingran remained silent as she moved to the kitchen, kindling a fire and boiling water. With a spoonful of lard, a handful of scallions, and a few simple seasonings, she quickly prepared a fried egg and blanched some greens. A bowl of plain noodles was soon ready. "Are you hungry?" Lin Qingran said softly. "First, eat your noodles. Afterward, I'll boil water for you to take a bath. You're all sweaty." Cheng Yi pressed his lips together but made no objections. walking over to pick up his chopsticks and begin eating the noodles. By the way, he removed the army green satchel from his back and handed it to Lin Qingran, saying, "This is the money from today's sale of river snails. Please count it." Lin Qingran was taken aback. "Me count it?" Cheng Yi nodded, lifting his gaze to meet hers. Under the soft glow of the moonlight, his eyes appeared profoundly deep, as if the light itself sank into them and scattered, illuminating a gentle affection. "Indeed, you must learn to keep accounts. You will eventually be in charge. When you earn money, spend it. If there is any left, save in the bank." Cheng Yi jested, "My dear, managing finances is no trivial matter. I appreciate your hard work." Lin Qingran's movements froze. She found it hard to believe her ears. In truth, the money Cheng Yi had earned over the past 2 days had indeed been given to her. However, Lin Qingran did not touch a single cent. She had hidden it all beneath her bed. She was afraid to spend it and hesitant to calculate it. Whatever Cheng Yi gave her, she tucked away in her box, meticulously recording each penny in her ledger, keeping a precise account. This money was not hers. She dare not touch it, nor could she. Chapter 23. Qingran, thank you truly. In Lin Qingran's perception, she and Cheng Yi remained as distinct as two rivers. Lin Qingran hurriedly washed the pot, preparing to boil water for Cheng Yi's bath. The billowing steam filled her eyes, rendering them sore and gritty. Cheng Yi was busy cleaning the snails when he glanced up and noticed the redness around Lin Qingran's eyes. He paused, approached her by the stove, and gently wiped away the tears that gathered at the corners of her eyes. "Why are you crying?" he asked softly. Lin Qingran quickly shook her head, hastily fetched a bucket, and filled it with steaming water, mumbling, "It's nothing. The steam is just irritating my eyes." She stammered out an excuse and, before Cheng Yi could respond, averted her gaze, avoiding his hand. She placed a bucket before him and inquired, "Are we going out again tomorrow morning?" "Ching, and I would like to accompany you." Cheng Yi was taken aback, shaking his head as he replied, "It's too tiring. You should rest at home while I go alone." "Let's go together." Lin Qingran interrupted him, her gaze earnest and sincere. "This home is not solely yours. Ching, and I wish to help you as well." Cheng Yi ceased to refuse her. He nodded in agreement, lifted the water, and walked toward a corner of the yard. The early spring air was still a bit chilly. Yet, the warmth within Cheng Yi's heart was fervent. After bathing and changing into clean clothes, he meticulously prepared all the ingredients needed for frying the snails the following morning. As he was about to retire for the night, Lin Qingran suddenly called out to him, "Cheng Yi, wait." Cheng Yi turned back, only to find Lin Qingran holding a black crossbody bag and a makeshift notebook stitched together with thread. The pen in her hand was merely a charred piece of wood. "I have counted the money. This is the ledger for you to review," she stated. Cheng Yi was momentarily taken aback. "This money is yours?" The words lingered on his lips before he swallowed them back. Lin Qingran gazed steadily at him, the warm glow of the yellow light casting a gentle yet resolute aura in her eyes. Cheng Yi sighed. This girl appeared tender, yet her spirit was as resilient as the stubborn weeds of February. He approached her, sitting sincerely at the table, his eyes drawn to her hands. Her fingers were long and slender, yet her palms bore a layer of fine calluses. Youth had shielded her face from the ravages of time. In her early 20s, she grew increasingly beautiful. However, those hands had not escaped the passage of time. The biting cold of winter's water, the sweltering heat of summer's stove, the toil of scrubbing, all the hardships and trials were etched into those hands. She held the pen with determination, diligently recording Cheng Yi's earnings for the day. A total of 167 yuan. Lin Qingran carefully inscribed the figures, pushing the notebook toward Cheng Yi, and softly stated, after deducting costs, "We netted a profit of 140 yuan. The costs are indeed quite low, only 20 cents per jean. The real expense lies in labor." Cheng Yi had a rough idea of the figures and, upon hearing the sum, nodded with a smile. "Tomorrow, it will be agreeable for you all to venture into the county town. We can visit the tailor's shop to craft new garments, exploring the latest trends, and we shall create whatever style pleases you." In this day and age, the county town predominantly boasts tailor shops, although a few ready-to-wear boutiques have emerged, primarily in prominent cities like Kyoto and Yangqing. Lin Qingran quickly shook her head, frowning as she regarded him. I possess an ample collection of clothing. I merely need to make outfits for Qingqing and Liang. I do not require anything for myself. An ample collection? Cheng Yi turned his head, scrutinizing her. She wore a faded azure cotton jacket, its hem adorned with two conspicuous patches. Though the edges were neatly finished, it had been worn to the point of fraying, and the cuffs were long since tattered. Below, she donned a pair of corduroy trousers, a gift from Cheng Yi's mother on their wedding day. During temperate weather, she wore these two trousers repeatedly. No matter how durable the fabric, it could not withstand frequent laundering. A thin layer of material was nearly translucent. As for her shoes, they were even more pitiful. The soles of her cloth shoes were nearly worn through, with her big toe threatening to break free, a sight that tugged at the heartstrings. Perceiving Cheng Yi's gaze upon her, Lin Qingran felt a twinge of embarrassment. She instinctively stepped back, her hands hanging slightly, clenched tightly, her eyes darting about in a flurry of uncertainty. I'm fine, she murmured softly, pausing before adding, let us save some money first, repay our debts, and then I can purchase clothing. Cheng Yi, you need not concern yourself with me. Our relationship is perfect. This household, once teetering on the brink of turmoil, had been salvaged. Now, as life gradually improved, Lin Qingran felt nothing but gratitude. As for anything else, she cared not at all. She even harbored a minuscule thought that she herself found absurd and laughable. She dared not demand, nor could she accept Cheng Yi's kindness. A modicum of greed would suffice. If she asked for more, would Cheng Yi grow weary and revert to his former state? She could not take that risk. I will keep all this money safe. Should you require it, do inform me, and I will meticulously account for every transaction. Sensing the intensity of Cheng Yi's gaze upon her, Lin Qingran hastily stood, gathering her ledger in preparation to return to her room. However, unexpectedly, Cheng Yi reached out, grasping her wrist firmly. What do you mean you are fine? Cheng Yi's voice was low and earnest. The child is important, but, to be precise, you are even more vital. Lin Qingran was taken aback. I have never articulated this to you, but your sacrifices over the years have been immense. In the past, I was a fool, failing to fulfill my duties as a father, while you took on all my responsibilities. Qingran, thank you truly. I used to indulge in unrealistic dreams, always imagining that each time I returned, you would be waiting at home, so I acted without restraint. Yet, I have come to realize that it is not so. The children have grown, no longer recognizing me, and you have lost hope in me. When that time arrives, all will be regrettable. Cheng Yi spoke with utmost seriousness, his gaze fixed intently upon her. He rarely delved into self-reflection, or, to be more precise, throughout 2 lifetimes, he had never truly bared his soul, exposing his innermost thoughts in a raw and visceral manner before her. The burdens of a regretful past that once weighed heavily upon him could now be articulated with a newfound tranquility. Regrets had found their resolution. At last, he could hold the 3 of them tightly in his embrace. Qingran, thank you. Thank you for being willing to believe in me once more. His voice, soft and husky, resonated with a comforting warmth in the embrace of the night. Women are often the most enigmatic of creatures in moments of resolve. They can walk away without a glance back. Yet, when their hearts soften, tears may flow freely, and the towering walls built over the years can quietly crumble in an instant. Cheng Yi could not contain himself any longer. He enveloped the gently trembling Lin Qingran, resting his chin upon her shoulder as she wept softly, her sobs barely audible. Chapter 24. The donkey cart tears welled in her eyes, cascading onto Cheng Yi's shoulder, swiftly dissolving. A pair of hands gently grasped the hem of Cheng Yi's waist, knuckles turning white from the force. This was her first time, her first active response. The following day, Cheng Yi rose early. Riding a bicycle to transport the river snails to the county town was ultimately insufficient. After frying the snails, Cheng Yi scooped a portion into an enamel basin and set off for the village chief Cheng Dijing's home. At this hour, it was still early. Cheng Dijing was squatting at the doorstep with a bowl, sipping porridge, slurping around the edge before taking a bite of the side dish. The steaming porridge warmed his insides, leaving him feeling utterly refreshed. He stood up, intending to fetch more dishes when he suddenly spotted Cheng Yi approaching his home. "What's this? Looking for your uncle regarding something?" Cheng Yi stood up, extending the bowl towards Cheng Yi, inquiring, "Have you eaten? Would you like to have some?" Cheng Yi shook his head, smiling. "Uncle, I've already eaten. I came to discuss something with you." "Something to discuss?" Cheng Yi quickly ushered Cheng Yi inside. "What is it? Has there been trouble at home that requires assistance? Is there an issue with the rice seedlings?" It's precisely the season for transplanting seedlings. Every household is busy in the fields, yet Cheng Yi's few acres lay barren, while neighboring families had encroached upon their land, already appropriating considerable portions. Cheng Yi had remained indifferent to it all. Cheng Yi had heard that Cheng Yi intended to live a better life recently, and he speculated it might be related to the rice seedlings. "No, uncle," Cheng Yi replied. "I wish to inquire about the donkey cart that had recently become available in the village." "Where is it now?" "If it is still in the village. I was wondering if I could purchase it. After all, no one is willing to invest money or take care of it. I am prepared to buy it outright." "What do you think? The donkey cart?" Cheng Yi was taken aback. In truth, the origins of this donkey cart were somewhat intricate. Years ago, when the village still operated communal dining, the young donkey was captured and raised by several families, nurtured with great effort. However, with the advent of land distribution, the question of ownership arose. 6 households have been involved in its care, each vying for possession, and despite Cheng Yi mediating for years, no resolution had been reached. Everyone desired to have it for free, and when it came to discussing payment, no one was agreeable. Thus, the situation stagnated. The donkey remained confined within the village committee's courtyard, still being cared for by the 6 households, though this care had become tinged with resentment and competition. Particularly this year, as the farming season commenced, the families responsible for feeding the donkey grew lax, providing only a meager offering of grass, which was utterly insufficient. Observing the donkey's emaciated state, the squabbling continued relentlessly. This issue had become a significant concern for Cheng Yi. Upon hearing Cheng Yi mention it, his brow instinctively furrowed as he regarded Cheng Yi and asked, "The donkey is still there. Why do you inquire about this?" "It's truly perplexing. Unable to discard, yet lacking the funds to purchase, they remain confined within the courtyard. The 6 households no longer extend their previous diligent care, resulting in a veritable nest of donkey droppings, permeating the air with a foul stench. I wish to buy it." Cheng Yi remarked, "That donkey is merely sitting idle. A donkey typically sells for just over 100 in the market. I could offer 120, and they would split it evenly among the 6 households. What do you say?" When it comes to making money, Cheng Yi has never been one to hold back. One must take risks to reap rewards. He had seen that stubborn donkey before, wandering aimlessly in times of financial struggle, and had even entertained dubious thoughts about it. However, it was an obstinate creature, strong-willed and powerful, and despite being nothing but skin and bones, Cheng Yi found it impossible to budge. That 120 was undoubtedly a worthy investment. With some dedicated care over a few days, it would surely become a fine specimen. Cheng Yi could hardly believe his ears. He stared at Cheng Yi wide-eyed, leaning forward to catch every word, fearing he might have misheard. "What did you say? You want to buy a donkey? For 120? Cheng Yi, ever cooperative, reiterated, "Yes, uncle, I wish to buy the donkey." 120. Good heavens! Cheng Yi was thrilled. He abandoned his porridge, hurried home, placed the bowl on the stove, and called to his wife to keep it warm for his return. Having spoken, he rushed out again, addressing Cheng Yi. "Let us go. Let us go. We're heading to the village committee courtyard right now. I'll summon those people." This animal had turned the entire yard into a stinking mess, becoming a source of distress. But now, splendidly, Cheng Lao heiress son actually wanted to buy a donkey. This was an opportunity he had long desired. Half an hour later, 6 farmers stood before Cheng Yi, their expressions laced with skepticism. Some nibbled on sweet potatoes, others sipped their porridge heartily, and 2 even hoisted their hoes, ready to head out to the fields. Upon seeing Cheng Yi, they were filled with doubt. "What is this? You wish to purchase a donkey? This is a fine donkey. Don't think you can take advantage of us. Indeed, I was the one who caught it in town. It has good lineage. Though it may be a bit lean now, it possesses immense strength. With a kick, it could knock you down. It's powerful. How much are you offering? If it's too little, I won't be inclined to sell. The men engaged in a volley of opinions, their enthusiasm waning. Some casting disdainful glances at Cheng Yi. Previously, others had expressed interest in purchasing the donkey, but human nature being what it is, everyone sought to benefit. The prices offered had left all six dissatisfied, resulting in prolonged indecision. Yet, despite this, the donkey remained housed in the shed and used. It wasn't a matter of desire. Rather, it was communal property. If one were to use it, the others could not. What to do? It was merely a trivial matter of selfishness that had led to this predicament, turning the donkey into a hot potato, much to the chagrin of Cheng Yi and his companions. As tensions began to rise again among the six, Cheng Yi quickly stepped forward, waved his hand, and shot Cheng Yi a glance, signaling him to remain silent. "Oh dear, old Li, why are you all quarreling again? Do you wish to sell this donkey or not? If we delay for a few more years, the donkey will be gone, and then there will be nothing left." Cheng Yi raised his voice, exclaiming in frustration. The six individuals fell silent in unison. "Look at this. What a fine donkey, reduced to such a state." Cheng Yi withdrew a pipe from his waist, ignited it, and took a puff, his brow furrowed in dismay. "Truly a sin. This donkey, I shall decide today, will be sold to the lad from the Cheng family." The expressions of the six changed dramatically. Just as one of them was about to speak, they noticed Cheng Yi extending his hand, pointing towards the cart in the corner of the courtyard, saying, "Young Cheng, I am not biased towards you. This donkey is indeed a good one, and the cart is equally fine. If you truly wish to purchase them, take them both for 120 yuan. How's that sound? Good gracious!" Upon hearing this, both Cheng Yi and the six others were momentarily taken aback. One felt as if he had inadvertently acquired a cart, while the other six believed they had stumbled upon a remarkable bargain. 120. Goodness, that is quite a sum. Chapter 25. Uncle, I must ask you for a favor. Cheng Yi has now come to understand the reason behind the village chief's subtle hints. He remained silent, deliberately feigning a troubled expression, rubbing his hands together, and casting a conflicted glance at the village chief and the six others. 120? Isn't that rather excessive? This is all I have on hand. Upon hearing this, the others quickly chimed in, eager to support him. Oh, come on, 120 it is. Young Cheng, you've struck it rich. It's only fair we benefit from your good fortune, right? You're now a big boss. Surely, this amount is negligible for you. Indeed, you've already brought out 600. You can undoubtedly manage this 120. We are all from the same village, so if you ever need assistance, feel free to ask. I'm more than willing to help. I still have some extra seedlings in my field. Would you like them? If so, I can bring them to you today. What ist? 120 yuan, and each person could receive 20. Such a sum was something these hard-working farmers, toiling day in and day out, could scarcely earn in a month. The donkey had become a burden for them. It was neither easy to discard nor convenient to feed daily. Selling it seemed the better option. Seeing this, Cheng Yi quickly added a few encouraging words, and they agreed that each family would give Cheng Yi the extra seedlings from their fields, thus finalizing the deal. Cheng Yi, being straightforward, promptly handed over 120 yuan to Cheng Yi. After counting, Cheng Yi verified that each family would receive 20 yuan. The six farmers grinned widely, their joy evident. After receiving the money and drafting a contract, the matter was settled. The six men left in high spirits, and Cheng Yi expressed his gratitude once again to Cheng Yi. Uncle, I truly appreciate your help in this matter. Cheng Yi simidet. How else could I have gained such benefits without your assistance? Cheng Yi waved his hand dismissively and pointed at the donkey, saying, "You, my dear boy, are capable of turning over a new leaf, and that is commendable. No need for thanks." These men, each with their own agendas, had previously resisted my attempts at mediation. Now they are finally willing to yield, and it is only right they earn a little interest. The land allocated to your family by the collective must be cultivated this year. We are all farmers, living off the bounty of the earth and the heavens. Neglecting the land would be a grave affront to the kindness shown to us poor folk by the state, and one must face the consequences for such negligence. Do you understand? Cheng Yi nodded vigorously, like a chicken pecking at grain. That is the way of the older generation. They seize any opportunity to impart lengthy lessons. Cheng Yi, who once relished arguing, has returned from his rebirth with a newfound understanding of the wisdom in unwelcome truths and what it truly means to care. After Cheng Degan finished speaking and noticed Cheng Yi's rare good disposition, he felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. He patted Cheng Yi's shoulder, pleased with the moral lesson imparted, and prepared to head back. However, he noticed Cheng Yi taking a few steps forward, offering him the enamel mug he held. "What is this?" Cheng Degan inquired, puzzled. "This is a dish of stir-fried river snails that I prepare myself, uncle. Please give it a try," Cheng Yi said with a smile. Cheng Degan, filled with curiosity, lifted the lid of the enamel jar and peered inside, his eyes instantly brightening. "What an abundance of oil! You are quite generous." The oil, sizzling and glistening, made Cheng Degan swallow hard. Having spent many years in the village, he knew that the village officials worked genuinely for the people, and there was hardly any profit to be made. Cheng Degan's family was even more impoverished than the average household. Cheng Yi chuckled softly and handed it to him, saying, "Uncle, I must confess, I have another matter to discuss with you." Cheng Degan paused, realizing the implications. He knew well that no one receives anything without a cost, and he found himself at a loss, with a piece of snail meat lingering in his mouth, neither able to swallow nor spit it out. Finally managing to swallow, his face flushed from the spiciness. He coughed twice, warily eyeing Cheng Yi, fearing he might make some unreasonable request. "What is it?" he inquired. Cheng Yi replied, "Regarding the rice fields, I have secured a job in the county, but at home, it's just my wife and children, and they lack the strength to transplant the seedlings. Uncle, I don't want the people in our village to suffer. If you could spare some time to help me with my 4 acres of land, I can offer 2 yuan per person per day, with lunch included." Traditionally, transplanting seedlings was a task where families helped one another, and during the busy season, they would intentionally stagger their working hours. However, this assistance was rarely offered without expectation. It was a reciprocal arrangement, unspoken yet understood by all. In these times, when everyone was barely making ends meet, who could truly afford to be selfless? Cheng Yi was the only laborer in his family, and he was quite unreliable. Thus, he decided to offer a wage of 2 yuan a day, which was considered generous. Most importantly, there would be cash in hand and a meal provided. Such terms were enough to stir Cheng Degan's interest. Regaining his composure, Cheng Degan nodded eagerly and, with a sense of admiration, patted Cheng Yi's shoulder. "You are indeed very generous. Rest assured, I will take care of this matter. I will find the workers and oversee everything clearly. I won't let the people of Chengjia village take advantage of you, nor will I allow them to cheat you out of your money. You can count on me." With Cheng Degan's assurance, Cheng Yi smiled, feeling relieved. Cheng Degan found some oil paper in the office and packed the snails to take home, leaving Cheng Yi alone in the courtyard with the donkey. Cheng Yi approached and tried to lead the donkey out, but the stubborn animal resisted at first. Unable to find a solution, he plucked a handful of fresh grass from outside the courtyard to entice it. Only then did the donkey reluctantly emerge from its pen. Upon closer inspection, Cheng Yi noticed that the donkey had a large frame, sturdy legs, and a round head. Although it was skin and bones, it still possessed the potential to be a reliable beast of burden. He offered the fresh grass to its mouth. The donkey had not grazed on fresh grass for quite some time, subsisting instead on withered hay. Upon tasting the fresh grass, it emitted a piercing bray. "Hee-haw, hee-haw, hee-haw, come with me, and I assure you, you shall feast on fresh grass with every meal," Cheng Yi exclaimed, patting its back with a smile. It truly was a curious phenomenon. Beasts seemed to possess a certain spirit. After Cheng Yi spoke, the stubborn donkey glanced at him, followed by several more brays. Then, it gently nudged its head against Cheng Yi's chest. To his astonishment, Cheng Yi realized that the donkey was indeed willing to follow him. Chapter 26. Supporting her waist, Cheng Yi, filled with unexpected delight, attempted to tug at the rope, and indeed, the obstinate donkey, which had remained stubbornly still before, now obediently followed Cheng Yi as they ventured out of the courtyard. Half an hour later, Cheng Yi finally guided the loaded donkey back into his home. The sun shone brightly in the sky. Upon seeing Cheng Yi return, The two little ones hurriedly dashed towards him. "Daddy, you're back. What is this?" "It's scaring me." The children, slightly frightened, nestled behind Cheng Yi, cautiously peering out. Cheng Yi smiled and knelt down, gently taking their hands. "This is a donkey. Today, we will go to the county town, and it will carry us there, understand?" Lang furrowed his little brows, recalling that Area S family had one too. Area S father had said that donkeys are our good helpers. Meanwhile, Ching stretched out her tiny arm, pointing at the donkey, and whispered, "Daddy, it's so thin, thinner than me." Cheng Yi couldn't help but chuckle. "Yes, it is indeed our good helper, so we must ensure it is well fed, all right?" Children are always the most compassionate. Noticing the donkey's frail condition, Ching and Lang, without waiting for Cheng Yi's prompt, scampered into the kitchen, each clutching a peeled egg that Lin Qingran had prepared, eager to feed it to the donkey. The donkey, however, expressed its disdain with a loud bray. Turning its head away, Cheng Yi finally burst into laughter. "Come here, Lang, Ching. The donkey doesn't eat this. It prefers fresh grass, especially the dew-kissed grass from the vegetable garden across the street. That's its favorite food, got it? Ah, it doesn't eat this?" The children drooped their heads in silence, nibbling on the eggs themselves. "Let us go pick some grass for it. Once it's full, it will surely be able to run," Lang exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Eating so much, running so fast. Da. Faster than Area S Father S donkey." Ching nodded vigorously, her head bobbing like a little chick pecking at grains. "Yes, faster than Area S Father S donkey. Let us go." The two little dumplings puffed up and set off to gather grass. Lin Qingran, both amused and exasperated, peeked out, ready to remind them to return for porridge. But she quickly locked eyes with Cheng Yi. He smiled and naturally took her hand. "Have you eaten?" Lin Qingran nodded, her cheeks slightly flushed. "I've packed the snail meat, sealed it tightly. You should have a few bites. I'll go feed the donkey. Once it's full, we can set off." On that warm and sunny morning, Cheng Yi gazed at her with tender eyes. Despite his worn and humble attire, and the children being smaller and less robust than others, his heart was warm. Cheng Yi nodded and sat down at the table. Seeing a bowl of white porridge before him, he lifted the spoon to drink, only to suddenly discover two tender, peeled eggs. A faint smile graced his lips. He savored the congee, feeling a warmth enveloping his heart. Once the family finished their breakfast, the donkey was also well fed. Perhaps it had been many years since it last tasted such fresh grass. Despite its emaciated frame, the donkey raised its hooves and emitted a series of braying calls. The two little ones, frowning and covering their ears, rushed into the courtyard, exclaiming how unpleasant the sound was. Lang frowned, pressed his ears shut, and turned to Cheng Yi, asking, "Father, why can't the donkey sing?" Ching nodded in agreement, her small face scrunched up in confusion, asserting that she could sing two tigers, yet the donkey could not, making her feel more intelligent. Cheng Yi couldn't help but chuckle at the comparison. He first loaded 6 large basins of river snails onto the donkey cart, then made room for Ching and Lang to join him. Just as Lin Qingran was about to climb aboard, she suddenly felt a pair of hands steadying her waist. Turning around, she met Cheng Yi's beaming gaze. "My dear, be careful. This donkey is stubborn and has a temper." "I'll hold you for safety," he said. Though he spoke reassuringly, the warmth of his hands, rough against her delicate skin through her clothing, stirred a ripple of emotions within her. "I can manage," she replied. Her face flushed, and after a brief pause, she firmly grasped the cart and climbed aboard. Cheng Yi pressed his lips together, an incongruous thought surfacing in his mind. His wife's waist was indeed slender. Once the family was settled in the cart, Cheng Yi went to secure the courtyard gate, attaching a note that indicated he would return in the afternoon at an uncertain time, advising that those wishing to purchase river snails should come by then. After placing the note, he picked up the whip and lightly tapped the donkey's rear. The donkey, understanding, brayed a couple of times and moved forward. Although it appeared to be nothing but skin and bones, it possessed surprising strength. 40 minutes later, the donkey cart arrived at Yuanan County. Cheng Yi, as usual, headed to the family compound. At that moment, upon spotting Cheng Yi's approach, a throng of people surged towards him, exclaiming, "Oh, you actually came. I was just about to inquire where to find you." My husband seems to be enchanted. He insists on having your river snails. Can you believe it? 3 yuan, and he willing to spend it. Hurry, bring me a barrel. I want a small portion too. The leftover broth from yesterday, mixed with noodles, was absolutely delicious. The crowd, all regular customers, clamored around him. Cheng Yi quickly opened a basin, filling an enamel jar with river snails. Although Ching and Lang were somewhat shy, Cheng Yi's presence bolstered their courage. Lang, now a little gentleman, was already handing Cheng Yi the oil paper, while Ching tugged at his shirt, peering curiously at the crowd. Someone teasingly remarked, "Oh, is this your child? You are so young. I would have guessed your child was already this big." Cheng Yi smiled and nodded, "Indeed. Sister, this is my child, and this is my wife. Do they not appear charming?" At that moment, the woman covered her face and burst into laughter. "Oh my, indeed, they're lovely, but you are not lacking either. Your wife is fortunate to have married such a considerate man, unlike my husband, that scoundrel, who only knows how to bully me. Alas, such is life." Cheng Yi remained silent, smiling as he filled a porcelain jar with river snails for her. Instantly, the woman cheerfully paid and departed with the snails in hand. The morning crowd was bustling. Some regular customers were returning from the previous day, and in the blink of an eye, 2 bowls of river snails were completely sold out. After a brief wait, some curious onlookers came by to sample a few, and they quickly decided to purchase some as well. An hour later, both bowls of river snails were sold out once more. Chapter 27. Lin Qingran was aware that river snails were in high demand, yet she had never anticipated their overwhelming popularity. Moreover, observing Cheng Yi was quite a revelation. He addressed everyone, his sister, the aunt, his brother, and grandfather, with such endearing titles, his smile sweeter than honey. His earnest and sincere demeanor was something Lin Qingran had never envisioned. In truth, Cheng Yi was a man who valued his reputation greatly, possessing a remarkably thin skin. His initial fervor to become a literary artist stemmed from a desire to enhance his social standing. He even resorted to borrowing from loan sharks to procure fashionable attire for his self-presentation. Previously, when Lin Qingran suggested embarking on a small business venture to improve their family circumstances, Cheng Yi had outright dismissed the idea. His exact words were, "Engaging in such public endeavors is beneath us. I won't allow it, nor shall you tarnish my reputation." Yet now, he was effortlessly conducting business, displaying a proficiency and enthusiasm in engaging with customers. As they neared the end of their sales, Cheng Yi remarked, "Let us change locations." He lifted 2 baskets of river snails back onto the donkey cart and turned to Lin Qingran, saying with a smile, "Once we're done selling, let us treat ourselves to something delicious. What would you like to eat?" Before Lin Qingran could respond, Ching had already perked up, her eyes sparkling as she raised her little arm, gazing at Cheng Yi with an expression of eager anticipation. "I want to eat meat," she exclaimed, swallowing hard in excitement. Arya said she had sweet, delicious meat, and it was so good. "I want to try that too." "Sweet meat?" Cheng Yi paused for a moment, then quickly realized she must be referring to sweet braised pork. With the bustling traffic in Yuan County, the recipe for Shanghai-style braised pork had made its way here. Renowned for its tender, succulent texture and exquisite flavor, many state-run restaurants in Yuan County offered this dish. Cheng Yi nodded, smiling, "All right, Daddy will take you to eat that shortly." He then turned to Lang, asking, "What about you? What would you like to eat?" The little fellow, wiping sweat from his forehead, puffed out his small chest and declared in a babyish voice, "As a man, I can eat anything. I'm not picky." Cheng Yi chuckled, giving him a thumbs up. "Fantastic." He bent down and lifted the boy onto the cart, and this time, Lin Qingran climbed up without waiting for Cheng Yi to assist her. Her cheeks flushed slightly under the bright, dazzling morning sun, the delicate rays scattering across her eyes and brow. Noticing Cheng Yi's gaze upon her, she bit her lip and turned her head away, her hair gently brushing against her ears in the soft breeze, exuding an almost ethereal grace. "What's wrong?" she stammered, feeling somewhat awkward as she glanced elsewhere, murmuring, "Aren't we leaving yet?" Cheng Yi laughed as he climbed onto the donkey cart, which responded with a comical bray. "Let us go," he called out cheerfully, turning the donkey around as the family of 4 set off towards the end of the street. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Cheng Yi, a man squatting nearby smoking a cigarette, stared in astonishment, his eyes wide as if he had seen a ghost. This man, Lu Dawei, was the gatekeeper of the county high school, enjoying a rare day off as he visited relatives. The relative in question is his second uncle, who has just retired and happens to reside in the family housing complex. He arrived yesterday, and, after sharing a meal, the second uncle purchased a tank of river snails, claiming they were sold by a young lad, and they were quite delectable. Upon tasting them, Lu Dawei was instantly captivated by their flavor, deeming them an exquisite accompaniment to his drinks. Stirred by his cravings and unable to resist, he decided to return today, hoping to procure some for himself. However, while taking a moment to smoke a cigarette, he noticed the young man packing up and preparing to leave. Lu Dawei intended to rush forward and call out to him, but to his astonishment, the young man suddenly turned around, leaving Lu Dawei momentarily stunned. Goodness, what did he see? The young man looked so familiar. Initially uncertain, Lu Dawei moved closer for a better look, only to be utterly shocked. Wasn't that Cheng Xiaogen's second son, Cheng Yi? Lu Dawei was acquainted with Cheng Xiaogen. Like himself, worked at the first middle school, though Cheng Xiaogen served as a vegetable cutter in the cafeteria, while his wife, Qi Ying, was the cook. The couple often carried themselves with pride, not without reason, for their eldest son, Cheng Ming, taught at the same school, securing a stable job. Who wouldn't envy that? Consequently, within the school community, staff members would respectfully address Cheng Xiaogen and his wife as Master Cheng and Madam Cheng. The couple basked in the glow of their reputation, speaking with newfound confidence. Yet, only Lu Dawei knew that behind the scenes, many whispered tales about the couple, suggesting they exuded an air of arrogance. So what if their eldest son was successful? He had a leg ailment. Moreover, their second son was deemed a failure, rumored to have accrued a mountain of high-interest debt in pursuit of a career as a literary artist. Given their humble origins, who possessed such talent? Ultimately, he became the subject of ridicule throughout the village. Consequently, Cheng Xiaogen and his wife severed ties with their second son. Once, Lu Dawei had witnessed Cheng Yi confronting his parents outside the school, demanding money. Thus, he recognized Cheng. However, back then he had been brash and foul-mouthed, behaving as if everyone owed him something. Now, however, Lu Dawei observed a stark transformation. The young man greeted everyone with terms of endearment, addressing them as uncle, aunt, sister, and so forth, his demeanor exuding charm. The vigor he once displayed had entirely dissipated. What had transpired? Had he truly turned over a new leaf? Lu Dawei pondered, ultimately deciding to follow him and see for himself. Cheng Yi, accompanied by Lin Qingran and Qing, journeyed toward the northern outskirts of the county. This area had once been a cemetery. It was said that during the Republic of China era, many lives were lost in battles. Eventually, the land was leveled and transformed into a school. In truth, beneath the school lay remnants of the graveyard, a claim not without foundation. Young men, brimming with vigor and vitality, were believed capable of warding off the lingering spirits. Thus, 30 years prior, when the Yuanan County made its development plans, this entire area was designated for educational buildings, encompassing elementary, middle, and high schools, along with the family housing complex, all situated within this zone. The population was substantial, composed mainly of employees with considerable purchasing power. Cheng Yi hastily maneuvered his donkey cart to a bustling roadside, gently lifting down 2 little ones. He turned back to unveil 2 pots of snails, ready to call out for customers, only to be surprised by the eagerness of the 2 tiny beings, who were even more industrious than he. Stir-fried snails. Buy some stir-fried snails. They're made by my father, absolutely delicious and fragrant. Fresh and delightful, with a secret recipe. Uncles and aunties, come and purchase a little. The 2 adorable, plump dumplings, endearing and sweet, spoke in soft, sticky voices that were crisp and inviting, instantly capturing the attention of many passers-by. Oh my, are they twins? What great fortune! They are so cute. A young female teacher, carrying a cloth bag, approached. She appeared to be in her early 20s, vibrant and charming, with a flawless complexion, a touch of lipstick, and her hair styled in the trendiest curls of the moment, secure at the back with a polka dot hairpin. Chapter 28. The remarkable performance of two little ones dressed in a crisp white shirt paired with a charming plaid skirt and stylish buckle shoes. She approached, her gaze lingering on the two little ones for a moment before shifting to the two large basins of snails on Cheng Yi's cart. "How much for these?" she inquired softly. "I am to meet my partner's parents today and am uncertain about what to purchase. Would this be inappropriate?" Today was a special occasion, as she was to meet her boyfriend's family, adorned in new attire and eager to buy something delightful for when he came to fetch her. Cheng Yi, with a warm smile, affectionately patted the heads of the two little ones. "Miss, when a family gathers for a meal, enjoying delectable dishes brings the most joy. My snails are crafted from a unique secret recipe, and in the 2 days since I've been selling them, no one has ever complained about their taste. If you bring something delicious to your partner's home, it will surely please them. Why not give it a try? A tin for just 3 yuan. Absolutely scrumptious." His sincerity and well-mannered smile were infectious. The young lady paused, blinking as she scrutinized the snails for a moment before nodding. "All right, I shall buy a portion. Conveniently, my partner's family resides in the very building across from here. If they prove to be delicious, I shall return for more." Lang promptly stood on tiptoe, producing a piece of oil paper and handing it to Cheng Yi. "Daddy, for you." Cheng Yi took it, swiftly wrapping up the snails and passing them back to her. The young lady completed her payment, casting a lingering glance at Qing and Lang before departing. "Ah, these two little ones are simply adorable. How wonderful it would be to have such charming twins after I marry." After collecting the payment, Cheng Yi proudly gave Qing and Lang a thumbs up. "You two are fantastic, already helping Daddy with business," he exclaimed. This was the first time the little ones received such praise from Cheng Yi, causing their cheeks to flush with delight and emboldening them further. They stood atop the cart, extending their little arms and waving vigorously. "Snails for sale. Delicious snails, cooked by my daddy. The best there is. Uncles, aunties, come and take a look." In this day and age, business often required a degree of shyness. Yet, witnessing such unabashed enthusiasm, especially from two small children, attracted quite a crowd. Lin Qingran, raised in this era with relatively conservative views, initially felt her cheeks burn with embarrassment whenever she caught someone observing her. However, after accompanying Cheng Yi on several business ventures, her confidence blossomed. Spotting potential customers, she greeted them with a smile and stepped forward to introduce the product. "These are our family's own stir-fried snails, cooked only after being raised for 2 days. They are very clean and worth a taste. A large portion is 3 yuan, a small portion 2 yuan, and sampling is free. The broth can be taken home and is also delicious." In no time, the 2 basins of snails were completely sold out. Not far away, Lu Dawei, clutching a small serving of snail delicacies, felt a mix of astonishment and introspection. "Ah, the second son of the Cheng family has indeed transformed. His eloquence in business is remarkable." After observing for a while, he promptly turned and dashed back to school. It is well known that in this era, while entrepreneurship has become commonplace, those who hold steady jobs often look down upon it. He still recalled the time spent chatting with Cheng Xiaojian in the school cafeteria, where they discussed a hunchback from his village who, unable to find a wife in his younger years, suddenly discovered his calling and ventured into the snack business. Who would have thought that selling pancakes, which seemed trivial, would lead him to marry and have a robust son? Yet, Cheng Xiaojian had scoffed dismissively, patting his hands with disdain. "No matter how much money one makes, can it compare to my son as a secure job? This is a stable position. As long as our country endures, the common folk will receive their wages. What is so great about doing business? It's unstable, and selling on the streets is rather humiliating. I certainly don't envy that. If you envy it, then go and start a business yourself." Lu Dawei felt embarrassed by his retort and cursed internally for a while. So what if his eldest son held a stable job? Was it really something to be so proud of? Now, seeing Cheng Yi actually engaging in business with such unabashed confidence, even shouting in the streets, he huffed. He was determined to observe closely and relay this matter to Cheng Xiaojian. He was eager to hear his reaction. Unbeknownst to Lu Dawei, Cheng Yi's mind was free from such convoluted thoughts. An hour later, after successfully selling 2 large bowls of snails, he felt the delightful weight of money in his satchel, experiencing the joy of earning for the first time. Are you hungry? Cheng Yi asked with a smile. The two little ones had truly exerted themselves today, bustling about and handing out items with an endearing diligence. I'm hungry, Qing mumbled softly, pointing at her little belly. Daddy, listen, my tummy is singing. It says it wants to eat. Meanwhile, Lang swallowed hard, wiping the sweat from his forehead and gazing at Cheng Yi with bright eyes. All right, let us go have braised pork. We'll dine at a restaurant this time. The decision was swiftly made. Even the old donkey, joined in with a few playful kicks and brayed joyfully. In Yuanan County, there were several state-run restaurants, the most renowned being the Golden Phoenix Hotel. However, it primarily catered to officials dispatched from higher authorities, with exorbitant prices that ordinary folk could hardly afford. Cheng Yi remained undeterred and led the group around the corner to a modest eatery named Xiaohong Restaurant. This small establishment had once been a state-run diner, but after the economic reforms, the owners, having lost their jobs, eventually reopened it as a restaurant. With commendable culinary skills, reasonable prices, and generous portions, the business had thrived consistently. As Cheng Yi entered with the three companions, he tethered Old Donkey at the entrance, just in time for the meal rush. The compact little restaurant, with only 6 tables, was filled to capacity with patrons. Fortuitously, a few individuals found themselves fortunate. As they entered, a table had just been vacated. Cheng Yi led Lin Qingran and Qing Lang to sit down. What shall we indulge in? The menu is inscribed on the wall. The proprietress cheerfully called out, her head peeking through the window. This establishment was a quintessential family-run restaurant, with the proprietress, Xiaohong, fulfilling the dual roles of chef and server. Upon noticing patrons arriving, she greeted them with a warm smile. On the table lay a plastic menu, detailing the dishes along with their respective prices. After placing their orders, one would present the menu at the window to settle the bill and then await the arrival of their meals. This was the traditional manner of an old-fashioned diner, and it was evident that the couple had mastered the art. Cheng Yi was the first to select braised pork, priced at 5 yuan, which was considered the most expensive dish. Subsequently, he ordered a bowl of meat soup, a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, a dry pot of assorted small fish, and a renowned stinky mandarin fish. In this era, the portion sizes were generous, sufficient to satisfy a family of 4. The stinky mandarin fish was a celebrated dish from Yuanan County, crafted from the finest ingredients sourced from the Yangtze River. Chapter 29. His father Qing Zhaojian in the realm of Yuanan County. The phrase "the fish of the Yangtze River, the freshest in the world," is most fitting. As the saying goes, rely on the mountains for sustenance and the waters for nourishment. Nestled by the banks of the Yangtze, Yuanan County is particularly fond of the fish that inhabit its waters. With the arrival of spring, the fish are at their most succulent. The optimal choice for crafting the famed stinky mandarin fish is one weighing between 1.5 to 2 pounds. When the dish is presented, it steams enticingly, filling the small restaurant with the unmistakable aroma of stinky mandarin fish. This delicacy, revered for its rich flavor, commands a high price in Yuanan County. During these times, households struggle to make ends meet, and only a select few can afford the stinky fish, which costs a staggering 8 yuan, compared to the modest 5 yuan for a bowl of braised pork. Ordinary individuals cannot fathom indulging in such luxury. The land nourishes its people. Cheng Yi, having journeyed north to the capital and even abroad, ultimately finds himself yearning for the taste of his hometown's stinky mandarin fish. Here you go. Your meal is ready. Enjoy. The proprietor's wife, Xiaohong, cheerfully announces. As the aroma wafts toward him, Cheng Yi's eyes light up, his hunger from a bustling morning suddenly ignited. However, before he can even pick up his chopsticks, he notices the 2 little ones before him, scrunching their faces in dismay. "Daddy, it smells so bad," Qing exclaims, her small face contorted in disgust. Lang, his expression serious, turns to Cheng Yi and asks, "Daddy, why does this fish have to smell so bad? Do you like it?" Cheng Yi. Lin Qingran can hardly contain her laughter. With a gentle smile, she picks up her chopsticks and offers a piece of garlic pork to Lang. "This is stinky mandarin fish, a renowned dish from Yuanan County. Would you like to try it?" The little one immediately looks apprehensive. Lang won't eat the stinky fish. "No way." Qing quickly shakes her head, covering her mouth, and vigorously waves her hand in front of her nose. No. Qing won't eat the stinky fish either. Cheng Yi finds their reactions both amusing and exasperating. Stinky fish? He chuckles at the imaginative reasoning of his children. He then takes a generous piece of garlic pork and places it in his mouth, a wave of familiar flavors and rich aromas flooding his senses, eliciting a deeply satisfied sigh. This is the taste. Seeing his reaction, Lin Qingran cannot help but smile. She too takes a bite, savoring the delectable flavors and succulent fish. It truly is a remarkable dish. As the aroma becomes more familiar, even the children begin to adjust. Ching and Lang, wide-eyed, gaze at the plate of braised pork. And with great effort, Lang manages to pick up a piece and taste it. Cheng Yi observes closely. Although the preparation follows the method of Shanghai's braised pork, it distinctly incorporates the unique flavors of Yunnan County, accompanied by a handful of dried bamboo shoots, simmering gently at the bottom of the pot. The freshness of the bamboo shoots melds perfectly with the richness of the braised pork, creating an exquisite harmony of flavors. As Ching takes a bite, her large, glossy eyes light up with delight. So good, so very good. She stuffed her mouth with meat, speaking in a garbled manner. After a considerable effort to swallow, she hurriedly stretched out her little arm to tug at Lang, urging him to eat more. "Brother, you must eat too." Lang replied earnestly, "I'm not your brother. Ching, you're only 3 minutes older than I am, so you cannot call me brother." Ching pouted her little lips. "But I am the elder sister." Lang retorted, "Humph. A man should not bicker with a girl." He took a bite of the meat, and, being a child, his joy was evident. Savoring the taste, he clumsily rose on his tiptoes and awkwardly placed a generous portion of meat in a Cheng Yi's bowl. "Here," he muttered softly, glancing away bashfully, his cheeks slightly flushed. "You should eat too. You need to pay for this." Cheng Yi couldn't help but chuckle at the child's antics. He wondered who Lang had inherited such a personality from. Although their relationship had eased over the past few days, the little one still seemed reserved. It was not due to any aversion, but rather a reflection of his nature. He simply was not one to express himself easily. Cheng Yi, however, was unbothered by this. In this era, many people were similarly inclined. Even if they held affection for one another, they often felt shy about voicing it, sometimes resorting to extreme means of expression. To like someone without openly stating it, and to shyly offer gifts while teasing each other could be considered a good sign. Yet, in the case of those with extreme machismo, their affections could be even more perilous. Years ago, in Chengjia village, there was a tragic incident where a man killed his wife with a hose simply because she glanced at another man. Later, the man met a violent fate, leaving behind a son who was raised by his grandparents and was now probably around 17 or 18 years old. Cheng Yi savored the braised pork. Though it was not exceptional in taste, the fact that it was served by his son brought a smile to his face. "Delicious," he remarked. "Thank you, Lang." The little one paused, avoiding eye contact, and seriously replied, "We are all men here. There is no need for politeness." Cheng Yi, taken aback, thought to himself, well, this son of mine is something else. At the first middle school, Cheng Zhaojian was busy preparing ingredients. Dressed in a white long apron and wearing a cap, he was crouched down in water, washing the freshly cleaned white radishes. Though his designation was that of a prep cook, he was essentially a cog in the machine, going wherever needed in the kitchen, unloading goods, washing vegetables, chopping, and cleaning dishes. Cheng Zhaojian and his wife, Qi Ying, had little education, relying on their eldest son Cheng Mingsheng, who taught at the first middle school, to secure this position through connections and backdoor dealings. Yet, despite the laborious nature of the work and its lack of formal recognition, Cheng Zhaojian walked with an upright posture, not for any other reason, but because his eldest son was a teacher at the first middle school, a secure job, receiving a government salary with an urban household registration, and his daughter-in-law also teaching there. He took pride in the fact that everyone greeted him as Master Cheng on the street. Among the Cheng family, only his branch had produced someone with a government job, making him feel exceptionally proud. Having just retrieved the white radishes from the water, Cheng Zhaojian wiped his hands and picked up a kitchen knife, preparing to carve out the frozen and decayed portions. These radishes had been stored since the previous winter. The white radishes from Yunnan County are not the elongated varieties, but rather round, robust ones, characterized by their firm and solid flesh, which, when stewed with meat, yield an exceptionally delightful flavor. Cheng Xiaojin recalled that earlier this morning, his elder brother Cheng had come to seek his assistance, requesting help in finding a proper job for his son, Cheng Junjie, who is also his nephew, at school. His nephew, having reached a more mature age, finds it difficult to court a partner. Young women in the county city deem his occupation in the snack business as lacking in dignity. The rural girls, on the other hand, do not attract his elder brother's interest, and as time passes, his nephew approaches the age of 30. Thus, in a state of urgency, he hastened to seek Cheng Xiaogan's aid. Chapter 30. With that slap, the swelling was visibly apparent. Perhaps it would be wise to spend some money and find a job at school, regardless of the pay, as long as it is respectable. Cheng Xiaojin readily agreed. It is true that he genuinely wanted to help, but he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride and satisfaction within. Finally, Cheng Lair, as he was fondly called, had made a name for himself. "Oh, Brother Cheng, are you washing radishes?" Lu Dawei sauntered over with a jovial smile, offering Cheng Xiaojin a cigarette. Cheng Xiaogan's eyelids twitched in surprise. Lu Dawei, who was notoriously lazy and thrifty, was known for being stingy. It was nearly impossible to procure even a single cigarette from him. What was the occasion today? Had the Iron Rooster finally shed some feathers? Unwilling to owe a favor, Cheng Xiaojin waved his hand dismissively and shook his head, saying, "No time for a smoke." "What's this? Aren't you supposed to be off today? I saw old Du at the security booth this morning when I came to work. What brings you here?" Lu Dawei took a couple of puffs, his gaze resting on Cheng Xiaogan's face, and chuckled. "I came to check out something new, so I thought I'd ask." "Something new?" Cheng Xiaogan's curiosity was piqued. This person, who was not particularly close to him, had come specifically to share news. "What is it?" Cheng Xiaojin inquired, suspicion lacing his tone. Lu Dawei, with a gleeful expression, took another drag of his cigarette and grinned. "I saw your second son, dressed in a leather jacket and jeans, with his hair all slicked back, looking quite dashing and impressive." Lu Dawei elongated his tone, gazing at Cheng Xiaojin, and asked, "His name is Cheng Yi, right?" Upon mentioning his second son, Cheng, a subtle change flickered across Cheng Xiaogan's face. He recalled half a month ago when his disappointing son approached him, asking for 600 yuan outright. Damn it! Cheng Xiaojin was instantly infuriated, grabbing a stick in preparation to give him a thrashing. This little rascal must have gone mad with money lust. His elder brother, who taught at the first middle school, earned a meager 60 yuan a month, with various supplements barely bringing it to 80. Such funds were beyond Cheng Xiaogan's reach. Currently, both he and his wife had to use their salaries to support the family, leaving no surplus to give to their second son, Cheng Yi. The anguish in Cheng Xiaogan's heart was ineffable. He had 3 children. His eldest, Cheng Mingsheng, had suffered from polio in his youth. Although he had recovered, he bore some residual effects, walking with a slight limp that was not immediately noticeable unless observed closely. Fortunately, Cheng Mingsheng had proven himself academically, and the family had made sacrifices, selling possessions to fund his education at a teacher's college. After graduating, he secured a job, finally allowing him to rise above his humble beginnings. With a stable job came the opportunity to find a wife, and upon becoming a teacher, he acquired an urban household registration, shedding the identity of a rural dweller. Cheng Mingsheng possessed a handsome appearance and an intellectual demeanor that endeared him to many young women. However, upon meeting the young lady twice, it quickly became apparent that she was a limping individual. Out of 10 suitors, 9 would immediately lose interest, and the remaining 1 would either come from a family engaged in modest commerce with little education or be a country girl. Neither Cheng Xiaojin nor Qi Ying were willing to accept such a fate. Eventually, Cheng Mingsheng encountered his current daughter-in-law, a strong-willed woman from Yuanan County, whose family circumstances were quite favorable. She herself was a teacher at a prestigious high school. After a period of courtship, the young lady resolutely decided to marry him. With no other options, her family reluctantly acquiesced, and after numerous twists and turns, they wed, leading to a significant decline in Cheng Xiaojin and Qi Ying's standing within the household. They were now compelled to consider the whims of their eldest daughter-in-law. Moreover, over the past 2 years, the couple's affection had waned, and their eldest son had begun elementary school, bringing forth a myriad of mundane troubles. The temperament of the eldest daughter-in-law gradually became more pronounced. During arguments, she would often dredge up past grievances, emphasizing a singular point. If she had not been blind to his flaws, how could she have ever considered marrying the limping Cheng Mingsheng, with neither wealth nor vigor? She lamented her unfortunate fate. Cheng Zhaojin and Qi Ying, assisting in raising their grandchildren, found it untenable to remain at home, and once their eldest grandson commenced primary education, they hastily sought employment at the high school to contribute financially, believing that as long as they could sustain their lives, all would be well. The situation with their second son, Cheng Yi, proved to be even more troubling. Cheng Yi was 2 years younger than Cheng Mingsheng. Interestingly, in earlier years, Cheng Yi had been exceptionally bright. He and Cheng Mingsheng had attended middle school together, with Cheng Mingsheng's grades fluctuating, barely landing in the top 5 of his class. In stark contrast, Cheng Yi consistently ranked first in school exams and even received an award for his essay from the county. In those youthful days, brimming with ambition, he spoke fervently of his future, declaring grand aspirations to become an official so that he and his mother could enjoy a life of abundance. However, as time passed, he took a turn for the worse, straying down a misguided path. Cheng Zhaojin, attempting to provide guidance during this tumultuous period, offering support for marriage and helping to repay debts, was dismayed as Cheng Yi continued to make poor choices. One day, when Cheng Yi approached for money, he was fortuitously seen by the eldest daughter-in-law, who made snide remarks. Unable to bear the humiliation, Cheng Zhaojin, in a moment of anger, struck him, leading to a complete rupture in their relationship. The slap was forceful enough to visibly swell his cheek. Though Cheng Zhaojin immediately regretted his actions, the need to maintain face in front of his daughter-in-law prevented him from returning to visit Cheng Yi for half a month. Now, when Lu Dawei mentioned Cheng Zhaogen's interest was piqued. Silently peeling 2 radishes, he could no longer contain his curiosity and asked Lu Dawei in a low voice, "How'd you come to see that troublesome boy? What is he up to? Surely he hasn't been chased around or beaten." Lu Dawei, sensing Cheng Zhaogen's intrigue, let out a long sigh, his expression one of astonishment, and replied, "Cheng Ge, you won't believe it. Your second son has made quite a name for himself, driving a donkey cart and making a public display in the marketplace. As I wandered the streets, I came across a vendor accompanied by 2 children. Little did you know the hardships these children endure, clad in tattered garments, with sleeves truncated and their frames alarmingly thin. Alas, Cheng Yi, how can it be that your eldest son serves as a teacher at our esteemed school, while your younger son resorts to petty commerce? What a disgrace! Moreover, he brings along those 2 children. What if they lose interest in their studies? More gravely, should the faculty at our school catch wind of this, they might suspect him of indulging in capitalist endeavors. I have heard whispers that our school is to evaluate outstanding teachers this year. Should our esteemed Cheng Laosher be adversely affected before Lu Dawei could finish his thought, Cheng Zhaojin's expression darkened considerably. He sprang to his feet, his face a stormy hue, and fixed Lu Dawei with a piercing gaze. Where is he? What business is he engaged in? I must see for myself. Lu Dawei, feeling a swell of satisfaction, nonchalantly waved his hand and lifted the oiled paper bag, shaking it before Cheng Zhaojin. He is selling fried snails, claiming it's a secret recipe. I had no idea your family possessed such a secret. The flavor is truly delightful. Would you care to sample? Cheng Zhaojin, exasperated, waved his hand dismissively, muttering a few curses under his breath. He had no inclination to taste anything at that moment. He regretted not having struck harder initially. That boy, how utterly thoughtless. How could he not consider his brother at all? Chapter 31. The department store of Yuan County. Have you ever considered your elder brother? This entire family will be implicated due to his actions. Cheng Zhaojin, overwhelmed by frustration, abruptly rose to his feet, his brow furrowed in distress. He tossed aside the radish and brush in his hands, hastily untying his apron as he made his way towards the exit. Qi Dawei, reveling in the commotion, hurriedly followed suit, adding fuel to the fire with embellishments. Cheng Zhaojin, known for his fiery temper, clenched his fists, his face darkening ominously. As he strode towards the door, he encountered his wife, Qi was busy chopping vegetables when she noticed Cheng Zhaojian storming out, his face a tempest of anger, with Lu Dawei trailing behind. Startled, she quickly set down the knife and rushed towards him. What's wrong? What has happened? Why do you look so grim? Qi was well aware of her husband's temperament. Years ago, in Chengjia village, he had once been so infuriated over a dispute regarding irrigation that he had nearly set off to confront someone in the middle of the night, armed with a hoe. Had she not intervened to prevent him from landing in jail? Cheng Zhaojin bellowed in frustration. Isn't it because of that unruly child you bore? Day in and day out, he finds no purpose, dreaming away or engaging in disgraceful antics. He concocts one reckless scheme after another, dragging the entire family down with him. Today, I must teach that boy a lesson and make him understand who his father truly is. Upon hearing this, Qi realized he was speaking of Cheng Yi. In a panic, her forehead beaded with sweat as she wrung her hands and grasped Cheng Zhaojian's sleeve. Oh, Zhaojin, why must you be so impulsive? This is a workplace, and we are still on duty. She spoke gently, urging him to reconsider. Chastising their child was not appropriate at this moment. If you are caught neglecting your work, we will be reprimanded. We cannot afford to let Zhuanzi know, or she will withhold our wages. Zhuanzi, whose full name was Zhao Wan, was the wife of Cheng Mingsheng and someone the elderly couple revered daily. Indeed, the arrival of the eldest daughter-in-law proved more effective than anything else. Instantly, Cheng Zhaojin felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, and he calmed down. With a sullen expression and without uttering a word, he stood there, fists clenched, before eventually turning around and returning to the kitchen. Qi, her eyes reddened, recalled Cheng Yi, unable to suppress her tears. She truly felt at a loss. After finishing lunch, Cheng Yi, accompanied by Lin Qingran and Qing, exited the restaurant, making their way towards the department store. In the year 1990, the Yuan County department store was already a treasure trove of goods. Strategically located at the intersection of two main streets, directly across from a canal. Just 100 meters downstream lay a bustling wharf where cargo was constantly being transported. Consequently, the department store thrived in business, teeming with customers. Spanning over 2,000 square meters across 4 floors, its gray exterior was adorned with the trendiest palm-sized white tiles of the era, forming intricate patterns that could be seen from afar. With 10 categories and over 8,000 types of merchandise available, one could find everything from single needle to sewing machines, bicycles, televisions, and much more. As he gazed upon the department store, Cheng Yi felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. In fact, he had returned here a few times in his previous life. The once bustling and vibrant Yuan County, which once thrived with prosperity, had succumbed to silence alongside the decline of waterway commerce. This 4-story department store, once a landmark of Yuan County, now stood desolate, its grandeur fading into the annals of history with the closure of the docks. The golden rays of the setting sun cast a serene beauty over the scene, where a few children chased each other and an elderly man leisurely played chess while fanning himself. Who still remembered the former splendor it once held decades ago? What's wrong? Lin Qingran inquired softly, pulling Cheng Yi back from his reverie. He turned, smiling as he shook his head, then affectionately ruffled the hair of the little girl. Qing, it's nothing. You all wait here for a moment. I'll secure the donkey and return shortly. Lin Qingran nodded. Cheng Yi took hold of the donkey and strolled across the street. On the opposite side lay the canal, which prevented any shops from being established, leaving the riverbank adorned with a row of willow trees. It was the season when the tender buds emerged and weeds pushed through the earth, creating a vibrant tapestry of green. Cheng Yi found a grassy patch and tied the donkey there. Hee-haw, hee-haw. The donkey brayed contentedly, calling out a few times before lowering its head to graze. Cheng Yi, feeling uneasy, took a couple of steps back to glance at it, and, after deliberation, he handed a cigarette to the security guard across the street, entrusting him to keep an eye on it. The cigarette was a gift from his boss, Yang Shouxian. Upon seeing it, the guard's eyes lit up, and upon further inspection of Cheng Yi, whose appearance was refined and whose generosity hinted at his exceptional status, he grinned. Rest assured, sir, I will take good care of it for you. Cheng Yi expressed his gratitude once more before hurrying back to Lin Qingran, who awaited him at the steps. "Let us go," he said cheerfully. The family of four ascended the steps and joined the throng entering the department store. It was the first visit for Ching and her companion to such a place. The little girl craned her neck, observing the glamorous crowd around them, instinctively shrinking back. It was no wonder. They had truly never encountered such sights. Dressed in patched garments, with sleeves and pant legs shortened, they even bore mismatched fabric patches. Meanwhile, many children accompanied their parents to the department store to purchase new clothes. The trendiest outfits, little leather shoes, and some girls donned exquisite lace-trimmed skirts made of georgette, paired with the white tights favored by young girls in television dramas. At a glance, they appeared utterly enchanting. Ching lowered her head, glancing at her own cloth shoes, which Lin Qingran had painstakingly crafted for her by saving money to buy fabric for the soles in the spring. However, the wear from running around had thinned the soles significantly, and the toe area was frayed and worn. She bit her lip, clutching Cheng Yi's hem tightly, and cast a shy glance at the onlookers who turned their attention toward her, her little brows furrowing in concern. Taking a step forward, I gently tugged at Ching's slender arm and whispered, "Lang will protect you." Lin Qingran felt a twinge of discomfort. With her gaze cast downwards, she stared at the ground, her expression betraying a hint of anxiety. Ever since her marriage to Cheng Yi, it had been many years since she last visited the county town. Lin Qingran had spent her early years in the neighboring village with her parents, who unfortunately did not cherish her, exhibiting a profound preference for sons over daughters. After receiving a substantial bride price, they relinquished her to Cheng Yi. Even during festive seasons, they would contrive various ways to inquire about her. If they earned money, they would send word through others, expressing a desire to see her. Yet, upon learning of her hardships, they would bluntly advise her not to return, citing the cramped conditions at home and the lack of space even for meals. Chapter 32. In my eyes, you are more beautiful than them in the past 2 years. Lin Qingran's parents moved to the county town to live with their son without informing her. Their indifference was palpable, and ultimately, she harbored a deep-seated insecurity. Coupled with the dissatisfaction in her marital life, she became increasingly withdrawn. Over the past 3 years, she had contemplated stepping out to earn a living, yet the thought of her young child with no one to care for them, combined with the anxiety of interacting with others, filled her with dread. At this moment, she accompanied Cheng Yi to the department store. While the surroundings buzzed with excitement, she felt only a sense of fear and shrinkage, as if everyone around her was watching her with judgment. Lin Qingran was unaware that the 2 children who had grown up under her care mirrored her in their social interactions. With her head bowed, her heart raced slightly, convinced that laughter at her expense echoed from every direction. "Do not be afraid." At that instant, someone gently grasped her palm. The warm touch brought with it the familiar scent of Cheng Yi. He applied a gentle pressure, and upon noticing Lin Qingran's dazed gaze, he offered a reassuring smile. "Just follow me," he whispered close to her ear. The warmth of his breath enveloped her, creating an invisible barrier around her, safeguarding her from the world. Lin Qingran nodded, accepting his hand. Cheng Yi then bent down to lift Ching, and when he caught Long's gaze, he smiled at him as well. "Are you scared?" "Not at all. Lang is a man. Then a man must protect his mother and sister. Can Lang hold his mother's hand and keep her safe? That's how a little man behaves. Even if he feels scared or nervous, he must not show it." The little boy's eyes sparkled as he puffed out his chest and nodded earnestly yes. Lang will protect mother and Ching. Lang is a little man. Then let us go. Cheng Yi led the little ones onward, heading straight for the second floor. Today was a weekend, and the place was bustling with people. The employees from Yuanan County flocked here, believing it to be a place of prestige that would elevate their status in conversation. At this time, Yuanan County had yet to establish ready-made clothing stores. Most residents sought private tailors on the streets for their garments. Tailors often possessed sample books acquired from magazines or department stores, showcasing an array of clothing designs. Once a customer selected a style, measurements were taken for a custom piece, requiring a deposit and a choice of fabric before waiting at least half a month for completion. The prices were relatively affordable, Within the department store, dedicated clothing shops had begun to emerge, offering fashionable items shipped from Yangtze, proximate to the port city and separated by the fragrant river. Yangtze was often the first to catch on to new trends, which would then reach the port city shortly thereafter. In the past 2 years, the market for resellers flourished, primarily dealing in garments from Yangtze. Though their ventures were modest, they reaped considerable profits. With the recent economic liberalization and the government's relaxation of regulations in this area, new opportunities arose, allowing state-owned enterprises to incorporate a touch of foreign goods into their offerings. The 2 retail clothing stores in question specialize in selling attire transported from Yangtze, staying ahead of the latest trends and exuding a remarkable sense of style. Young women in Yuanan County aspire to purchase a piece from these stores, as wearing such garments would invite admiration for days on end. Some recent graduates, having just joined the workforce, often save for 2 to 3 months solely to afford a single purchase from here. When Cheng Yi accompanied Lin Qingran to the entrances of the 2 clothing stores, the place was already bustling with activity, teeming with lovely young women. With curled hair, pink blazers, corduroy trousers, and wedged black suede shoes, all adorned with a fresh layer of foundation and vibrant lipstick, they radiated youthful exuberance. Lin Qingran kept her head down, too shy to look around, yet Cheng Yi gently squeezed her hand once more. "In my eyes, you are more beautiful than any of them," he whispered softly, leaning closer to her ear. The gentle warmth of his breath brushed against her ear as he uttered sweet nothings that made her blush. Cheng Yi did not tease her further. Instead, he navigated through the crowd until they reached the front of the counter. The sales clerks at the counter were 2 young and attractive women. In this day and age, working as a sales clerk in a state-owned store is quite a coveted position. As the older generation would say, one could stand idle and still earn a living, a most enviable job indeed. Families with even the slightest connections aspired to secure such positions for their daughters. Thus, upon closer inspection, the sales clerks appeared immaculate and innocent, treating customers with a casual indifference that suggested a life of privilege. "How much for these flared trousers? They seem like a new style and made of denim too. Can I take a look at them?" Another added, "And this women's suit has shoulder pads. It must accentuate the figure. May I try it on? Wow, this 3-striped tracksuit looks fantastic." The crowd buzzed with excitement. However, the young clerks maintained a stern demeanor. Clearly impatient, their attitude rather dismissive. "These clothes are quite expensive. If you're not buying, don't waste our time trying them on, as we can't afford to incur losses," one clerk coldly remarked. This remark ignited a firestorm of discontent. "How can you speak like that? Everyone says the clothing stores in the department store allow trying on garments. If I can't try them on and they don't fit when I get home, I would have wasted a substantial amount of money." Another voice chimed in. "Exactly. We all have jobs. We're no less than you. Can't you speak kindly?" The atmosphere grew tense as the young women exchanged frustrated glances, ready to respond, when suddenly someone in the crowd raised a finger and gently tapped the glass counter. Smiling wryly, "Comrade, are you bringing your personal frustrations into your work?" The individual spoke in a leisurely manner, yet each word was articulated with remarkable clarity, causing a sudden jolt in the listener's heart. It is well stated in the doctrine that the nation belongs to the people, and the slogan explicitly declares the commitment to serve the populace, prioritizing the customer above all else. Yet, how is it that within this department store, the principles seem to be inverted? Comrade, do you harbor any dissent towards the organization or the doctrine? If so, we could assist you in conveying your concerns to the higher authorities, for entering the workplace laden with emotions is far from advisable. This person was, of course, Cheng Yi. When he uttered these words, he deliberately lowered his voice, casting ominous shadows of authority, which instantly sent a shiver down the spine of the young woman. Her complexion turned pale, and she gazed at Cheng Yi with a hint of trepidation. "I haven't tea. It's just that there were so many people earlier. I was afraid of damaging my clothing," she stammered, her words barely escaping her lips, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Fortunately, an older sales assistant nearby quickly reacted, approaching with a warm smile directed at Cheng Yi. Chapter 33. Fitting Rooms and Subtle Affections. "Comrade, what garments do you wish to try on?" the sales assistant inquired, showcasing the latest fashionable styles from the vibrant city of Yangtze. "Behold, We have dresses and flared pants, crafted from denim, available in both men's and women's designs. Cheng Yi was not one to cling stubbornly to trivial matters, nor did he genuinely wish to trouble the young lady. Observing another sales assistant offering a graceful way out for everyone, he smiled and swiftly scanned the array of garments on display. He selected a few outfits for children, and for the women's section, he picked a floral dress and a cozy sweater. Cheng Yi possessed a discerning eye. Having navigated the tumultuous waters of the entertainment industry in his past life, he had been compelled to attend numerous fashion shows. His standards of aesthetic appreciation were unparalleled. In fact, when he first received the accolade of Best Actor, many unearthed various fashion photographs from before his rise to fame, marveling at how this man seemed to defy the passage of time. Cheng Yi had also appeared on several reality shows focused on fashion design, where he consistently identified key design elements, igniting a wave of imitation among various businesses. Life often presents pivotal moments, akin to a power-up in a game. And Cheng Yi was no exception. The sales assistant, witnessing Cheng Yi's impressive selection of clothing, though reluctant, complied with a sense of trepidation, diligently retrieving the garments with a clothes hanger. "Be cautious, comrade. These items are not inexpensive, and any damage would be troublesome." Cheng Yi nodded, accepting the items with ease. Lin Qingran, who had been standing silently nearby, pursed her lips, her hands fidgeting nervously. It was only when Cheng Yi approached her with the clothing that Lin Qingran found her voice. "We could simply visit a tailor to have our clothes made, or even buy fabric to sew at home. This is far too costly." She had been quietly assessing the prices and discovered that even the most ordinary piece of clothing was priced at 20 yuan. Even the children's garments were not cheap. For instance, the corduroy overalls Cheng Yi held were clearly not made of the finest material, yet they cost 7 yuan each. At a tailor's, one could procure enough fabric to create 2 pairs of such overalls for the same price. Lin Qingran felt a genuine pang for her finances. Cheng Yi chuckled softly and said, "If you truly care about the expense, then let us purchase just one outfit for now, and later we can buy fabric to make more." Noticing Lin Qingran's furrowed brow as she contemplated further objections, Cheng Yi tilted his chin towards the 2 little ones. "We can wait, but the children cannot. It would be unseemly to earn money and neglect to buy them clothes." Following Cheng Yi's gaze, Lin Qingran noticed the 2 small figures timidly hiding behind her, glancing at the world with wide eyes. Upon realizing someone was looking at them, they instinctively tugged at their slightly short sleeves. Lin Qingran's heart ached at the sight, prompting her to relent. Cheng Yi led the cheerful pair to the fitting room, purposefully selecting garments 2 sizes larger for them. The overalls, after repeated wear, had their hems rolled up, paired with a knitted sweater or a pure cotton long-sleeve top, proving to be an economical choice for versatile dressing. Lang opted for a deep navy, while Qingqing chose a vibrant peach pink. The 2 little ones had never received new clothes before, and upon receiving them, their faces radiated joy and caution. "Daddy, can Qingqing wear this? It's so beautiful, even prettier than Arya's." The little girl tugged at Cheng Yi's hem, gently swaying, although Lang did not voice it. He clutched the overalls and cotton jacket with an undeniable affection. Observing their delight, Cheng Yi felt a wave of relief wash over him. He smiled and nodded, affectionately ruffling the hair of both little cherubs. "If you like it, we shall buy it." After saying this, he called the sales assistant to wrap the garments. Meanwhile, Lin Qingran held a floral dress and a cardigan in her hands. The cardigan was crafted from the latest fashionable material, infused with a touch of cashmere. Unlike the coarse, traditional sweaters that could irritate the skin, this cashmere was soft and comfortable against the body. Naturally, it came with a hefty price tag. Lin Qingran discreetly glanced at the price list and was taken aback by the cost of the cardigan, 29 yuan. She felt as if she were holding a hot potato. 29 yuan was nearly equivalent to 20 pounds of meat. That amount could sustain a household for half a year. How could she justify spending it on a single piece of clothing? Yet, Cheng Yi seemed unfazed by her reluctance. He chuckled, patting her arm. "You should try on that floral dress. The ensemble will undoubtedly be stunning." Lin Qingran hesitated, feeling shy with many people around, and could only take the garments into the fitting room. However, she remained inside for a full 10 minutes without emerging. The sales assistant had already packaged the clothes for Ching and Lang, waiting to tally up Lin Qingran's items. After a while, Cheng Yi furrowed his brow and turned to the sales assistant, saying, "Excuse me, could you watch the children for a moment while I check on her?" The sales assistant, feeling anxious, quickly nodded, "Of course, please hurry. Just be careful, the zipper is at the back of the dress. Don't let her hair get caught in it." Cheng Yi nodded and briskly headed toward the fitting room. Only in these two clothing stores within the department store were there fitting rooms. A few people waited outside, but Cheng Yi paid them no mind and pushed the door open. Lin Qingran was startled, instinctively crouching down, clutching the dress. Her face a mask of panic as she turned to Cheng Yi. Upon recognizing him, her cheeks flushed, but her heart settled. "Why you're here?" she stammered softly. Cheng Yi shrugged, walking over and immediately noticing the predicament. Her hair had indeed been caught in the zipper at the back of the dress, with her thick, dark hair tangled and her anxiety causing her to tug at it. A significant portion had become ensnared. "If I hadn't come, would you have been able to get it free?" Cheng Yi remarked. Lin Qingran fell silent at once. As Cheng Yi approached, he noticed the fine beads of sweat glistening on her forehead and the expanse of her delicate, fair skin on her neck, also glimmering with a sheen of perspiration. He was momentarily taken aback, his Adam's apple instinctively bobbing. In that fleeting moment, all he could perceive was a realm of porcelain beauty, igniting a tumultuous fervor within him, akin to water boiling vigorously. Cheng Yi? Lin Qingran sensed the intensity of Cheng Yi's gaze. They were no longer naive youths unacquainted with the world. Although they had once been reserved, they had shared the most intimate of connections in the past. Yet, in this very moment, for reasons unbeknownst to her, Cheng Yi's mere glance sent her heart racing uncontrollably. Her voice quivered faintly, and she dared not meet his eyes. Chapter 34. The stunning Lin Qingran Don't Move. Cheng Yi finally regained his composure. His voice remained calm, suppressing the tumult within as he reached behind her to grasp the zipper. "I'll help you." Lin Qingran immediately fell silent. In the confined space, even the air began to stir slowly. Their breaths intertwined, warm and heavy, accompanied by the sudden quickening of an unknown heartbeat. Cheng Yi's fingertips were slightly rough, grazing her back and igniting a cluster of delicate flames. His hands trembled subtly. One held the zipper, while the other fidgeted with her hair. Lin Qingran tightened her breath and softly inquired, "What's wrong? Is it difficult? If it's too much, I could just cut my hair. I don't mind." "I mind." Cheng Yi's Adam's apple bobbed quickly, a shadow of darkness flickering in the depths of his black eyes. Upon reflection, he realized she was the only woman he had ever touched in 2 lifetimes. In his youth, he had been oblivious to the taste of love, and now, yearning to savor it again, she had already turned cold. Even when holding scissors to her neck, she refused to be with him again. Later, he entered the glamorous entertainment industry, not entirely immune to the primal desires of the body. He had told himself to let go of the past and attempt new romances. Yet, every time he closed his eyes or heard the thunderous rain or caught a glimpse of an obedient, lovely child, he was stirred by memories that haunted him. That was his heart's affliction. Days felt like a cage, each one ticking by like a countdown. He had once believed that Lin Qingran was, to him, akin to snow falling in summer and the moon rising in daylight, a dream forever out of reach. But now, she stood vibrantly before him, warm to the touch, fragrant in the air, and even more so, with her bare back turned towards him. The early spring air was somewhat cold, and a delicate layer of pores emerged on her snow-white skin. Cheng Yi slightly closed his eyes, inhaling deeply. "All right." His fingers lifted the hem of her dress, gently extracting the last strand of hair caught in the zipper, and he swiftly pulled her dress up. He feared that if he stole another glance, he would lose his composure. Lin Qingran's cheeks flushed, her head lowered as she took a few deep breaths, hastily moving past Cheng Yi towards the outside. A number of people were queuing outside, already growing impatient. Upon seeing Lin Qingran emerge, a few were about to express their dissatisfaction. But upon lifting their heads and catching sight of her, they were momentarily stunned. What style of dress is this? How did I not notice it earlier? It's so fashionable. The color of this dress truly complements her complexion. Wow, It turns out straight hair looks gorgeous with a dress too. I regret curling my hair. It damages the hair too much. Why didn't I see this dress earlier? It really accentuates the figure. The girls whispered among themselves. Yet, Lin Qingran heard none of it. She walked towards the bright sunshine, calling out, and the two little ones turned their heads. Upon seeing Lin Qingran, their eyes sparkled with joy. "Mommy, it's Mommy," Qing joyfully exclaimed, extending her small arms to point at Lin Qingran. "Mommy is so beautiful." The child's voice rang clear and bright, instantly drawing the attention of those nearby. The dress she wore was a vibrant yellow, reminiscent of a spring blossom in full bloom, captivating and refreshing amidst the chill of early spring. Her hair was truly splendid, thick and silky, casually held up with a sharp clip, though a few strands inevitably escaped. As the gentle breeze stirred, these wisps danced playfully, accentuating her exquisitely beautiful features. Lin Qingran was undeniably stunning. Throughout her life, she had been somewhat aware of her beauty. However, before she could relish the admiration that her looks might garner, her parents had hurled disparaging remarks at her. They would say, "What good is beauty? It makes us unable to hold our heads high. Do you know what people in the village say? They call you a vixen. Women are meant to become daughters-in-law. With a face like yours, what will your in-laws think? Your husband will probably suspect you've had many suitors. You are forbidden from indulging in frivolities. Wearing what you have is enough. Why do you have to care about beauty?" These words were like needles piercing Lin Qingran's heart. Over the years, these needles not only remained embedded but also rusted, intertwining with her flesh and blood buried deep within her. Consequently, Lin Qingran developed a habit of concealing herself, shrinking away, and even deliberately letting her hair fall to shield her face. Now, suddenly exposed to the gaze of so many, the restlessness and ambiguity that Cheng Yi had previously stirred within her vanished without a trace. Her hands and feet felt icy, rooted in place, her expression a mix of helplessness and anxiety. "Daughter-in-law." A wave of warmth enveloped her from behind, accompanied by the scent that clung to Cheng Yi. He extended his hand, effortlessly draping it over her petite shoulders, creating an invisible barrier that shielded her from all peril. In that instant, her heart inexplicably calmed. "Don't catch a chill in this sweater," Cheng Yi advised, placing a cashmere cardigan over Lin Qingran's shoulders. It was a camel-colored knit, cocoon-like in shape, with a lantern sleeve design that was all the rage this year. The ensemble was undeniably eye-catching and beautiful, especially with Lin Qingran's face, which could be both radiant and innocent, captivating anyone who dared to gaze upon her. "Do you like it?" Cheng Yi inquired. In truth, Lin Qingran had no concept of whether the clothing was beautiful. Throughout her life, she had only worn hand-me-downs, indifferent to gender, as long as they fit. As she grew older, influenced by her parents, she gradually came to view beauty as something undesirable. Consequently, she felt shy in social situations, let alone learning how to dress elegantly. Cheng Yi was asking whether she liked this particular outfit. Lin Qingran lowered her head, glancing down, and after a moment of silent contemplation, she softly spoke. "I don't know. It just feels too expensive. I could wear anything, even take fabric home to make my own clothes." Upon noticing Cheng Yi's furrowed brow and his silence, she hastily added, "What do you think? Is it beautiful?" Cheng Yi pinched the bridge of his nose, exhaling a sigh. He finally discerned what was amiss with his wife. Despite possessing exquisite beauty, she always averted her gaze. Previously, he thought her choice to wear her hair in 2 loose strands was a matter of preference, but now he realized it was likely a means to conceal her face. Cheng Yi sighed deeply, feeling as though he had struck an extraordinary bargain. "Of course, it is beautiful," he replied. "My dear, being beautiful is a wonderful thing. You need not hide it, nor should you feel discontented by it. I hope you can embrace joy freely." After a brief pause, he added, "Of course, if you wish to be beautiful solely for my eyes, I would cherish that immensely." Chapter 35, A Complete Transformation. Lin Qingran paused momentarily. Throughout her life, she had never uttered such words. She recalled a year when, on her way home from school, she was harassed by a bachelor from the village. Terrified, she had picked up a stone and struck him on the head before fleeing home. The bachelor, nursing his injury, followed her and sat at her doorstep, demanding compensation. Lin Qingran, trembling and crying, was dragged out by her father, Lin Qingran. Despite her lengthy explanations, Lin Qingran, with an impatient expression, conveyed a singular message. If you didn't wear skirts, why would he fixate on you instead of others? With a shove, he scolded, apologized to him immediately. At such a young age, how have you learned to resort to violence? Do I have money to spare for compensation? From that moment on, Lin Qingran understood that the so-called beauty and charm only attracted trouble. She lifted her gaze to see Cheng Yi paying the bill, and it felt as if a thick layer of clouds in her mind had parted, revealing a brilliant ray of sunlight. The total came to 98 yuan. Cheng Yi settled the account, emerged with the clothes, and cheerfully gestured to the three of them, saying, "Let us go home." As they descended to the first floor, they purchased a few miscellaneous items from the department store, filling a large stack. Cheng Yi struggled to carry it all onto the donkey cart. The little ones were fatigued. Halfway home, the sunny little head of Qingqing nodded off, resting on the overturned basin. Lin Qingran quickly removed her coat and draped it over the two children. The sun was just right, dispelling the chill of early spring. The gentle spring breeze caressed their faces, and the willows along the roadside were budding, their branches swaying, with delicate willow fluff dancing in the wind. It fell softly in the vibrant spring day, resembling a light snowfall. Cheng Yi glanced back and noticed Lin Qingran also looking at him. Her flowing black hair danced in the breeze, and a faint smile adorned her face, revealing two shallow dimples. "What is the matter?" she inquired softly. Cheng Yi smirked, biting his lip, and winked at her. "Nothing, just admiring how beautiful my wife is." After saying this, he turned away, playfully patting the donkey's rear. The donkey brayed in protest, irritated by the unexpected attention. 20 minutes later, the four of them arrived home. Lin Qingran and Cheng Yi each carried a child to lay them down for a nap. Just as they entered the courtyard, they saw Lin Yaosheng arriving with a group of people, carrying nylon bags and baskets filled to the brim with snails. Upon spotting Cheng, Lin Yaosheng quickly extinguished his cigarette, reluctant to discard the remaining stub, which he then hung on his ear. "Brother, you're finally back," Lin Yaosheng exclaimed with a grin, stepping forward and lifting the basket of snails, saying, "Look, last night, my friends and I went to the neighboring village to gather these. We collected quite a few. If we sell them today, I'll have enough money for my little brother. I owe it all to you. You're even closer than my own brother." This fellow, having navigated the intricacies of society, possesses a tongue sweeter than honey, effortlessly charming those around him, leaving Cheng Yi both amused and bewildered. "Now, let me weigh it for you," he declared with a smile, producing a scale and beckoning a few individuals to form a line, taking their turns one by one. Lin Qingran, having just sipped some water, hurriedly poured Cheng Yi a cup, dashing over with the enamel mug and placing it on the table before him. "Drink some water. I'll take care of the accounts," she urged. Cheng Yi nodded, feeling parched after a busy morning. He lifted the cup and drank half its contents, while his hands remained occupied. "Xiao Lu, 12 jin and 1 liang. Uncle Li, 6 jin and 8 liang. Sister Lu, 3 jin and 6 liang. Oh, and add the 7 jin from yesterday's help with the snails, making a total of 10 jin and 6 liang's worth." Cheng Yi had an excellent memory. In his younger days, he could memorize an entire stack of lines after just a couple of readings. Qingjia village was small, comprising only a few dozen residents, and with just 2 main roads, he could recognize everyone at a glance, often recalling their names. Sister Lu had initially hesitated to mention her assistance with the snails, but upon seeing Cheng Yi, he immediately remembered and voluntarily calculated her payment. Unable to suppress a smile, she rubbed her hands together and remarked, "Hey, we're all from the same village. There's no need to rush. You could settle it later." At that moment, Lin Qingran had already handed over the money. "Sister, it totals 1 yuan and 6 fun." Sister Lu's eyes lit up, excitement rendering her unsure of where to place her hands. "Oh dear, how embarrassing. Cheng Yi, I've been rather blunt in the past. Please don't take it to heart. You truly are a wonderful lad, always remembering our fellow villagers when you earn." Cheng Yi replied, "Sister, why would you say that? We're all from the same village. Your earnings also contribute to my success. In the past, I was rather thoughtless and did many foolish things. Yet the uncles and aunts in the village were always kind to me, never holding it against me. How could I possibly forget? His eloquent words immediately eased the discomfort of several villagers from Chengjia village who had been feeling uneasy. After all, in previous years, Hu and Ti whispered behind his back. They had spoken some rather harsh words. Now, they all depended on earning from Cheng Yi, making the situation quite awkward. They feared he might bring up past grievances, which would be embarrassing for them. Thus, when they didn't settle accounts for the assistance with the snails yesterday, they remained silent, like gourd plants with their mouths sewn shut. Today, unable to contain herself anymore, Sister Lu had picked up some snails from her field, hoping to bring up her payment from the previous day. To her surprise, Cheng Yi mentioned it first, with no hint of malice in his tone, instantly lifting the weight off their hearts. Sister Lu joyfully took her money and exited the courtyard. As she stepped outside, she noticed several people peering in curiously at the entrance. Holding up her money, she waved it before them, exclaiming, "I say, we were overthinking it." As the saying goes, a prodigal son's return is worth more than gold. The second son of the Cheng family has truly become a respectable individual. Not only does he help us earn money, but he is also prompt in settling accounts. I didn't even have to mention yesterday's matter. He calculated the expenses himself. Sister Lu sighed, feeling a bit embarrassed. In the past, I used to criticize him harshly, especially when the three of us were struggling to make ends meet, and we never offered them a helping hand. After this exchange, the group shared their astonishment and murmured among themselves, ultimately concluding that the second son of the Cheng family has genuinely turned over a new leaf. 2 hours later, as the sun began to set, resembling a round disk, the crowd in the courtyard dispersed. Lin Qingran was bent over a ledger, meticulously calculating the accounts. Meanwhile, Cheng Yi had already started a fire and was cooking the first batch of river snails. He intended to work at the Golden Phoenix dance hall today, preparing the snails in advance so he could sell them before starting his shift. Today, the snails sold quite well, totaling 6 large basins. However, the labor costs were considerable, and after accounting for expenses on clothing, the net income amounted to only 53 yuan and 60 cents. Lin Qingran bit her lip, feeling a pang of sorrow. After all, they still owed 600 yuan at the dance hall. Although the other party had not pressed for repayment, it remained a burden. As she contemplated this, she stood up to discuss today's earnings with Cheng Yi, only to be interrupted by a knock at the door. "Is the Cheng family's daughter-in-law at home?" "It's me, Aunt Xiao." Lin Qingran paused, realizing it was the mother of Arya from across the street. Arya was the youngest daughter of her family, and her eldest son had already started working. Aunt Xiao had been over 40 when she gave birth to Arya, making her considerably older than Lin Qingran. The two families did not interact much, except for the occasional visits from Arya to play with Qingqing. Hence, it was no wonder Lin Qingran did not immediately recognize the voice. She quickly tucked away the ledger and opened the door, immediately spotting Aunt Xiao holding a basket filled with river snails, large and round, glistening clean and still dripping with water. Beside her, Arya peeked curiously into the basket, clutching a handful of colorful dragon candies wrapped in vibrant packaging. Without waiting for Lin Qingran to greet her, Arya dashed inside. Children are always like that. They may be noisy, but they play just the same the next day. Aunt Xiao, feeling somewhat shy, stepped forward with her basket and said, "Do you still want these river snails? I gathered quite a few while working in the fields a few days ago. I tried cooking them, but they didn't turn out well, and my husband, Yao Changji, has been teasing me about it. I was going to throw them away, but then I heard you were collecting snails." She gestured toward the basket. "Look, I've kept them for 2 days. They're spotless." Noticing her embarrassment, Lin Qingran quickly stepped back a few paces to make room, smiling as she said, "Aunt Xiao, please come in. I'm still collecting them." Aunt Xiao hurriedly entered with her basket. Upon stepping into the courtyard, she was greeted by an incredibly rich aroma. Her husband, Yao Changji, also worked at a state-run restaurant, so she was no stranger to good food. In the year 1990, when everyone struggled for basic necessities, Aunt Xiao and Arya had never been deprived when it came to meals. Thus, Arya's figure is plump and round, and Xiao Auntie exudes a charmingly robust appearance. who in Qingjia village would not express envy upon seeing them. Every morning, as they rise to wash clothes by the riverbank, Xiao Annie, when discussing food, stands tall and speaks with great confidence. Braised pork knuckles, fried lotus root slices, and even that hefty bluefish weighing over 10 pounds. She has savored them all. Yet today, the delightful aroma wafting from the courtyard instantly brightens her eyes, and she instinctively leans forward to peer into the steaming stove. How intoxicating this fragrance is. She places her basket on the scale, unconsciously swallowing her saliva, her gaze fixed on the pot in front of Cheng Yi. Is he stir-frying snails? I have never witnessed such a method of preparation before. Cheng Yi, drenched in sweat, chuckles as he leans out, calling out, Annie Qiao has arrived. Come and taste this, just out of the pot. Chapter 36. My father has eaten excrement. Has yours? As the stir-fry was completed, Cheng Yi generously retrieved a large bowl from his home, filling it to the brim before presenting it to her. Do give a taste. Bring some back for Uncle Yao to enjoy with his drink. A little delicacy like this should pair well with some wine. I believe Uncle Yao will appreciate it. Under normal circumstances, Aunt Xiao would have declined. However, since the man of the house returned yesterday, he seemed to have been enchanted by something he encountered in the county, a type of snail that he insisted was delicious and must be sought after. Thus, she had set out to prepare a bowl of snails for herself. To her dismay, after trying various cooking methods, none turned out right, and she was still in a huff about it. Feeling somewhat sheepish, she approached, picked one up, and placed it in her mouth. The flavors exploded with a delightful spiciness, a harmonious balance of various spices. The broth enveloped the tender snail meat, offering a chewy yet exhilarating bite, utterly delectable. Aunt Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment as she stared closely at the bowl of snails before turning to Cheng Yi, exclaiming, Young Master Cheng, these snails are exquisitely prepared. I have never tasted anything so delightful. Cheng Yi chuckled softly, waving his hand dismissively. Just a bit of luck. It seems many enjoy it. Aunt Xiao pressed her lips together, feeling too shy to inquire further. In truth, she had intended to ask about the recipe. However, Cheng Yi had already indicated that this was a matter of culinary craft, and it would be unreasonable for him to divulge his methods, subtly implying a refusal. Nevertheless, Aunt Xiao felt quite pleased. This bowl of snails was ample enough for the men in her household to have a hearty meal. As she cradled the bowl, she hurriedly expressed her gratitude and turned to call for her second daughter to return home. Upon turning around, she noticed 3 children huddled together, animatedly discussing the snails. My father is the best cook. Many people love my father's stir-fried snails, Chi-Chi proudly declared. Aria's cheeks flushed as she interjected, hands on her hips. My father can butcher pigs. He is so skilled that even Zhu Beiji trembles in fear. Butchering pigs? Chi-Chi paused, taken aback. My father can't do that. My father can catch fish. Oomph. Well, my father has eaten pig legs. I've eaten them too. The mention of pig legs left Chi-Chi stammering, but suddenly her eyes lit up. My father has even eaten excrement. Has yours? The crowd fell silent, bewildered. Cheng Yi coughed abruptly, hastening over to scoop the little girl into his arms. He managed to force a smile, ruffling Chi-Chi's hair. When did your father eat that? Chi-Chi blinked innocently. Grandpa used to say that Daddy picked up sheep droppings to eat and even secretly tucked some in his pocket to bring back. Cheng Yi fell silent. This matter actually held some truth. Noticing Cheng Yi's silence, Aria's chubby cheeks turned crimson, and she struggled to articulate her thoughts. Then let us give your father a win, she murmured softly, and after finishing her words, she turned around and took Aunt Xiao's hand, preparing to leave. Unexpectedly, after taking just a couple of steps, she turned back, puffed up with indignation, and stuffed a small dragon candy into each of Ching-Ching's hands. Here, after delivering the treats, she dashed away. Aunt Xiao was amused by this and laughed heartily, chasing after her daughter out of the courtyard. In the yard, Cheng Yi set Ching-Ching down and, after a moment of silence, pinched the bridge of his nose in contemplation. Lin Qingran, taken aback, soon recovered and covered her mouth with a smile. She approached the visibly embarrassed Cheng Yi and softly said, Don't take the child's words seriously. Please don't be upset. Cheng Yi stood up, casting a helpless glance at Lin Qingran, and shrugged. Am I really that petty? At that moment, Aunt Xiao returned home, carrying a bowl of river snails. Yao Changji was sulking. The day before, while working at the state-run restaurant in the county town, old Jiang from the back kitchen had brought back a bowl of river snails. After work, several old comrades gathered to drink, pairing their drinks with the snails, and they were instantly amazed by the taste. Coincidentally, the restaurant manager joined them for a drink, and upon tasting the snails, he too became intrigued. After some drinks, he wore a frown, lamenting that everyone would soon be laid off and suggesting they prepare to seek other opportunities. Yao Changji had dedicated his entire life to the state-run restaurant, with his entire family relying on him. He quickly offered a cigarette and inquired about the situation. What began as a casual question turned into a shocking revelation. Over the past few years, Yuan County had experienced rapid economic development, with the private sector burgeoning. Numerous small vendors and couples had begun to open their own small eateries, leading to a significant decline in the business of state-run restaurants. You wouldn't believe it. We used to have over 20 state-run restaurants, and now there are only 6 left. Just a few days ago, we were called to a meeting where they hinted that more closures were imminent. The manager sighed, his expression filled with melancholy. Laid off. I never imagined even those of us in the food business would face such a fate after working our entire lives. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent, losing all appetite. Business had indeed been poor in the restaurant over the past 2 years, and with the recent wave of layoffs, he had been anxious. Little did he know, the reality had now hit close to home. As they continued to drink in their gloom, they observed the manager downing a drink, his brow furrowed. He picked up a river snail and took a deep slurp, and in an instant his eyes sparkled with delight. These snails are extraordinarily delicious. When did Yuan County come to have such a delicacy? Remarkable. Having spent their lives in the restaurant business, an idea suddenly struck the manager. With a sudden realization, he thought, if these snails are this delectable, many will surely want to buy them. What if we included them as a dish at our restaurant? It could attract customers and allow us to offer additional dishes alongside. The state-run restaurant could be revitalized. The more he pondered, the more sense it made. Thus, the manager eagerly inquired about where to procure the snails and immediately dashed out to find someone. To his astonishment, the river snails proved to be remarkably popular. Within merely 2 to 3 hours, they had completely sold out. Many customers lingered, hoping to purchase more to take home. Yao Changji, a reserved man, was not particularly talkative, yet he was wholly devoted to the success of his restaurant. Approaching retirement in a few years, he realized that losing his job at this juncture would leave him with nothing. Upon returning home, he urged his wife to prepare the snails a few times. But regardless of her efforts, the flavor was never quite right. Frustration simmered within him. Just then, he noticed Aunt Xiao returning with her daughter. You actually decided to come back? He exclaimed, irritation evident in his voice as he cast her a glare. I thought we would be left to fend for ourselves tonight. Aunt Xiao, slightly amused by his annoyance, couldn't help but chuckle. Chapter 37. The Business of State-Owned Restaurants. Yao Changji, how can you speak so ungratefully? Aunt Xiao approached, carrying a bowl of river snails, and with a decisive clatter, placed it before Yao Changji. Eat it if you like. Yao Changji stared perplexed. What is this? Upon looking down, he was taken aback to find a generous bowl brimming with river snails. He was momentarily stunned, not for any reason other than the striking resemblance this dish bore to what he had consumed just the day before. His eyes widened in disbelief, and he found himself oblivious to his wife's incessant chatter at that moment. In a daze, he picked one up and tossed it into his mouth. The instant it touched his palate, an explosion of flavor sent his eyes bulging in astonishment. Indeed, this was exactly the taste he had relished before. Fearing he might have misjudged the flavor, he continued to pop one after another into his mouth. Aunt Xiao, taken aback by his reaction, ceased her nagging. She waved her hand before him, questioning, what's the matter? Is it not tasty? I've tried it before. It's quite delicious. If you're not satisfied, what exactly do you want? Suddenly, Yao Changji leapt to his feet, grasping her arm in excitement. Where did you get these river snails? He exclaimed, overwhelmed. This flavor is identical to what I had yesterday. Aunt Xiao was equally bewildered. She pointed toward the courtyard wall outside, saying, They were fried by the second son of the Cheng family. I hadn't even mentioned it. He has been collecting river snails these days to sell in the county. At this point, both fell silent, realizing the serendipity of the situation. Yao Changji, forgetting his meal, quickly wiped his hands on his clothing, snatched up the coat draped over a bench, and hurriedly made his way towards Cheng Yi's home. Coincidentally, Cheng Yi emerged, pushing his bicycle. He was headed to the Golden Phoenix Karaoke Hall that evening, so he had no choice but to securely tie 2 pots of river snails with twine, wrapping them carefully in oiled paper, and hung them on the handlebars. Noticing Cheng Yi about to leave, Yao Changji rushed out, calling, "Cheng Yi, wait up!" Cheng Yi turned upon hearing his name. Upon recognizing Yao Changji, he applied the brakes, turning back to respond, "Uncle Changji, what's the matter? Is something wrong?" Yao Changji's eyes immediately fell upon the 2 enamel basins adorned with peony designs. A drop of red oil had seeped through the oiled paper, vividly catching the eye, and with the breeze, he could even catch a whiff of the enticing aroma emanating from within. "Are you selling the fried river snails in the county?" Yao Changji smiled, rubbing his hands together, his voice somewhat dry with anticipation. In truth, having toiled in the county for years, he was not well acquainted with Cheng Yi. Every time he returned home, it was to hear his wife lamenting trivial matters. Whenever Cheng Yi was mentioned, it was always in a derogatory light, as a good-for-nothing who wasted his days in idleness. Thus, even as he looked at Cheng Yi now, an uncomfortable feeling washed over him, and the thought of having to seek his assistance was less than pleasant. Cheng Yi smiled, feigning ignorance of Yao Changji's discomfort. He nodded slightly, pointing at the snails, and said, "Indeed, selling snails is how I make a living. I was foolish and reckless before, but now I must take care of my family. After all, my wife and children rely on me." Upon hearing this, Yao Changji paused momentarily, pondering that this young man did not seem as nonsensical as his wife had described. "Yesterday, I was in the county and tasted these snails. They were exquisite. The manager of our restaurant suggested I inquire about your snails. How much do you sell them for? Would you be willing to supply them to our state-owned restaurant? We can negotiate the price, as long as the flavor remains consistent." He looked at Cheng Yi, feeling somewhat apprehensive. The truth was, the manager had no fixed price in mind. It was merely a suggestion. Whether this would materialize, or if there was any genuine intention behind it, was something Yao Changji had to decipher himself. He was getting older and could no longer endure unnecessary turmoil. He was willing to explore any glimmer of hope to retain customers. Cheng Yi remained silent, gazing intently at Yao Changji. His years of experience had made him adept at reading people's intentions through their expressions. Since the late 70s and 80s, the most prestigious establishments had been state-owned restaurants. However, as time progressed and the economy evolved, a myriad of small vendors and family-run stalls emerged, offering excellent service and affordable prices, swiftly siphoning off the clientele of state-owned restaurants. The consequences of financial strain led to layoffs and closures, marking the widespread wave of unemployment that characterized the late 80s and throughout the 90s. As Yao Changji's anxiety escalated, Cheng Yi smiled and spoke, "Uncle, how about this? I will come to the restaurant tomorrow morning, and we could discuss it further." Instantly, Yao Changji sighed in relief. As long as they could negotiate, tomorrow would suffice. A smile graced his face, his complexion warm and genuine. "That sounds wonderful. I will be waiting for you at the shop." He stepped forward, quickly producing a cigarette to offer Cheng Yi. It was loose tobacco, sold for 2 cents each, potent and not suited for those lacking experience. Cheng Yi graciously accepted, expressed his gratitude, and then turned to ride away on his bicycle. Upon reaching the county, it was already past 4 o'clock. Cheng Yi arrived home early. 2 days had passed, and the market for the snails had opened up, leaving no worries about sales. As soon as he approached, a throng of people gathered around him, holding enamel mugs and shouting eagerly, "Hey, you're finally here. Give me an enamel mug. I've been waiting for ages. First come, first served. I was here first. Line up, line up. I want a small portion." It was truly remarkable. Having tasted them, they craved more, having enjoyed them for 3 consecutive days. The flavor of the snails was unlike anything they had experienced before, and it lingered in their thoughts. "Young man, your skills are exceptional." The crowd was boisterous, Zhao Wan had just finished work, carrying a small floral fabric bag as she walked home. Noticing the commotion, she instinctively glanced over. The crowd was thick, making it impossible for her to discern what was happening inside, but she could hear the shouts, indicating some sort of trade. What a nuisance. Even the ragtag vendors are setting up stalls in our residential area, and no one seems to care. It's ridiculous, she murmured softly, her expression growing increasingly unsightly. Zhao Wan had been feeling quite unsettled lately. In her youth, blinded by love, she had desperately sought to marry Cheng Mingsheng, ignoring her parents' admonitions and even their punishments, crying stubbornly until they relented. She believed that this man, possessing good looks and a stable government job, would surely be capable of supporting a family. Zhao Wan herself was not particularly attractive, an ordinary girl who had never experienced love until she encountered the handsome Cheng Mingsheng, and she fell headlong into infatuation. However, as the years passed and life settled into monotony, the underlying conflicts became increasingly apparent. After all, they were from the countryside, lacking exposure to the world, and their demeanor was rather irksome. Chapter 38. If you can dance, I shall reward you with 5 yuan for each song. Zhao Wan sighed as memories of a female classmate from a few days prior resurfaced. Back in their vocational school days, they were classmates. The girl was of average appearance, even shorter than Zhao Wan, and her family, despite having an urban household registration, was impoverished, far worse off than Zhao Wan. To her surprise, the girl had married into a good family, with curled hair, makeup, and the trendiest attire. She spoke of her travels to various places, including the fashionable and modern city of Yangcheng. She even sprinkled her speech with a few English words, exuding an air of sophistication, as if she had transformed completely. Zhao Wan's gaze shifted to her husband. Dressed in a sharp suit, he was impeccably neat. Although his looks were unremarkable, even somewhat unattractive, he treated her exceptionally well. The lavish gold bracelet on his wrist was a testament to that. Instantly, a mix of emotions stirred within Zhao Wan. After years of marriage to Cheng Mingsheng, having sought nothing, she found herself burdened by the presence of 2 elderly relatives living with them. To make matters worse, while working at the school, she often caught wind of her colleagues boasting about their children's accomplishments, a sentiment that only intensified her discomfort. The embarrassment weighed heavily on her, fueling her regret. She lamented her past decisions, questioning how she could have been so blind as to choose Cheng Mingsheng. If only she had married a wealthy boss or even someone with a slightly better family background, it would have been preferable to her current situation. Her in-laws from the countryside appeared scruffy, and her brother-in-law's antics only added to her frustration. They constantly sought money from her, as if it were merely a matter of transferring funds from her household. In her mind, that money was rightfully hers and should be spent on her and her son, considering the debts owed to her by the family. Feeling a tight knot in her chest, she returned home to find Cheng Mingsheng engaged in conversation with Cheng Zhaojian. Their exchange halted abruptly upon her entrance. Cheng Zhaojian's expression darkened as he patted Cheng Mingsheng's arm and quietly advised, "Leave this matter to me. I'll take care of it. You focus on teaching. Don't let this interfere with your work." With that, he lowered his head and turned to leave. Zhao Wan's face darkened at the exchange. "What is it with your family and all these issues? Is that person back again, asking for money?" Frustration bubbled over as her words became increasingly harsh. She scoffed, glaring at Cheng Mingsheng. "Marrying you has brought me nothing but misfortune. After all my hard work, have I enjoyed even a single day of happiness? And your brother, coming around only to ask for money, does he really think we are a bottomless pit? Just look at you. You're utterly unpresentable. When we encounter others, I'm embarrassed to claim you as my husband." Cheng Mingsheng's expression darkened in an instant. Despite his disability, he had been cherished by his parents and had learned to be diligent and responsible. He had followed their wishes in his education, marriage, and parenthood, and, to some extent, he held a sense of pride in those achievements. Emerging from Chengja village through diligent study, I established my residence in the town, becoming an object of envy for many. Yet, fate had it that I crossed paths with Zhao Wan. "Mind your words." Cheng Mingsheng's voice suddenly deepened, admonishing, "Show some respect. Your parents are still alive." Zhao Wan, unable to withstand Cheng Mingsheng's harshness, froze momentarily before collapsing onto the ground in tears. "Oh, you, Cheng Mingsheng, how blind I was to follow you. I haven't enjoyed a single ounce of happiness and must endure your temperament. If I hadn't been so foolish as to choose you. Do you truly believe anyone would wish to marry into your family?" The residential building predominantly consisted of corridor-style apartments. Her cries grew louder, reverberating through the hallway like a trumpet, echoing throughout the entire building. Cheng Mingsheng, concerned about his reputation, was soon approached by Cheng Zhaojin and Shi Ying, who hurried to intervene. In an instant, chaos ensued. Cheng Mingsheng's face shifted from green to pale. He abruptly seized his clothes and turned to leave. Stepping out of the corridor building, he was greeted by the dimming sky and the chilling breeze that brushed against him, allowing him to regain a semblance of composure. Coincidentally, a few colleagues passed by, smiling and waving, greeting him. "Teacher Cheng, have you eaten yet?" One inquired. "Let us go to the dance hall and enjoy some music together." "The dance hall? Music?" Cheng Mingsheng frowned, instinctively wishing to decline. However, the words lingered on the tip of his tongue before being swallowed back. He recalled that just a few days prior, Zhao had gone to the dance hall with her classmates and returned in a peculiar mood. Thus, he begrudgingly nodded in agreement, deciding to investigate what was so captivating about the dance hall. At 7 in the evening, the Golden Phoenix Dance Hall was teeming with patrons. Over the past few days, Cheng Yi had gradually established himself as a central figure on stage. With his Cantonese songs and heartfelt performances, he had enchanted numerous young women, some of whom returned day after day, eagerly requesting his songs. One tune after another elevated the atmosphere to its zenith. During intermission, as Cheng Yi stepped off the stage, a chorus of young girls lamented his departure, urging him to return swiftly. With a smile, he waved in acknowledgement. Once off stage, a staff member promptly offered him a glass of water, showering him with compliments and displaying utmost respect. Cheng Yi had now become a semi-regular star, with his appeal among the youth commanding significant spending power. Yang Shouxian approached with a grin, handing Cheng Yi a cigarette. When the assistant came to settle the bill, Cheng Yi quickly waved his hand. "I still owe you money. Just deduct it from my daily wage. We can settle the account once I clear my debt." "Oh," Yang Shouxian chuckled, brushing off the ash. "Why so formal?" He leaned in, glancing at the couples dancing in the hall, and suddenly asked, "Cheng Yi, can you dance?" Cheng Yi, sipping his water, turned his head to Yang Shouxian and smiled, nodding. "I can manage a bit. If it were someone else, Yang Shouxian would likely regard their claims as mere boasting. However, when it comes to Cheng Yi, he recognizes that this so-called expertise is undoubtedly more intricate than it appears on the surface. This young man possesses great depth. Though he seems youthful, he excels at concealing his true abilities. Yesterday, I ventured to Yangcheng and discovered a new trend emerging there, resembling some form of dance, perhaps a waltz or disco. I must admit, I am not well versed in such styles, yet the young people dancing exude remarkable skill." As Yang Shouxian spoke, he placed a cigarette between his lips and raised his hands, attempting to demonstrate the dance in front of Cheng Yi with exaggerated flair. The rigidity and peculiarity of his movements nearly provoked a laugh from Cheng Yi. "If you can dance, I'll offer you 5 yuan for each song you perform." "What do you say? 5 yuan? That certainly surpasses what one earns from singing." Chapter 39. The Stunning Disco, of course, Cheng Yi replied with a smile. "How could I refuse when Boss Yang offers me a meal and a chance to earn?" As he spoke, he paused momentarily, glancing down at his leather jacket before casually removing it. Underneath, he wore a simple white shirt, the cuffs buttoned and the collar fastened to the first button. He paired it with black work pants and leather shoes, his long, straight legs and slender waist forming an exceptionally pleasing silhouette. Cheng Yi leisurely unbuttoned the cuffs, rolling them up to reveal his arms, and then applied a bit of hair wax, tidying himself up slightly. His sense of aesthetics was inherently refined. This uncomplicated yet sharp ensemble, combined with his chiseled facial features and pronounced jawline, exuded a subtle allure enhanced by the light glinting off his pronounced Adam's apple. Yang Shouxian, smoking a cigarette, immediately gave a thumbs up upon seeing Cheng Yi emerge from the room, his face lighting up with surprise. Hey, now that has the look. Just like those young men I saw in Yang City a few days ago. They can't hold a candle to your handsomeness." Cheng Yi chuckled and exchanged a few words with Yang Shouxian. Just then, the lights in the dance hall dimmed, and voices called out. Sitting around, ISNT the way to go. We are in an open era now. We must progress together. In both thought and romantic relationships, we should embrace free love. A man in a suit, gripping an old-fashioned microphone with a long cord, spoke passionately, his saliva flying. However, his approach proved effective. In present-day Yuanan County, the youth were ardently pursuing freedom and spontaneity. In fact, to some extent, the degree of freedom of speech was even more liberal than in later generations. The concept of free love was beginning to take root. The dance hall became a venue for acquaintances to form, influenced by external cultural shocks, with vibrant disco, breakdancing, and ballroom dancing captivating them. These modern, fashionable trends enthralled the young crowd. As the music paused, the host announced that it was time to dance, instantly igniting excitement among the young attendees. Yes, just listening to music is dull. We must dance. Dancing brings energy. I love to dance. I've heard many new songs have recently been released. They are fantastic. Let's go, let's go. Is there anyone who can lead the dance? Let us all follow along and learn. Listening to music was serene, while dancing was quite the opposite. The man with the microphone smiled, then made an exaggerated gesture of invitation. Now, let's welcome our new singer in the dance hall, Cheng. He will lead us in a dance. As his words echoed, the crowd collectively paused, turning to gaze at the young man emerging from the shadows. Cheng Yi? Wait. ISNT, he the one who sang just now? His Cantonese singing was so impressive. Can he really dance? Is this for real? A group of people craned their necks, peering curiously, while in the crowd, Cheng Mingsheng, who had been sipping from a beer bottle, suddenly froze at the mention of Cheng Yi's name, nearly unable to believe his ears. Had he misheard? Cheng Mingsheng widened his eyes, set down the bottle, and stood up to follow the crowd toward the center of the dance floor. The young man, exuding an air of carefree elegance, had his hair tousled, revealing a smooth forehead, his sleeves rolled up, showcasing his slender forearms and gracefully defined muscles. His features were impeccable, particularly under the spotlight, radiating the allure of a true star. Cheng Mingsheng froze, his gaze fixated on Cheng Yi, astonishment etched across his face, disbelief evident in his wide eyes. Who else could it be but his own brother, Cheng Yi? However, Cheng Yi remained oblivious to Cheng Mingsheng's presence. The dim lighting enveloped him, the spotlight above illuminating his figure, while rhythmic, nostalgic music filled the air. He had no room for anything else. This was the girl under the streetlight, one of Zhang Chang's signature songs, which had swept across the nation in the 1980s, serving as a seminal piece for many renowned singers. The flamboyant hairstyles and trendy attire inspired countless young men and women to emulate them. Dear sister, please do not weep. I shall warm your heart with my love. The lyrics of this song were simple, its rhythm infectious, and coupled with the vibrant, rhythmic movements of disco, it could instantly elevate one's spirits. Disco dancing was characterized by its bold and exuberant gestures, allowing the dancers to freely sway their bodies in time with the music, especially the fluid movements of the hips, which were rich and rhythmic, an unmistakable hallmark of disco. Cheng Yi moved with precision. His tall frame danced with an effortless grace, his brow slightly lowered, eyes half closed, exuding a devil-may-care charm. With a subtle lift of his eyelids and a smile playing at the corners of his lips, he flowed with the music, curling his fingers, as if playfully swaying to an invisible camera. In that moment, he embodied the dazzling charisma of a top star. On the dance floor, a number of people had initially swayed along with Cheng Yi, but at some point, the crowd had gradually stepped back, creating a space around him. All the spotlight converged upon him, rendering him the sole focus of attention. Some young women, their faces flushed, whispered excitedly among themselves, their eyes sparkling as they watched Cheng Yi. Who is he? I've never seen him before. He looks like a big star. No way. I think he is more handsome than the stars on television. His singing is incredible. I never expected his dancing to be this good. I wonder if he is married. He must have many admirers. The cacophony of the dance hall enveloped Cheng Mingsheng, who stood rooted to the spot, his complexion shifting between shades of pale and green. Suddenly, he overheard two colleagues who had accompanied him murmur quietly nearby, Isn't it all about that face? If you ask me, he is probably not a decent person, too young to have a real job, just here to deceive young women. Who doesn't know how easily women can be fooled these days? Just a few days ago, it was heard that the female teacher from the class next door found herself entangled in a scandal after visiting a dance hall, where she was seduced by a singer. Both committed a grave error in judgment, and she is now in the process of resigning. Could it possibly be him? Ah, are you referring to Teacher Lu? Hasn't she only been teaching for a mere 2 years? It's truly bewildering. The power of gossip is formidable. Cheng Ming clenched his fists, losing all desire for the drink in front of him. He never anticipated that on his very first visit to a dance hall, he would witness his own younger brother dancing on stage. The gaze, the demeanor, how could it possibly align with any respectable profession? Countless whispers surely circulated behind their backs. In the dance hall, after the completion of one performance, another singer took the stage. Cheng Ming gradually ascended the stage several times, and before he knew it, the clock had struck 10. Chapter 40. The accusation of Cheng Mingsheng. You have brought shame to me, and our parents. A colleague called out for Cheng Mingsheng to leave. But he merely waved his hand and casually fabricated an excuse to decline. The others, who were not particularly close to Cheng Mingsheng, said little and took their leave. The night air was crisp and cool. As the patrons of the dance hall gradually departed, Cheng Mingsheng finally spotted a familiar figure emerging from the establishment. Dressed in a leather jacket, the tall figure engaged in a brief conversation with the doorman, offered a cigarette, and then left with a smile, riding away on a bicycle. Cheng Yi was taken aback to see Cheng Mingsheng. He stood at the street corner, his expression dark, hands stuffed in his pockets, staring at the ground. Despite his leg troubles, he stood tall, though the biting wind had tousled his hair. "Brother, what brings you here?" Cheng Yi asked with a smile, approaching him while pushing his bicycle, seemingly oblivious to Cheng Mingsheng's furrowed brow. "If I hadn't come, would you have continued down this path?" Cheng Mingsheng's tone grew grave, his voice slightly raised. "Do you have any idea what people are saying about you, about our family? Because of your actions, I am caught in the middle, and our parents are suffering alongside me. Can't you find a proper job, something respectable? Must you engage in these dubious activities that invite gossip?" Cheng Mingsheng's voice grew louder, his agitation evident. His cheeks flushed slightly, and his hands involuntarily slipped from his pockets. In truth, his words were more a release of pent-up emotion than a mere reprimand. Throughout his life, Cheng Mingsheng had endured scorn due to his leg. Yet he had persevered, reaching his current position, and thus he cherished it more than anyone else. Even when Zhao Wan found reasons to argue with him, he refrained from uttering the word divorce. He valued his dignity. Even when life had become a chaotic struggle, he would not entertain the thought of divorce. Cheng Yi shrugged, leaning against his bicycle. Yet he looked at Cheng Mingsheng with a grin. "Gossip? What could they possibly say? I earn my living with my own hands, honestly and rightfully. What gossip could there be?" Cheng Mingsheng was taken aback by Cheng Yi's response. In this era, while engaging in business and private enterprise was legal, it was still considered somewhat disreputable. Especially with family members employed in the formal sector, there would inevitably be some repercussions. Relying on a modest salary was one thing, but aspiring for advancement could lead to unflattering remarks behind one's back. Cheng Mingsheng harbored ambitions as well. At the very least, he wished to contend for the title of Outstanding Teacher this year. These ventures are all questionable. Do you truly understand what kind of place the Golden Phoenix Dance Hall is? Cheng Mingsheng exclaimed, urgency in his gaze as he implored Cheng Yi. It is filled with unsavory characters. Your presence here is nothing short of self-sabotage. You are bringing shame to our family, making it impossible for our parents to hold their heads high. How can you be so selfish? Those two words suddenly struck a chord within Cheng Yi. His expression was somewhat somber as he stared at Cheng Mingsheng for a while, his eyes eventually growing cold. Have I not always been selfish? Brother, do you not realize this? He shrugged, straddling his bicycle, and addressed Cheng Mingsheng. I earn my living through my own efforts. I see no shame in that. If you feel it tarnishes your reputation, feel free to tell others that I am no longer associated with you. Having spoken, Cheng Yi mounted his bicycle and rode away from Cheng Mingsheng without looking back. The night wind was frigid, stinging Cheng Yi's face as he pedaled swiftly and urgently. Riding through the pitch-black road, Memories from years past surged in his mind. In his teenage years, he too had been proud and ambitious, particularly excelling in his studies. While others exerted tremendous effort, yet achieved only modest scores, Cheng Yi found himself effortlessly grasping the material. A mere glance at the assignments and a few practice problems sufficed for him to deem it simple. His elder brother, burdened by insecurity yet fiercely determined, struggled academically, often trailing Cheng Yi by a few ranks. Nevertheless, Cheng Yi held a genuine affection for his brother, frequently assisting him with his studies and encouraging him, suggesting that even if he could not secure the top position, striving for the top 5 would ensure a place in a vocational college. As for Cheng Yi himself, he harbored lofty aspirations, dreaming of attending high school, then university, ideally gaining admission to Tsinghua or Peking University to rise above and become a true paragon among men. Yet, that fateful New Year's Eve changed everything. While the family gathered for their annual dinner, he had ventured outside to collect firecrackers, intending to stealthily return to pilfer matches from the house. Unexpectedly, as he approached the eaves, he heard his mother, Qi Ying, softly sobbing. Choked with emotion, she pleaded with Cheng Zhaojian, "What shall we do? We have no money left. It is already difficult enough with both children in school. How can we manage this? If necessary, I could sell blood in the county tomorrow. We could take turns, ensuring no one notices. Otherwise, the school fees are due this spring, and we truly cannot scrape together a single cent." Cheng Zhaojian remained silent for a long while, occasionally puffing on his dry tobacco. Soon, the sound of rummaging through belongings broke the silence, and Cheng Zhaojian stated, "Tomorrow, I will discuss with 2 brothers to determine who among them performs best in school. We can only afford to support one of them." Qi Ying cried out, "But Mingxing's leg is injured. The second one is at least whole. He can do something in the future to avoid starvation. But Mingxing..." The rest of her words faded into incoherence, drowned by the sound of her weeping. In that moment, Cheng Yi felt as though struck by lightning, frozen in place as the pride he had cherished was obliterated. He harbored resentment towards his mother for favoring his elder brother, knowing full well that he himself excelled academically and was also her son. Why then did Qi Ying reserve the opportunity for education solely for his brother? Yet he could not deny the validity of Qi Ying's reasoning. After all, he was a healthy individual, while his brother could not endure heavy labor and struggled to walk quickly. How could he possibly justify usurping his brother's chance? In the midst of such tangled contradictions, Cheng Yi fell silent, refraining from placing any burdens on his parents, and feigned a disinterest in his studies, mingling instead with a group of delinquents. His academic performance plummeted drastically. This opportunity for education consequently shifted to Cheng Mingxing. Over time, the youth endured a profound sense of repression and anguish, silently swallowing his pain, particularly as he observed Cheng Mingxing returning for vocational school, basking in the glory of a stable job, often indulging in condescending lectures directed at him. Whenever Cheng Mingxing's demeanor hinted at the shame he brought to the Cheng family, Cheng Yi's heart ached even more intensely. Thus, he redirected his aspirations toward a career in the arts, convinced that such a path, if successfully navigated, would enable him to rise above, demonstrating to all that he, too, was capable of achieving great things. As the wind swept through, a chill jolted Cheng Yi back to clarity. In the night's embrace, he helplessly lifted the corners of his lips, offering himself a sardonic smile. What had become of him? After living 2 lifetimes, why did he still feel a pang of bitterness in his heart at the mention of Cheng Mingxing? Chapter 41. The man tossed aside 2 pounds of fatty meat and hurried home on his bicycle. Upon pushing open the courtyard gate, he noticed a dim, incandescent light flickering under the eaves. A warmth enveloped his icy heart as he recognized it was left on by Lin Qingran for him. Entering the house, he secured his bike, washed his face, and was about to freshen up before quickly retreating to bed when Lin Qingran opened the window and whispered to him, "The stove is warm, and there's food left for you. How little before you sleep." He nodded and smiled at her. In the embrace of the night, his well-defined features stood out. It was his gentle eyes that struck a chord in her heart. "Then do rest early," Lin Qingran whispered, swiftly closing the window thereafter. As he stepped into the kitchen and lifted the pot lid, he discovered a bowl of white rice, alongside a small portion of braised pork and stir-fried cabbage. After a tiring afternoon, his stomach growled in hunger as he savored the meal with hearty bites. In these times, the cuisine could not compare to that of later years. Yet the inherent flavors, coupled with the fact that it was prepared by his wife, made it exceptionally delightful. The next day he arose early, after frying the river snails. He swung open the door to find several villagers delivering snails. The village chief, Cheng Yi, led 3 men into the house. The 3 farmers bore muddy trousers, rolled up to reveal their sun-kissed skin, the veins beneath resembling wriggling earthworms, and their worn shoes were so dirty their original color was indiscernible. He recognized them as the 3 brothers from the old Zhu family at the village entrance. Though they appeared older, they were merely in their 30s, known for their honesty and diligence. However, having lost their parents early, they lacked resources, which left the 2nd and 3rd brothers still unmarried. Lin Qingran promptly assisted in receiving the snails and keeping the accounts. Cheng Yi washed his hands and approached Cheng Yi, quickly offering him a cigarette. "Uncle, what brings you here?" he inquired. Upon seeing the Red Pagoda Mountain cigarettes, Cheng Yi waved his hands in refusal. No, I'll stick to my own." He gestured towards the 3 brothers. "These are the Zhu brothers. They are hardworking. Would you like them to help with your 2 or 3 acres of land? You can provide a casual meal, as they will be paid for their work." Cheng Yi nodded and handed Cheng Yi a cigarette, not hesitating to offer each of the brothers one as well. The trio, taken aback yet anxious, received the cigarettes, stammering their thanks, and held them with care, not daring to smoke, instead placing them carefully behind their ears. "We just want to earn a little money. The food isn't a concern." The eldest Zhu brother hesitated before quietly adding, "Even a little pay would suffice. My 2 younger brothers rely on saving to marry." In the 1980s and 1990s, every household in the village faced hardships, each with their own struggles. Cheng Yi nodded and replied with a smile, "The price is set. There will be no reduction. I still need help with the snails here. It's 10 cents a pound. If you have some spare time, feel free to earn a bit. Payment can be settled on the same day." The Zhu brothers were immediately overwhelmed with gratitude, quickly expressing their thanks. Cheng Yi let out a sigh of relief, observing that Cheng Yi became increasingly pleasing to his eyes. This young man, having returned from a wayward path, is now even bringing their fellow villagers from Changjia go along to earn a living. Truly, it is unexpected. As more and more people arrived outside with fresh river snails, Cheng Yi exchanged greetings with Cheng Yi before preparing to depart with his 3 brothers. Noticing this, Cheng Yi hurriedly ran to his wife to fetch 20 yuan, rushing back to hand it to Cheng Yi. "Uncle, take this money to help me out for now. I am quite busy here and may not be able to manage everything later. I will need to rely on your assistance," he said. Cheng Yi was taken aback. "Why so much? You won't need that much for wages." Cheng Yi chuckled. "In the future, we will need to weed and apply pesticides in the fields. We will have to hire people, and this money might not even suffice. When the time comes, please keep track of the expenses for me, and I will make up for any shortfall later. Is that acceptable?" Cheng Yi paused, realizing that this made sense. After all, cultivating rice was not as simple as merely planting seedlings. He accepted the money, patting Cheng Yi on the shoulder with a sense of pride. "All right, leave this matter to your uncle. As long as you remain steadfast and avoid straying from the right path, I shall be at ease." Just as Cheng Yi departed, Yao Changji appeared at the door, holding 2 pounds of pork. "Hey, Cheng's 2nd son, how about it? Where are we going together?" Yao Changji had been preoccupied with this thought since yesterday, unable to sleep. He woke up early to buy some pork from the village's sales store and waited until Cheng Yi's courtyard was relatively free before hastily entering, anxious that Cheng Yi might forget. Cheng Yi was leading Grandpa Donkey out and feeding it a handful of fresh, dewy grass when he saw Yao Changji and laughed heartily. "Uncle Changji, what brings you here so early?" He gestured towards the bowl of river snails and said, "I'm just about ready. Let us go together." Yao Changji was delighted, bringing the 2 pounds of fatty meat into the courtyard and hurriedly trying to hand it to Cheng Yi. The latter quickly waved his hands in refusal. "We haven't even finalized the arrangement. How can I accept your things?" He pointed at the donkey cart and added, "I'll take the donkey cart over. It's a bit slow." "Uncle Changji, you go ahead. and I'll find you as soon as I arrive in the county. Cheng Yi hesitated, feeling somewhat uneasy. In a month, there would be a quarterly assessment at the state-run restaurant, and if they didn't meet the standards, it would shut down. His entire family depended on this job. He was unsure whether Cheng Yi was merely brushing him off. What if he went to the county and didn't show up at all? With a fidgety hand, he rubbed his pant leg, and before Cheng Yi could react, he swiftly tossed the 2 pounds of fatty meat and dashed out. All right, I'll head off to work now. If you come to the county, remember to look for me. With that, he vanished without a trace. Cheng Yi sighed in exasperation. He turned to his wife, saying, "Let us accept this meat for now. Please prepare it for Qing and Lang for lunch. I have matters to attend to today and may not make it back in time." Lin Qingran acknowledged him. Just as Cheng Yi was about to leave, Qing and Lang came running over. "Daddy, we want to go too." The little girl grasped a sweet potato in her hand, her large eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at him with a pitiful expression. Lang remained silent, but embodying the spirit of a young gentleman, puffed out his chest and asserted quietly, Lang has grown up. He is now a man and can help. Cheng Yi felt a warmth in his heart. Today, his father had an important matter to discuss. If they could reach an agreement, they would no longer have to endure the hardship of selling goods on the street each day. After pondering for a moment, he bent down and affectionately tousled the hair of the 2 little ones. Qing and Lang have grown up and can help their mother with chores, right? Seeing the 2 small heads nodding as they bit their lips, Cheng Yi added, "How about this? When Daddy returns, I will buy you something nice." At the mention of a gift, Qing and Lang finally broke into smiles. Chapter 42, Negotiation. The first transaction, Qing lingered reluctantly in Cheng Yi's embrace for a moment before waving him goodbye. The donkey, having eaten and drunk its fill, brayed loudly, shaking its head as it trotted out of the courtyard at Cheng Yi's call. An hour later, the man and his donkey arrived at the county town. Cheng Yi had prepared 6 large basins of river snails, and according to his original plan, he intended to sell them at the residential building before seeking out Cheng Yi at the state-run restaurant. However, feeling somewhat hesitant, he decided to cross the main avenue and head directly to the second state-run restaurant. The state-run restaurants in Yunnan County operated on a first-come, first-served basis. During the bustling 1970s, there were a total of 12 state-run eateries in Yunnan County, with the most popular ones located by the riverside. There, one could savor exquisite fish, such as the hefty bighead carp, the delicious grass carp, and the highly esteemed Chinese sturgeon. The riverside was alive with the constant flow of boats, and business thrived in a vibrant atmosphere. However, in recent years, the state-run economy had waned, giving rise to numerous private restaurants that showcased significant changes in both culinary techniques and pricing. Consequently, the once popular state-run establishments had lost their competitive edge. Despite the apparent economic prosperity, many state-run restaurants had shuttered their doors, leaving only 6 still in operation, all clinging to survival near the riverside and the transport company within the county town. At this moment, the second state-run restaurant was in a state of struggle. Cheng Yi was chopping vegetables in the kitchen, while the manager, Fa, spoke in hushed tones with the accountant in the dining area, exuding palpable frustration. How is it that this month's revenue is so dismally low? When the higher-ups visit, how shall we explain ourselves? We are falling drastically short. The accountant stammered, unable to articulate a coherent response, resembling a gourd with a sawn-off mouth. Perhaps we should consider lowering our prices. Before the accountant could finish, Fa exploded in indignation. What nonsensical talk is this? This is a state-run establishment. Lowering prices? What authority do I have to do that? Moreover, even if we did reduce prices, would that guarantee customers? Filled with pent-up frustration, Fa lit a cigarette and waved his hand dismissively, striding out of the restaurant. Pushing open the rusted door, Fa gazed across the expansive river, shrouded in mist, as the boatmen shouted their spirited calls, and a large group of bare-chested crew members disembarked from the cargo ships. Having spent so long on the river, they were ravenous and headed straight for a meal. Yet, none of them seemed to be heading toward the second state-run restaurant. Fa's expression darkened further. In its heyday, the second state-run restaurant was a hub of activity, often overflowing with patrons necessitating the borrowing of tables from neighboring establishments. In the entire county, aside from the first state-run restaurant and the Jinghua Grand Hotel, who could rival the grandeur of the second state-run restaurant? Yet, how had it fallen to such a state? Qi Ruanfa sighed deeply, taking a long drag from a cigarette. It was just this once. Having taken only a couple of puffs, he suddenly heard the sound of footsteps accompanied by a cheerful call. Raising his head, he saw a young man driving a donkey cart, beaming at him. "Is this the state-run second shop?" Cheng Yi asked, smiling as he leaped down from the cart. "Looking for Yao Changji?" Qi Ruanfa suddenly recalled that this morning, Yao Changji had mentioned he had found the young man selling river snails, and that he would come to discuss business today. He quickly extinguished his cigarette, stood up, and discreetly scrutinized Cheng Yi. "Are you here to sell river snails?" Seeing Cheng Yi nod, Qi Ruanfa breathed a sigh of relief and offered him a cigarette. Introducing himself, "I am Qi Ruanfa, the restaurant manager of the state-run second shop." Cheng Yi took his hand with both of his and replied, "I am Cheng Yi." Thus, they were acquainted. After tying the donkey beneath a camphor tree in the courtyard, Qi Ruanfa called for someone to brew tea, and upon hearing that Cheng Yi had arrived, Yao Changji hurriedly dashed out from the kitchen. Upon seeing Cheng Yi and the 6 large basins of river snails on the donkey cart, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Manager Qi, this is Cheng Yi. He was the one selling river snails near the family quarters in the county a couple of days ago. I sampled the taste, and it's the same." Qi Ruanfa nodded, walked over, and sat down in front of Cheng Yi. Lighting a cigarette, he regarded Cheng Yi and said, "Now that you are here, let's discuss the matter of collaboration, shall we? You can sell these river snails to others, but it requires you to wander the streets. Why not sell them to our state-run second shop? If you allow for a bit of profit margin, you can achieve greater sales and earn quite a bit." The sentiment sounded pleasant, yet the crux lay in the final phrase: thin profit and quick turnover. This implied a price reduction. Cheng Yi chuckled, glancing at the river snails on his cart. 2 yuan per jean. I cannot lower the price. 2 yuan per jean? The finance officer almost dropped his teacup. Goodness. In this day and age, even premium pork didn't reach such a price. And here was this small delicacy demanding 2 yuan per jean? Qi Ruanfa's expression darkened immediately. His expectations had barely reached a little over 1 yuan. If he purchased these river snails with little profit, was he not merely sewing clothes for others? It would be a thankless task, and he would be foolish to engage in such an endeavor. "You sell your river snails well, I know, but how can the purchase price be the same as the selling price? You sell them to individual customers for 2 yuan per jean. How can you sell them to me at the same price? I am the one who buys your entire stock." Qi Ruanfa assumed Cheng Yi was unaware of business rules and sincerely attempted to explain. Little did he expect that upon finishing his words, he would see Cheng Yi smiling and looking at him. "Manager Qi, are you collecting my river snails merely to profit from the price difference?" Cheng Yi raised his finger, gently tapping the table, and spoke leisurely. "If you are after profit, then this business cannot be negotiated." With that, he stood up, preparing to leave. Qi Ruanfa was taken aback, suddenly regaining his senses. Hey, wait, hold on." He hurriedly stood up to stop him. In truth, Qi Ruanfa's initial intention was to use the allure of the river snails as a gimmick to attract customers. However, upon encountering a young man, he perceived that the latter was oblivious to the intricacies of the business. Thus, the instinct of a businessman emerged within him, constantly yearning for greater profits. He was eager to solicit assistance, while simultaneously hoping to extract some profit from the other party. How amusing it was! He had forgotten that Cheng Yi's river snails were never in short supply. It was he who was seeking a favor. How could he dare to take the upper hand? Realizing this, Qi Ruanfa's demeanor transformed, and a smile graced his face. He rubbed his hands together and called for the finance staff to bring Cheng Yi some hot water, hastily urging him to take a seat. Everything is negotiable. Please do not be hasty. Chapter 43. Contract signing. Qi Ruanfa observed that, despite their youth, his counterpart exhibited a business acumen that rivaled his own. Thus, he decided to be candid, exhaling a sigh as he recounted the recent challenges faced by the state-run restaurant, appealing to their shared humanity. "I understand that your river snails are in high demand, yet we too encounter our own difficulties. The entire staff of this substantial establishment, numbering over a dozen, relies on the state-run second branch for their livelihood. I acquire your river snails at 2 yuan per pound, yielding little profit, and should they fail to sell, it would result in a significant loss. Lu Ruanfa was genuinely troubled. Over the past 2 years, due to the performance issues of the state-run restaurant, he had aged considerably, his hair graying more than he would like to admit. Although he recognized the potential of the river snails to attract customers, he pondered the risks of this venture. As he conversed with Cheng Yi, he sighed, contemplating the possibility of negotiating a lower price. Unexpectedly, Cheng Yi, with a smile, took a sip of tea and fixed his gaze on Lu Ruanfa, suggesting, "How about this? I propose a solution that you might find agreeable." Lu Ruanfa was taken aback. "Pray, do elaborate." Cheng Yi was forthright, presenting a proposal that was, in essence, a win-win situation. He was acutely aware that his river snails were delectable enough to retain patrons, a fact validated by time. However, given his current constraints, establishing a stall was impractical. Moreover, in this era, storefronts were often linked to institutions, being collective assets. Without certain resources, acquiring a commercial space was no easy task. Additionally, mobile stalls and uncertain selling times made it challenging to cultivate a loyal customer base. Should Cheng Yi secure a deal to sell his river snails at the state-run restaurant, it would be akin to obtaining a prime stall at no cost, given the establishment's excellent reputation and location. This was a tremendous advantage for the state-run restaurant. The influx of customers brought in by the river snails would significantly enhance foot traffic. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Why not embrace it? The river snails will be sold within the restaurant at 2 yuan per pound, and any unsold stock will be at my expense, Cheng Yi stated with a grin. I will bear the risk, and the extent of customer engagement will depend on the restaurant capabilities. What do you think? Surely, a manager of a state-run restaurant would possess the insight to recognize a good opportunity. Chi Ruanfa immediately grasped the concept. Rubbing his hands together, he couldn't resist sipping his tea, cautiously inquiring, "But what if customers do not arrive? We cannot be held accountable for that." Cheng Yi responding, "Whether they come or not is my concern. You need not worry." Upon hearing these words, Chi Ruanfa felt a wave of relief wash over him. In essence, it merely entailed setting up a stall in the courtyard and assigning one employee to assist with the sale of river snails. In recent years, the restaurant staff had become rather idle, each anxious about potential layoffs. A bit of busyness was precisely what they desired. Their greatest fear was the absence of customers. Cheng Yi's proposal served as a reassuring tonic for Chi Ruanfa and his associates. He was apprehensive that Cheng Yi might have second thoughts, so he quickly summoned paper and pen, drafting an agreement in just a few strokes. "Look here," he exclaimed. "This is the agreement. You may sell the snails in our yard, and the space is free for your use, whether you sell them or not. And how many you may have left, that is no concern of ours." Chi Ruanfa, feeling uneasy, carefully pointed at the contract. Cheng Yi read through it and found no issues, signing it promptly. At last, Chi Ruanfa felt a weight lift from his heart. He grinned and leaned over to glance at the 6 large basins of snails. "So we start today?" Cheng Yi nodded. "Yes, please help me unload the goods." "We begin today." With the matter settled, Chi Ruanfa hastily called over Yao Changji and others for assistance. They pulled out an 8 immortals table from the hall, erected a small cloth canopy to shield from the sun, and placed the 6 basins of snails beneath it, along with a small scale and a hefty stack of plates. The stall was ready. Cheng Yi was not one to overlook details. Before departing, he asked Chi Ruanfa to bring a scale from the kitchen, weighing the 6 basins of snails. The total weight was over 220 pounds, after accounting for fluctuations and the broth. The price of these 6 basins could reach 400 yuan. Goodness! Upon seeing this figure, even Chi Ruanfa couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. 400 yuan! Could these 6 basins truly sell? Manager Chi, the snails are right here. Rest assured, if they do not sell, I will bear the loss. You cannot be held responsible for this risk. Cheng Yi reassured him with a smile. Chi Ruanfa swallowed hard, nodding in agreement, though his heart raced with anxiety. Before long, Cheng Yi departed with the donkey cart. He did not rush home, but headed straight for the department store. He had promised to bring gifts for the 2 little ones. a commitment he could not forget. Upon entering the stationery shop, he purchased 2 Zhonghua pencils, an eraser, and a thick notebook for each child. Additionally, he selected 2 sparkling butterfly hair clips for Cheng Yi. As for Lang Lang, he chose a figurine of Sun Wukong, adorned in a tiger skin outfit with gleaming eyes, a beloved idol of children in this era. The total expenditure amounted to 7 yuan and 68 cents, primarily due to the monkey toy, which had incurred a considerable cost from neighboring province. Cheng Yi meticulously packed the items, contemplated for a moment, then turned to enter a tailor's shop. He surveyed the fabrics hanging within. In this era, the selection was limited, primarily comprising polyester, pure cotton, and linen. The more fashionable and expensive options included wool, silk, and cashmere. After a thorough scan, he ultimately chose pure cotton, a light yellow fabric adorned with charming little flowers, exuding a fresh and appealing aura. He purchased 10 feet of fabric at 1 yuan per foot, completed the transaction, and carefully placed it on a donkey cart before setting off for home. On the return journey, the donkey, unburdened, trotted swiftly, and an hour later, both man and cart arrived home, just in time for noon. The yard was rather deserted, as the vendors selling river snails typically arrived in the afternoon when they had some free time. At this hour, during the meal preparation, only Lin Qingran was bustling about in the yard. As Cheng Yi stepped inside to take a look, he discovered that Qing, with her sleeves rolled up, was diligently washing vegetables. The 2 little ones were exceedingly focused, a large white radish soaked in water, while Qing held a small brush, scrubbing away earnestly. "Wash it clean. Wash it thoroughly, for eating radish alongside meat," she murmured softly. After a thorough rinse, she lifted the radish with effort, bringing it close to her face for inspection. "All clean," she exclaimed with a beaming smile, swaying it in front of Lang Lang, proclaiming, "Qing is the best." Chapter 44. My wife is truly clever. Lang Lang cast a helpless glance at her. "Look, there's still mud here." The little girl pouted and began to play coy. "Qing is the first place." Cheng Yi couldn't help but chuckle. "I see it too. Qing is being mischievous," he remarked, noticing her bashful expression. Upon hearing Cheng Yi's voice, the 2 little ones looked up abruptly. "Daddy, you're back." Qing blushed, tossed the white radish into the water, and with her hands clasped behind her back, she feigned innocence, saying, "I wasn't being naughty at all." Cheng Yi smiled gently, bending down to address them. "Wash your hands. Daddy will come to wash the vegetables soon. Let's see what good things I've brought for you." Their eyes lit up, and they hurriedly splashed their hands in the water before wiping them on their clothes. "You bought something? A gift? A gift?" Qing exclaimed eagerly. "I want a butterfly hairpin. Yesterday, ere you came over with one on her head." The little girl had been envious of it all day, looking pitifully at her own reflection. What father could resist such a plea? Cheng Yi took the cloth bag down and opened it in front of them. A beautiful, shimmering butterfly hairpin seemed to flutter in the sunlight. Alongside it, the figurine of the Monkey King stood regally, its fiery eyes gleaming with gold paint. Utterly charming. Even Lang Lang, who usually kept his emotions in check, wore a smile. He grasped the figurine tightly, his excitement bubbling over as he looked up at Cheng Yi and asked, "Is this the Monkey King? Did you buy it for me?" Seeing Cheng Yi nod, he joyfully clutched the toy and dashed towards Lin Qingran, even mimicking a heroic stance in the air, exclaiming, "Monkey King, catch the monsters!" The 2 little ones began to play gleefully in the yard. Lin Qingran peeked out from the stove, her gaze filled with a blend of exasperation and tenderness as she cautioned, "Be careful. Don't fall." After saying this, she turned to Cheng Yi and asked, "Why are you back? Did you sell all the snails today? So soon?" As the words left her mouth, Lin Qingran suddenly realized something, her brow furrowing. Although she had accompanied Cheng Yi to sell snails and knew they were in high demand, selling 6 large basins in such a short time seemed implausible. Moreover, this was more than usual, and Cheng Yi's early return raised concerns. Had something gone awry? Noticing Lin Qingran's sudden concern as she approached him, Cheng Yi barely had time to speak before she circled around him, scrutinizing him closely. His heart warmed at her attention, and he smiled helplessly. When it appeared she intended to inspect him further, Cheng Yi swiftly grasped her wrist. "I'm fine," he assured her, playfully pressing her hand against his chest, raising an eyebrow with a grin. Why not check for yourself? Lin Qingran's cheeks flushed suddenly. This man, how can he still have the heart to joke with me? After teasing Lin Qingran and noticing her flushed cheeks and rosy earlobes, Cheng Yi, with a playful demeanor, recounted the entire story. Observing Lin Qingran's puzzled expression, he meticulously explained the intricacies involved. So, we are renting a storefront for free to sell snail noodles? And there are others helping with the sales, correct? Lin Qingran inquired, tilting her head. Cheng Yi chuckled, captivated by the clarity and purity in her gaze, and couldn't resist playfully brushing his fingers lightly across her nose. My wife is truly clever, he declared, nodding towards the donkey cart. Take a look and see what kind of clothes you wish to make. The weather is warming up swiftly. We wouldn't want to rush to the department store later and regret spending money. Lin Qingran, momentarily setting aside her shyness, glanced at the bulging nylon bag and hurried over to open it. Inside, she discovered pure cotton floral fabric, soft yellow adorned with delicate petals, its texture pleasant to the touch. She felt a surge of joy within her, yet her words emerged tinged with mild reproach, her voice unconsciously laced with a playful pout. I have enough clothes. Why did you buy more fabric? We haven't even paid off our debts, and we should save this money for the children's education. Cheng Yi smirked and began to work. Am I to stop earning money from now on? He teased. Unless you plan to have 10 or 8 more children, then I would truly worry about affording them. Lin Qingran was momentarily speechless. Such a silver-tongued individual, opting for silence. She carried the fabric back to the room and took the grandfather donkey, out to graze. The round trip was 60 miles, and grandfather donkey was hungry. Hee-haw, hee-haw. He demands to eat the freshest. Meanwhile, Cheng Yi washed the pot to prepare the meal. Today, the three Zhu brothers were assisting with transplanting rice seedlings in their fields, and he felt compelled to treat them to a hearty lunch. In the morning, a tofu vendor rode through the streets, selling soft and tender tofu for 2 cents a block. Cheng Yi sliced some fatty pork, rendered it in the pot, and sprinkled a layer of fine salt along the edges before frying the tofu until its exterior was crispy. After setting the fried tofu aside, he added lean pork, large chunks, along with ginger and scallions to saw it, tossed in 2-star anise, and finally incorporated all the tofu, pouring in boiling water and bringing it to a vigorous simmer. The tofu, when subjected to high heat, would become increasingly tender, infusing the dish with delightful aromas. Cheng Yi then glanced at the 2 pounds of fatty pork delivered that morning by Yao Changji. The meat was predominantly fatty, with only a smattering of lean meat, far too much for him to consume alone. However, the brothers from the Zhu family, who had toiled their entire lives, faced the hardships of life with their faces turned to the soil, could hardly afford even a wife, let alone a feast of fish and meat. In these times, how many would relish a piece of fatty meat atop a bowl of white rice? 1 slice of fatty meat, 1 bowl of rice, and each bite would burst with flavor, bringing forth an expression of sheer delight. This was the very reason why the older generations often favored fatty meat. It stemmed from inherent longing for richness. Cheng Yi sliced a generous piece of fatty pork, sprinkled it with salt, and set it to marinate. He then soaked a handful of dried vegetables, briefly fried the pork skin in oil, brushed it with soy sauce, and caramelized a bit of sugar before layering it atop the preserved vegetables for steaming. The richest of meats, the thickest of fats, this indulgence in the village of Chengjia in the 1990s was truly more splendid than any festive celebration. With 2 substantial dishes prepared, Cheng Yi also sought add a few additional vegetables: minced pork with preserved radish, stir-fried bok choy, and the freshest wild malin greens freshly plucked from the earth. Finally, he crafted a fragrant mushroom and egg soup, adding a generous spoonful of lard and a sprinkle of chopped green onions, creating an aroma that would make anyone's mouth water. As mealtime approached, the 2 little ones, feeling hungry, eagerly approached the stove, gazing at the plates stacked high with delectable dishes. Chapter 45. The Deliciousness of Fatty Meat Daddy. Ching is hungry and wants to eat. The little girl extended her hand, pointing at the pot bubbling with hot tofu and meat, her mouth watering in anticipation. I want to eat this. Lang nodded in agreement, equally eager and famished. However, Cheng Yi did not immediately serve the 2 little ones. He gently reassured them, Today, we have an uncle coming over for dinner, so we must wait for him to join us, all right? In their village, this was a matter of etiquette. When guests arrived, it was frowned upon for children to eat before the guests were seated. Although Cheng Yi did not mind the small amount of food, he was reluctant for his children to be the subject of gossip. Fortunately, the two little ones understood, nodding their heads and blinking at Cheng Yi with a hint of comprehension. "Let us wait for Uncle." Ching Ching chirped and hurriedly fetched a small stool, scampering toward the door with her short legs, utterly adorable. "Lang Lang, come here too." At her call, Lang Lang followed suit, running after her. Together, they sat on a tiny stool, their hands resting on their knees, intently gazing outside. Cheng Yi brought out 3 large bowls, one of which he filled with cool boiled water. Before long, the sound of steady footsteps echoed from outside. Ching Ching, peering out with curiosity, spotted the 3 Zhu brothers and immediately turned back, excitedly waving her little arms at Cheng Yi. "Daddy, Uncle is here. Uncle is here." Lang Lang also stood up, albeit a bit shyly, looking up at the Zhu brothers and exclaiming, "Uncle, it's time to eat. My dad made a lot of delicious food." As the Zhu brothers entered, they rubbed their hands together, instinctively lowering their heads to avoid looking at the stove. Let us wash up first. We're dirty from all the mud," Zhu Laoda said, somewhat embarrassed, glancing at Cheng Yi. Cheng Yi smiled and brought over some water. "No rush. Have a drink first. I'll fetch some water for you." He then walked to the well in the courtyard and filled a large basin with water. After a morning of labor, the 3 were parched and quickly drank a bowl of water, then took turns washing their hands and feet. Transplanting rice seedlings was indeed a labor-intensive task. They rolled up their pant legs and stepped into the muddy pits, bending over under the scorching sun to push each seedling into the soil. The mud was infested with leeches, which would latch on any exposed veins, swelling up after feeding. If one were to pull them off carelessly, the head could easily break off, leading to severe infections. At that moment, the Zhu brothers had 3 or 4 leeches on their legs. Previously, they hadn't noticed the mud caked on their legs, but now, as the water washed over them, the leeches revealed themselves. Startled, Ching Ching hid behind Cheng Yi, pointing at the leeches and shouting, "Worms! Daddy, worms!" Cheng Yi noticed them as well. He lit a cigarette and proceeded to scorch the bloated bodies of the leeches, causing them to curl up in pain and roll away. He then casually handed the cigarette to Zhu Laoda and offered 2 more to the 2nd and 3rd brothers. The 3 were taken aback and filled with trepidation. After expressing their gratitude, they accepted the cigarettes, this time not hanging them on their ears, but lighting them with a flame from the ignited cigarette, commencing to smoke. After a hard day's labor, nothing is more gratifying than enjoying a cigarette. "You all smoke while I go fetch the dishes," Cheng Yi said with a smile. He nimbly made his way to the kitchen, placing the inverted plates down and bringing the dishes to the table. Lin Qingran, having fed the donkey, hurried in to assist. They served the dishes, poured the wine, and scooped the rice. Just as they finished one cigarette, it was time to eat. The 3 brothers had refrained from glancing at the dishes being served, as it was considered impolite to stare while dining at someone else's home. Moreover, given the impoverished state of households during this era, even a meal earned through labor would often consist merely of a single dish with a modest amount of meat. Additionally, there existed an unwritten rule in Qingjia village. When assisting in someone else's home, the best meat dishes would typically remain untouched for the first 2 days. Until the final day of work, the helpers would only be allowed to eat that bowl of meat dish after the meal was concluded. This unspoken understanding between hosts and helpers epitomized a unique camaraderie. The prospect of being able to enjoy a meat dish was already a significant treat, and the thought of consuming it all in one sitting raised concerns about what would be available for the next meal. This subtle yet profound understanding represented the warmth between hosts and guests in that era. The Zhu brothers gathered around the table. Ching Ching, being a child, could only stand by with her bowl. Lin Qingran found a long bench and invited the 2 little ones to sit, quickly replenishing the wine for the 3 men and urging them to eat. The dish was braised tofu with meat. Cheng Yi lifted the largest enamel pot, and a wave of steam accompanied by a rich aroma wafted forth. Upon closer inspection, a thick layer of oil floated atop the dish, and the tofu had taken on a soy sauce hue, glistening in the broth. The Zhu brothers were momentarily stunned. Is this dish excessively oily? Before they could fully grasp the situation, Cheng Yi slid over a clay pot, lifted the lid, and cheerfully remarked, "Don't be shy with the meat. Eat generously. Otherwise it will spoil by the next meal." It was braised pork belly with preserved vegetables, and the meat, having been stewed long enough, appeared remarkably tender, with glistening oil trickling down from the vegetables, exuding an enticing aroma that was utterly mouth-watering. At that moment, the three were genuinely astonished. These two grand dishes? How overly generous! In an instant, their previously determined intentions unraveled, and they exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss as to who would take the first bite. Qingran, eagerly awaiting their meal, looked up at Cheng Yi with an expression of pitiful hunger. "Woo, I'm so hungry. They want to eat." Cheng Yi, with a blend of humor and helplessness, cast a comforting glance at the two little ones. He then picked up the serving chopsticks and, one by one, placed a generous piece of fatty meat on each of their plates, stating, "Do not hold back. Eat and drink as you please. Only when you are well fed will you have the strength to work, right?" Seeing Cheng Yi take the initiative to serve them dishes, particularly the succulent fatty meat, the three individuals began to feel a sense of relief. It was evident that these dishes were prepared with genuine intent for their enjoyment. Overwhelmed with a mix of fear and gratitude, they picked up their chopsticks and began to savor the morsels of meat before them. In this day and age, fatty meat is indeed a delightful indulgence. The richness oozed from their mouths, tender and fragrant. Previously, their stomachs felt perpetually empty, a void within them. Yet with a piece of fatty meat consumed, they felt invigorated, as if a wave of vitality coursed through their bodies. As the three of them engaged with their chopsticks, Lin Qingran finally took her cheerful little bowl and began to serve herself some dishes as well. Throughout the meal, the Zhu brothers were nearly brought to tears by the sheer joy of the experience. Chapter 46, Cheng Yi Spicy Snails, available at state-run store now. Your culinary skills are truly remarkable. In my entire life, I have never had the pleasure of tasting such exquisite dishes. You must have spent quite a fortune on all this food. Oh, please, make yourselves a home. Eat whatever you like. Save the meat for later. Why prepare such a feast for us? It feels like such a waste. There isn't much work left in the fields, and we'll finish it by tomorrow. You're paying us and providing such delicious meals. It's too generous of you. Throughout the meal, the three of them exchanged pleasantries with Cheng Yi. Most of the time, Cheng Yi simply smiled and waved his hand, choosing not to speak. He understood that people from the countryside are quite pragmatic, keeping a mental tally of favors. They know when to eat and drink, and they never wish to leave anyone feeling indebted. Having navigated the ups and downs of life, particularly in the entertainment industry, Cheng Yi was acutely aware that while money has a price, personal favors are far more difficult to repay. Once the meal concluded, Cheng Yi invited the three to rest in the courtyard. However, they insisted on returning to work immediately after eating. Cheng Yi glanced at the sky before turning to Lin Qingran. "Qingran, I have to step out this afternoon and head directly to the county city in the evening, so I want to be back." He pushed his bicycle out and turned back with a smile. Lin Qingran nodded in response. But as he noticed Cheng Yi about to leave, he couldn't help but call out, "Please be careful and ride safely." Cheng Yi acknowledged her with a nod, waved goodbye, and left. His destination was not the county city, but rather a meeting with someone. At that moment, by the riverbank, Lin Yaodong was washing his face with a net bag in hand, panting heavily. Damn it, he cursed. Just moments ago, while foraging for snails, he had slipped and nearly fallen into the deep river. Had it not been for his quick reflexes in grasping a nearby rock, he would likely have been swept away by the current. Although the river was not deep, its current was significantly swifter than that of the Yangtze, and the banks were lined with large stones. Venturing further in, the stones disappeared, leaving only soft sand. A single misstep could lead to sinking, especially if caught in a whirlpool. His three companions were still busy collecting snails, drenched in sweat. Seeing Lin Yaodong resting, they approached, setting down their bags and wiping the sweat from their brows as they plopped down beside him. "Bro, this work is tough. More and more people have been gathering snails these past few days, and this shallow area by the river is nearly stripped bare. Money is hard to come by, and we've barely saved anything. What should we do now?" Lin Yaodong remained silent, his brow furrowed, clearly troubled. After a moment, he suddenly recalled something. I might have a solution, he said. His companion, Huzi, perked up, asking eagerly, what's the plan? We'll make money? Can we earn enough to eat? Lin Yaodong paused thoughtfully before responding. Do you remember that day when we ran in Old Yang? He picked up a stone and skipped it across the water, his eyes glinting with excitement. Old Yang mentioned the need for someone to assist at the Golden Phoenix dance hall. I was perplexed by his words, but the promise of a reward of 500 yuan upon successful completion piqued my interest. Lin Yaodong swallowed hard, an unusual glimmer flickering in his eyes. He further added that, should this endeavor succeed, he would recommend me to the police academy, and I might emerge as a distinguished public security officer. Iruzi listened with intense envy. Such an opportunity? A 500 yuan reward, surpassing the annual earnings of an average person. Eager to inquire further, he was interrupted by a voice from behind. Turning around, the two saw Cheng Yi approaching. Brother Cheng? Lin Yaodong beamed, revealing a row of white teeth as he clapped his hand casually on his rear. What brings you here? Iruzi quickly rose to his feet. I need to discuss something with you. Cheng Yi replied with a smile. Something? Is it about making money? Lin Yaodong asked casually, not expecting Cheng Yi to nod in affirmation without any preamble. Are you interested in making some quick cash? Upon hearing the prospect of easy money, both young men eagerly nodded their heads in agreement. Who would refuse an opportunity for quick earnings? Cheng Yi called over the other two and led them directly to the county town. Emerging from the state-owned store, he purchased a gong and 3 loudspeakers, distributing them among the 4. Confused, Lin Yaodong and his companions looked at Cheng Yi and asked, Brother Cheng, what exactly are you planning to do? You aren't suggesting we perform, are you? Cheng Yi chuckled at their naivety. You'd need some talent to perform. He jested before pointing towards the dock. I need you to help with some promotion. Shout a few phrases along the street. Are you up for it? Lin Yaodong puffed up his chest. What shall we shout? There's nothing I wouldn't dare. Cheng Yi spicy snails. Available at state-run store number 2. Cheng Yi replied with a grin. Lin Yaodong was taken aback. Is that all? Cheng Yi nodded, rummaging through his pocket to produce a few bills. Here, 2 yuan each for the day. You'll have breaks every 6 hours, and after you finish, meet me at the entrance of the Golden Phoenix Hotel for your payment. What do you say? Upon hearing the decent pay, the 4 readily agreed. Hardly waiting for Cheng Yi to finish before they grabbed the gong and loudspeakers, setting off down the street. Dong Cheng Yi spicy snails. Available at state-run store number 2. Dong Cheng Yi spicy snails. Available at state-run store number 2. Remarkably, the shout caught the attention of everyone on the street. What on earth were they shouting? Cheng Yi spicy snails? Many bystanders dismissed it as mere frivolity from a group of young rascals. However, those in the know paused momentarily before the realization struck them. The young man selling snails these past few days was indeed Cheng Yi. Today, many people eagerly awaited Cheng Yi's stall, yet after wandering through several residential buildings without success, they were astonished to discover that he was, in fact, selling at the state-run second store. Goodness, they certainly had a long wait ahead of them. Consequently, an unusual scene unfolded on the street. The once steady flow of pedestrians suddenly began to disperse. A portion of the crowd hastily turned around, making their way toward the pier. Some familiar faces gathered in small clusters, whispering and exchanging thoughts. Those who had just exited the state-run store with their drinks were particularly quick to pivot and jog away. Those river snails with a single bite delivered a tantalizing blend of fresh, spicy flavors that left them craving more. Accompanied by a sip of liquor, even the most divine beings would not wish to depart. Chapter 47. A flourishing business at the state-run second store. As the morning hours slipped by, only a handful of customers trickled in, rendering the day indistinguishable from usual. Chi Ruanfa stood at the door, his countenance dark and foreboding, beads of sweat dotting his forehead despite the early spring sun. Manager, do you think we've been duped? Surely, these river snails cannot be selling so well. It's been a whole morning and not a soul has come. He merely set up a stall for nothing. A server whispered beside him. Chi Ruanfa shot her a glare, his expression thunderous. Standing around is better than doing nothing at all. Have you cleaned the tables? He snapped, Dismissing her idle chatter, the server fell silent, hastily departing with her head bowed, fearing another reprimand from the manager. Qi Ruanfa cast his gaze upward. The sun blazed down. Yet his heart sank deeper into despair. Alas, is my restaurant truly destined to close its doors for good? After a life of prosperity, is this to be my fate, to be laid off? Just then, a cacophony erupted from outside. A throng of footsteps, accompanied by the raucous boisterousness of men's voices, surged through the entrance, catching Qi Ruanfa off guard, nearly rendering him speechless. What is happening? What could this commotion signify? After years of quietude, the sudden influx of patrons left him tense and apprehensive, fearing trouble was afoot. From the kitchen, several assistants, including Yao Changji, heard the commotion and rushed out. Manager, what is going on? It sounds like there is quite a disturbance outside, as if it's directed at our restaurant. Surely, it isn't a riot? They murmured among themselves. Qi Ruanfa barely had time to respond before a bustling crowd flooded into the courtyard. Hey, just disembarked from the boat, and I haven't tea eaten. Is anyone here? We'll take 2 pounds of river snails, a bottle of wine, and a few dishes, cried one. I knew it was here just by the smell. Quick, weigh me a pound. And some braised beef as well. It's been ages since I visited the second store, and I remember the taste of your braised beef fondly. Where are the servers? Why aren't they taking our orders? Indeed, it was a large group. Over the years, the restaurant's fortunes had waned, primarily relying on the workers from the nearby state-run shipyard for their meals to barely maintain viability. The occasional walk-in customer was a rarity, with perhaps 5 or 6 in a day being considered fortunate. Yet now, a throng of dozens had entered, most drawn by the river snails, but many eager to order dishes as well. The sudden convergence left the restaurant staff in a state of alarm, momentarily bewildered. Hey, what are you all standing there for? Haven't you heard the customers calling? Qi Ruanfa was the first to regain his composure, bellowing to rally his team. In an instant, the restaurant staff snapped back into action. Those taking orders began to do so, and the kitchen resumed its rhythm. As if a rusty machine had finally received the oil it needed to operate smoothly once more. Every face radiated with excitement and joy. Outside the door, after observing for a while, Cheng Yi turned and departed. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had swiftly passed. During this brief period, Cheng Yi had managed to amass a considerable sum of capital. He repaid Yang Shouxian the 600 yuan he owed, and in addition to that, his scattered liquid assets had accumulated to 1,200 yuan. Life felt as though it had finally emerged from the mire, catching a glimpse of the moonlight. Tonight marked the anniversary celebration of the Golden Phoenix Dance Hall. Yang Shouxian's establishment had flourished for 2 prosperous years. Thus he had announced 3 days prior that on the day of the anniversary, tickets would be sold at a 20% discount, with complimentary sunflower seeds and tea. The youth of the county were overjoyed, eagerly making plans for the occasion. Friends gathered to revel in music and dance, or perhaps to bring along their beloved ladies for drinks and conversation, with the hope that an inebriated return home would deepen their affections. Even those who typically lacked funds were determined to join in the festivities on this day of discounts. Today was Cheng Yi's moment to shine. Yang Shouxian had made the necessary arrangements, informing the previous stars of the stage that Cheng Yi would be performing, and he would be allocated several dance slots. Although the previous stars wore expressions of reluctance, it was undeniable that since Cheng Yi's arrival, business at the dance hall had thrived. Yang Shouxian, Tigareta Inmot, cheerfully directed the removal of several tables from the dance floor, rearranging the remaining ones to create a larger space for the dancers. Today's approach was one of thin margins, but high volume, aiming primarily to enhance their reputation. Over here, remember to sprinkle some glitter later. Do you understand? When the atmosphere is right, you all lead the applause. Got it. Show some initiative. Yang Shouxian, puffing on a cigarette, chuckled with satisfaction. The crowd quickly sprang into action, cleaning and ensuring the snacks and drinks were ready, everyone bustling about as if wound up like a clock. Meanwhile, just 2 streets away, Li Qingran was escorting Qi Hongxiu from the tailor's, where they had picked up the dress she had ordered half a month ago. It was a long gown, with a daring slit and a low neckline, crafted from the finest silk, certainly not inexpensive. Qi Hongxiu earned only 50 yuan a month, yet her family generously provided her with ample pocket money. While Li Jigang's family was relatively well off, he felt somewhat overshadowed by Qi Hongxiu's circumstances. Over the past few weeks of courting her, he had spent over 300 yuan, which weighed heavily on his mind. Yet, Qi Hongxiu had not confirmed their relationship nor taken it to the next level. At that moment, Li Jigang could only grit his teeth and endure, his internal frustration growing. "Ah, this dress will look stunning on you. It's the first of its kind in Yuanan County," the tailor's wife said, flattering Qi Hongxiu with a beaming smile. Qi Hongxiu felt quite pleased by the compliment. She beamed with a smile, holding the garment against herself and admiring her reflection in the mirror. Then she exclaimed, "Sister, your craftsmanship is remarkable. It rivals those branded outfits." With a promise to return, Qi Hongxiu meticulously folded the clothing and glanced back at Li Jigang. "Let's go. The Golden Phoenix Dance Hall is about to commence, and I hear Cheng Yi will be there today." The mere mention of Cheng Yi made her eyes sparkle with delight. In recent days, she had made it a point to visit whenever she had a spare moment, regardless of whether Li Jigang accompanied her. Even alone, she would come to listen to music and dance. Especially that day when Cheng Yi dazzled her with his disco moves, it left her utterly mesmerized. Chapter 48. The troublemakers arrived some days ago. She returned to the provincial capital and visited a dance hall, only to realize that the performers there, whether singing or dancing, lacked the finesse of Cheng Yi by half. Such is the nature of star chasing. Once one is ensnared, escape becomes an arduous task. Now, upon hearing that Cheng Yi would be attending the anniversary celebration and performing several dances, Qi Hongwan was eager to secure a prime location. Li Jigang, however, felt an unsettling turmoil within him. Following closely behind Qi Hongxiu, he finally murmured, "He has a wife now. Are you not aware?" "Of course I know," Qi Hongxiu retorted, her lips curling dismissively. "I've heard it was an arranged marriage. No foundation of romance whatsoever. How can a marriage devoid of love possibly flourish?" Li Jigang's expression darkened, and he fell silent. As they approached the entrance, he was unexpectedly greeted by a familiar face. Qi Hongxiu, her eyes lighting up, cheerfully approached, exclaiming, "Director, what brings you here?" The newcomer, clad in a black Zhongshan suit and polished leather shoes, exuded an air of sophistication despite being in his 40s, complete with a pair of glasses that lent him an intellectual charm. This was Jiang Kaiqing, the director of the Yuanan County Art Troupe. Years prior, he had been sent down from the provincial capital and had served as a sent-down youth, responsible for village propaganda. After returning to the city, he entered the publicity department and later requested a transfer to Yuanan County, where he eventually settled down and established a family. Qi Hongxiu was somewhat acquainted with Jiang Kaiqing, affectionately calling him uncle in private. Her opportunity to train in the prestigious Yuanan County was facilitated by her parents, who sought Zhang's connections to grant her a favorable introduction. Upon recognizing Qi Hongxiu, Jiang Kaiqing beamed with delight. "Why are you here at the dance hall instead of practicing? If your parents found out, they would surely scold me." With a playful smile, Qi Hongxiu pointed towards the lively crowd in the dance hall, teasingly saying, "Uncle Jiang, I heard there would be performances of Cantonese songs and dancing today. I simply had to join the festivities. Please don't tell my parents." Jiang Kaiqing chuckled and shook his head. It was only when his gaze fell upon Li Jigang that the latter mustered the courage to greet him. "Director," he stammered, scratching his head, his face betraying his discomfort. "I'm here to accompany Hongwan. I worry about her being here alone." Li Jigang had also entered through back channels. Unlike Qi Hongxiu, who had secured her position in the art troupe thanks to Zhang's goodwill, her abilities were indeed substantial. Coming from an affluent background, her parents had provided her with an excellent artistic education. She intended to use the county's art troupe as a stepping stone to further her ambitions in the capital. In stark contrast, Li Jigang was merely a dilettante, hoping to embellish his resume and secure a stable job within the system. Yet his skills in both dance and drama were undeniably mediocre. Thus, Jiang Wuqing issued a stern directive. The theatrical troupe was set to perform in the provincial capital for a competition in merely 2 weeks, and Li Jigang was required to exert himself fully, dedicating all his energy to the task. Unexpectedly, the two encountered each other at the entrance of the dance hall, and Jiang Wuqing's countenance immediately turned frosty. Li Jigang, feeling increasingly uneasy, lowered his head in silence, striving to diminish his presence. Fortunately, Jiang Wuqing spared him some dignity, offering a few words of advice before falling silent. However, Li Jigang's heart remained heavy until he heard Jiang Wuqing, with a smile, speak to Qi Hongwan. In half a month, our cultural troupe will head to the provincial capital for the competition. The drama group is short of actors and cannot find any outstanding artists. I heard there's a young man at the Golden Phoenix Dance Hall who sings and dances quite well, so I came to see for myself. Qi Hongwan's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. "It's Cheng Yi," she exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with admiration. "Leader, I must tell you, he truly excels at singing and dancing. Watch him closely today. If he joins us, the women in our troupe will be overjoyed." Jiang Wuqing, slightly taken aback by her enthusiasm, cast a glance at Qi Hongwan and felt a flicker of anticipation. In truth, Qi Hongwan's arrival from the provincial city was not without a sense of superiority. She had captured the attention of not just Li Jigang, but numerous young men in the troupe, all vying for her attention. Yet, this girl had managed to elude their advances, remaining unyielding despite their persistent attempts. Having seen the world beyond the provincial city, she was hardly dazzled by these local suitors. Therefore, witnessing her admiration for a young man intrigued Jiang Wuqing. He nodded, his expression brightening, and began to inquire further about Cheng Yi from Qi Hongwan. Meanwhile, Li Jigang felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. As they conversed and entered the Golden Phoenix Dance Hall, Li Jigang lingered at the entrance for a moment, preparing to step inside when his sharp eyes caught sight of several familiar figures. There were 3 individuals squatting by the curb. One, thin as a reed, was rummaging through the ground for discarded cigarette butts. Occasionally, he would spot one with a remnant of tobacco, pick it up, light it, and take a few puffs. The stoutest among them wore a tattered white tank top, his head shaved clean, and his face bore a menacing expression. A man of medium build sat at the edge, his face devoid of emotion, his gaze fixed on the passers-by, a scar running across his face, his eyes cold and fierce. "Weizi, Li Zigan, Upruaka." His eyes brightening slightly. The medium-built man lifted his head, recognizing Li Jigang, and broke into a grin, revealing his teeth as he licked his upper gums. "Jigang, what brings you here? Skipping practice to enjoy some music and chase girls?" The 2 companions beside him erupted in laughter. Li Jigang's expression shifted. Weizi had grown up in the same alley as him. They played together in childhood, but as they grew older, their paths diverged due to Li Jigang's relatively better family circumstances in a county town. The bond of childhood remained, but now they were merely familiar faces to one another. Li Jigang took a deep breath, revealing a smile as he approached Weizi and said, "I would like to ask for your assistance, if you would be so kind." As he spoke, he reached into his pocket and pulled out several large bills. "Upon successful completion of the task, I shall provide the remaining sum. What do you say?" He was well aware of the ways of these individuals. For them, money could procure almost anything. Indeed, upon glimpsing the stack of cash in Li Jigang's hands, Weizi immediately rose to his feet, a grin spreading across his face as his gaze wandered over Li Jigang's countenance. "What relationship do we share? Would I deny you a favor?" With a chuckle, he accepted the money, his demeanor relaxed. "So what is it that you need?" Li Jigang clenched his teeth, steeling himself, and leaned closer to murmur in his ear. Chapter 49. Be careful. Chenggu at 6 o'clock in the evening, the anniversary celebration of the Golden Phoenix Dance Hall commenced. The influx of people exceeded Yang Shouxian's expectations. The crowd was so densely packed that they were pressed against one another. Fortunately, the hall had cleared the tables in advance, where it would have been impossible to accommodate such a throng. The lights danced across the dance floor, reflecting off the vibrant, spinning disco balls, and soon, someone in the crowd puckered their lips and whistled, shouting, "We want to hear Cantonese songs. Where's Cheng Yi? Yes, that's right. Hurry up and sing a couple of songs. I came here yesterday, and it was fantastic. I came to see the dancing. We haven't quite grasped the steps yet." The crowd buzzed with excitement. Suddenly, the colorful lights dimmed. In the next moment, a deep, magnetic voice resonated, and the curtain rose to reveal Cheng Yi clad in a white shirt, with 2 buttons undone. Though the fit was relaxed, it accentuated his trim waistline, tapering elegantly into his slender figure. His hair had been cut significantly shorter, revealing his ears and a perfectly sculpted jawline. His aura was both languid and powerful, his gaze sweeping over the audience as his hands swayed gently to the rhythm of his song, effortlessly igniting a fervent atmosphere in the venue. Many young women had come specifically for Cheng Yi. In this era, the fervor of idol worship was far more intense than in later years. The societal mindset was not yet fully liberated, and exposure to the outside world was limited, making it easy for individuals to develop what could be termed as a spiritual devotion. There were tales of fans who, in their obsession, would squander their fortunes, with some fathers even jumping into the sea just to secure a moment of their daughters being introduced to their idol. Thus, even knowing that Cheng Yi had a wife and child, the admiration of these young women remained unwavering. To them, he was simply captivating. He's incredibly handsome. No matter how you look at him, he's stunning. And his singing is simply divine. I dare say, those stars from Hong Kong and Taiwan can't hold a candle to Cheng Yi, exclaimed an enthusiastic young woman. If he ever releases a tape, I will be the first to buy it. The young women were all aglow with excitement. Unbeknownst to them, Cheng Yi continued to sing, one song after another, until he realized that his throat was becoming parched. With a smile, he waved to the crowd, signaling for a brief respite. After he stepped off the stage, another performer took his place. Although the atmosphere was not as vibrant as when Cheng Yi was performing, it was sufficient to maintain the energy of the event. Chi Hongwan gazed up in admiration, and only when Cheng Yi's figure disappeared did she reluctantly turn to Jiang Kaiqing. Captain, what do you think? Isn't he remarkable? Jiang Kaiqing's eyes sparkled with undisguised astonishment. In this era, artistic performers often exhibited a certain awkwardness, particularly in large crowds, where they would instinctively tense up. There were numerous constraints on stage, from costume requirements to dialogue delivery, and various anxieties about performance. These were the shackles imposed by the times. Yet this young man seemed to transcend all of that. He had never witnessed someone command the stage so effortlessly. It was not merely a performance for the audience, but a genuine enjoyment of the moment itself. Jiang Kaiqing stroked his chin, pondering for a moment, and remarked, I wonder how he would fare in a theatrical performance. After all, singing and dancing differ greatly from acting. However, in a few days, I could allow him to give a try. If he succeeds, he could join the drama competition at the Provincial Arts Troupe in half a month, which would be a fine addition. Chi Hongzhuan's heart instantly blossomed with joy. 10 minutes later, Cheng Yi returned to the stage. After singing a song, he seamlessly transitioned into the usual routine of dancing. The rhythmic music resonated, and the colorful lights began to whirl faster, drawing in the crowd that had previously lingered at the edge of the dance floor, now eagerly mirroring Cheng Yi's movements. Amidst this vibrant scene, no one noticed a scarred man slowly approaching the center of the dance floor. His gaze was fixed intently on Cheng Yi, licking his cheek, a blade glimmering in his hand. Violence was not in Wei Zi's nature, but if he marred that face, it would likely ruin any chance of singing or dancing. What a pity! He spat onto the ground as his underlings parted the crowd to allow him passage. Unfortunately, the throng was dense today, especially around Cheng, making his advance rather cumbersome. Meanwhile, not far off, Lin Yaosheng and Eruzi were also meandering within the dance floor. They were aware that Cheng Yi worked at the Golden Phoenix Cabaret, yet they were taken aback by his popularity, surrounded as he was by a multitude of glamorous young women. Lin Yaosheng clicked his tongue, feeling a twinge of jealousy. If his sister-in-law were to find out, she would surely be envious. He himself was approaching the age of marriage, yet no one seemed interested in him. What a stark contrast in treatment. While he mused, he continued to crouch and pilfer. However, before long, Eruzi suddenly poked him, signaling for his attention. What's going on? Lin Yaosheng muttered, wondering if he had spotted something valuable. Eruzi lowered his voice, sounding perplexed. Isn't that Wei Zi? Why is he heading toward Changge? It looks like he is holding something. What? Wei Zi? At the mention of this name, Lin Yaosheng promptly lifted his head. He was known to be somewhat reckless, often mingling around the county, thus frequently encountering Wei Zi's crew. Having fought several times, he had lost each bout, not due to a lack of skill, but rather because Lin Yaosheng, still a youth, lacked the ruthlessness. Each fight was over trivial sums, while Wei Zi's men fought as if their lives depended on it. After several encounters, Lin Yaosheng found himself gradually pushed to the outskirts of the county. However, there was a silver lining. He had heard that Wei Zi had spent considerable time behind bars and lost quite a bit of money. Though Lin Yaosheng dabbled in dubious ventures, he maintained a crucial boundary. He would not stain his hands with blood. Thus, upon hearing Iruzi mention Wei Zi, he swiftly turned his gaze in that direction. Indeed, amidst the dim light, he spotted Wei Zi with a smirk on his lips and his fist clenched, seemingly raising a high to avoid being jostled by the crowd, making him particularly conspicuous. It was merely due to the flickering lights that no one paid attention, rendering the clenched fist inconspicuous. However, upon closer inspection, Lin Yaosheng discerned the truth. Damn it, it was a weapon, a blade. A weight settled heavily in his heart as he grasped the situation. In a state of urgent haste, he rushed towards Cheng Yi, shouting, "Brother Cheng, be careful." Yet the cacophony of the dance floor was overwhelming, and being surrounded by the crowd, Cheng Yi did not hear his warning. Lin Yaosheng's anxiety surged. He quickly climbed onto a support pillar, ascending a fair distance before bellowing, "Brother Cheng, watch out!" With that shout, Lin Yaosheng exerted every ounce of strength he had. In the midst of the throng, Cheng Yi turned his head, and upon seeing Lin Yaosheng yelling directly at him, his attention was immediately captured. Chapter 50, each with a bottle of wine at times. A person's instinct for crisis is almost innate. Shortly after Lin Yaosheng shouted, Cheng Yi caught a glimpse of three figures approaching him from the corner of his eye. In the next instant, something came hurtling towards his face. In his previous life, Cheng Yi had endured numerous beatings while vying for roles at the entrance of the Kyoto Film Academy. The chaotic and tumultuous atmosphere of the 1990s was particularly fraught, especially in the entertainment industry where disputes over roles could easily escalate into violence. When he first arrived, being new to the industry and possessing decent acting skills made him a target for various directors seeking extras. As a result, many were displeased and threatened him both overtly and covertly to find a different venue. Yet, Cheng Yi was stubborn. Having lost Lin Qingran and their two children, his heart was in ruins, and he plunged headfirst into this profession, never contemplating a retreat. As the beatings became more frequent, he hardened himself. His movements became swift, and his reflexes sharpened, surpassing those of ordinary individuals. Eventually, after filming a Shaolin Temple movie and training with the monks for 2 months, his skills improved remarkably. Now, as the wind brushed against him, he instinctively recoiled, heightened awareness coursing through him. To his surprise, he could still evade. Wei Zi was taken aback as well. His underling, perceptive enough, rushed forward, attempting to restrain Cheng Yi. Yet, the latter was not one to be easily subdued. With a swift motion, he delivered a series of powerful punches, the force of his well-defined muscles unleashed in an instant. The slender assailant crumpled to the ground, clutching his mouth and wailing in pain. The crowd gasped in shock. A fight! Someone suddenly cried out, prompting the throng to scatter in a frenzy. Wei Zi spat on the ground. His fury ignited as he brandished a blade towards Cheng Yi. Cheng Yi dodged twice, but a shallow cut marred his arm, blood trickling steadily. With a steely gaze, he retaliated, delivering a solid kick to Wei Zi's solar plexus, leaving the latter's face pale as a ghost. After the crowd dispersed for a moment, Lin Yaosheng and Huzi rushed over. Having long-standing enmity with Wei Zi, they seized the opportunity to pounce. Wei Zi growled softly, struggling to rise, his muscular henchman attempting to shove Lin Yaosheng aside to reach Cheng Yi. In the next moment, a resounding crack echoed as the brute's head burst open. Cheng Yi, his expression impassive, discarded the shattered beer bottle onto the ground. Before anyone could react, another resounding thud followed, and Wei Zi fell as well. Both men lay on the ground, blood streaming from their heads, motionless. Lin Yaosheng and Huzi looked up to see Cheng expressionlessly tearing a strip from his garment to staunch the bleeding on his arm, as if he had not just felled 2 men with bottles of wine. It was then that Yang Shouxian and his men finally arrived. Damn it! At this moment, there were still those causing a ruckus. He cursed under his breath, spat on the ground, and hurriedly approached Cheng Yi, asking, "How are you? Are you hurt? Is it serious?" Cheng Yi shook his head and gestured towards the three individuals on the ground, saying, Boss Yang, do you recognize these three? Yang Shouxian glanced down, crouched to touch the faces of the two, and shook his head. They looked familiar, yet he could not recall their names. Cheng Yi fell silent, replaying the events in his mind. These three had come directly at him, indicating he was the target. Perhaps he had offended someone. Yang Shouxian surveyed the chaotic scene, his anger boiling over. Noticing the bystanders still in shock, he erupted in fury. What good are you lot? You let armed individuals in here? Today no one was hurt. But if anyone had been injured, how would you explain this to me? One by one, they bowed their heads in silence. Some women, frightened, wept quietly in the corner. With the situation escalating to this extent, the anniversary celebration could no longer proceed. Someone had called the police, and soon enough, the authorities arrived. Seeing Wei Zi and the others sprawled on the ground, blood oozing from the back of their heads, they hurriedly transported them to the clinic. Yang Shouxian, evidently connected to the situation, exchanged greetings and ensured that Cheng Yi, Lin Yaosheng, and the others accompanied them to complete the necessary procedures. It was around 10 o'clock when they finally emerged from the station. The sky was dark and foreboding, the moon obscured by clouds. Cheng Yi's arm bore a deep gash from the blade. Wei Zi had indeed struck with ferocity. Though wrapped, it was evident that blood was seeping through. Lin Yaosheng and Huzi trailed behind him, and for a moment, no one spoke. I appreciate your help today, Cheng Yi finally said. He turned to Lin Yaosheng, raising his arm. If you hadn't reminded me, this wound might have been on my face. Lin Yaosheng scratched his head. Brother Cheng, have you offended someone? Wei Zi is a mercenary type. I suspect someone paying him to target you. Could it be another performer from the dance hall? Have you taken their livelihood? Cheng Yi shook his head. Let us wait for the police to ask their questions before speculating. He was reluctant to make assumptions, especially since Yang Shouxian had assured him that he would provide clarity. As Cheng Yi gazed into the night, memories from his past life suddenly resurfaced. Following the timeline, the end of this month would spell trouble for the Golden Phoenix Dance Hall. During his time singing there, he had discerned some undercurrents. In the 1990s, society was far from stable, particularly with certain commodities being smuggled from Myanmar, exploited and sold in Yuan County at exorbitant prices, yielding significant profits. Such transactions required secure venues, and the dance hall, with its mix of patrons, was ideal. Cheng Yi recalled reading in the newspapers about several arrests, of which Yang Shouxian had not been directly involved. Yet he bore the accusation of harboring others. This incident has escalated significantly, leaving no one willing to vouch for him. After spending several years incarcerated, he emerged only to find that his wife had eloped with another, and all his money had been swindled away. Subsequently, he vanished without a trace. This particular affair, marked by its fervor, can be considered the inaugural strike against organized crime. Tragically, it even resulted in a loss of life. However, it appears that the deceased was not a police officer, but rather an unfortunate soul who inadvertently became embroiled in the chaos. Cheng Yi cast a fleeting glance at the individual, known as San Dongzi, a petty character who happened to be in the county town. He was fatally stabbed twice by someone who had risen to prominence, dying within a private room. The reason for its publication in the newspaper was the absence of anyone to claim the body, rendering him seemingly insignificant. Beyond this, Cheng Yi chose to disengage from the matter. Chapter 51 Lin Qingran stood at the bridge's edge, holding a lantern, awaiting his arrival. At that time, he had already resolved to venture into the provincial capital, thus rarely returning to Yuan County. Engulfed in the memories of the dance hall, fragments of that incident from years past began to resurface in his mind. Alas, all the information he possessed was derived from newspapers, leaving little room for in-depth exploration. As a few of them made their way back, Iruzi and his companions hailed from the neighboring village, while only Lin Yaodong and Cheng Yi walked together. Cheng Yi, supporting his bicycle, engaged in conversation with Lin Yaodong, who animatedly recounted Cheng Yi's prowess during the recent altercation, his admiration evident on his face. Cheng Yi, I never would have guessed. You sing beautifully, excel in business, and are also adept at fighting. Have you trained in combat? Teach me. Lin Yaodong exclaimed, grinning broadly. Cheng Yi cast him a sidelong glance and replied leisurely, Teach you to fight? Lin Yaodong, with an expression of entitlement, asserted If you teach me, I won't be bullied anymore. That way Guy relies on his reckless fighting to intimidate me. Once I learn, I will undoubtedly reclaim my territory. Cheng Yi shot him another glance, a mix of exasperation and amusement in his eyes. And then what? Lin Yaodong paused, momentarily perplexed. What do you mean, and then what? Are you planning to fight indefinitely and engage in illicit activities? Cheng Yi's voice, carried by the wind, was clear and unclouded. While you're young, you can resort to violence to obtain what you desire: territory, money, followers. But what happens when you reach 30, 50, or 80 years old? You won't be able to move, nor will you acquire wealth. Your followers will abandon you, and the enemies you made in your youth will come knocking. What then? Which girl would want to be with a good-for-nothing thug? Yaodong, one must not live solely for the present. One should also contemplate the future. Do you understand? Lin Yaodong fell silent. In truth, at the age of 18, no one had ever shared such insights with him. To him, growing up unnoticed, with disinterested parents and an aversion to schooling, life revolved around competing for food and territory, engaging in brawls. The measure of strength lay in the hardness of one's fists and the amount of stolen money acquired. This was the essence of survival. However, Cheng Yi's words today unexpectedly pried open a fissure in his dark, confining existence, allowing a faint yet peculiar light to seep through. He caught a glimpse of a life that was distinctly different. Upon reaching the fork at the village entrance, Cheng Yi halted. He turned to face the silent Lin Yaodong, noting the unprecedented seriousness etched on his face, which brought him a sense of relief. He understood that the lad had absorbed his words. Tonight's events count as a favor owed to you. In the future, should you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out, Cheng Yi said with a smile. Lin Yaodong nodded and called out, Chengge, I haven't fully grasped everything you said yet, but I feel as if I've understood a little bit. Cheng Yi chuckled, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. Take your time to ponder. There's no rush. After all, some realizations take a lifetime to fully comprehend. The two parted ways. Cheng Yi mounted his bicycle and pedaled toward the village's edge. The moonlight was dim, and suddenly, darkness enveloped everything. Turbulent clouds rolled across the sky, and in an instant, a bolt of lightning cleaved through, revealing a sliver of light. Thunder followed in quick succession, and the spring rain began to fall. Cheng Yi's home was at the village's end, and it took him over 10 minutes to cycle from the village's entrance. It wasn't the distance that posed a challenge, but rather the darkness that made the path difficult to navigate as small creatures scurried about in the dead of night, necessitating careful attention. The rain soaked him, bringing a chill. Gritting his teeth, he quickened his pace. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the bridge. At the bridge's head stood a century-old camphor tree, wide enough that it would take several people to encircle it. Years ago, during the war, due to its proximity to the river and ease of access, the Japanese forces had landed here. During their onslaught on the village, one person survived by hiding in the decayed hollow of the camphor tree. Since then, a red ribbon had been tied around the tree, and a clay pot had been placed at its base, transforming it into the village's living Buddha. As Cheng Yi rode over the bridge, he suddenly noticed someone standing by the bridge's head, holding an umbrella and a lantern. The rain pattered on the umbrella's surface. As the thunder clouds swirled above, intermittent flashes of lightning illuminated the figure. He recognized her, dressed in a cashmere cardigan and a mid-length skirt, her hair elegantly pinned up. She radiated grace and charm. Her figure was slender, and the dim glow of the lantern cast soft shadows that accentuated her curves. Seemingly sensing his presence, she raised her wrist, directing the lantern's light toward him. Is that you, Cheng Yi? She asked softly. Just then, a clap of thunder echoed, and the rain intensified. The sound of raindrops on the umbrella became increasingly erratic, and in the next moment, Cheng Yi had halted beside her, steadying his bicycle. With damp hands, he accepted the umbrella's handle, looking at her with a mixture of helplessness and concern. Who else could it be but Lin Qingran? What compelled her to venture out in such downpour? Cheng Yi reached out to brush the rain from her shoulders, but a glance revealed that he was even wetter. He withdrew his hand, maintaining a respectful distance to avoid drenching her further. Lin Qingran paused, lowering her gaze, and gently tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Come a little closer, she urged, then reached out to reclaim the umbrella. You can't hold the umbrella while pushing the bike. Allow me to shield us." Cheng Yi did not refuse. After all, managing both the bicycle and the umbrella was indeed cumbersome. Rain splashed against the ground, sending up plumes of dust, and the wind caused the lantern to sway precariously. In truth, Lin Qingran had not slept a wink that night. Earlier in the evening, upon seeing the rain clouds gathering over the opposing hill, she felt certain that rain was imminent. Her mind had been restless, worrying about Cheng Yi, who had left without an umbrella and skipped dinner. As she lay in bed, trying to lull their 2 children to sleep, tossing and turning in anxiety. It wasn't until the first rumble of thunder that her worries materialized. She hurriedly donned her clothes and rose to her feet. By the time she comprehended her actions, she had already reached the bridge, holding an umbrella and a lantern. Lin Qingran could not help but steal a glance at Cheng Yi. In his early 20s, the man was in the prime of his youth, brimming with vigor. Although the trials of life had etched their marks upon his features, a hint of defiance still shone through. A pang of realization struck her heart. Perhaps this man was destined to be the center of attention. But what about her? When that moment arrives, what will she do? Would he still want her? Would he continue to care for her and their 2 children as he does now? A whirlwind of chaotic thoughts surged within her, prompting Lin Qingran to glance at Cheng Yi once more, only to see a droplet of water trickle down from his jaw, landing on his arm. On his forearm, a piece of white gauze, stained with blood, quickly absorbed the rainwater, becoming a conspicuous blotch. Chapter 52, with a gentle peck on her lips, Lin Qingran's eyes widened in surprise. "What happened to your hand?" she asked, stopping in her tracks and looking up at him. Cheng Yi chuckled nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders. "It's nothing. I just had a little tumble at the dance hall today and scraped it. Don't worry, it's not serious. I've bandaged it up, and since it was work-related, the boss will cover the costs." His latter comment was, of course, made in jest. Lin Qingran barely registered his words. Biting her lip, she glanced at him and then tugged at his shirt, urging him to hurry home. "We need to get back. The wound can't get wet, or it might get infected." Cheng Yi simmied it. "All right." As they made their way home, Cheng Yi leaned his bicycle against the wall, hardly sparing a glance at the old donkey nearby. As Lin Qingran pulled him into the house, she busied herself with boiling water, searching for medicine, and retrieving the gauze and cotton balls Cheng Yi had bought a few days prior, her movements frantic and purposeful. Several times, Cheng Yi attempted to rise and assist her, but she gently pressed him back down. "Just wait here. I'll be done soon." With no choice but to comply, he remained seated. After a few moments, Lin Qingran finally returned, carrying a stool to sit before him. Sitting on the low stool, she appeared significantly smaller than Cheng Yi. She looked up at him, her eyes filled with an almost overflowing tenderness. "Hold out your hand. Let me see." Cheng Yi obediently extended his hand. Upon seeing the large bruise, her hands trembled with anxiety as she carefully peeled back the gauze. When she saw the deep, gaping wound beneath, Lin Qingran's mind went blank. "How did it get so serious?" she whispered, her eyes reddening slightly, her voice tight with barely contained emotion. In truth, Lin Qingran had been acutely aware of the changes in Cheng Yi over the past few days. Human hearts are tender, and how could she not be moved? He would rise at dawn to make breakfast, sweep the floor, and fry snails. Sometimes he would check on the fields, returning with snails on his back, leaving red marks on his shoulders. Even when exhausted, he would patiently crouch down to talk and smile with the children on sunny days. He would buy clothes from the department store and bring back gifts for her and the children, forgetting to procure anything for himself. Lin Qingran was observant. She noticed everything. Once, her heart was frozen and devoid of warmth, but unbeknownst to her, it had begun to kindle with a gentle heat. Seeing the redness around her eyes and the moisture threatening to spill over, Cheng Yi suddenly felt that this injury might have been worth enduring. Observing the severity of the wound, which had soaked and begun to show signs of infection, Lin Qingran stood and went into Cheng Yi's room, fetching a clean sweater. "First, change your clothes, then we'll tend to the wound." "What clothes are bad for it?" Cheng Yi complied obediently, and though the injury wasn't particularly painful, he had only let out a slight grunt when she stitched it up. As she meticulously helped him remove his clothing, Lin Qingran's delicate fingers deftly unfastened the buttons. Leaning in closer, her warm breath cascading over his neck. The softness of her fingertips, imbued with a slight chill, grazed his chest, stirring an inexplicable sense of desire within him. "Dear wife, take it slow. It hurts a bit," Cheng Yi remarked earnestly, his voice tinged with evident grievance. Lin Qingran, her heart swelling with affection, furrowed her brow and even puffed her cheeks, instinctively blowing gently on his wound. She had done the same for Qingqing when she was injured. Her voice was soft, soothing, and she occasionally glanced up at him. "A little blow will ease the pain. Just bear with it." At that, Cheng Yi fell silent. His intermittent cries of pain rendered the process of undressing and applying medicine exceptionally prolonged. In the dim glow of the yellow light in the living room, their shadows elongated and intertwined, giving rise to a hint of intimacy. Finally, Lin Qingran meticulously bandaged the disinfected wound. A fine sheen of sweat adorned her forehead, and after finishing, she puffed her cheeks again. Suddenly noticing that Cheng Yi had not lifted his gaze, she assumed he was in pain and hurriedly looked up at him. "What's wrong? Is it?" This time, Lin Qingran's words remained unfinished. As their eyes met, she abruptly realized the distance between them had diminished significantly. Their breaths mingled, and Cheng Yi, with his head bowed, gazed at her with a shadowy intensity. His Adam's apple moved swiftly, and in a hoarse voice he said, "Qingran, I'm fine, don't worry." Lin Qingran was momentarily taken aback. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks. The proximity allowed her to see the fine hairs on his face. The pink hue spread to her earlobes, and Cheng Yi's penetrating gaze made her instinctively shrink back. "I am not worried," she murmured, only to realize that his gaze remained fervently fixed on her, intensifying her blush once more. "You should sleep early. I'll go back to check on Qingqing." Upon standing, Lin Qingran barely straightened up when she suddenly felt Cheng Yi gently grasp her wrist, the one wrapped in bandages. Startled, she dared not exert any force and quickly retreated a little, her eyes widening as she looked at him. "What's wrong? Let go. You shouldn't exert any pressure with that hand." The stitches had only just been placed, and, after getting wet, the wound could reopen. She truly would have no way to handle it. Thus, she had no choice but to allow Cheng Yi to hold on to her. She even leaned closer to him, softening her tone. "Are you feeling uncomfortable? Just tell me, don't move your hands." Cheng Yi suppressed a laugh. This girl truly treated him like a child in need of comforting. He did not release his grip, and in fact, tightened it slightly. His gaze was profound as he drew Lin Qingran closer to him, and she, hesitant to exert too much force, could only lean against him lightly. In an instant, the distance between them diminished significantly, allowing Cheng Yi to clearly observe her delicately curled lashes, reminiscent of a small fan. They were dark and thick, her eyes pure and transparent, with a striking contrast between black and white. Within the depths of her ebony pupils, his own reflection was vividly mirrored. After a prolonged moment of mutual gaze, Cheng Yi's figure swiftly magnified in Lin Qingran's eyes. Following this was a fleeting kiss, as gentle as a dragonfly touching the water, landing softly on her lips. Lin Qingran was momentarily stunned. She had never anticipated that Cheng Yi would suddenly kiss her. In the past, he had always been straightforward, often disregarding her feelings, let alone indulging in the sweetness of romance. Yet now, it was as though he had transformed into an entirely different person. Chapter 53. The large black dog outside the courtyard. A tumult of thoughts swirled in Lin Qingran's mind. Her face flushed crimson as she struggled to rise. Her gaze cast downwards, unable to meet Cheng Yi's eyes. You should go to bed early," she stammered, straightening herself and turning away, avoiding the weight of his gaze. After uttering her words, she quickly pivoted and headed toward her room, but after a couple of steps, a thought struck her. She turned back, her voice soft. "Remember not to get wet. I'll make breakfast for you in the morning." Cheng Yi smiled, resembling a satisfied fox. He shrugged, pressed his lips together in a smile, and nodded. "All right." With that, Lin Qingran hastily turned back toward her room. He tilted his head, observing the old, long electrical wires winding along the dust-laden beams. A gentle breeze wafted through the gaps in the walls, causing the light to flicker slightly. This room had previously existed solely in his memories. In his past life, he had struggled repeatedly within this nightmare. The dilapidated house, laden with memories of his wife and children, served as both a meager solace in the depths of despair and an endless hell. Now reborn, he chose a completely different path. Looking up once more, he found that the room was filled with the mundane joys he had once yearned for. How blissful! The following day, as dawn broke, Lin Qingran rose early. She prepared congee, boiled 3 eggs, and finally stir-fried a small dish of pickled vegetables. Noticing the hour was still early, she penned a note and placed it on the kitchen counter, informing Cheng Yi that she would make a trip to the county town to purchase some clean gauze and disinfectant. Cheng Yi's wound required frequent dressing. The supply of gauze and cotton balls at home was insufficient for his needs. When Cheng Yi awoke, he inspected his wound, which, though deep from the blade, appeared more alarming than it was. A night's rest had nearly staunched the bleeding. However, the edges of the wound were slightly bruised, presenting a daunting sight. As he sipped his congee, his eyes fell upon the note, and warmth filled his heart. "Papa, where's Mama?" Qing, bright-eyed and cheerful, emerged barefoot from her room. Peeking into the courtyard where she immediately spotted Cheng Yi. Her eyes sparkled as she dashed over, tugging at his pant leg. "Papa, aren't you working today? Can you play with me?" Noticing Cheng Yi's silence, she clung to his leg, pleading, "Please? Please?" The little one, merely 3 years old, spoke like a parrot, her fluffy head burrowing into Cheng Yi's embrace. He felt a tickling sensation in his palm and couldn't help but chuckle. All right. After breakfast, Daddy will take you to play with Uncle. Okay?" He paused for a moment, then added, "Uncle can catch fish, make grasshoppers, and even play in the mud with you." Upon hearing this, Lang, who had been standing a short distance away, blinked eagerly, clearly intrigued. He dashed back to his room, slipped on his shoes, and returned, holding out the shoes to Qing. "Put on your shoes. Mama will worry if you catch a cold." Cheng Yi had also finished his meal. Bending down, he called upon the 2 little ones to steady their heads, meticulously arranging their clothing. Although Lang was perceptive, he was still but a 3-year-old child. In the chill of early spring, with no open-crotch pants, he struggled to manage his trousers alone. Often, he would tug at the front but forget the back, leaving his exposed rear reddened by the cold. After assisting them with brushing their teeth, washing their faces, and having breakfast, Cheng Yi affixed a note to the door, indicating that he would be gathering snails in the afternoon, after which he would take Qing and Lang out. He needed to find Lin Yaodong. The events of the previous night replayed vividly in his mind, yet he could not untangle the sequence of occurrences. With his injured hand still immobile, it was better to seek clarity from Lin Yaodong than to wait in uncertainty. Arriving at the fork in the village road, the trio inched closer to Lin Yaodong's home, which stood at the village's entrance beside the Yangtze River embankment. The spring waters had not yet risen for the summer flood, revealing a broad expanse of dark sand along the bank, the grains so fine that the harder one grasped, the quicker they slipped through the fingers. Many villagers were gathered by the river, washing their clothes. Once cleaned, they neatly spread their garments on the soft sand, covering them with clean, dry sand to absorb moisture, replacing it with fresh sand once soaked. This was a traditional method employed by riverbank families, particularly during the cold days of late winter and early spring when drying clothes posed a challenge. Moreover, for those who had grown up by the river, their bond with it was profound. Notably, in Yuanan County, fish caught from the river invariably fetched a higher price than those from elsewhere. Qing and Lang seldom played near the Yangtze River embankment. Spying a gentle slope covered in soft sand, they were overcome with excitement, turning to Cheng Yi, their small arms reaching out eagerly. They yearned to play in the sand. Qing tugged at Cheng Yi, urging him to descend, eager to indulge in the sandy delight. A glance back at Lang revealed him diligently clutching a handful of broken tiles and stones, waiting attentively for Cheng Yi's approval. How could he refuse? Cheng Yi stifled a laugh, nodding and saying, "Play down there, but don't wander too far. Daddy will be right there." As soon as the words left his lips, the 2 little ones dashed off. Despite their short legs, they ran swiftly, almost tumbling into the sand. Nearby, several village women recognized Cheng Yi and promptly greeted him with cheerful waves. In recent times, who among the families in Chengji village had sold snails to him. In a year marked by famine and financial hardship, earning even a couple of coins was a significant blessing. Hence, Cheng Yi's standing in their eyes had risen considerably. Sensing he was preoccupied, many waved and smiled, saying, "You go on. Aunt Zhao will look after the kids for you." In the afternoon, I ventured into your yard to trim the tails of the snails. Do remember to provide a new pair of scissors. The old ones lack the necessary strength. Cheng Yi expressed his gratitude with a smile, then cautioned Qingqing to refrain from running about. Afterward, he turned and proceeded towards the opposite side of the dam. A modest wooden house with 3 rooms belonged to Lin Yaodong. The yard was enclosed by a fence, within which several free-range chickens roamed, their droppings scattered across the ground. Beneath the persimmon tree outside, a slender black dog was tethered. Despite its lean frame, it appeared quite ferocious. As soon as anyone approached the fence, it would bark with fervor, tugging at the tree in tandem. Woof, woof. The large black dog bared its teeth and barked at Cheng Yi. Before long, Lin Yaodong's voice resonated from within the house. Chapter 54, Astonishing. Are you Sandongzi? Dai, what are you shouting about? It's so noisy. Lin Yaodong grumbled as he emerged from the house, irritated. Who would steal chickens in broad daylight? Can't you be a bit smarter? It's too loud. I haven't even woken up yet. After the events of the previous night, Lin Yaodong was still in a daze. Despite it being nearly 8 or 9 in the morning, he lingered in bed, reluctant to rise. In the countryside, it was customary for people to rise at 5 or 6 o'clock, as everyone was a farmer relying on the little grain from the fields to make a living. Everything they consumed depended on it. How could they not tend to it diligently? In Chengji village, many people would first work in the fields before returning for breakfast. Who else would sleep in as late as Lin Yaodong did? His father had already gone to work in the fields, and his mother, Zi, had just returned, noticing someone standing by their door, seemingly approaching their home. Upon stepping outside, Lin Yaodong scolded Dahei a couple more times, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and focused to see clearly. "Chengge," he exclaimed, surprised. "What brings you here?" Seeing that Dahei still wanted to bark, Lin Yaodong bared his teeth, stomped his foot on the ground, and commanded, "Go away. Be quiet." Dahei understood and, with a few whimpers, tucked his tail and moved to the side. Cheng Yi said, "I'm not here for anything else but to inquire about what happened yesterday. I don't know that person, but I thought you might." Lin Yaodong nodded. After returning last night, he had meticulously gone over the words exchanged with Cheng Yi in his mind. He had a vague understanding of the situation. Now, seeing Cheng Yi, he felt he appeared much taller. That man is called Wei Zi. He is a local thug. Years ago, during the crackdown, he even spent time in prison in the Northwest. Lin Yaodong clenched his fist, sneering. He's quite fierce, reckless in fights. That's why many people seek him out for tasks. He'll do anything for money, utterly despicable. Cheng Yi paused and asked, "Did you see him coming directly for me?" Lin Yaodong nodded, his expression puzzled. "Yes, I saw him holding something in his hand, and his eyes were fixed on you, heading straight towards you. That's why I asked if you've offended someone." "Offended someone?" Cheng Yi stroked his chin and added, "How about you accompany me to the dance hall tomorrow and recount the events to Boss Yang?" Lin Yaodong grinned, nodding enthusiastically and patting his chest. "All right." After agreeing, he scratched his head and then, with a playful demeanor, approached Cheng Yi, leaning close to whisper in his ear, "Chengge, I understood what you said yesterday, and I plan to embark on a venture of my own. I'll walk the right path and show everyone that I can achieve great things." In truth, Lin Yaodong had resolved to seek out old Yang at the station today to accept a task, not merely for the reward but to establish a reputation for himself. Cheng Yi observed the spirited gleam in the young man's eyes, filled with ambition. A novel sensation began to burgeon, coursing through his veins. As he exhaled a sigh of relief, a sense of gratification enveloped him. He patted his shoulder and said, "If you wish to accomplish something, then go ahead. I await the day you achieve greatness." Lin Yaodong secretly straightened his chest. Meanwhile, not far away, Zi had finally reached her doorstep. She discreetly scrutinized the visitor and discovered it was Cheng Yi. In recent days, she had heard villagers speak of how Cheng Yi had helped everyone earn money. And even the 3 brothers from the neighboring Zhu family had recounted their days of feasting at his home. My, how bountiful it was! The succulent white meat, braised with preserved vegetables. One bite, it was bursting with flavor. The Zhu brothers had returned home after a day of stomach troubles. The richness was simply overwhelming. In these times, who would be so generous as to assist others? Yingzi felt a twinge of desire. Yet her family's lack of acquaintance with Cheng Yi made it difficult for her to voice her intention to earn a bit of money at his home. Upon seeing Cheng Yi enter her yard and recognizing her son, a flicker of joy ignited within her. She slung her vegetable basket over her arm and hurried towards him, tossing a sickle into the basket, rubbing her hands together, and quickly opened the door for Cheng Yi. "Oh, it's the second son of the Cheng family. What brings you here? Come in and have a seat." Yingzi was exceedingly cordial. After speaking, she promptly pushed open her fence gate and shot a fierce glare at Lin Yaodong, scolding, "You lazy child, always sleeping, and when guests arrive, you don't even think to invite them in. What kind of behavior is this, standing at the door?" Cheng Yi, he hastily gestured to decline, but found Yingzi already beaming as she led him inside, setting her vegetable basket down and ushering all the chickens in the yard into their coop. "Annie, really, you don't need to. I'm just looking for Yaodong." Before he could finish, Yingzi called out, "Sandongzi, hurry and bring a glass of water for the second son of the Cheng family. What are you dawdling for?" In that instant, Cheng Yi froze, the buzzing in his ears overwhelming. He could scarcely believe his ears. Sandongzi? Who was she calling? His temples throbbed, and before he could collect his thoughts, he noticed Lin Yaodong reluctantly responding, shooting a knowing glance at Cheng Yi, tucking his shirt into his waistband, and soon emerging with a bowl in hand. "Cheng Yi, that's just how my mom is. Don't take it to heart." He flashed a grin, revealing his white teeth. "Here, that's your water." Cheng Yi fixed his gaze on Lin Yaodong, his expression cold and grave. He accepted the water and took a sip. The icy liquid coursed down his throat, finally clearing his mind. "Dongzi?" He paused, looking at Lin Yaodong, and tentatively called out, "Aren't you Lin Yaodong?" Lin Yaodong scratched his head, beaming brightly. "Chinga, what you say? I'm the third child of my family, so they call me Sandongzi, just as my mom calls you the second son of the Cheng family." Lin Yaodong grinned as he responded. Noticing Cheng Yi's somber expression, he paused momentarily before inquiring, "What's the matter, Brother Cheng? Is the water too cold? How forgetful of me. I shall fetch you some hot water." With that, he hurried towards the kitchen. Bowl in hand, Cheng Yi remained seated on the bamboo chair in the courtyard, his mind seemingly weaving together fragmented thoughts. He was uncertain about the events that had transpired, yet he was acutely aware that Lin Yaodong was indeed the unidentified corpse that had appeared in the newspaper in his previous life. Due to confidentiality measures, only the name Sandongzi had been mentioned in the report, seeking someone to claim the body. Cheng Yi found this memory particularly vivid. At that moment, he felt a chill in his limbs. In his former life, he had no connection whatsoever to Sandongzi. In fact, from a certain perspective, he was merely a stranger who had graced the pages of a newspaper. Chapter 55. The unease of Lin Qingran. She appeared to have wept, and now he stood before her, startlingly vivid and real. Just last night, he had saved her. Cheng Yi exhaled deeply, reaching up to rub his temples. Why did he feel as though he had stepped into a quagmire? Lin Yaodong emerged, carrying a cup of hot water. He placed it before Cheng Yi and inquired if Cheng Yi still intended to collect snails. Cheng Yi sipped the water and seized the opportunity to greet Lin Yaodong's mother, claiming he needed to discuss something with her son, thus leading Lin Yaodong outside. Upon reaching the banks of the Yangtze River, the two settled down, and Cheng Yi's gaze fell upon two little ones frolicking joyfully. "What are your plans lately?" Cheng Yi asked. Lin Yaodong scratched his head, bewildered. "What, plans?" He began counting on his fingers, gathering snails to save for a wife. "Buying some throat medicine for my father. My mother envies other silver rings, so I want to get her one." He rambled on for quite a while, then paused and cryptically added, "Moreover, I'm preparing to undertake a significant endeavor." "A significant endeavor?" Cheng Yi sensed a different undertone. "What sort of endeavor?" Lin Yaodong continued. "There's a police officer who frequently catches me, Old Yang. He mentioned they need someone for a task, an undercover job, to help catch bad guys. If I succeed, I'll receive a big red flower and a 500 yuan reward." Lin Yaodong animatedly gestured. 500 yuan was substantial enough for him to realize many of his aspirations. Cheng Yi's expression gradually darkened. Indeed, he had not misjudged the situation. Taking a deep breath, he felt a headache coming on. He placed a hand on Lin Yaodong's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Being an undercover agent is perilous. Have you considered that? Isn't everything dangerous these days? Lin Yaodong shrugged. Last year, I nearly got beaten to death by security for stealing wires at the factory. That is just as dangerous, and it doesn't pay. Moreover, the reputation is terrible. I might as well assist the police. More money and a good reputation. Cheng Yi was left speechless. Should he bluntly state that such endeavors could cost a life? After contemplating for a moment, he asked, "You're going undercover just for the money? What if you lose your life?" "Brother Cheng, our lives are the least valuable," Lin Yaodong replied, a bitter smile on his face. "My parents never cared for me. I am well aware of that. Sneaking around is manageable when I'm small. At worst, I'll get beaten. But if I were to steal something valuable and got caught, no one would know if I were to be killed." Lin Yaodong's eyes sparkled with determination. "I aspire to be an undercover agent. Once I succeed, I'll be exonerated, and then I can settle down, find a job, marry, and have a healthy child, living an ordinary life. Isn't this what you wanted to discuss with me yesterday? Walking the straight path, earning honest money." Cheng Yi could no longer find words to respond. He lowered his gaze, observing a patch of tender grass struggling to break through the cold earth. It was a vibrant and tenacious spirit, embodying an indomitable will to survive. After a considerable pause, Cheng Yi finally spoke again, smiling as he gazed at Lin Yaodong. Inquiring, "Would you like to join me in business? I shall pay you a salary." Lin Yaodong was momentarily taken aback, then, overwhelmed with joy, leapt from the ground. "Really? Is this true?" His hair was tousled by the wind, his eyes sparkling with excitement, and before Cheng Yi could respond, he suddenly knelt before him. "Master." Cheng Yi's eyelids twitched, caught between laughter and tears. What was this? Had he inadvertently gained a disciple for free? 3 days later, Cheng Yi's hand had notably healed, and he held a bowl, sipping water while directing Lin Yaodong in frying river snails. "Here in our household's clay pot, 2 pieces of fatty meat are required to render the oil. Pork fat is the most aromatic. These spices must be measured precisely. 5 pounds of river snails is just right for 1 pot. Add all these spices." Cheng Yi's teachings about business were not entirely comprehensive. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he possessed an abundance of cunning. He decided to keep the secret recipe for the river snails to himself, for this was the foundation of his initial capital. Cheng Yi estimated that the river snail business could sustain itself for another month. Such street food ventures depended heavily on the weather. During this period, the influx of customers buying river snails had gradually diminished. Even though villagers from neighboring areas sent people here, they were ultimately distracted by the allure of the river. Furthermore, Yuanan County was merely a county town. In the end, Cheng Yi's operation boiled down to just these 2 pots. As the market approached saturation, profits began to stabilize. After some calculations, Cheng Yi concluded that the daily net profit at the state-run second store was approximately 400 yuan. This implied that, over the course of a month, he could become a notable figure, earning 10,000 yuan from selling river snails. Regrettably, the limitations of this business were significant. It was likely that after a month, the snails would become scarce, necessitating the purchase of snails from outside the region. This would inevitably increase costs and transportation risks, slicing profits in half. Cheng Yi realized it was time to pivot. With this initial capital, he would have more options and the opportunity to venture into a broader world. Lin Yaodong was sweating profusely as he cooked, yet his eyes shone brightly. Young and vigorous, he wielded the spatula with remarkable ease. "Master, look, is it ready?" Cheng Yi casually pinched a piece and tossed it into his mouth, savoring the flavor. Nodding, he said, "The taste is right. Pack it into a basin and deliver it to the state-run second store this afternoon." Lin Yaodong chuckled, nodding eagerly. Feeling the heat, he shed his outer garment and fetched an enamel basin to carefully pack the snails, wrapping them meticulously in oil paper. At this moment, Huzi and others arrived to assist, lifting the basin to cool it aside, and then helping to feed the donkey. Qing and Lang were playing with water in the yard. Lin Yaodong crafted small water guns for them from bamboo, filling them with water, and with a squirt, they could shoot quite far. Ha! I hit Daddy! I hit Daddy! A spray of water shot forth, drenching Cheng Yi's pant leg. Qing stifled her giggles, while Lang hastily concealed his water gun, a guilty expression on his face. Cheng Yi, feeling somewhat helpless, gently patted and admonished. Be careful not to get your clothes wet, or Mother will be displeased upon her return. All right, Qing replied sweetly, just as she was about to lift her water gun when, unexpectedly, she caught sight of Lin Qingran stepping through the door. Mama! She exclaimed joyfully, quickly concealing the water gun and rushing over to cling to Lin Qingran's arm, playfully pouting. Hug me, Qing and Lang. The little girl's voice was soft and endearing. Lin Qingran knelt down, embracing the two children in her arms, affectionately nuzzling them and cooing gentle words. However, from a short distance away, Cheng Yi, with a smile on his face, perceptively noticed that something was amiss with Lin Qingran. Her complexion appeared somewhat pale, and the cuffs of her cashmere coat were misshapen, as if they had been tugged at. Her eyes also bore a hint of redness, suggesting she had been weeping. Chapter 56. Holding her close, the two little ones, still quite young, remained oblivious to Lin Qingran's unusual emotions. They indulged in some playful affection before happily scampering off to play with their water guns. Lin Qingran carried a cloth bag containing medicinal concoctions and the meat she had purchased. With her head bowed, she entered, seemingly sensing Cheng Yi's gaze upon her. She lifted her eyes to meet his, and the fleeting panic in her eyes was swiftly captured. I bought a pig's trotter. Lin Qingran quickly smiled, raising her hand to shake the bag, pointing out its contents. They say that eating what one lacks will bring about healing. Consuming this pig's trotter will surely help your hand recover. Cheng Yi pursed his lips, gazing intently at her, and eventually nodded, softly replying, All right, I will cook later. Lin Qingran was taken aback, her brows furrowing. But your hand is still injured. You cannot exert yourself. Just stand aside and instruct me on what to do. No heavy lifting for you. Cheng Yi obediently nodded. When she looked up again, she found Lin Qingran had already averted her gaze and was briskly entering the kitchen. She fetched a porcelain basin and began to wash the vegetables, engrossed in her tasks. Meanwhile, Lin Yaosheng, having finished frying snails and washed his hands, stepped out of the kitchen and greeted Cheng Yi, Master. I will head back now. I shall return after lunch. With that, Lin Yaosheng made to leave, followed closely by Huzi and the others, heads bowed and avoiding eye contact. During their previous assistance, Lin Yaosheng had already acknowledged Cheng Yi as his master, who provided him a salary and included him in the business, offering him a legitimate path forward. What more could one ask for, akin to having a second set of parents? Moreover, it was no secret that these young lads consumed food with abandon. Each could devour 3 large bowls of rice without touching a vegetable, leaving little room for communal meals. As they prepared to depart, Cheng Yi hurriedly called out, Where are you all rushing off to? Are you afraid I shall impoverish myself if you don't eat? Am I truly that stingy? Lin Yaosheng and the others halted, turning to Cheng Yi with awkward chuckles, scratching their heads. Master, that's not what we meant. Cheng Yi gestured with his chin. If that's not your intention, then lend a hand in the kitchen instead of just standing idly. Given the circumstances, Lin Yaosheng and the others could hardly refuse, especially with the enticing sight of the pig's trotter. All right, I will help the mistress. I shall tend the fire. I can stoke it fiercely. I will wash the vegetables. Having grown accustomed to frugality, they were adept at various tasks. The 3 young men busied themselves in the yard, leaving Lin Qingran momentarily at a loss as her duties were usurped. Wife. Cheng Yi approached her with a smile, waving his hand in front of her. What are you thinking about? Lin Qingran snapped back to reality, forcing a smile. Oh, nothing much. I still need to organize the clothes I collected yesterday. I will go fold them. With that, she turned and walked toward the house, while Cheng Yi quietly followed in her wake. In a previous life, he would have paid little heed to Lin Qingran's emotional state. Instead, he would have concerned himself with how to borrow money or secure a position in a theater troupe. However, upon his rebirth, Cheng Yi's heart had been illuminated. The affairs of his beloved wife now took precedence above all else. As they entered the room, he gently closed the door behind them, isolating themselves from the chaotic clamor outside, enveloping the space in an extraordinary silence. Though they had entered ostensibly to organize her clothes, Lin Qingran stood frozen in place after opening the trunk, her head bowed, hair lightly brushing her face, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, lips pressed tightly together. Lost in thought, Cheng Yi felt a pang of heartache. He approached her, placing a gentle hand on her shoulder, and murmured, "Wife?" Startled, Lin Qingran snapped back to reality, attempting to force a smile, only to find Cheng Yi gazing intently at her, his brow furrowed, as he asked each word with care. "What has happened?" Lin Qingran's lips quivered slightly as she inhaled deeply, responding in a muted voice, "It's nothing." Cheng Yi, feeling both helpless and distressed, took her hand and led her to sit beside the bed. "Are you truly not going to tell me?" Moments passed in silence, and this time, Cheng Yi chose to refrain from speaking. He narrowed his eyes, suddenly gripping her shoulders, and with a gentle yet firm motion, he leaned closer toward her. "What are you doing?" Lin Qingran gasped in surprise, her eyes widening as she realized she had been pinned onto the bed. Behind her was the soft mattress, and above her loomed Cheng Yi, who held her securely in his embrace, gazing down at her. She was encircled by his arms, with a scent permeating the air around them. Cheng Yi merely smiled as he held her wrist, lifting his bandaged hand before her eyes. "I am merely concerned for my wife," he declared, leaning in closer, narrowing the distance between them. The atmosphere grew taut and charged with unspoken tension. A sliver of midday breeze slipped through the newspaper-covered window, warm and gentle, lifting Lin Qingran's hair just enough to partially obscure her profile. Since Cheng Yi's rebirth, their household had flourished, the meals had improved, and there was abundance. Their two little ones had grown significantly, and Lin Qingran's appearance had transformed as well. The richness of life had rendered her more rounded and full. Although she had once been slender, it was an unhealthy thinness. Now, with a bit more flesh, her skin had taken on a fuller glow, dispelling the pallor that once marked her, rendering her fairer. At first glance, she resembled a ripening peach, exuding an irresistible allure with every gesture. Cheng Yi found it impossible to tear his gaze away. Now, as he held her down, their skin inevitably brushed against one another, with certain areas nearly pressing against his chest, stirring a reaction within him. Lin Qingran's face flushed instantly. Stammering, she attempted to push him away, but upon seeing the bandage on his hand, she hesitated to exert any force. They remained in that tense standoff for a while, until finally, her eyes glistened with tears. She turned her head away and softly confessed, "I ran into my parents at the hospital." Cheng Yi raised an eyebrow. "Your in-laws? At the hospital?" In truth, Lin Qingran visited the People's Hospital in the county today, where she encountered her parents, Lin Mingsheng and Zhao Chunjiao. Lin Mingsheng's lungs were in poor condition, seemingly afflicted by a pulmonary ailment, and he had been coughing for half a month, unable to go to the hospital for examination and medication. As fate would have it, he ran into Lin Qingran, who was there to purchase medicine, right at the hospital's entrance. At first glance, neither of them dared to recognize the other. The woman clad in a cashmere cardigan, adorned with a floral mid-length dress, her complexion fair and her appearance striking. Was she truly their daughter, Lin Qingran? Goodness! Zhao Chunjiao could hardly believe her eyes. The last time she had seen Lin Qingran was after the previous year's New Year, during the Lantern Festival when she had chanced upon her while visiting relatives. Chapter 57. Once married, we are one family. The girl, accompanied by two small children, timidly walked down the street with her head bowed, seemingly inquiring about the prices from the street vendors. Clutched tightly in her hand was a dyed blue handkerchief, which likely contained some coins, grasped firmly as if it were a lifeline, her expression one of poverty and despair. At that moment, Zhao Chunjiao was carrying pork when she spotted Lin Qingran. Instinctively, she turned on her heel to avoid being seen, fearing that Lin Qingran might approach her. Upon her return, she deliberately avoided her, anxious that Lin Qingran might again ask to borrow money. Thus, several months had passed since their last encounter. Unexpectedly, they met in the hospital, and Zhao Chunjiao was taken aback by the transformation in Lin Qingran. How had she become so radiant and beautiful? Particularly striking was the bulging cloth bag slung over her shoulder, evidently filled with items recently purchased from the department store, suggesting she had spent quite a sum. Enraged, Zhao Chunjiao informed Lin Minsheng and hurried over, grabbing Lin Qingran's arm. "Mother?" Lin Qingran, clearly surprised to see Zhao Chunjiao there, asked, "What are you doing here? Is it you or my father who is unwell? What does it hurt?" Zhao Chunjiao, with a sarcastic tone, retorted, "You still remember to ask about me and your father? It has been months without a word. They say a married daughter is like spilled water. Raising you has been in vain." Lin Qingran's face turned pale, then flushed with anger. She lowered her head, silent, wanting to explain her recent difficulties and busyness, which had prevented her from visiting. However, Zhao Chunjiao would hear none of it. She tugged at Lin Qingran with increasing force, even raising her voice to lament how arduous it had been to raise such an ungrateful daughter, drawing the attention of passers-by in the bustling hospital. The prying eyes and hushed whispers caused Lin Qingran's cheeks to burn with embarrassment. Clenching her fists, she stood there, overwhelmed by the buzzing in her ears, unable to absorb anything around her. Realizing she had been too loud, Zhao Chunjiao muttered a few words, wiped her tears, and patted the back of Lin Qingran's hand. "Mother cares for you. Why don't you come home to see your father? He is ill and may not have many years left. Even if you're upset, you shouldn't take it out on him." With swollen eyes, Zhao Chunjiao wept. Yet, Lin Qingran remained silent. Finally, it was Zhao Chunjiao who broke the silence, asking Lin Qingran for 10 yuan for medical expenses before releasing her grip. Yet, before departing, she firmly patted Lin Qingran's hand, urging her to visit both her and Lin Minsheng. Lin Qingran nearly fled in distress. As she returned home, her mind replayed memories from her childhood. She, too, was human, a daughter who had once held deep gratitude for her parents' upbringing. In the year they were newly married, Cheng Yi was still somewhat aimless. However, as a young couple, where would they find the means? Lin Qingran saved diligently, crafted cloth, and toiled through the night to sew 2 pairs of cotton shoes. She also made steamed buns, all neatly arranged in a basket, which she asked Cheng Yi to carry back to her parents' home. Yet, what awaited her was a barrage of scornful remarks. These trivial items seemed to tarnish the family's reputation. They urged her not to return. During the festive season, she wept until her eyes were swollen. It was not until she secured a job making trousers that she finally saved enough money to honor her parents, earning a modicum of approval. As time passed, life unfolded day by day. She established her own household, bore children, and gradually began to comprehend her parents' treatment of her. It boiled down to 2 words: favoritism. Among the 3 siblings, she was the eldest and the least favored. From a young age, she took on the responsibility of caring for her younger siblings, sacrificing her own food to ensure they grew strong. Opportunities for education were never afforded to her. After completing elementary school, she remained home to manage household chores. During the new year, while her siblings received new garments, she was left to wear discarded clothes from Zhao Chunjiao, or patched-up, tattered cotton jackets. Zhao Chunjiao always reminded her that as the eldest, she ought to make sacrifices for her younger siblings. Yet, as she grew, she realized that there was no such obligation. It was simply a matter of disfavor. Now, witnessing her life improve, her parents seemed to have rekindled their interest in her, cunningly coaxing her to return, likely for financial gain. During times of hardship, they never once reached out. Yet now that Cheng Yi was prospering and she had accumulated some savings, their intentions were clear. Lin Qingran felt aggrieved and sorrowful, yet she had no desire to burden Cheng Yi with her family's troubles. After all, these were her family's debts, and it would be unfair to trouble him with her distress. At this moment, pressed by Cheng Yi, Lin Qingran hesitantly divulged her feelings, her small face pale, turning away to stubbornly refrain from shedding tears. Cheng Yi pressed his lips together, his brow furrowed. With tenderness, he leaned down and gently kissed away the tears from her eyes. "Is this what troubles you?" he asked softly. Lin Qingran nodded and murmured, "Yes. Life is just beginning to improve. I do not want you to be distracted. Moreover, this is my family's matter. I cannot let you bear this burden." Cheng Yi sighed and shifted to lie beside her on the bed, gazing at the ceiling. His fingers casually intertwined with hers. What do you mean by your family and my family? Now that we are married, we are one family. He interrupted her. Challenges arise, and even the most righteous cannot resolve familial disputes, let alone us. They merely desire money. Matters that can be resolved with money are trivial. Do not dwell on this anymore. Do you hear? Cheng Yi's voice resonated softly in her ear. In the next moment, Lin Qingran suddenly turned her head, gazing intently at him. Her eyes sparkled, still glistening from her recent tears, their redness lending a depth that seemed to penetrate the soul. I do not wish to perpetually support my maternal family. Lin Qingran spoke softly. Though she had not received a formal education, her thoughts were direct and unadulterated. I now have my own household, with numerous responsibilities that demand financial resources. I no longer wish to live as I once did. Fortunately, her mindset was one of freedom. Perhaps it was during that fateful, snowy night when she was hastily expelled by Zhao Chunzhou, her basket of buns and steamed bread tumbling to the ground, that she came to this realization. She had always been an outsider. Cheng Yi, however, was taken aback by Lin Qingran's declaration. In this era, the chains that bind women are the most formidable, particularly in the realm of thought. Chapter 58. Wealth unclaimed. Is foolishness what woman speaks of the futility of education? Often merely to support her brothers? Cheng Yi felt a warm surge of affection and gently traced circles on Lin Qingran's palm. In a moment of joy, he leaned in and swiftly kissed her cheek. Ah, truly you are my beloved, he praised. But what if, just what if, my parents come looking for me? Lin Qingran expressed her concern. After finally achieving a semblance of tranquility in her life, she genuinely feared it would be disrupted once more. Cheng Yi chuckled softly and pointed to the tip of his nose. What do you think your man is for? He leaned closer, enveloping her in a gentle embrace, resting his chin atop her head. Rest assured, I will handle everything. 2 days later, Cheng Yi's hand had nearly healed, and since the injury was on his left hand, it was not overly troublesome. Additionally, the business of cooking and delivering snail dishes had begun to show modest progress. The booming trade at the state-run second store had caught the attention of other establishments, leading them to eagerly inquire and seek collaboration. It is foolishness to forego wealth. Cheng Yi did not hesitate, but organized a small bidding, securing a monthly entry fee of 100 yuan, which allowed him to open 2 more shops. He entrusted the cooking and delivery of snails to Lin Yaosheng and his gang of young associates, ensuring they received their wages monthly. With the production line established, all Cheng Yi needed to do was oversee the accounts and collect the earnings. Upon arriving at the Golden Phoenix Dance Hall, the doorman, Zhao Dahong, hurried over to greet him. You're here. How is your injury? Feeling better? Over time, Zhao Dahong had developed a fondness for Cheng Yi, admiring not only his capabilities, but also his amiable nature. He attempted to offer a cigarette, but Cheng Yi waved it away with a smile. Chu Yi, there is nothing to worry about. Look, it hasn't hindered me at all. Cheng Yi raised his arm playfully, demonstrating his full range of motion. Zhao Dahong grinned widely, engaging him in light conversation before bringing up the events of the day. Rest assured, our boss is taking this matter to heart. You're now the cornerstone of our Golden Phoenix Dance Hall. Your face represents our establishment. Zhao Dahong exclaimed, swearing to ensure the opposition would be left with nothing. Cheng Yi nodded in agreement, glancing around before inquiring, where's Boss Yang? Shouldn't he be opening up soon? Traditionally, Yang Shouxian stand at the entrance to welcome the first guests, sharing pleasantries and casual conversation. However, today, he was conspicuously absent. Zhao Dahong leaned in, lowering his voice conspiratorially. I've heard rumors that he's meeting with a potential new client, looking to rent some of our rarely used private rooms, and the offer price is quite substantial. He raised a finger to emphasize his point. 100 yuan for a single night. In an era where the average wage barely reached a few dozen yuan, 100 yuan for a room for one night was indeed an extraordinary sum. Zhao Dahong was still marveling at the immense profits generated by the dance hall. Engrossed in her musings, completely oblivious to the sudden grimace that crossed Cheng Yi's face. Indeed, it was likely that the dance hall had attracted unwelcome attention at this very moment. Zhao Dahong chattered on about various gossip, but Cheng Yi had lost interest. Moments latte. Satisfied, Zhao Dahong made her way to the entrance to collect fees, while Cheng Yi squatted at the doorway, silently observing as the night descended. A diverse crowd, their faces adorned with smiles and imbued with the essence of spring, entered the Golden Phoenix dance hall. The vibrant neon lights flickered, and the throng surged like a tide, creating a scene of bustling exuberance that enveloped every face in warmth. Yet, who could foresee that in just a few weeks, this very place would be sealed and left in dismal silence? In his previous life, Cheng Yi would have undoubtedly remained a passive observer of such matters. It is human nature. After all, the more one experiences, the more apathetic one becomes. With a clear awareness of the potential consequences, he would never engage in endeavors that were thankless and could attract scrutiny. However, in this life, having been taken in by Yang Shouxian and lent a sum of money during his most critical and challenging times, how could Cheng Yi possibly stand idly by? As night deepened and the clock approached 9, Yang Shouxian finally returned, thoroughly intoxicated. Upon arriving at the dance hall entrance, he lifted his eyelids and immediately spotted Cheng Yi squatting there. Seeing Cheng Yi, Yang Shouxian mustered some energy. In high spirits, he radiated joy, his body reeking of alcohol. 2 personal bodyguards flanked him, approaching with smiles and waving at Cheng Yi. With a burp, Yang Shouxian grinned and exclaimed, "Why aren't you inside? It's fine even if you're just resting instead of singing. You're under my protection. Come on in. Our dance hall is free for you." Cheng Yi stepped forward. Noticing that despite the drunkenness, Yang Shouxian's eyes retained some clarity. "I'll assist Boss Yang inside," Cheng Yi replied with a smile. Initially, the bodyguards intended to refuse, but Yang Shouxian waved his hand dismissively and walked toward Cheng Yi, placing a hand on his shoulder and guiding him inside. Go, go, go. Let us all enjoy the music and dancing. What is there to fear in our own territory? I've already taken care of everyone." The previous incident had served as a wake-up call for Yang Shouxian. With Cheng Yi here today, he intended to clarify the matters from last time, and thus willingly followed Cheng Yi into the dance hall. Most importantly, Yang Shouxian was genuinely elated today. A substantial deal had come through. Someone from the provincial capital had approached him, expressing interest in renting a room in his dance hall at a staggering price of 100 yuan per day. The offer was astonishingly lucrative, and Yang Shouxian felt as though fortune had smiled upon him. Earning money in such a straightforward manner was unheard of. He immediately treated people to drinks and tried various ways to inquire about what was happening inside. Unfortunately, the other party remained tight-lipped, unwilling to divulge even a single word. After having a few drinks, Yang Shouxian decided not to press further. After all, given the multitude of gray areas in these times, what they did inside had no bearing on him. When the time comes, should anything untoward occur, he is convinced that there are individuals within the police system who could easily smooth things over. Once the money is secured, a portion can be discreetly distributed to facilitate connections, such as the essence of a mutually beneficial alliance between the shadows and the light. Ah, Xiaocheng, I have inquired with my contacts within, and it is indeed true that someone is seeking to cause you trouble. Yang Shouxian let out a hearty belch, reclining comfortably in his executive chair as he lit a cigarette for himself. However, that fellow remained obstinately vague, merely stating that a letter accompanied by money had been sent, but he could not divulge the sender's identity. Eventually, after some persuasion, he revealed that the letter had originated from the theater troupe. Yet he steadfastly refused to disclose any further information, proving to be quite the tough nut to crack. The theater troupe? Cheng Yi's eyelids twitched slightly. That place, once familiar to him, was home to many adversaries, having engaged in numerous reckless escapades. However, he could not recall when he had offended someone to such a grave extent. Chapter 59. A stern warning observing Cheng Yi's troubled expression, Yang Shouxian offered him a cigarette, assuring him, "Rest assured, I have already made arrangements with my connections in the underworld. As long as you remain in Yuanan County, no one will dare to trouble you." As he spoke, Yang's face radiated confidence. Over the past 2 months, his business had flourished, and with some income from dubious ventures, his status in Yuanan County had risen dramatically. Who would dare to disregard his influence? He declared that as long as Cheng Yi stayed within the county's borders, and as long as Yang Shouxian was around, no one would dare to lay a finger on him. Cheng Yi sighed inwardly. He looked at Yang Shouxian and said, "Thank you, Boss Yang." After a brief pause, He scrutinized Yang Shouxian, tentatively inquiring, "Did you strike a significant deal today, Boss Yang?" Yang Shouxian, reclining comfortably in his chair, did not hide the truth. He chuckled, "Indeed. Someone from the provincial city came to rent a space and has taken a liking to our dance hall. Both the Good Sister Dance Hall and our Golden Phoenix Dance Hall were considered, but in the end, they chose us. You should take some credit for this. If it weren't for the numerous guests you've attracted, this fortune might not have fallen into our laps." He joked, 100 yuan for one room in a single night. What a tremendous windfall. Yang Shouxian's mind began to calculate the potential profits. With 3 private rooms, the net income for one night would amount to 300 yuan. Considering additional sales of beverages and fruits, a rough estimate suggested a monthly income of at least 10,000 yuan. In these times, earning 10,000 a month was indeed a remarkable boon, even for someone like Yang Shouxian. "Boss Yang," Cheng Yi's voice suddenly pierced the atmosphere, akin to a shard of ice thrown into boiling steam. His tone was grave, and his gaze fixed intently on Yang Shouxian, dark and piercing. 100 yuan for merely renting a room. Doesn't that seem excessively high? Cheng Yi remarked. As the old saying goes, where there is an anomaly, there lies a demon. Have you not considered this, Boss Yang? Yang Shouxian lit another cigarette, his demeanor considerably steadier. He waved his hand dismissively and replied, "Of course I've considered it. I'm not some naive fool. I understand they are not renting for legitimate purposes. But so what?" With a shrug, Yang Shouxian exuded nonchalance. "As long as we don't get involved, if we are ever questioned, we can firmly deny any connection. A little expenditure will ensure that we remain unscathed." Yang spoke with a degree of conviction. In reality, the Golden Phoenix Dance Hall was not solely a venue for singing. It also harbored many unsavory dealings. For instance, numerous women who relied on their charms frequented the hall. Once the doors opened, they would present themselves in their finest attire. Amidst the swirling colored lights, desires were easily ignited. Once a transaction was consummated, they would discreetly depart with their companions. In order to secure a contract, a small commission is paid to the dance hall. With the more business one attracts, the greater the sum handed over. If you possess genuine skill and manage to entice patrons to purchase substantial amounts of beverages, Yang Shouxian is generous, even subsidizing the ladies a little each month. These tactics were learned from the bustling port city of Yangcheng, which Yang Shouxian adopted entirely. Although he has been questioned a few times, Yang Shouxian has connections that bolster his standing within this gray area. The age-old practice of prostitution, founded on mutual consent, has existed throughout history. No matter how stringent the crackdown, it remains unyielding. Moreover, as the proprietor of a dance hall, Yang Shouxian cannot simply expel his guests. Thus, amidst the ongoing negotiations, and with Yang Shouxian sufficiently compensated, he has encountered no losses over the past couple of years. This time, he assumed the same would hold true. Even if they were indeed engaged in something illicit, what concern was it of his? Ignorance, after all, is no crime. Upon witnessing Yang Shouxian's demeanor, Cheng Yi resolved to take a more assertive approach. "Boss Yang, I speak to you as a true brother," he began earnestly. "I merely mention this in passing. If my words are unpalatable, do not take them to heart. However, I feel compelled to address this as we all desire the continued prosperity of the dance hall." Cheng Yi lowered his voice, articulating each word with precision. "Brother Yang, are you aware that allowing others to indulge in drug use is against the law?" "Drug use?" Yang Shouxian paused, straightening slightly in his seat, his hands momentarily freezing. "Are you implying?" He elongated the final word, curiosity etched on his face. Cheng Yi nodded, his expression turning grave. "In recent years, Yunnan has intensified the crackdown, resulting in the deaths of numerous police officers. The state has tightened its grip. Trafficking over 50 grams of narcotics can lead to a death sentence." Cheng Yi's tone rose and fell dramatically. When he uttered the words "death sentence," he deliberately slowed his speech, emphasizing each syllable, even raising his hand in the form of a gun, his gaze icy as he pressed his finger against his temple. In that dim, confined office, his voice resonated like the sudden strumming of a string in a cold, shadowy place. It struck a chord deep within Yang Shouxian. An inexplicable chill coursed through him. He licked his cracked lips, instinctively lowering his gaze to the extinguished cigarette held between his fingers, drawing a couple of desperate puffs. In truth, he had some inkling about the drug use. One could deceive everyone, but not oneself. Over the past 2 years, many affluent young individuals from the provincial capital had taken to dabbling in this illicit activity, and as the authorities intensified their efforts, the locations for such indulgences had dwindled. The penalties for such offenses are severe, and the profits alluringly high. Deep down, Yang Shoshin harbored a vague awareness of this reality. Yet there was still a lingering sense of misplaced luck within him. But I'm not a trafficker. How can I be held accountable for their actions? Surely, they cannot execute me. Yang Shoshian's voice was hoarse, yet it seemed as though he was attempting to bolster his own courage. He nodded slightly and said, "We are merely honest businessmen, running a nightclub where people come to sing, dance, and have fun in private rooms. We know nothing about anything. Surely, there will be no trouble. Is that so?" Cheng Yi suddenly emphasized his words, raising his tone. "Brother Yang, have you considered that if this matter truly posed no risk, why would they come all the way from the provincial capital to our Yuanan County? Once this issue is seized upon by those in higher authority and investigated, will the acquaintances you have in Yuanan County truly be of any assistance?" Yang Shoshin fell silent, his lips parched as he licked them, ultimately saying nothing. Cheng Yi softened his tone and concluded, "Brother Yang, while it is indeed necessary for a businessman to possess courage, it is imperative that this courage is exercised within the bounds of legality, seizing opportunities rather than engaging in perilous undertakings." Chapter 60. Have you ever considered auditioning for a role in a theater troupe? Have you thought about what would happen to your sister-in-law if you were to be apprehended? What would become of your children? Our dance hall is thriving. Do you truly need this money? With this, the matter has been laid bare. Each person possesses an internal scale. By weighing the pros and cons, one can discern which side carries more weight. Yang Shoshin fell into a contemplative silence. The atmosphere grew eerily quiet. Cheng Yi bowed his head to bid farewell to Yang Shoshin and then exited with great care. Sometimes it suffices to leave certain matters unsaid. He had returned to this era, and in many respects, he was merely a ripple in the vast river of history. One can navigate their own course, but cannot alter the river's flow. Ultimately, it was Yang Shoshin who must make his own choices. As Cheng Yi stepped out of the office and closed the door, he heard a resigned sigh emanating from within. 2 days later, Cheng Yi's hand had nearly healed. He arose early to visit the county town and collect debts at the state-run restaurant. Old Master Donkey ambled along with his cart, while Cheng Yi cradled a black leather bag filled to the brim with money. Behind him, Lin Qingran excitedly gestured. "Master, how can selling snails be so profitable? At this rate, you will become the wealthiest person in Yuanan County." Cheng Yi chuckled at the remark. After traversing 2 streets, he dismounted the donkey cart, patted Old Master Donkey, and said to Lin Qingran, "You head back and assist. Do not let your sister-in-law tire herself. I have work today and will ride back later." The Golden Phoenix Dance Hall was eagerly awaiting his return. After a few days of rest, a multitude of young men and women had written to the hall, expressing their desire for Cheng Yi to return to singing, lamenting his absence, and wishing to extend their condolences. After some reflection over the past 2 days, Yang Shoshin finally mustered the resolve to decline the collaboration. The other party was baffled, as they had nearly finalized the agreement, just 1 step away from signing the contract. Yang Shoshin laughed it off without revealing his true sentiments. Furthermore, he was sober this time, his mind clear, and hastily revisited legal texts and consulted others. It was only then that he broke into a cold sweat, realizing the precariousness of the situation. He could encounter all sorts of challenges, yet this particular issue with his fan base was insurmountable. It seemed he was destined to endure such trials. The other party, feeling slighted, engaged in a heated argument with him, nearly escalating to violence. Fortunately, in Yuanan County, Yang Shoshin's domain, no one dared to cause a ruckus, and they ultimately had to swallow their indignation and seek solace at a sister dance hall instead. This incident was thus put to rest for Yang Shoshin. Today, Cheng Yi was there to settle accounts. Previously, payments had been made daily, but due to his recent injury, there was a backlog of compensation for work-related injuries, including additional subsidies from Yang Shoshin. Although Cheng Yi was no longer in need of money, who would ever complain about having too much? He entered the Golden Phoenix Dance Hall and approached the finance department. Upon recognizing Cheng Yi, the accountant promptly retrieved an envelope from a drawer. It appeared quite thick, presumably containing a substantial sum of money. With a smile, the accountant remarked, "This is a subsidy from our boss. He knows you've faced some difficulties recently. He genuinely cares for you." Cheng Yi expressed his gratitude with a smile, took the envelope without counting it in front of anyone, and casually tucked it into his pocket before turning to leave. As he stepped outside, he greeted Lu Dahong and, after handing over a cigarette, noticed a middle-aged man approaching him with a cheerful smile. The man was dressed in a cashmere coat, straight-cut work pants, polished leather shoes, and a black bowler hat, exuding a neat and tidy appearance. Upon seeing Cheng Yi, he smiled and extended his hand, greeting him. "Cheng Yi?" Cheng Yi nodded. He scrutinized the middle-aged man, finding him oddly familiar. Fragments of buried memories surfaced in his mind, and he finally recognized the individual. It was General Jiang. It's me." Jiang Kaiqing felt a surge of pride upon realizing Cheng Yi recognized him. He approached, shook Cheng Yi's hand firmly, and gave a light pat on the back of his hand, embodying the demeanor of a senior. "Is General Jiang here for something?" Cheng Yi inquired with a smile, regaining his composure. This Jiang Kaiqing was someone Cheng Yi was only familiar with from a distance. In the past, when he aspired to join the drama troupe but lacked the necessary skills and connections, he had contemplated alternative methods of entry. Such methods often required gifts, leading him to target Jiang Kaiqing, the leader of the troupe. He believed that if he could gain Jiang's favor, securing a position in the troupe would be effortless. To ensure his gift would be well received, he even went to great lengths to inquire about Jiang's preferences. Unfortunately, after months of effort, he had been unable to secure even a meeting with Jiang Kaiqing. In his previous life, he felt a mix of anger and frustration, but as time passed, he came to realize that Jiang's behavior was not a personal affront, but rather a genuine disregard. To his surprise, in this new life, the tables had turned, and it was Jiang Kaiqing seeking him out. Jiang began by praising Cheng Yi's singing and dancing skills and engaged in a conversation about recent television dramas. Unexpectedly, what started as a casual attempt to bridge their gap turned into an impressive discourse led by this young man, particularly in the realm of performance techniques. Cheng Yi's insights left Jiang Kaiqing astounded. The 6 major forms of performance include drama, which employs body language and vocal modulation to fully convey emotions and connect with characters, thus creating a resonant stage effect that a good actor should strive for. Cheng Yi spoke eloquently on the subject. Despite his unconventional beginnings in his previous life, he had later sought private tutors to learn traditional acting methods. He still retained a solid grasp of these foundational concepts, which delighted Jiang Kaiqing immensely. He gazed at Cheng Yi, feeling as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. However, he pondered the differences between drama and the performing arts, fearing that displaying too much anticipation might lead to disappointment. After a moment of silence, he cautiously glanced at Cheng Yi once more, cleared his throat gently, and inquired, would you be interested in joining our drama troupe for a short stint? In 10 days, our Yuanan County Drama Troupe will be heading to the provincial capital for a competition, and we are short 2 members. Although you have no formal training in acting, you seem to possess a certain talent. Would you care to give it a try? We provide meals and accommodation, and you would receive 20 yuan for your efforts. While the pay may be modest, it would certainly broaden your horizons. What do you say? Cheng Yi's eyelids flickered slightly. Chapter 61. Auditioning in the provincial city in truth. This was indeed the next step he had prepared for himself. As the month drew to a close, the profits from the snails were on the verge of plummeting to a nadir. Recently, numerous individuals had been inquiring about his recipe, both openly and covertly, with some even beginning to experiment recklessly. Lin Qingran had purchased a batch once. Although the flavor was a far cry from his own, it was commendably inexpensive. Furthermore, the seller would rise before dawn to scour nearby villages, going door to door, offering a price of 1 yuan and 50 cents per jean. In contrast, when he bought his own, processed it, and sold it, he could only charge 1 yuan and 50 cents. This was a full 50% cheaper than Cheng Yi's. With a strategy of thin margins and high sales volume, Although he could not monopolize the business, he would inevitably siphon off some of the bargain-seeking customers. With the diversion of customer flows and the onset of cutthroat competition, this business was not sustainable. Cheng Yi was acutely aware of this. Thus, he resolved to shift his gaze toward the provincial city in search of opportunities. As he calculated the timing, he found it coincided almost perfectly with the drama troupe's competition. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded in agreement. "All right, it won't hurt to give it a try. I have quite an interest in performance," he remarked with a smile. The ensuing 2 decades would herald an era of rapid growth in the domestic entertainment industry, a time when stars were born. Having already amassed his first pot of gold through business, if he could seize this opportunity to join the drama troupe and make a name for himself in the provincial city, perhaps he could lay the cornerstone of his entertainment empire. Upon hearing Cheng Yi's response, Jiang Kaiqing immediately relaxed, a smile breaking across his face. He focused on Cheng Yi, then glanced at the Golden Phoenix dance hall behind him. "Doesn't the Golden Phoenix open at 6? It's only 2 in the afternoon now. Instead of waiting for a better day, why not accompany me for a while? Let us audition and go through the process." Cheng Yi pondered briefly, looked at the sky, and realized it was indeed still early. He nodded in agreement. "Sure, let us go and give it a shot. If it works out, that would be splendid. If not, I want to hold up your search for new talent. After all, the play is paramount," Cheng Yi said with a smile. Seeing how adaptable you are, I find myself appreciating you even more," Jiang Kaiqing thought to himself. This young man was eloquent, adept at handling matters, and consistently considerate of others' feelings. Truly a remarkable talent. The Yinnan County Drama Troupe was located at the northernmost end of the county town. Built in the 1980s, it once thrived as numerous officials sent their children there, not for any particular reason, but to enjoy the ease of a prestigious title. Later, when the educated youth returned to the city, those officials' children were summoned back, and the drama troupe gradually fell into obscurity. Recently, however, Jiang Kaiqing had been transferred from the provincial city, bringing with him a wealth of connections, particularly close ties to the provincial capital. He had cleverly recruited several key members and arranged for them to make a splash at a few large cultural events in Yinnan County, thereby restoring the troupe's reputation. Cheng Yi had witnessed this resurgence during a performance in a county commune in his previous life. Dressed in various costumes and adorned with makeup, the performers stood on stage, enacting scenes that seemed to leap straight from the pages of a book, each act bringing the characters to life before his eyes. He was utterly captivated, lost in the performance, only coming to his senses to realize that the play had long since concluded. Yet the audience erupted into thunderous applause, their faces flushed with excitement. Some even rising to their feet, fervently clapping, whistling, and calling for an encore. A buzzing filled his ears, seemingly infectious in its enthusiasm, prompting Cheng Yi to rise and applaud vigorously as well. At that moment, it felt as though a seed had been sown in barren soil, bringing forth a vibrant life that rendered his heart restless. He pondered, if there exists someone who can stand on this stage, receiving the adoration and applause of all, why could it not be him? Thus, he took a step forward, never to look back. Memories flooded back. Jiang Kaiqing guided Cheng Yi as they pushed open the iron gate, entering the courtyard while cheerfully greeting the gatekeeper, signaling that he was the one who brought Cheng Yi. Turning to Cheng Yi, he remarked, "Here we are." The Cultural Arts Academy comprised 3 stories and 6 rooms. The exterior was adorned with palm-sized white tiles, while the second floor of the 3 central rooms was constructed with grayish bricks, forming a chic lattice design that exuded modernity. To the right of the courtyard stood a 2-story building, visibly filled with the belongings and attire of female comrades, along with colorful quilts drying in the sun. This was the dormitory. On the left side of the courtyard lay a concrete area, smooth and gleaming, dazzling under the sunlight. Cheng Yi was well acquainted with this space. It was the training ground. 1 minute on stage requires 10 years of practice off stage, and within the performing troupe, there was not only drama, but also dance and singing. Those who rose early would come here to warm up their vocal cords, belting out tunes, while others engaged in morning runs and stretches. The sight of slender young women being strikingly beautiful and delightful. In his past life, Cheng Yi had gone to great lengths to infiltrate this place, often climbing over walls. frightening the young women practicing to the point of tears. Eventually, the security personnel, overwhelmed by the disturbances, could no longer tolerate it and arranged for someone to give Cheng Yi a sound thrashing, thus bringing that episode to a close. However, this time, Cheng Yi entered alongside Jiang Kaiqing. Numerous young women, carrying buckets and thermoses after fetching water, paused, astonished at the sight of Cheng Yi, rendered speechless. They huddled together, whispering, pointing at him, eager to approach but hesitant to do so. What was he doing here? This scoundrel. How could he possibly be brought in by the troop leader? Li Qingran had just finished his shower. He was rehearsing in the training room, practicing his performance repeatedly, drenched in sweat. For the upcoming provincial competition, he was tentatively slated to be the male lead, a coveted role, when he saw Jiang Kaiqing's finger linger over several male candidates before finally settling on him. Li Qingran felt an overwhelming rush of emotion, nearly moved to tears on the spot. At 25, he was at an age where many of his peers had already settled down and started families. Some even had children running about. Having been influenced by avant-garde culture from a young age, he adored watching television and listening to music, and he saw how performers were adored wherever they went. Li Qingran resolved that he too would achieve greatness. Regrettably, after a year of twists and turns, he has only just secured a position in the art troupe, a feat achieved largely through familial connections, which has left him feeling somewhat unappreciated for his talents. The arrival of Qi Chunhong from the provincial capital stirred within him some less than noble thoughts. Taking a shortcut seemed preferable to inaction. Moreover, with his prominent brows and bright eyes, coupled with a tall and well-proportioned physique, he had garnered the affection of many young women within the artistic academy. Li Qingran harbored a sense of pride in his heart. Finally, he had the opportunity to play the leading role, and it was to be in a competition in the provincial capital. He envisioned himself countless times in his dreams, standing on stage to receive an award, with a throng of young ladies rising to express their affection for him. Chapter 62. A mere psychological comfort upon completing the rehearsal. Li Qingran took up a towel to wipe away his perspiration, then turned and strode towards the exit. He intended to fetch some water for a shower before returning to practice for the new performance. With merely 10 days remaining until the competition, he was determined to seize this opportunity. As he descended from the second floor, the clamorous sound from outside the courtyard reached his ears, interspersed with the hushed whispers of a few young girls at the stairwell. Just as he was about to speak, a somewhat familiar name caught his attention amidst their chatter. He's back again. How did he manage to enter our Cultural and Arts Institute this time, especially accompanying our Commander Jiang? Last time he climbed over the wall, nearly giving me a fright. I truly cannot comprehend Commander Jiang's thoughts. This fellow is nothing but a rogue, always concocting schemes to infiltrate our institute. I wonder what trick he employed this time. Surely the commander doesn't intend to let him in, does he? I heard his name is Cheng. He's merely a country bumpkin, quite bothersome. Li Qingran raised an eyebrow, wiped the sweat from his brow, and quickened his pace down the stairs. What's going on? His voice resonated deeply within the stairwell. What has transpired? At the stairwell stood 3 young ladies, each carrying an enamel basin in one hand and a freshly filled kettle in the other. The basin contained water cups, towels, and a small blue plastic box filled with Seagull brand shampoo. It appeared they had just filled their supplies from the water room and were on their way back to the dormitory to wash their hair. Yet they hesitated to leave upon encountering someone. Upon seeing Li Qingran descend, the girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. It must be said that Li Qingran possessed an undeniably charming appearance. He fit the traditional mold of handsome, thick eyebrows, large eyes, a prominent nose, and a voice that was both deep and powerful. His physique was upright with a full head of hair, and he walked with a confident stride that exuded masculinity. In this era, young women were particularly fond of such qualities. Countless girls in the Cultural and Arts Institute secretly admired him. However, Li Qingran held high standards and seldom cast a glance at ordinary girls. Only those who were exceptionally beautiful or possessed remarkable figures could elicit a few words from him. As they beheld him, the 3 girls blushed and appeared bashful. One daring girl stepped forward, pointing towards the approaching Jiang Kaiqing, and exclaimed, "Look, it's Commander Jiang. Li, go, see who is following him." Li Qingran glanced over and soon recognized the figure trailing behind Jiang Kaiqing. It was Cheng Yi, a sight he had scrutinized countless times before. His brows knitted together in displeasure. He uttered in a low voice, "Why is he here?" The girl replied, "Indeed. We just saw the commander escort him from the water room, and he seemed rather courteous. I heard the commander has been recruiting lately. Could he possibly be considering him?" Upon hearing this, the other two girls' expressions shifted. In truth, their knowledge of Cheng Yi was rather limited. Much of the information was gleaned from hearsay. However, in the Artistic Academy, the mention of Cheng Yi repeatedly evokes a few choice phrases: shameless, tenacious as a gum, a second-rate rogue, and a wall-climbing scoundrel. As Jiang Kaiqing approached with Cheng Yi, the three female colleagues could no longer contain themselves and, from a distance, cast a furious glare at Cheng Yi. "Humph. In my opinion, he is nothing but a despicable rascal. It would be best if the police took him away." Having spoken, without waiting for Li Qingran to respond, the trio hastily grabbed their water and basin and hurriedly departed. Li Qingran's expression darkened considerably. He fixed his gaze on the distant figures of Cheng Yi and the beaming Jiang Kaiqing, his massive fists clenched tightly, and his jaw set in determination. The last time he had summoned Wei Zi to confront Cheng Yi had left him anxious for days. However, upon discreetly inquiring at the station, he learned that Wei Zi had not implicated him, which granted him a sense of relief. He even brought a fruit basket to visit Wei Zi's parents, discreetly slipping them 100 yuan. All of this was merely to soothe his conscience, or rather, to alleviate his guilt towards Wei Zi. Yet, the more he attempted to assuage his feelings, the more his disdain for Cheng Yi intensified. Were it not for Cheng Yi, none of these troubles would have arisen, especially in recent days, as Cheng Yi recuperated at home, refraining from singing at the Golden Phoenix dance hall. Qi Hongxiu seemed to be afflicted by a love sickness, running over to steal glances at him every day. Even when he took her out on dates to discuss acting rehearsals, her mind appeared elsewhere, completely distracted. In this state of anger and frustration, Li Qingran resolved to immerse himself in rehearsals, aiming for a breathtaking performance that would capture the attention of the provincial leaders. At that moment, who would dare to overlook him? Perhaps, by then, he might even find himself disinterested in Qi Hongxiu. Li Qingran was thus engaged in this mental fortification. But to his surprise, upon descending the stairs today, he encountered Cheng Yi. Sensing Li Qingran's gaze, Cheng Yi casually emerged from behind Jiang Kaiqing, hands in his pockets, and flashed him a smile. "Good afternoon," he greeted cheerfully. Li Qingran felt a surge of frustration that nearly compelled him to spit blood. Jiang Kaiqing made the introductions, saying with a smile, "This is Li Qingran. He has been tentatively cast as the male lead in this play, a role of significant weight with ample scenes. If you pass the audition, you might find yourself performing alongside him several times, so it would be wise to get acquainted." Cheng Yi shrugged and replied with a smile, "We're already old acquaintances." Li Qingran's face turned ashen. Had it not been for Jiang Kaiqing's presence, he would have genuinely turned to leave. Yet, out of respect for the troop leader, he could only force a smile and approach to greet him. "Leader, why have you brought him here?" Li Qingran asked. Many of the female colleagues in the courtyard are quite afraid of him. "Look, they're all keeping their distance. It's truly detrimental to morale." Jiang Kaiqing seemed to pick up on the tension. "TSK, it appears these two are not on amicable terms?" Jiang Kaiqing did not dwell on the matter for long, merely assuming that there had been some prior conflict between the two individuals. He turned his gaze back and noticed the female comrades, who were peeking over curiously. A smile crept upon his lips. Those were matters of the past. One must rely on their own judgment. Cheng Yi, whom I have encountered, is quite an admirable young man, possessing talent as well. I brought him to our cultural troupe to audition for a role, and coincidentally, the drama group is in need of 2 members. If he performs well and demonstrates his abilities, it would be only fitting to employ him. Jiang Kaiqing placed a reassuring hand on Li Qingran's shoulder and said earnestly, "Qingran, one must assess others with sincerity and not through the narrow lens of prejudice. As long as one recognizes their missteps and seeks to correct them, they remain a good comrade. We must not treat them differently. Do you understand?" Chapter 63. Meeting the leader, Qi Hongxiu's admiration Li Qingran, his countenance darkened, nodded slightly. Cheng Yi, with a beaming smile, stood with his hands in his pockets. Upon noticing Li Qingran's gaze directed at him, he even returned a cordial smile. Li Qingran, his face taut with displeasure, averted his eyes and chose to ignore him. Just as the atmosphere grew somewhat tense, a series of rhythmic footsteps echoed from the nearby girls' dormitory. The sound of wedge-heeled shoes clicking against the floor. The three turned to see Chi Hongxiu rushing towards them. Her cheeks flushed. She donned a cashmere coat over a simple white blouse and black straight-cut trousers, complemented by small wedge leather shoes. Having recently styled her hair into soft curls, it bounced slightly as she ran, enhanced by a touch of hair wax, rendering her exquisitely beautiful. At that moment, Chi Hongxiu felt an overwhelming sense of fortune. She had just returned from a post office, where she picked up a package from her parents and had applied foundation and lipstick. To her delight, she learned that Commander Jiang had brought Cheng Yi back. Overjoyed, she hurried over, and upon seeing Cheng Yi, she instinctively tidied her hair, revealing a bright smile. Cheng Yi, hello, I am Chi Hongxiu, your devoted audience member. In those days, the term fan was yet to be coined. Most referred to themselves as loyal audience members or readers. Cheng Yi glanced at her and politely expressed his gratitude. Chi Hongxiu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, how courteous! And even without singing, his voice is simply enchanting. No wonder he possesses such a remarkable vocal talent. Everything he sings sounds delightful. She gazed at Cheng Yi, her eyes gleaming, embodying the essence of a starry-eyed admirer. Meanwhile, Li Qingran's expression darkened further, and a thought emerged in his mind. Chi Hongxiu was infatuated with Cheng Yi merely because of his singing and dancing skills. But what of it? Could singing and dancing sustain a lifetime? Could it rival the security of a stable job? When it came to serious theater and acting in front of formal audiences and leaders, one could still falter. Did they truly believe that any random person could simply step in and perform? Such notions were absurd. After wrestling with these thoughts, Li Qingran forced a smile and glanced at Cheng Yi. Since the commander has brought you to audition, you should give it a try. Several actors and leaders from the troupe are on the second floor. They're all professional artists, and the quality of your performance will be readily apparent. He added a touch of flattery. With your impressive singing and dancing skills, your acting is bound to be exceptional. I look forward to your performance. Had this been the previous life of Cheng Yi, he would have reveled in the compliment, feeling as though he had received genuine praise. However, having been reborn, the barbs in those words pierced his ears acutely. Cheng Yi fixed his gaze on Li Qingran for a moment longer without uttering another word. Yet the smile playing on his lips sent a chill down Li Qingran's spine. Why did it feel as though he had been seen through? Jiang Kaiqing has lived half his life, and amidst the chaos, he is still capable of discerning the truth. It is merely that without confronting the issues head-on, no significant problems arise. He chuckled lightly, exchanged a few words, and with a casual laugh, brushed the matter aside. Moreover, he indeed needed to seize the moment to allow Cheng Yi to audition. Time was of the essence to memorize the lines. Should he fail, they would swiftly continue to search for new candidates. Chi Hongxiu promptly stood up, trotting forward, pointing ahead, and declared, "I will lead you." With that, she dashed straight towards the second floor. Behind her, Cheng Yi and Jiang Kaiqing followed suit, while Li Qingran lagged at the rear, his expression dark and brooding. Lost in thought, the second floor was lined with rehearsal rooms. At the far end was a large tiered classroom adjacent to the office. It was a break time, and people were coming in and out of the office, filling their cups with hot water from a row of dispensers at the entrance. Upon hearing footsteps, one instinctively glanced up, and upon seeing Jiang Kaiqing, a smile instantly illuminated his face. "Old Jiang, you've been out all afternoon. The troupe is about to compete, and there are a mountain of tasks piling up, making me quite busy." The man, holding a teacup, was clad in a black Zhongshan suit, half filled with strong tea. His hair flecked with gray. His voice resonated deeply, imbued with warmth. At first glance, it was evident he had once been a decisive figure in his youth. This individual was the troupe secretary, Chao Kaida. The two were essentially the right and left hands of the troupe, jointly managing the performing arts group. And though they occasionally engaged in debates during critical moments, they were, at their core, long-standing friends. back in the days of rural service. They fortuitously found themselves in a small village under Yuanan County, their paths serendipitously intertwined. This upcoming competition represented a culmination of their efforts in the arts over the past 2 years, showcasing the spirit and tangible achievements of Yuanan County, thereby providing an account to the higher authorities. With a smile, Jiang Kaiqing approached and gestured towards Cheng Yi, saying, "Old Chow, I wasn't out for leisure. A few days ago, I mentioned that we needed 2 more performers for a troupe. You find one, and I shall find the other. Well, here is the individual I've recruited." It turned out he had gone to scout for actors. Chow Kaida did not take it lightly. Leaning forward, he scrutinized Cheng Yi with an assessing gaze, much like a radar scanning the surroundings. He mused. His appearance and demeanor are commendable. However, I wonder about his aptitude for performance. Some individuals shine in familiar environments or when among few people, easily articulating their thoughts without hesitation. Yet, once they step onto the stage before a vast audience, they may wither like a deflated balloon, rendered speechless. This young man seems promising. He is worth a try. Chow Kaida's appraisal took merely a few minutes. He lifted his teacup and savored a sip of scalding tea, feeling immediately at ease. With a smile, he waved his hand and called out towards the office, "Bring in 2 people. We have candidates for auditions." As the sound settled, footsteps echoed, revealing 2 individuals clad in Zhongshan suits. Each held a teacup, their ages approximately in their 40s or 50s, engaged in a conversation that seemed to have been ongoing. They continued their discourse until Jiang Kaiqing cleared his throat gently, prompting them to fall silent. "This is our group secretary, Chun Gong, affectionately referred to as Old Chun. And this is the head of the logistics department, Zhang Xiao, known as Old Zheng," Jiang Kaiqing introduced. "This is Cheng Yi, who has brought in candidates for the audition. Please bring over the scripts you have and let him take a look. We shall proceed to prepare the venue for the rehearsal without any delay." The 2 exchanged a glance with Cheng Yi and nodded in acknowledgement, yet they did not seem particularly invested. Chapter 64. A sudden test in these times. Even those with modest positions in public service tend to look down upon others. A young and inexperienced lad, merely present to make up the numbers, is hardly worthy of their deeper acquaintance. Li Jigang observed the group's treatment of Cheng Yi, and he felt a sense of relief. On the contrary, Qi Hongxiu, with clenched fists, continued to gaze intently at Cheng Yi, offering him silent encouragement. "It's nothing. Just recite your lines, and you'll surely succeed." Cheng Yi, with a polite smile revealing his 8 pearly teeth, expressed his gratitude. In his previous life, he had been a superstar with over 60 million followers on Weibo, all genuine fans who actively engage with his content. He had even once been pursued by obsessive fans, forcing him to hide in hotels. Thus, he understood the dynamics at play. Consequently, he navigated the situation with ease, maintaining a polite yet distant demeanor that, in turn, endeared him to Qi Hongxiu. When had she ever been so disregarded? As Cheng Yi entered the office, the head of the logistics department, Zheng Xiu, handed him a sheet of paper. "You have half an hour to memorize this segment of lines. Once you've mastered it, perform according to the scenario outlined." Zheng Xiu paused, then inquired, "Just imagine yourself as the character on this paper, acting in a television drama. Have you seen one before? Perform just like that, understood?" Cheng Yi nodded. The room gradually emptied of people. He lowered his gaze to the script, which bore 4 significant characters, in silence. He paused momentarily, a smile creeping across his face. The reason was simple. This play was genuinely the work that had inspired Cheng Yi. Created in the 1970s, its release had caused a sensation nationwide, leading to numerous tours that popularized countless theater troupes. It is an ensemble piece, depicting events from long ago that resonated with the contemporary youth who had been sent to the countryside, prompting many to watch it repeatedly. The first play Cheng Yi ever saw was this very one. He had been utterly captivated, finding ways to sneak into performances wherever the troupe appeared. Later, when he moved to Kyoto and began to navigate the entertainment industry, gaining a degree of recognition, he contemplated studying further, thus immersing himself in the National Theater. There, the distinction of big stars and small stars did not exist. All were national artistic workers. Cheng Yi was a newcomer, and thus he began his theatrical journey from the bottom, accepting every minor role. For instance, in one performance, he portrayed a small character, and in the next, he would embody another. Over time, he ended up playing the most roles. Take this particular play in silence. If memory served him correctly, he had performed 6 or 7 minor roles in this very production. As he unfolded the paper and glanced at it, he was taken aback. Militia Member 2. What a coincidence. He had indeed played that part. This production involved hundreds of scenes, and the limitations of the stage and the actors were evident. Thus, during the theatrical performance, it suffices to enact merely a few scenes, tailored to the varying backgrounds. The script is segmented into distinct parts, and Cheng Yi occupies a seemingly insignificant role in the third act. The principal characters in this play are limited in number. It broadly narrates the story of a tumultuous era where Mei Lin and her son Ouyang Ping find refuge in the home of He Shifei. Mei Lin, Ouyang Ping's mother, once saved He Shifei's life, earning her the title of his savior. However, He Shifei is, in fact, the very antagonist responsible for betraying Mei Lin in the past. Upon the arrival of Ouyang Ping and Mei Lin, He Shifei is initially fraught with anxiety, but after spending a few days together, he discovers that Mei Lin is oblivious to his treachery. Consequently, he feels a sense of relief. In the presence of Ouyang Ping, he disparages the very individuals whom Ouyang Ping ardently supports, including those associated with his poetry collection, The Sword Drawn from Its Sheath, which comprises impassioned verses that were deemed forbidden at the time. There was even a concerted effort to apprehend the author of these poems. Unbeknownst to Ouyang Ping, who remains unaware of He Shifei's malevolence, he presents his poetry collection to him in hopes of engaging in dialectical discourse. Upon realizing that Ouyang Ping is indeed the author, He Shifei secretly contacts the authorities to report him. During this time, Ouyang Ping and He Shifei's daughter, Hyun, have been in a romantic relationship for 9 years, which He Shifei has forcibly terminated, even offering his daughter as a prize to a more powerful official. Later, under Ouyang Ping's guidance, Hyun uncovers the true nature of her father, while Lu Xiaoying, He Shifei's wife, expresses her disdain for her husband's ingratitude and stands up to expose his past misdeeds that led to the betrayal of his savior. Ultimately, He Shifei's true colors are revealed, leading to his ostracism. This play consists of 4 acts, characterized by its simplicity in comparison to later theatrical works, with a limited cast and a clear narrative, marking it as an enlightening piece in the history of domestic drama. Cheng Yi's role is that of a militia member featured in one of the acts, a minor character who answers a phone call made by He Shifei. His lines are few and his role diminutive. Cheng Yi glanced around, and a flurry of ingrained memories began to resurface. He gently closed his eyes, replaying the scene in his mind before stepping outside. Outside, Chi Hongxiu and Li Jigang were engaged in conversation. Upon hearing the door open, both turned in unison to gaze at Cheng Yi. Have you memorized it already? Chi Hongxiu inquired, astonished. You've only been in there for a few minutes. Li Jigang scoffed, casting a cold glance at him, and remarked with a hint of derision. How presumptuous. When the performance truly begins, don't be embarrassed if you falter. Cheng Yi chuckled softly and exchanged a glance with Li Jigang. Suddenly, a thought emerged in his mind. It is implausible for one individual to harbor animosity towards another without cause. Furthermore, he recalled Yang Shouxian's warning that the directive to target him had originated from the theater troupe. Could such coincidences truly exist in this world? Cheng Yi gazed intently into Li Jigang's eyes, falling into a momentary silence before abruptly lifting his head to fix a steady stare upon him. Do you know AZ? The seemingly out-of-the-blue question escaped his lips. Upon hearing this, Chi Hongxiu appeared utterly bewildered, while Li Jigang instinctively froze, his complexion draining of color in an instant. He averted his gaze, stammering as he raised his voice slightly. I don't know what you're talking about. With that, he resolutely turned and strode into the trapezoidal classroom. Chi Hongxiu, looking at Cheng Yi, inquired Wei. Wei Zi, who is that? Cheng Yi pressed his lips together and shook his head. With a smile, he replied, It's nothing. Chapter 65, after the performance, silence enveloped the audience. After a brief pause, he turned to Chi Chunhong and inquired whether he was portraying Ouyang Ping. Chi Chunhong nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Ouyang Ping is a pivotal character. I am playing He Yun. As she spoke, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she quickly clarified, "We are merely colleagues. He is pursuing me, but I have declined." Cheng Yi finally cast a glance at Qi Chunhong. He did not reciprocate the inexplicable affection directed towards him. After all, some emotions stem merely from physical attraction or admiration for his radiant stage presence. For him, true life consisted of the mundane realities in Cheng family village. A bowl of congee in the morning, the two little ones clinging to his legs with playful affection, and the braying of an old donkey. It also included his wife, Lin Qingran. Whether to accept his advances was a matter solely for her to decide. Cheng Yi smiled gently, offering Qi Chunhong a token of goodwill. "You are a wonderful young lady. I wish you happiness." Qi Chunhong pressed her lips together, lightly stamped her foot, and hurried after Cheng Yi into the lecture hall. The lecture hall served as the venue for performance reports, resembling a small stage. The red velvet curtain was drawn back, revealing a simple backdrop adorned with a table and various miscellaneous items. At that moment, a row of individuals sat below in the lecture hall. Jiang Kaiqing, Chao Kaida, Zheng Xiu, and Qinggong held enameled mugs, seated in the front row. Upon seeing Cheng Yi enter, they were somewhat astonished and asked, "Did you memorize it all?" Cheng Yi nodded. In truth, he possessed a natural talent for memorizing lines from his previous life. After a couple of readings, he could recall even the most extensive dialogues, not to mention those he had previously performed. He nodded, stepped forward, and bowed with a smile to the gathered audience. "Yes, I have memorized it. We may begin." At that moment, Jiang Kaiqing felt a twinge of uncertainty. How could he have memorized everything in just a few minutes? Surely, even a trip to the restroom would not suffice for such a feat. It is important to remember that memorizing lines is not merely about rote learning. It requires proficiency. If he merely recited his lines haltingly, akin to reading aloud, how could he convey genuine emotion? Originally intending to advise Cheng Yi to practice further, he noticed that the latter had already stepped onto the stage. "Oh dear," Jiang Kaiqing sighed. Youthful exuberance. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, while Chao Kaida, beside him, broke into a grin. Youth is indeed a blessing. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. That spirit is commendable. He lifted his enameled mug to take a sip of water, chuckling as he added, "Indeed, perhaps he lacks experience and thinks it is just a game. A little trial and error will give him a taste of reality. And when the pressure mounts, he'll learn to be more prudent." "Haha, I'm quite eager to see him stumble." The older gentlemen continued sipping their water, casually discussing the tea leaves with great enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Cheng Yi stood at the center of the stage, taking a deep breath. The scenes of two lifetimes begin to intertwine, and a familiar sensation rushes towards Cheng Yi, sweeping through his very being like a torrent. It is an extraordinary feeling. He has always possessed an innate affinity for the stage. Standing beneath the dazzling spotlight, at the center of the audience's gaze, all eyes are upon him. He can embody numerous characters, portraying a myriad of distinctly different lives. This intoxicating sensation, even in his rebirth, stirs restlessly within his bones. The sound of footsteps echoes. Someone ascends the stage. It is the actor who shares the scene with him, the embodiment of He Shifei. He Shifei is indeed a significant character, albeit a villain, yet with substantial screen time and weighty responsibilities, particularly in delivering psychological monologues that must be conveyed overtly through facial expressions. Cheng Yi glances over and recognizes an old thespian from the Yuanan County Drama Troupe, named Tang Jinsen. Years ago, he had labored extensively with the provincial drama troupe, but after offending a certain authority figure, he was transferred to the Yuanan troupe under dubious pretenses. As he aged, when the winds of change beckoned him back to the provincial city to lead a troupe, he declined. How should one say it? There is dignity in his disposition. Tang Jinsen carries his own pride. As he steps onto the stage, he lifts his eyelids to glance at Cheng Yi, then mutters, "If I falter on my lines, consider this the end. I have no time to spare." For a true artist of his stature, forgetting one's lines signifies a fundamental disrespect for the craft of acting. He holds disdain for sharing the stage with such individuals. Cheng Yi comprehends this sentiment. He smiles and bows to Tang Jinsen. "If the moment arises, I shall exit without waiting for the venerable Tang to say so. Whether this assertion stems from genuine confidence or a playful jest remains ambiguous. Tang Jinsen pays him no mind. The announcer steps forward to conduct the customary proceedings. Subsequently below, Cao Kaidao waves his hand, declaring, "Let us begin." As the words settle, someone claps the clapperboard, and the entire venue falls into silence. Thus, the performance commences. True to his form, Tang Jinsen, who initially appeared dignified, bends slightly as the cue is given, his eyes darting as he strides toward the study. He embodies a quintessential villain. Upon entering, he picks up the microphone, bringing it to his ear, and whispers, "Hello? Is the militia captain there? I have matters to discuss with him." The audition merely constitutes a scene. After Tang Jinsen completes his entrance, it seems that everyone finally remembers that Cheng Yi is also present on stage. His role is that of the militia member answering the phone. As the focus shifts to Cheng Yi, the audience briefly pauses in surprise. This feeling is rather peculiar. The militia member is dozing off, one hand propping up his head, his forehead gently tapping the table, murmuring in his dreams. Quite drowsy, the phone rings, jolting the militia awake, much to his displeasure. He spat on the ground, muttering a curse under his breath before leisurely lighting a cigarette and answering the phone. "Hello? Who is it? Our captain?" He yes out. "What is the matter? You can speak with me." After finishing his sentence, he impatiently took a drag from his cigarette. However, in the next moment, as if he had heard something from the other end, he straightened up, his eyes widening, the cigarette hanging motionless at the corner of his mouth. "Comrade, what did you say? You wish to report the author of the sword draws from the sheath to our captain? Do you know who it is? All right. We'll come right over." The militia enthusiastically hung up the phone. Then, he began to pace excitedly around the room, his face alight with exhilaration. When he reached the corner, he engaged in a moment of introspection, his thoughts primarily revolving around the thrill of achieving merit. After expressing his excitement, he seemed to try to contain his elation, quickly raising his hand to take a puff from his cigarette, only to discover it had long since burned out. Leaving only a stub, he rubbed his hands together, grinning and muttering a curse. "Damn it, I'm about to achieve something great." At this point, the audition concluded, and the room fell into a profound silence. Chapter 66. Good heavens, this young man is a newcomer. Some individuals are born actors. When they embody a role through simple gestures, whether in expressions or subconscious microreactions, they vividly present the character before the audience. It is as if you're no longer seeing the individual, but rather the character from the play. When such an actor stands before you, performing a scene that makes you forget they're merely testing the waters, this phenomenon, in industry parlance, is referred to as being immediately engrossed in the role. Cheng Yi, who had just appeared on stage, exemplified this. He portrayed a character so minor that the script contained merely 2 words to describe his psychological state: pride. Yet, Cheng Yi intricately infused this character with a multitude of subtle details, instantly breathing life into his portrayal. A simple glance, a fleeting expression, seamlessly drew the audience into the narrative. The demeanor of a small-time lackey, brimming with pride and excitement, alongside a hint of maliciousness, was brought to life in an instant. Cao Kaidao, holding a cup, was momentarily stunned. He stared at Cheng Yi on stage. His lips moved, but no words escaped for a long while. It was only when the scorching cup burned his palm that he jolted awake, regaining his senses. After a moment's hesitation, he managed to stammer, "Is this young man truly a newcomer?" He hastily set the cup down, pointing at Cheng Yi, and turned to Jiang Kaiqing, his face a portrait of unabashed astonishment. Truly a newcomer. Jiang Kaiqing was equally bewildered, as if he had encountered a ghost. To be candid, the acting profession is quite pragmatic. A newcomer is just that. Even with immense talent and the ability to embody a character, when first engaging with a role, various flaws often become apparent. For instance, one might not grasp proper positioning. Some actors, regardless of their skill, may find themselves facing away from the audience, or their heads may bob and weave as they speak, their emotions overflowing and facial expressions uncontrolled. These are common pitfalls for newcomers. Jiang Kaiqing had encountered his fair share of novices. He had even personally mentored several exceptionally talented theatrical actors, all of whom he had recommended for advancement to the provincial capital, where they likely now shoulder significant responsibilities. However, he had never witnessed a newcomer like Cheng Yi. Where could one find such a seasoned novice? On stage, Cheng Yi not only became engrossed in his role within moments, but perhaps more impressively, he consistently faced the audience. Every expression and subtle movement effectively conveyed the character's emotions, captivating the audience and drawing them into the narrative. Jiang Kaiqing was further astonished by Cheng Yi's remarkable delivery. His enunciation was impeccable, and his breath control was masterful. Even the tone of his voice shifted, as if he had seamlessly merged with that era, creating an immersive experience that left the audience enraptured. The individuals seated below exchanged glances, each recognizing the astonishment reflected in the other's eyes. Chao Kaida trembled, seemingly attempting to calm his excited heart as he raised his cup for a sip of water. This young man is truly remarkable, he reflected. Above him, Cheng Yi concluded his performance with a bow, then turned to express his gratitude to Tang Jinsen. Thank you, Senior Tang, for agreeing to act alongside me. Tang Jinsen remained silent. For the first time, he opened his eyes and glanced at Cheng Yi, and after a moment's pause, he moved his lips and said, "You do not resemble a newcomer. You possess considerable talent, and your performance was exceptional." This was a genuine compliment. Cheng Yi similed, surprisingly devoid of modesty. Having talent warrants a touch of pride. Tang Jinsen regarded him with newfound esteem. If you wish to pursue a career in acting, feel free to seek my guidance. Do not hesitate to ask if you have questions. Ultimately, Tang Jinsen was not one to indulge in excessive conversation. After delivering this statement, he nodded slightly towards Cheng Yi and turned to leave. Although he recognized Cheng Yi's talent and skill, Tang Jinsen did not dwell on it, as the notion of possessing talent in acting was rather narrow. To illustrate, consider an individual who has spent a lifetime portraying villains. When they finally appear on the big screen, their portrayal is so profound that even a mere smile can incite the audience's fury. It appears as though they harbor a reservoir of malevolence. However, should one request that they embody a virtuous character, it becomes an arduous task. Upon their appearance, the audience's immediate reaction is, "Ah, here comes the villain, feigning goodness. Let us expose their true nature." This phenomenon is known as limitation. Such actors, due to their appearance, specific portrayals, or the environment in which they were raised, find themselves confined to a singular type of role, be it a thug, a nefarious figure, or a wealthy heir. If one were to assess within that category, they might indeed possess talent, but challenging them to take on different roles would be a formidable endeavor. In Tang Jinsen's perspective, or more precisely, in the calm assessment of several seasoned veterans present, Cheng Yi was categorized accordingly. Nevertheless, Jiang Kaiqing was exceedingly pleased. He had sought an actor who suited this role, and now, with Cheng Yi fitting the bill, he considered it a fortunate coincidence. In the stillness, someone finally stood and began to applaud. Soon, a chorus of clapping erupted, with everyone rising to their feet, hands raised in enthusiastic applause. Qi Chunhong, particularly elated, stood on tiptoe, fixated on Cheng Yi, eager to shower him with praise. In stark contrast, Li Qingran wore a sullen expression. He fixed his gaze on Cheng Yi, his mind swirling with a torrent of malevolent thoughts. Jealousy can often emerge in the most inexplicable of ways. He was indignant. Could this individual truly transform into someone entirely different in the span of just a few months? Just last month, when Cheng Yi visited the Arts Academy, he had witnessed him, carefree, exuberant, and mockingly complimenting him, blissfully unaware of the underlying meaning in his words. How is it that this month, he has once again taken to singing, dancing, and even acting? Li Qingran, unable to contain his frustration, found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Ultimately, he approached Chao Kaida with a sullen expression and, lowering his voice, remarked, "Leader, this individual has previously visited our cultural troupe, and many female colleagues here hold a rather unfavorable impression of him. I believe we ought to deliberate carefully on whether to engage him as a theatrical actor this time. After all, a person with a tarnished reputation, if exposed, could severely tarnish the image of our Yuanan County art troupe." Chao Kaida raised an eyebrow, for he was unaware of this matter. However, he turned a glance at Lin Qingran and meaningfully patted him on the shoulder. Chapter 67. Both the palm and the back of the hand are flesh, yet he is the one on the outside. Qingran, you possess an appealing appearance and a modicum of talent. Our troupe intends to focus on nurturing you. You ought not to be distracted by trivial matters. Dedicate yourself to practice. Although the role of the male lead has not been definitively assigned to you, you are well aware that for the time being, there is no one else who can fill this role. With such a promising character, you must showcase your capabilities to convince the audience. Do not lose your focus. The final 4 words were drawn out with a formal tone, causing Lin Qingran to shudder. This served as a self-reprimand. Lin Qingran finally regained his composure, nodding earnestly without uttering a word. Meanwhile, Cheng Yi descended, and Zhang Kaiqing greeted him with a smile. The script is quite good. This character has 3 scenes in total. I will hand it to you shortly. Take a look. Tomorrow, our troupe will conduct a full rehearsal, and you will participate in the performance to gauge the overall effect. We can make improvements in a timely manner. Cheng Yi had no objections. He nodded and exchanged a few more words with Zhang Kaiqing before bidding him farewell and exiting the Cultural and Arts Institute. By the time he finished his visit, twilight had begun to fall. Having returned from his rebirth for over half a month, the weather had warmed considerably. It was merely chilly in the early morning and late evening, while midday labor left one drenched in sweat, necessitating the shedding of layers. Cheng Yi strolled leisurely towards the Golden Phoenix dance hall, his hands tucked into his pockets. In fact, since his rebirth, today marked his first time standing on stage. Even though it was a drama, he felt a genuine joy within. A silent familiarity and concealed delight enveloped him. He even hummed an unknown tune until he abruptly halted before the entrance of the Golden Phoenix dance hall. 2 figures stood outside, one slightly hunched and the other a head shorter than himself, clad in a white shirt and black straight-legged trousers, topped with a gray hand-knitted sweater adorned with a beautiful diamond pattern, his favorite style from years past. The 2 individuals were none other than his elder brother, Cheng Mingsheng, and his father, Cheng Zhaojin. They leaned on each other, casting shadows under the dim white light. A heartwarming scene of filial piety. A sudden chill ran through Cheng Yi's heart as he approached, a smile gracing his lips as he called out, "Elder brother? Father? Have you come to find me?" Cheng Zhaojin's expression was far from pleasant. However, he instinctively glanced at the bandaged area on Cheng Yi's hand. In truth, their visit was prompted by Cheng Mingsheng hearing from a colleague about an incident at the Golden Phoenix dance hall, where a singer had been cut with a blade, reportedly quite severe, requiring stitches and a few days off work. Cheng Mingsheng felt a pang of anxiety and inquired further to confirm it was Cheng Yi. Only then did he inform Cheng Zhaojin, and the 2 visited daily to check. Today, after confirming with the gatekeeper Lu Dahong that Cheng Yi would be at work, they finally came. Though their words were meant to convey concern, they came out differently. "I told you to find something proper to do, yet you refuse to listen? You have chosen this misguided path. Look, trouble has found you, hasn't it? This is a lesson you must learn," Cheng Zhaojin reproached. Cheng Mingsheng paused momentarily before speaking. "You should refrain from this. The dance hall is not a clean place. Who knows how many unsavory characters lurk here? If you truly cannot find work, I can ask around at the county's first high school. There will surely be something available to earn a living, which is far better than being here." Cheng Zhaojin nodded in agreement, rather arrogantly making a decision for Cheng Yi. "It is settled then. Starting tomorrow, you shall not come here to work. Let your brother find you a job. If you apply yourself, you will be able to support the family, and there's no need to work in such a place." As Cheng Zhaojin spoke, he glanced at Cheng Yi once more, his tone softening slightly. "Do not be willful. Your father and brother are doing this for your own good." These words, seemingly filled with concern and support, only served to chill Cheng Yi's heart further. The cold wind swept in, plunging his heart into an icy abyss. For your own good. Such a phrase is truly a panacea. In reality, for 2 whole generations, Cheng Yi's relationship with his family had been rather fraught, to the point of being quite strained. Even after achieving success in his previous life and moving to the capital, he never returned home. Occasionally, he might think of his family and send a bit of money through his agent. At that time, the figures in his bank account became indistinct. Money was merely the most rudimentary form of comfort. while familial affection was something he could neither afford to give nor wish to offer. Did not the elders often say, "The palm and the back of the hand are both flesh"? Yet in times of danger and difficulty, it is the palm that is clenched to protect. As for Cheng Yi, he was the one who had been forsaken. Much like the gray sweater worn by Cheng Mingxiang, the diamond pattern was his favorite, as well as the signature design of his mother, Qi Ying. However, such intricate patterns required considerable effort. Ever since Cheng Mingxiang had injured his leg, Qi Ying would, despite her busy schedule, take the time each year before the new year to knit sweaters for the two of them. One would be adorned with a delicate diamond pattern, exquisite and beautiful, while the other was composed of the most basic knit and pearl stitches, rough and traditional. The beautiful one would always appear beneath Cheng Mingxiang's pillow on New Year's Day. How could Cheng Yi not desire it? As a young adolescent, he too sought to maintain an image, to wear something appealing. One year, he threw a tantrum, crying and demanding to wear the new diamond-patterned sweater. However, Cheng Mingxiang was unwilling to concede, resulting in a standoff between the two brothers until Qi Ying entered with the meal, only to find Cheng Yi sulking in the corner, clutching the sweater in silence. She immediately became incensed. "How can you be so ungrateful? Do you not realize the suffering your brother endures?" With tears in her eyes, Qi Ying approached, snatching the sweater from Cheng Yi's grasp, casting a fierce glare at him, and then, before Cheng Yi, thrust the sweater into Cheng Mingxiang's arms. In that moment, he clearly saw the glimmer of triumph in the youth's eyes. Yes, Cheng Yi thought, he was merely the one who had been abandoned. Simply because he was whole while his brother was not, he deserved to be overlooked. His eyes stung painfully. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult within his heart. Once, he believed that upon his rebirth, he could save his wife and children, even harboring a delusion of altering his relationship with his family. Yet now, he realizes it was all an illusion. Lin Qingran truly loves him, as do their two children. However, his family would forever regard him as inconsequential. Cheng Mingxiang felt a sudden jolt in his heart. He gazed at Cheng Yi, observing his expression gradually grow colder, the stark contrast in his eyes suddenly revealing an inscrutable depth. With arms crossed and lips pressed tightly together, Cheng Yi even offered a faint smile before finally speaking. "Is it truly for my benefit? You, who fear that I might tarnish the Cheng family's reputation, and you, who worry that I might hinder your chances of attaining the title of outstanding teacher. Such self-serving goodwill is a burden I cannot bear." Chapter 68. Aside from my wife and children, I owe nothing to anyone from childhood to adulthood. I've always been sidelined due to my elder brother's leg condition. Whether it was studying or dining, must I endure this injustice simply because of his misfortune? I'm truly sorry, but I can no longer swallow this grievance. He chuckled self-deprecatingly, then turned his gaze back to the two, his eyes now icy cold. "Over the years, I have caused you considerable trouble. But from this moment forth, that will cease. I shall repay every single debt I owe you." Down to the last cent. Cheng Yi took a deep breath, gazed up at the sky, and declared, "Henceforth, I shall be my own self, forging my own path. If you find me distasteful, bear it. If you are embarrassed by me, then simply say you do not know me." He did not wish to utter another word. Cheng Zhaojian was rendered speechless by the defiance of his second son. He trembled with rage, his fists clenched tightly, raised high as if he were about to strike Cheng Yi squarely in the face. In truth, had it been consistent with Cheng Zhaojian's usual temperament, that fist would have surely come down. He was never a benevolent father, adhering firmly to the belief that discipline must be enforced through strict measures. In Cheng Zhaojian's own words, what child had not been disciplined throughout their upbringing? Without such measures, how could one ensure proper conduct? If not corrected during childhood, they would grow up to defy their parents, potentially wreaking havoc. Thus, both brothers had endured their share of beatings growing up. In Cheng Yi's memory, Cheng Zhaojian was tall, fierce, and struck with an intensity that seemed intent on inflicting severe punishment. He had even braced himself for that impending blow today. What he never anticipated was that Cheng Zhaojian's clenched fist would ultimately relax, his face paling with astonishment. He stared at Cheng Yi, both shocked and at a loss. Had he truly endured grievances? Yet, upon reflection, were his words not entirely reasonable? Two sons, both cherished equally. What justification did he have for favoritism? It was merely that the elder brother had a leg ailment, prompting him to provide more support, hoping to pave a smoother path for future sustenance, allowing him and his wife to rest easy. Then there was a younger son, Cheng Yi, with sound limbs and a sharp mind, excelling academically. He easily charmed the village youth, who would often rally behind him, calling him Big Brother. He was undoubtedly far superior to the limping Cheng Ming. Was it not natural for him to extend more care to the eldest? Yet, as these thoughts surged to his lips, Cheng Zhaojin found himself utterly unable to voice them. He lifted his gaze, scrutinizing Cheng Yi for the first time in many years. Time passed, so long that the nearby Jean Phoenix song and dance hall opened. The sounds of singing spilling forth, a cacophony of voices filling the air as men and women of various kinds strolled hand in hand toward the establishment. A few recognized Cheng Ming and cast curious glances his way, causing him to feel a sudden flush of embarrassment. Cheng Zhaojin sniffed, wiped his nose carelessly with a hand, and finally spoke in a gruff tone. "You ungrateful little wretch." He grumbled and, without warning, unfastened the blue cotton work uniform he was wearing. Then, he abruptly pulled out a cloth bag from his pocket and, as he brushed past Cheng Yi, thrust it into his arms. "Take it, you ungrateful fool," Cheng Zhaojin remarked, finally departing with Cheng Ming Sheng. The item nestled in Cheng Yi's arms felt light, encased in the cloth bag, which he had previously overlooked while it was pressed against him. Now, as it was suddenly thrust into his possession, he could finally discern its contents. It appeared to be a piece of clothing. Seizing the opportunity presented by the light, he extracted the garment. It was a brand-new gray diamond-patterned sweater. By the time he returned home, darkness had completely enveloped the sky. Cheng Yi pedaled into the yard, and the old donkey brayed loudly. Lin Qingran, clad in a thin coat and wielding a flashlight, hurriedly stepped outside. "Is Cheng Yi back?" Upon entering and securing his bicycle, Cheng Yi raised his gaze and instantly spotted her. The moonlight cast a hazy glow, and the yellow light illuminated her figure, rendering her exceptionally beautiful. She seemed so slender. Despite having gained some weight recently, she still appeared so frail. Cheng Yi felt an inexplicable pang of concern as he approached Lin Qingran. Before she could utter another word, he had already enveloped her in his embrace. He was weary from his journey, a chill lingering in his arms. Yet Lin Qingran did not find his hold uncomfortable. "Cheng Yi?" she inquired softly, sensing something was amiss. This man rarely displayed vulnerability, but at that moment he held her tightly, resting his head on her shoulder, making Lin Qingran acutely aware of a subtle difference. Cheng Yi murmured in a low, muffled tone. He leaned in closer, resting most of his weight against her. "I saw my dad and my brother," he said, a self-deprecating smile playing at the corners of his lips. "They probably think I'm a disgrace, not wanting me to be in business or to sing and dance." Lin Qingran's brow furrowed slightly. Just as she was about to speak, a thought struck her. It seemed she had not supported Cheng Yi in his singing and dancing endeavors either, especially during the recent time when he had fallen into a quagmire of high-interest debt. In her own despair, overwhelmed by life's burdens, she had once crumpled to the ground, tears streaming down her face as she scolded him loudly. What grounds or qualifications did she have? After a prolonged silence, as Cheng Yi gathered his emotions and prepared to rise, Lin Qingran suddenly reached out, standing on her toes, and pulled him into her embrace once more. "Do what you wish to do," she said softly. She paused, then bit her lip and continued. "As long as you take me and the child along, don't abandon this family. I and the child will stand by you for life." She could not articulate any grand philosophies. She could only offer sincere and straightforward comfort. Yet, on this cold and disheartening night, it proves to be particularly effective. The lingering feelings of unwillingness and indignation that weighed upon Cheng Yi's heart seemed to dissipate in that very moment. Indeed, what is there to be concerned about? If one cannot tolerate it, so be it. At least today, he expressed his anger and made his stance clear. Should they come seeking trouble again, he would no longer show any mercy in retorting. He will earn his own keep, relying solely on his own hands. Apart from Lin Qingran and their 2 children, he owes nothing to anyone. "Wife," he called out with a smile. Lin Qingran paused and looked up at him. Her delicate face bore a rosy hue, the fine down on her cheeks distinctly visible. Her almond-shaped eyes, large and round, sparkled captivatingly as she gazed up at him, the contrast of black and white particularly enchanting. Especially her lips, plump and slightly upturned, complemented by the tender glow in her eyes, all of which made Cheng Yi's breath grow heavy. In the next instant, his face quickly magnified within the depths of Lin Qingran's pupils. He captured her lips. Chapter 69. The snails are no longer within reach. It was no longer the fleeting taste it once was. He exerted a gentle yet insistent force, reaching out to grasp Lin Qingran's nape, drawing her closer to himself. In an instant, the space between them diminished, their lips brushing against each other, eliciting a faint sting. Lin Qingran's eyes widened in surprise. Almost instinctively, she wished to retreat, but Cheng Yi would not allow it. His gaze was imbued with an inescapable darkness, locking onto her with a hint of provocation, swiftly grazing her lips. The cool, soft sensation was tinged with a slight moisture. At that moment, Lin Qingran's mind went blank, and the subsequent memories faded away. Cheng Yi encircled her waist, his fingers sinking into the soft flesh. She winced, instinctively parting her lips, which he seized upon, conquering her defenses. The gentle breeze of spring lingered, carrying the freshness of grass and trees. Cheng Yi released her lips, bestowing a tender kiss upon her forehead. "Thank you, my dear," he murmured softly. The following day, Cheng Yi awoke early. He ultimately chose not to don the great diamond-patterned sweater. Some things simply lose their charm with time. What once captivated him now appeared rather ordinary and somewhat outdated. In the courtyard, Lin Yaodong was already bustling about. Upon seeing Cheng Yi emerge, he waved with a broad smile. "Brother, don't worry. I'll deliver the stir-fry to the restaurant today. This is on me." Cheng Yi nodded in acknowledgement. After brushing his teeth and having breakfast, the two little ones soon awakened, barefoot and bleary-eyed. They rubbed their eyes with the backs of their hands and immediately spotted Cheng Yi. "Daddy," Qing cooed, running over and wrapping her little arms around him. She pouted, for her father had not spent time with her lately, resembling a koala clinging to Cheng Yi's neck. A smile broke on his face as he teased. "Look, you can hang a soy sauce bottle on those lips." This elicited a fit of giggles from the little one, who blushed with delight. Lang leaned against the doorframe, silently observing Cheng Yi, awkwardly tugging at his pants. "Lang?" Cheng Yi inquired, suppressing a chuckle. "Would you like to give Daddy a hug?" Lang seemed reluctant. "All right then." He relented, stepping forward with open arms, allowing Cheng Yi to embrace him. He thought, "I didn't want a hug. It's Daddy who insisted." With both children held close, Cheng Yi finally exhaled a sigh of relief. They played for a while longer, the courtyard resonating with the joyful laughter of Qing and Lang. "Here I am. Daddy, come catch King. Ha!" Lang fell down. Arya says that S called a dog eating feces. "I want water." The little ones were perpetually exuberant. It had been nearly a month since Cheng Yi's return to life. The two little ones, due to their nourishing meals, have experienced a remarkable growth spurt, both in height and in their cherubic roundness. Grasping their hands no longer reveals the delicate bones that once startled. Instead, they feel pleasantly hefty, resembling plump little dumplings. Particularly, Qing's once pointed chin has transformed into an adorably rounded visage. When she smiles, the dimples inherited from Lin Qingran emerge, adding to her charm. After a day of play, Lang and Qing lay on the ground, observing the ants, while Cheng Yi prepared vegetables. Meanwhile, Lin Qingran diligently stitched garments for the two little ones, having yet to commence work on the fabric acquired during their last outing. The past days, consumed by the task of collecting snails, had left little time for such endeavors. The sun bathed the yard in a warm, tranquil glow, creating a serene and beautiful atmosphere. Suddenly, a hurried and restless sound of footsteps echoed from outside the yard. The group instinctively turned to see Iruzi storming in, visibly agitated. Lin Yaodong paused, his spatula halting midair as he glanced at Iruzi and then at the old donkey trailing behind. "What's the matter? Were you not supposed to be gathering snails?" Lin Yaodong inquired, perplexed by Iruzi's early return. In truth, The supply of snails had dwindled significantly over the past few days. The collection relied heavily on the whims of nature. After nearly a month of foraging, it was only natural that the harvest would become sparse. In Cheng Yi village alone, no one had come to sell snails for days, not for lack of desire, but simply because they were no longer available. Some villagers even chose to save their catch until they had a substantial amount to sell. Consequently, the only recourse was to go door to door for collection. With the old donkey available, Cheng Yi had advised Lin Yaodong and the others to send someone to the neighboring village each morning for snails, raising the price from 20 to 30 cents. Although the collection had been meager lately, it barely sufficed to maintain balance. Yet, unexpectedly, Iruzi had returned shortly after setting out. What happened? Cheng Yi inquired, rising to face Iruzi. Iruzi clenched his fists and gritted his teeth in frustration. We can't collect snails anymore. Just as I arrived at the outskirts of Shijiao village, they chased me away with sticks. Why? Lin Yaodong's temper flared instantly. Just a few days prior, everything had been fine. Why were they suddenly barred from entry? Iruzi shook his head. I don't know. But didn't he explain? The moment I mentioned going in to collect snails, they refused me entry. It's infuriating. Cheng Yi remained silent, inwardly anticipating this outcome. In these times, opportunities for profit were keenly sought after. Snails were indeed lucrative, and the knowledge was not concealed. Anyone from the village venturing to the county town could easily learn that stir-fried snail sold for 2 yuan per jin, a tenfold profit. People were not foolish. They recognized the potential for profit and would inevitably seek to capitalize on it. Thus, it is precisely for this reason that, during this period, one can observe an abundance of snail stalls emerging throughout the county town. Not only are the prices significantly lower, but it also provides convenience, as one does not need to visit specific state-run restaurants for purchases. However, despite this, they have been unable to usurp Cheng Yi's clientele. After all, with his exclusive recipe and distinctive flavor, no matter how cheap or convenient the alternatives may be, loyal customers remain steadfast in their preference for this singular establishment. In light of this reality, some individuals have resorted to scheming from the source. Cheng Yi's associates have recently been seen acquiring snails from neighboring villages, a fact they are well aware of. Moreover, it is highly likely that those small vendors selling snails originate from these very villages, who would willingly bring snails back to their own village. Coupled with this notion, each village harbors a sense of solidarity. Under circumstances where the purchasing price remains the same, they would undoubtedly refuse to sell their snails to outsiders. Chapter 70. My apologies. Cheng Yi pursed his lips and raised his gaze to Iruzi, inquiring, Have you visited other villages? Iruzi nodded, cursing under his breath. If it were just this village, I could accept it, but the others wouldn't let us in either. If I hadn't been holding back, I would have confronted them long ago. Indeed, it seemed they were being collectively targeted. Lin Yaodong looked bewildered, his brows knitted tightly as he approached Cheng Yi, asking, Brother Cheng, what shall we do now? Our supply of river snails can only last for a couple more days. Are we really going to let this group of scoundrels ruin our business? Cheng Yi rose, dusting off his trousers. Business is never smooth sailing. However, even if they've taken our snails, we can still explore other options. Other options? Lin Yaodong and Iruzi stared at Cheng Yi in astonishment. What can we possibly gather? Will the townsfolk even buy it? What if it doesn't taste good? What if they don't like it? Lin Yaodong posed several questions. Cheng Yi simuleth. We can apply the secret recipe for snails to other dishes, such as crabs or spicy mixed fish. The flavor will be quite comparable. He spoke the truth. They were all aquatic delicacies, and the secret ingredients remain consistent. Whether it be spicy mixed fish or crabs, the essence was the same. However, achieving sales comparable to that of river snails was uncertain. Cheng Yi walked over, placing a reassuring hand on Lin Yaodong's shoulder. In business, one must think critically. With some contemplation, solutions will emerge. Lin Yaodong bit his lip, nodding with a hint of skepticism. Iruzi, invigorated by the conversation, suddenly turned and dashed outside. I'll go catch a pound of small crabs. Let us see how they taste. Before long, Iruzi returned, having scoured the shallow riverbank filled with large stones. With deft hands, he used chopsticks to gather a handful of scurrying crabs. After cleaning them thoroughly and stir-frying with the previous recipe as spices. The result, indeed, mirrored the flavor of the river snails. Upon tasting, Lin Yaodong's eyes lit up. To claim they tasted identical to river snails would be an exaggeration. Their textures and subtle flavors differed. However, they were undeniably delicious. Lin Yaodong earnestly contemplated, if he were to pay for them, he would certainly be willing. Cheng Yi pulled one out, sampled its taste, and gauged the potential of this venture. The business could continue, yet expanding and making significant profits would necessitate either venturing to another province or waiting until spring for a new supply of river snails to accumulate wealth over the years. Nevertheless, none of these aspirations aligned with Cheng Yi's intentions. He resolved to journey to the provincial capital, accompanying the arts troupe to explore further business opportunities. With his mind swiftly set on a course of action, he rose to prepare a meal. The group had temporarily found a solution, and the tension eased. After finishing his meal, Cheng Yi bid farewell to Lin Qingran and rode his bicycle directly toward the county town. The arts troupe has only 2 performances remaining, and he must go through the process once more. As he cycled past the police station, he instinctively came to a halt, contemplating whether to enter and inquire about the progress of his case. The officer attending to him was a young constable who, upon seeing him, inquired about the situation, his expression immediately clouding with concern. "That man is nothing but a seasoned trickster," the young officer exclaimed with irritation. "He refuses to divulge anything, previously claiming that a letter was sent from the Arts Academy. But when we interrogated him further about where he concealed the letter, he had the audacity to say he had swallowed it." The young officer's expression grew increasingly grim. If he were to claim that there was a flaw in this response, one could argue otherwise, for it was devoid of any error. Yet upon hearing it, one could discern that it was merely a fabrication. It is entirely possible that even the initial mention of the Arts Academy was a ruse. Previously, Cheng Yi had recorded a statement, primarily concerning whom he had enmities with, and so on. Yet, to be candid, given his reckless nature in his past life, where he meddled in everything, he had amassed quite a few adversaries. Thus, the matter had reached an impasse. After exchanging a few more words, the young officer sighed, preparing to continue his discourse when suddenly they heard someone approaching from outside. "Oh, my son, why hasn't he been released yet?" Several heads turned in unison. The young officer's forehead twitched with irritation. "Here we go again." With a peculiar expression, he pointed discreetly at Cheng Yi, muttering, "That SYZ's mother. Ever since that scoundrel was locked up, she comes here every day, incessantly demanding we release her son." The young officer felt powerless. What can we do? Her son is hardly a model citizen. How could we possibly release him? Yet this lady insists on bringing fruits and eggs to the station daily, which is quite bothersome. The most challenging aspect of this situation is the parental distress stemming from a child's criminal actions. Lu Shumei visits every day, bringing homegrown chicken and duck eggs, fruits gifted by others, and various dried vegetables. Whatever she has, she brings along, tearfully pleading for forgiveness on behalf of her son. As Lu Shumei approached, her eyes swollen, she trembled as she extended the eggs she carried toward the officer. "Officer, my son, he truly understands his mistakes. I implore you, please release him. I'm unwell, and there's no one to care for me at home. If I were to die there, no one would know." Her pleas were interspersed with sobbing. The young officer felt overwhelmed, hastily pushing the eggs back, adopting a stern demeanor. "Madam, you cannot act this way. It would undermine the regulations of our station." Wei Zi has refused to speak, and to date, he has shown no remorse for the victim. "We cannot possibly release such a rogue." Upon hearing this, Lu Shumei erupted into loud tears. She reached out, grasping the young officer's hand tightly, pleading, "What about the victim? Is there any way I could apologize to him? Please, spare my son." Cheng Yi felt a sudden jolt, almost instinctively inclined to step outside. However, at that moment, the young police officer appeared to embody justice. Pointing a finger at Cheng Yi and addressing Lu Shumei, "Look, even the victim does not recognize you. What purpose does your daily presence at our station serve? If the victim cannot forgive you, we have even less reason to release him." Cheng Yi replied, "I thank you." Lu Shumei, almost instantaneously, seemed to grasp a lifeline. She seized Cheng Yi's arm, tugging it with urgency, her voice quivering as she spoke. Is it you? You are Cheng Yi? My son has done wrong. He has committed misdeeds against you, and I come to offer my sincerest apologies. Chapter 71. He discovered the true culprit trembling with sobs. She gasped for breath, as if on the brink of fainting. The veins on Cheng Yi's forehead throbbed with intensity. If he were to encounter Wei Zi, he would not hesitate to retaliate with a strike. However, before him stood an elderly woman, a mother solely devoted to her son. Madam, it is not that I refuse to forgive your son. It is he who remains tight-lipped about those behind him. Cheng Yi could only explain. He painstakingly recounted the sequence of events to Lu Xuanmei, hoping she would grasp his meaning. Yet, upon finishing, Lu Xuanmei clung to Cheng Yi's arm, unwilling to let go. The young officer gestured dismissively, saying, See, we've repeated ourselves countless times, yet it proves futile, stubborn as a mule. Cheng Yi felt parched and overwhelmed. Lu Xuanmei had been consumed with thoughts of saving her son, and now, standing before Cheng Yi, she would not relent. She pulled him along, her steps unsteady, as if she might topple over at any moment. Yet her grip remained unyielding. Come to my home. I shall prepare you a meal. I will make wontons. Please do not turn your nose up at it. Lu Xuanmei choked out, I offer my apologies to you. On behalf of my son, Cheng Yi felt a surge of frustration. By some twist of fate, he found himself dragged into a nearby alley. Merely a stone's throw from the police station. Lu Xuanmei rambled. There was no other choice. I moved several times, hoping to lead Wei Zi onto the right path by relocating closer to the station, thinking he might behave better. But what went wrong? Her voice faltered intermittently. Cheng Yi listened intently, absorbing every word. At the alley's end stood a large iron gate, rusted and red, unlatched and easily pushed open. Lu Xuanmei's hands bore the marks of age, mottled with brown spots and lined with wrinkles. As if fearing Cheng Yi might flee, she clung tightly, her knuckles paling. I make the best noodles, Wei Zi's favorite. You must try some, won't you? Lu Xuanmei glanced back at him, her eyes clouded and yellowed. A flicker of innocence within her stirred something deep within Cheng Yi, momentarily overwhelming him. He sighed and glanced at the clock hanging in the main room. Exactly 1 o'clock. Fortunately, the Arts Academy had not yet commenced its working hours. A simple bowl of Yangshan noodles awaited him, adorned with a small spoonful of lard, topped with a fried egg, glistening with oil, accompanied by a few strands of green vegetables. When Lu Xuanmei gingerly brought it forth, she meticulously wiped the chopsticks with a clean cloth before handing them to him. Cheng Yi surveyed the room, reminiscent of the 1980s, with old pearwood furniture darkened by years of use. The cement floor had long lost its original hue, and the walls were decorated with torn calendar posters of glamorous women. An antique pendulum clock sat in the front room, chiming melodiously at the hour, each toll ringing clear and pleasant. Lu Xuanmei sat across from Cheng Yi, also partaking in her bowl of noodles. Within the bowl, there were neither fried eggs nor lard, merely a serving of plain noodles seasoned with a pinch of salt and accompanied by 2 blanched greens. The elderly tended to be quite talkative, engaging in a continuous stream of conversation as they ate. Cheng Yi listened attentively, absorbing tales that likely revolved around Wei Zi. He was not an inherently bad person. Rather, he was a victim of circumstance, abandoned by his father at a young age. He grew up in a home devoid of financial stability, burdened by overwhelming debts. As his academic endeavors faltered, he abandoned his studies to drift along with a group of misfits. Over the years, he managed to amass some wealth and repay his debts, assuring others that they need not worry about his spending, yet Lu Xuanmei's tears flowed freely. Cheng Yi remained silent, continuing to eat his noodles while quietly listening. After half an hour, having finished his meal, Cheng Yi rose to take his leave. Auntie, I have listened to all you have said, but I must inform you that if Wei Zi is not the mastermind behind this, then I bear no ill will towards him. As long as he can reveal who is truly orchestrating these events, I will draft a letter of understanding. Lu Xuanmei wiped her tears. I understand, I truly do. I thought preparing a bowl of noodles for you would ease my own mind. After speaking, she turned and retreated into the house, soon returning with a basket of fruit. Here, take this. It was brought by that boy, Ji Gang. I hear they are all fine fruits, but I couldn't bear to keep them. Cheng Yi hesitated momentarily, instinctively asking, "Who delivered it?" Liu Xiumei paused, a hint of uncertainty in her voice. "That boy Jigang. He came a couple of days ago, expressing his concern for my health, and said that Wei Zi is a good child." Cheng Yi's expression darkened. After probing a few more questions, he learned that this was the first time Li Jigang had brought her fruit. Previously, he would feign ignorance of Liu Xiumei and Wei Zi whenever they crossed paths, fearing the potential gossip it might incite. Yet, this time, he had brought a basket of fruit. Such an anomaly could not be overlooked. Reflecting on his odd reaction when Cheng Yi inquired about Wei Zi, a few answers began to crystallize in his mind. After bidding farewell to Liu Xiumei, Cheng Yi made his way directly to the Cultural Arts Academy. It was just the beginning of working hours. A few female colleagues gradually made their way into the practice hall, while Qi Hongxiu had already prepared herself and was waiting at the entrance for Cheng Yi. Following Jiang Kaiqing's instructions from the previous day, he was no longer impeded, allowing him to enter without hindrance. Several women glanced at him, instinctively keeping their distance. Although they whispered among themselves, word had already spread throughout the academy about Cheng Yi's commendable performance during his scene with Tang Jinsen. Cheng Yi chose to disregard their gazes as he confidently strode in, heading straight for Jiang Kaiqing's office. Upon reaching the bottom of the stairs, he spotted Qi Hongxiu joyfully running towards him, exclaiming, "Cheng Yi, you've arrived." Cheng Yi, maintaining a composed demeanor, took a step aside. Qi Hongxiu, seemingly untouched by the hardships of life, radiated a naive exuberance, unconcerned with others' opinions, valuing instead her own happiness. With a smile, she remarked, "You are here to see Team Leader Jiang, aren't you? Allow me to show you the way." Without waiting for Cheng Yi's reply, she cheerfully ascended the stairs with brisk steps. Qi Hongxiu had deliberately adorned herself for the day, dressed in a long cardigan sweater, complemented by a blouse beneath and a knee-length skirt. She accentuated her graceful silhouette. Her hair cascaded elegantly over her shoulders, and her makeup was meticulously applied. In truth, Qi Hongxiu possessed considerable confidence in her appearance and demeanor. After all, she was a girl raised in the provincial capital, not one timidly emerging from a humble background. She could not fathom that Cheng Yi would not steal a glance or two at her. As these thoughts danced in her mind, her steps became increasingly buoyant. However, she was unaware that Cheng Yi indeed did not spare her a single glance. Having navigated the entertainment industry in his past life, he had encountered all manner of beauty. In the world of entertainment, looks were paramount. When he ascended to the status of a best actor, he had both resources and connections at his disposal. Countless aspiring actresses sought to court his favor, hoping for a chance to elevate their own careers. Chapter 72. May I explore other roles? Upon arriving at Jiang Kaiqing's office, Cheng Yi was taken aback to find a number of people present, including Chao Kaida and Chen Gongzhengqiu, seemingly engaged in a discussion. As they noticed Cheng Yi's arrival, they collectively turned to face him. "Ah, you've come," Jiang Kaiqing exclaimed with a smile, then produced 2 sheets of paper to hand to Cheng Yi. "Here are your lines. Take a look. Shortly, we shall perform the scene on stage. If all goes well, we can sign the contract right away." Cheng Yi nodded in acknowledgement. Taking the papers, he glanced through them and noted that they were largely unchanged from the plays of his previous life. He carefully stored the papers away and looked up at Jiang Kaiqing with a smile, inquiring, "Director Jiang, might I see the complete script? I've never laid eyes on it, and I'm curious to experience its full breadth." Though Jiang Kaiqing was intrigued by Cheng Yi's request, he nonetheless opened his drawer and retrieved a script of approximately a dozen pages, handing it over. "Here you go. It's always good to broaden your horizons." With gratitude, Cheng Yi accepted the script and exited the office, leaning against the corridor as he opened it. Much of this was ingrained in his very being. The scenes that unfolded before his eyes soon transformed into vibrant and cohesive images within his mind. If he were to assume this role, how would he portray it? Yes, here he should infuse a subtle expression. Here, a furtive glance at Hiyun. And here, he ought to deliver an impassioned performance, brimming with emotion, culminating in a small eruption. Replaying these thoughts repeatedly, like a revolving lantern. After a brief moment, Cheng Yi closed the script, a gentle smile curving upon his lips. He was not an entirely virtuous individual, harboring a certain vengeful spirit. Wei Zi would eventually emerge, and he had not forgotten the death ode. However, vengeance must be directed at the rightful source. Wei Zi was merely a pawn, and his actions were orchestrated by Lin Qingran. Money can indeed wield considerable influence. To truly address the situation, one must trace it back to its origins. Therefore, addressing the source was paramount. As for Lin Qingran, confronting him directly would not resolve the matter, especially since Wei Zi had yet to implicate him. Should he act now and be apprehended, he would find himself ensnared, a most unfavorable outcome. Yet, from eavesdropping on Lin Qingran and Qi Hongxiu's conversation yesterday, it seemed he was to portray the male lead, Ouyang Ping, with significant emphasis placed on this role. Cheng Yi tapped his fingers against the script, a smile deepening on his lips. Striking at the heart of the matter was essential. If he secured the lead role, how would Lin Qingran respond? Would he attempt to harm him once more? If so, being prepared to catch him in the act would facilitate matters greatly. After contemplating this, Cheng Yi reached a resolution. Moments later, the office door swung open, and Jiang Kaiqing, along with Cao Kaida and others, emerged, holding enamel mugs and engaging in jovial conversation. Spotting Cheng Yi standing outside, Jiang Kaiqing inquired, "So, are you ready?" Cheng Yi nodded in affirmation. He smiled and asked, "Shall we go through it now?" Jiang Kaiqing nodded, "Sure. We happen to be heading to the trapezoidal classroom for the rehearsal anyway. Qingran and Hongxiu are both rehearsing today. You might have to wait for a bit, as there may not be a spot available, but it won't be long." Cheng Yi nodded silently and followed the group into the trapezoidal classroom. Indeed, they were in the midst of rehearsal, performing one of the most climactic scenes. Ouyang Ping passionately defended himself against He Shifei, and at the height of his excitement, he produced his poetry collection. He Shifei appeared astonished, as if he had uncovered a secret, his expression shifting to one of secret delight and quiet determination. It must be said that Tang Jinsen's performance was truly commendable. He portrayed the character with remarkable depth. Although Ouyang Ping is considered the male lead in the play in silence, it is more accurate to describe it as a dual lead performance, as He Shifei's character holds equal significance. Cheng Yi, with his arms crossed, observed Lin Qingran's performance at a leisurely pace. It must be noted that Li's physical appearance closely aligned with that of Ouyang Ping, thick brows and large eyes, clearly embodying a righteous character. He wore a tank top beneath a white shirt, paired with black trousers held up by a belt, and donned traditional cloth shoes. His performance showed clear evidence of diligent practice. However, there was still a hint of incongruity, especially during the explosive scenes. It seemed as though the seasoned actor Tang Jinsen overshadowed him, preventing Ouyang Ping's passionate and indignant expressions from fully manifesting. In fact, as the performance progressed, he appeared somewhat diminished. Tang Jinsen evidently took notice. After completing the scene, he wiped his forehead with a towel and glanced at the pale-faced Lin Qingran, stating, "Your performance is lacking. Continue practicing. This character's portrayal won't even make it to the provincial stage." Lin Qingran's face turned ashen. He nodded, intending to say something, but suddenly caught sight of Cheng Yi, who stood with arms crossed, wearing a knowing smile. He froze, inexplicably chilled, as if he had glimpsed something unsettling in Cheng Yi's gaze. "All right, if the performance is subpar, practice diligently. There are only a few days left." Cao Kaida expressed his displeasure loudly towards Lin Qingran. Li, with little time for contemplation, lowered his head and stepped down. Jiang Kaiqing turned to Cheng Yi, suggesting, "Why not go through it briefly, just to follow the process?" Cheng Yi nodded and ascended the stage, brushing past Lin Qingran's shoulder. Everything felt familiar. His lines and body language seamlessly fit the role. The more Jiang Kaiqing observed, the more he felt he had discovered a gem. He even contemplated introducing Cheng Yi to a more prominent role in the next rehearsal. As Cheng Yi descended from the stage, Tang Jinsen, sipping water, looked up at him with admiration in his eyes. Jiang Kaiqing, unable to contain his delight, wore a broad smile. Yesterday, another individual also completed their preparations. "Henceforth, we shall rehearse daily. However, your role is not of paramount importance, and a mere appearance each day suffices. After a couple of iterations, that shall be enough." As Jiang Kaiqing concluded his statement, he was poised to summon someone to procure the contract for Cheng Yi's signature. Unexpectedly, Cheng Yi cast a sudden, playful glance in his direction. Captain, I would like to explore a different role. Jiang Kaiqing was momentarily taken aback. What? He held his teacup, uncertain if he had misheard, and inquired, which role do you wish to explore? Cheng Yi raised the script in his hand and replied, a different role. I feel compelled to give it a try. Is that permissible? His voice resonated clearly, prompting all present to take notice, including Tang Jinsen, who was nearby, sipping water and resting. He too was intrigued. This young man had indeed portrayed the minor character with remarkable depth. Chapter 73. A Test of the Protagonist. Is Ouyang Ping inherently suited to this character? Or does he possess genuine talent? Jiang Kaiqing hesitated for a moment, appearing somewhat troubled, while beside him, Chao Kaida, holding a teacup, swirled the froth and nodded, suggesting, let's give it a try. If he performs well, we might just stumble upon a great talent and gain an excellent actor for the future. With the Secretary's endorsement, there was little room for refusal. Jiang Kaiqing nodded in agreement and turned to Cheng Yi, inquiring, so, what role do you wish to try? Is half an hour sufficient for you to memorize your lines? Cheng Yi smiled, shrugged, and replied, I've already memorized them. I can perform right now. Astonishing. He had already memorized his lines? This implied that during the recent performance of Li Jigang and Tang Jinsen, he had been rehearsing his lines while observing. In a mere span of a few minutes, he had committed them to memory, and he could perform without a script. Jiang Kaiqing's expression shifted to one of intrigue. He nodded, saying, very well, proceed with your performance. Cheng Yi expressed his gratitude and made his way to the stage. Just then, Jiang Kaiqing recalled something and called out to his retreating figure, wait, what role are you auditioning for? Ouyang Ping. Meanwhile, in the room, after the meal, Yi Shifei felt apprehensive as he gazed at Mei Lin and Ouyang Ping, cautiously probing with a few questions. He soon realized that neither of them knew he was the one who had initially ensnared them. Instantly, Yi Shifei felt a wave of relief wash over him. After a few drinks, his words began to flow more freely. In my opinion, those people are not worth a dime. I can't believe so many are still following him. It's utterly blind, he exclaimed, belching with pride. Only by following me can one tread the path of ambition. You all have been deceived by him. Tang Jinsen, still engaged in his performance, was deeply immersed in his role. Even with a touch of inebriation, he portrayed a tipsy demeanor perfectly. Upon finishing his lines, his tongue began to stumble, mumbling incoherent words, all in great admiration for Ouyang Ping. The atmosphere reached a crescendo. The young man, standing at the forefront of a new era, suddenly rose to his feet. No, you speak utter nonsense. His voice rang out, powerful and resonant, as emotions surged forth, causing his complexion to flush slightly. Ouyang Ping clenched his fists, disregarding Mei Lin's attempts to restrain him, as he forcefully pulled out a chair, took 2 strides, and stood before Yi Shifei. Your thoughts are politically erroneous. Your mind has been poisoned. Uncle He, how can you think this way? You shouldn't utter such words. His voice seemed to erupt from his very chest, carrying an overwhelming tide of emotion. Leaning slightly forward, his hands hung at his sides, clenched tightly, as if struggling to contain a vast reservoir of feelings. At that moment, Tang Jinsen, reclining in the chair, was momentarily taken aback. For the first time, he nearly faltered in his performance, as the intensity of Ouyang Ping's emotion and the force of his accusations struck him like a wave, making him feel as though he could truly see Ouyang Ping as a living entity. Look, how many people support him? In countless nights, I have been summoned by him to pen these verses. Each line embodies the essence he imparted to me, a treasure he bequeathed. Upon concluding his statement, Ouyang Ping strode confidently towards the sofa and retrieved an item from his military green canvas bag. It was a collection of poetry titled The Sword Drawn from Its Sheath. Yi Shifei was momentarily taken aback, his intoxication dissipating significantly. Is this truly your poetry? Ouyang Ping tenderly caressed the cover of the collection for a moment before nodding earnestly. To be precise, these verses were composed at the behest of our leader. They are a gift from the spirit I follow, Ouyang Ping proclaimed passionately, locking eyes with Yi Shifei. Uncle He, you must read them thoroughly. They will undoubtedly invigorate your spirit. He sure face sank into his chair, his limbs cold and his gaze darkened. It seemed this was the conclusion. The fervent Ouyang Ping appeared to momentarily detach himself from Cheng Yi's form, taking a couple of steps forward before bowing gracefully. Thank you all, my audition is complete. The trapezoidal classroom was enveloped in silence. Every eye was fixed on Cheng Yi on stage, mouths agape, unable to utter a word. Lin Qingran's eyes widened in disbelief as a torrent of thoughts surged within him. How is this possible? How could he memorize the lines in such a brief period? Moreover, during the performance, it felt as though I truly saw Ouyang Ping standing on stage. Jiang Kaiqing and Chao Kaida were so astonished they stood up immediately. Realizing his hands were trembling, Chao Kaida hastily set down the enamel mug he was holding. He stared intently at Cheng Yi, as if something was stirring in his mind. Just moments ago, while portraying Ouyang Ping, he stood rigidly, even his hands instinctively aligned with his trousers, resembling a tall and taut pine tree. Yet now, Cheng Yi approached them with a relaxed demeanor, light steps, and a languid posture, utterly transformed from his previous portrayal. Chao Kaida and Jiang Kaiqing exchanged glances, finally grasping the extraordinary nature of this young man. Tang Jinsen also descended from stage, observing Cheng Yi for a while before turning to whisper a few words to Chao Kaida. Chao Kaida's expression subtly shifted, as if he had resolved something within himself. An unsettling premonition suddenly arose in Lin Qingran's heart. He wished to approach and eavesdrop, but before long, Chen Gong and Zheng Xiu arrived to clear the space. Qi Hongxiu was completely astonished. Regaining her composure, she exclaimed, "Oh, Cheng Yi, you were magnificent. I felt as though I truly saw Ouyang Ping." As the crowd dispersed, only Chao Kaida and the others remained, engaged in discussion, occasionally interrupted by Tang Jinsen, pointing and speaking. Cheng Yi, however, remained unperturbed, sitting quietly with the script in hand. After approximately 10 minutes, Jiang Kaiqing beckoned to Cheng Yi. "Cheng Yi, come here for a moment." Upon hearing this, Cheng Yi closed the script and walked over to the group. Chao Kaida took a sip of water, placed a hand on Cheng Yi's shoulder, and remarked with admiration, "Truly, the student surpasses the master. Young man, in my lifetime, I have never encountered anyone as gifted as you in acting." Cheng Yi smiled and replied, "Secretary, you flatter me. I have merely pursued my passion and worked diligently behind the scenes. Today, I was fortunate enough to have an opportunity to showcase my abilities. It hardly qualifies as talent." His words were somewhat ambiguous. While he indeed exerted effort, it seemed as though he had spent a previous lifetime immersed in performance. As for talent, there was certainly a modicum of it. In the realm of acting, if one truly dedicates themselves to their craft, they can indeed reach remarkable heights. Chapter 74. They are a couple, weathering storms together. Yet, to truly grasp the opportunity to shine and become a figure of admiration, one must possess talent. Otherwise, it is merely an exercise in futility. Cheng Yi happens to embody both qualities. Jiang Kaiqing, filled with excitement, felt his hands tremble slightly. He exhaled deeply, pushing the script towards Cheng Yi, cautiously inquiring, "If given the chance to portray the male lead, do you believe you could seize it?" After a brief hesitation, he added, "In 7 days, we will be heading to the provincial capital. Do you have confidence?" The sudden change in casting was the brainchild of Tang Jinsen. For him, there were no social niceties to consider. The play took precedence above all else. This was his guiding principle. Just moments ago, Cheng Yi's portrayal of Ouyang Ping stood vividly before him, so passionately animated that it nearly overwhelmed him. With such remarkable talent and excellent conditions, who else could take on the role of the male lead if not him? In many ways, Tang Jinsen's words carried more weight than those of Chao Kaida and Jiang Kaiqing, for he understood the essence of theater. Moreover, if they secured a favorable position in the upcoming competition in the provincial capital, the funding allocated to the artistic troupe for the latter half of the year would increase significantly. Weighing all of this, Cheng Yi emerged as the unequivocal choice. However, with only 7 days remaining, a sense of concern lingered. Chao Kaida took another sip of water, contemplating whether to urge Cheng Yi to dedicate more hours to rehearsals within the troupe, but before he could speak, The young man before him suddenly raised his chin slightly. His inky black eyes sparkled with unrestrained confidence, and his lips curled into a defiant smile. "Of course I have confidence," Cheng Yi replied with a calm demeanor. "Perhaps we could begin rehearsals now." This was the pride and assurance bestowed upon him by his abilities. In that instant, the others gazed at this young man, suddenly struck by an utterly absurd thought. Perhaps one day, he would ascend to heights beyond their reach. Time flew swiftly, and the chill of early spring finally dissipated, as if the warmth had arrived overnight. In the days leading up to their journey to the provincial capital, Cheng Yi continued his routine of collecting money, singing, and rehearsing. Until the evening before their departure, Lin Qingran helped him gather his clothes. "This one is for close wear. If it gets cold, just throw on a sweater or a jacket." Lin Qingran picked up a small leather suitcase, a recent purchase from the department store in Xi'an, costing 100 yuan. She neatly folded the clothes and rolled pairs of socks into tight bundles, tucking them into the corners of the suitcase. "These are thick socks for the mornings, and these are thinner, made of pure cotton, perfect for wearing with leather shoes," she murmured softly. The dim light in the room cast a warm glow, gently elongating her silhouette, which flickered against the mottled earthen wall. Cheng Yi sat on the bed, diligently grooming his nails. After tidying up, she stood up and gently wrapped her arms around her from behind, her warmth pressing against Lin Qingran's back, momentarily halting her movements. "Wife!" Cheng Yi softly called out to her, his warm breath cascading over her shoulder and neck, causing Lin Qingran to pause in surprise. "What is it?" she inquired, and after a brief moment of silence, seeing no further action from him, she resumed organizing her clothes. Cheng Yi did not lean his full weight on her. He simply rested lightly against her, allowing her movements to sway them together. "I might be gone for 5 or 6 days. You've worked hard taking care of the children at home," Cheng Yi remarked. "I've organized our finances. This past month, we've earned quite a bit. After expenses and the cost of collecting river snails, I calculated we have a total of 8,300 yuan, all stored in the box." Lin Qingran nodded. "I know. I have always been the one managing the household accounts. That's a lot. I never imagined we could earn so much in this lifetime." "Qingqing has grown quite a bit," Lin Qingran said, a smile creeping onto her lips as a thought crossed her mind. "You have no idea. They're quite spoiled now, asking me for pocket money every day. A dime each isn't enough. They insist on 20 cents to buy all sorts of snacks. Every time they eat, a crowd of children gathers around them. They, however, share a small bag of fig strips, each child getting just one." Lin Qingran laughed as she spoke, her gentle voice resonating through her chest and reaching Cheng Yi's ears. Unable to resist, he nuzzled his chin against her shoulder. "Wife, there is something I wish to discuss with you," Cheng Yi said softly. "I need to take some of this money. I might only leave you 1,000. My trip to the provincial capital is not solely for acting. I also need to seek business opportunities. You've seen the river snail business. If you want to earn big, we'll have to wait until next year." He paused, propping himself up and turning her to face him, gazing intently into her eyes. "I want to take a chance, is that all right?" In a previous life, Cheng Yi would never have shared his decisions with Lin Qingran. However, in this rebirth, he gradually came to understand the meaning of family. With a wife and children, one does not have to bear life's burdens alone. It is a small community that shares joys and trials, negotiates together. That is what constitutes a family. Lin Qingran looked at him in surprise, then covered her mouth with a smile, her eyes curving beautifully and gently. "Didn't I say? As long as you take me and the children along, you can do whatever you want," she added quickly, but not through underhanded means. "Whether in business or physical labor, I think it's all good. Even if we lose money, we can always start over. As long as Qingqing and Liang are well fed and by our side, they will be happy. Cheng Yi, I have no other demand from you." Lin Qingran gazed at him earnestly. "Just be honest, walk the right path, and live diligently." At that moment, it felt as if Cheng Yi's heart had plunged into warm, gentle waters. He gazed blankly at Lin Qingran, his lips moving as if to utter words. Yet he found himself at a loss for what to say. In his previous life, he had constantly sought ways to evade reality. Indeed, what capabilities did he possess to provide for his wife and child? Perhaps it was better to risk everything in pursuit of those ethereal dreams. a means to numb and deceive himself. Look, I have not lacked in effort, nor have I been devoid of aspirations. It is merely that the path I tread is one you fail to comprehend, and your support is absent. However, in this rebirth, as he listened to Lin Qingran's words, a profound sense of awakening and shame washed over him. What did Lin Qingran ask of him? Simply to lead an earnest life, to engage sincerely in his endeavors, and to walk the righteous path. Cheng Yi reached out, embracing her tightly. Lin Qingran paused briefly before reciprocating his embrace. They were partners, a couple weathering life's storms together. Chapter 75. Departure to the provincial city the following day. As dawn broke with a soft haze, Cheng Yi stepped out of his home, a small suitcase in hand. A gentle drizzle enveloped the sky, yet he chose not to carry an umbrella. Upon reaching the village entrance to await transportation, several villagers from Chengjia village eagerly offered him their conical hats. Cheng Yi was momentarily taken aback, instinctively raising his hand in refusal, only to be met with a broad smile revealing a set of white teeth. "Ah, young Cheng, just take it. If it weren't for the money I made from you, I wouldn't be able to afford a hat. I got a plastic sheet too. Just wrap it around my head." With that, the man nonchalantly draped the plastic sheet over his head. Cheng Yi expressed his gratitude. Before long, the vehicle arrived. Cheng Yi assisted the man with his belongings onto the bus, engaging in light conversation until they reached the county town. The cultural troupe owned a dedicated bus. In the 1990s, while some rural areas languished in poverty, the county town had already begun to flourish. Every institution had its own bus, where they collaborated with transport companies to rent vehicles for pickups. The cultural troupe was relatively affluent, boasting its own exclusive bus. Upon exiting the station, Cheng Yi's gaze fell upon the vehicle awaiting him outside. The bus had a white lower section, a yellowish-brown upper section, and was meticulously painted with the words Yuanan County Cultural Troupe in bold red. Seeing Cheng Yi approach, Chi Hongxiu eagerly leaned out of the window, waving her hand. "Cheng Yi, hurry up. It's raining." Cheng Yi felt a twinge of annoyance. Although she was not overly persistent, her excessive enthusiasm left him somewhat uncomfortable. After much contemplation, he resolved to ignore her. As the bus doors opened, he boarded and noticed several young girls discreetly glancing in his direction. There was an empty seat beside Chi Hongxiu, but he chose to walk straight to the back row and sit down. Chi Hongxiu felt a pang of disappointment. She had hoped he would occupy the seat that previously belonged to Lin Qingran, from whom she had refused to relent. Unexpectedly, he had disregarded her intentions, leaving her feeling hollow. Lin Qingran occupied the seat next to Chi Hongxiu, separated only by an aisle. Upon noticing her dejected expression, his mood darkened further. Whether by fate's whim or mere coincidence, he had lost his intended role to Cheng Yi. While Cheng Yi's former role as a minor militia member had been assigned to him, he felt a surge of frustration, almost on the verge of cursing. Jiang Kaiqing, direct as ever, inquired whether he intended to accept the role. If not, he would seek someone else that afternoon. This was a prime opportunity to perform in the provincial city. Reluctantly, Lin Qingran swallowed his humiliation and accepted the role. For the past 7 days, Cheng Yi had frequented the cultural troupe, especially during the last 3 days when Jiang Kaiqing and Chao Kaida organized rehearsals in the trapezoidal classroom, gathering all the men and women of the troupe to watch the performances. After 3 consecutive days of shows, the admiration in the eyes of the female performers towards Cheng Yi had begun to shine brightly. People naturally gravitate towards strength. Lin Qingran felt a mix of resentment and indignation, lamenting how swiftly these women had shifted their affections. They had once revolved around him. Jiang Kaiqing, in high spirits, reveled in the unfolding drama, holding a thermos, sipping tea, and contemplating their potential to shine brightly in the provincial capital. A smile instinctively graced the corners of their lips. "Cheng Yi, if you can muster the determination to secure a place among the top 3, the secretary and I will arrange for you to become a formal member of the cultural troupe, securing a government position that ensures a stable livelihood, allowing you to confidently pursue this path. In these times, a stable job remains highly coveted. Indeed, whether in the present or the 20th century, there's always been an air of envy towards those who work within the system. After all, 'Cheng Yi, if you can muster the determination to secure a place among the top 3, the secretary and I will arrange for you to become a formal member of the cultural troupe, securing a government position that ensures a stable livelihood, allowing you to confidently pursue this path. In these times, a stable job remains highly coveted. Indeed, whether in the present or the 20th century, there's always been an air of envy towards those who work within the system. Such a life guarantees peace of mind, regardless of financial abundance or scarcity. One will never face starvation, nor will they need to wander aimlessly outside. Cheng Yi smiled, replying, I will do my utmost. Jiang Kaiqing felt elated. The journey from Yuan County to the provincial capital took 2 hours by car. Feeling the tedium of the trip, he suggested, let us sing a song. Cheng Yi, you start. You're quite the vocalist. The long journey made singing a common pastime for the cultural troupe. Instantly, everyone in the vehicle turned their attention to Cheng Yi, particularly the young ladies. Their cheeks flushed as they clapped enthusiastically. Cheng Yi pondered what song would suit the moment. With a gentle smile, he cleared his throat and said, let us sing Tian Mi Mi. Tian Mi Mi, a romantic ballad released by Teresa Tung in 1979, features a melodious and sweet voice that, paired with its lyrics, resonated perfectly, becoming a nationwide sensation. It is a song familiar to both young and old alike. Cheng Yi cleared his throat once more, glancing at the scenery rushing past the window. The clear breeze, the verdant grass, and a lively chatter within the vehicle filled the air. Tian Mi Mi, you smile so sweetly, like flowers blooming in the spring breeze. His voice, while not particularly sweet, possessed a slightly husky texture that was nonetheless captivating. As he sang softly, it felt as though he was narrating a story. The lyrics were indulgently sweet, and the cheerful melody, combined with Cheng Yi's unique voice, resembled a syrupy honey infused with a hint of tart lemon, akin to deep red plum juice with fragments of ice floating within. Strangely harmonious. Everyone in the vehicle clapped along, laughing and enjoying the music. One song flowed into the next. After 2 hours, the car finally arrived in Jiangcheng, the provincial capital. The development of Jiangcheng in the 1990s was commendable, with multi-story residential complexes beginning to emerge, along with gradually evolving commercial districts. However, due to ongoing planning and development, the distinction between the old and new urban areas remained quite pronounced. The outskirts still bore the appearance of rural life, with mud brick houses surrounding walls, fences, and chicken coops. Driving a little further, one could spot some 2-story buildings, some made of red brick, their exteriors yet to be plastered, while others, having turned a profit, sported trendy white ceramic tiles. There were even smaller structures adorned with glass-like tiles, arranged in 3x3 squares, embedded in the outer walls, allowing for various colorful tile patterns to emerge. This was the height of fashion. As one proceeds further, the muddy path transforms into a cement road, and the thoroughfare gradually widens. Lush green belts, quaint little shops, and towering sycamore trees line the roadside, creating a scene markedly different from that of the county town. Many young ladies are not visiting the provincial capital for the first time. They chatter animatedly by the window, discussing which department store boasts the most exquisite garments, where one can savor delectable meat pies filled with preserved vegetables, and which floral accessories are the most enchanting, among other topics. Cheng Yi, too, gazes quietly out of the window. He has returned to this city once more. In his past life, his true starting point should have been Jiangcheng, though it was not as effortless as it is now, with 7,000 yuan in his pocket. In his previous existence, he had nearly fled here in a desperate escape. Chapter 76. Will this allow us to walk with authority? This time, I arrived with money in hand, accompanied by dreams. Embarking on a path I had scarcely dared to envision. Jiangcheng is undergoing extensive development, with construction sites and demolitions enveloped in a cloud of dust, while saplings await their roots, encased in clumps of earth. The most vibrant area is undoubtedly along Changjiang Road. Following a comprehensive renovation, a multitude of brand new shops have opened their doors. Wu Yankai Glasses, Xinxin Hair Salon, Qiaohong Sesame Cakes, and Meisherji Jewelry, among others. As the tour bus passed, the young girls gazed in wide-eyed excitement at the dazzling array of sights. Unlike Yuan County, Jiangcheng offers a fresh, beautiful landscape, filled with an eclectic mix of shops and stylishly dressed crowds that captivate the eye. The young girls joyfully discussed their plans to explore Changjiang Road during their free time, while Qi Hongxiu held her head high, brimming with pride and satisfaction. When we go to Changjiang Road, I'll take you all. My parents and I frequently visit this place. I know exactly where to find the most beautiful clothes and the best deals on skincare. Qi Hongxiu, a native of Jiangsheng, felt a sense of ownership and authority, straightening her posture as she noticed the envious glances from the other girls, which only fueled her pride further. In contrast, Cheng Yi remained detached, peering through the window. He gazed beyond the dusty construction zones towards the northern part of Jiangsheng, home to the largest wholesale market in the entire province. That is where countless opportunities await. After 10 minutes, the bus finally arrived at the Provincial Cultural Arts Institute. 2 rows of tall, lush sycamore trees wound their way to the end, where a grand red iron gate stood, both imposing and beautiful. The courtyard was vast, several times larger than that of Yuanan County, and it was already filled with tour buses, some even spilling out onto the street. Jiang Kaiqing clicked his tongue in mild disapproval and stood up. He glanced out the window and said, "Old son, there's no room to park. Let us squeeze into the far side and not block the road." The driver acknowledged, and Jiang Kaiqing turned to the group, instructing everyone, "Gather your belongings. We're disembarking. Stand tall and keep your spirits up. We must not disgrace Yuanan County." At his words, all the young girls and boys straightened their posture in unison. Competitions of this nature are rare, occurring perhaps once every 2 years. Among them were several who had only joined the Provincial Cultural Arts Institute last year, and this was their first competition, despite the event still being in its infancy. They were already nervous, their palms sweating. A few close friends offered each other words of comfort. Cheng Yi, however, maintained a serene demeanor, methodically organizing his shoulder bag before retrieving his suitcase from the luggage compartment above. As the bus came to a halt, Old Son opened the door, and Cheng Yi followed the crowd, disembarking. Walking across the concrete path and through the red iron gate, he surveyed the 7-story cultural arts building before him. Cheng Yi had visited the Jiangsheng Arts Troupe once in a past life, a time when, 2 decades hence, he had already achieved great success. The troupe had undergone renovations long before his return, as he was invited back as an esteemed citizen of Jiangsheng to provide guidance in the arts. Surrounded by a throng of admirers, he was met with flattering words and beaming smiles. Yet now, he found himself as the most inconspicuous newcomer, merely a temporary addition to fill gaps, a stark contrast to his former glory. As he walked, Jiang Kaiqing encountered numerous acquaintances, exchanging pleasantries, sharing cigarettes, and discussing the upcoming competition, primarily to gauge each other's strengths and weaknesses. Cheng Yi remained silent, trailing behind the crowd, his mind occupied with thoughts of where to go during any available moments. Before long, they arrived at the accommodations assigned for Yuanan County in the provincial city. 17 individuals had come in total, with a predominance of females due to a dance performance. Jiang Kaiqing, holding a position of authority, had his own single room, while the remaining 6 young men shared a room, and the 10 women were divided into 2 teams, occupying 2 other dormitories. The girls resided on the 2nd floor, while the boys were on the 1st, a standard arrangement for those from various counties. A cursory glance revealed a small blackboard at the dormitory entrance, inscribed with the names of different counties, indicating the respective lodgings. Li Qingran happened to be sleeping directly across from Cheng Yi. His expression was grim, and in his frustration, he slammed his luggage down with such force that the bed creaked ominously, creating a tense atmosphere in the dormitory. The other young men understood the situation. After all, it was disheartening to have one's role snatched away just before the final moment. Without uttering a word, they exchanged knowing glances and hurriedly made their beds, soon laughing and exchanging a few jests before departing the dormitory. Cheng Yi took his time arranging his sleeping area. As he unfolded the quilt, he discovered the steamed buns his wife had tucked inside, warm from their morning departure. After a long journey, hunger gnawed at him, prompting him to unwrap the oiled paper and take a bite. Ah, the pure aroma of the dough. Li Qingran's forehead twitched with irritation. He perceived Cheng Yi's actions as a blatant humiliation. Did he truly believe that acquiring Ouyang Ping's role would allow him to swagger through the Jiangsheng Arts Troupe? Li Qingran fixed him with a frosty glare, thinking that such arrogance would inevitably lead to his downfall. Cheng Yi took another bite of the bun, chewing slowly, and lifted his gaze to meet Li Qingran's. "Are you speaking to me?" Li Qingran was taken aback. How infuriating, with only the 2 of them in the room. Who else could he possibly be addressing? Cheng Yi leisurely descended from his bed and slung his black messenger bag over his shoulder, fixing his eyes steadily upon Li Qingran. Indeed, a single roll of Ouyang Ping would not suffice for one to walk with swagger. Thus, he resolved to strive diligently, regardless of whether it was Ouyang Ping, Chun Ping, Li Ping, or Zhao Ping. As long as it was a leading role, he would compete fiercely for it. If one role proved unattainable, he would pursue two. If two eluded him, three would be his aim. Ultimately, he would secure all leading roles, ensuring that he could indeed walk with confidence in the future. Cheng Yi spoke with a veneer of mirth that belied the tension beneath. Yet Li Qingran's complexion grew increasingly pallid. Damn it! Li Qingran nearly uttered an expletive. Had this person lost his mind? If he genuinely intended to seize every protagonist role, as Cheng Yi suggested, what would become of him? Would he forever be relegated to the position of a mere supporting character? A nameless figure in the shadows? His temples throbbed rhythmically, a relentless beat. Li Qingran clenched his fists, fixating on Cheng Yi, and exclaimed, "You lunatic!" Cheng Yi merely shrugged, dismissing him entirely, and strode away with purpose. Unbeknownst to him, behind him, Li Qingran's expression darkened ominously. Such is the nature of humanity. Once the threshold is crossed, the initial trepidation dissipates with each subsequent transgression. He contemplated. Rather than perpetually ceding ground to Cheng Yi, it would be far more prudent to confront the matter head-on. At that juncture, the protagonist would still belong to him. Chapter 77. The wholesale market and procurement. The competition is scheduled for tomorrow. As the group leader, Jiang Kaiqing has been engulfed in endless meetings since arriving in the provincial capital, primarily discussing the crucial points for the upcoming contest and reviewing the work reports of the art troupe since the start of the year. Consequently, the afternoon is designated as free time. Many young ladies, in pairs, venture to Changjiang Road to purchase clothing, engaging in lively discussions about the latest fashionable styles and trendy hairstyles. The 1990s, in many respects, can be regarded as the most liberated generation. With the freedom of dress and expression, and the internet still in its infancy, people were relatively shielded from negative sentiments. The populace experienced a profound sense of spiritual fulfillment. Cheng Yi stepped out of the art troupe's compound and noticed, not far beneath the trees, a university student playing an accordion, while a girl in a striking red umbrella skirt stood opposite, earnestly singing a Soviet song, its lyrics intricate, yet the melody enchanting. As Cheng Yi approached the intersection, the crowd grew denser. He hailed a rickshaw. "Where to?" the driver inquired. Cheng Yi replied with a smile, "Jiangbei Wholesale Market." "All right, please hold on tight." 40 minutes later, the vehicle came to a halt, and Cheng Yi arrived at the wholesale market. "2 yuan." The driver wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel hanging around his neck, grinning broadly. Cheng Yi, without hesitation, retrieved 2 yuan from his pocket and handed it over before leaping out of the rickshaw. Jiangbei Wholesale Market is the largest of its kind in Jiangcheng, thriving since the 1980s. When the market economy first emerged in the 1980s, many engaged in wholesale trade covertly. Goods were transported from Yangcheng to Jiangcheng, with traders frequently changing locations to avoid being caught accused of fostering capitalism. However, the 1990s brought a transformation. Particularly in provincial capitals, access to information expanded, and thoughts began to experience unprecedented liberation. While the stigma of commercial endeavors persisted in rural areas, it was scarcely observed in the provincial capital. The streets were filled with entrepreneurs who would be ashamed of engaging in business. It was the inability to earn money that brought shame. Cheng Yi adjusted his attire, securing his satchel to his chest and tucking it into his belt for constant vigilance before he immersed himself in the throng. Both sides of the street were lined with a variety of shops, many of which had set up long benches laden with garments. "Hey, come take a look. The latest arrivals from Yangcheng. Cashmere fabric, discounted for the off-season. This is a knitted sweater. Just look at the craftsmanship. I assure you, it's not hand-woven. It's machine-made. See how smooth it is? Hand-woven items can't compare. And these are stretch socks. Every young lady's favorite. Pull on them, and I guarantee they won't lose their shape." The air was filled with the sounds of vendors calling out, which was precisely why Cheng Yi had come, to shop for clothes. If one were to consider what was most lucrative in the 1990s, it would undoubtedly be apparel. With the slogan proclaiming that women could hold up half the sky, women's thoughts experienced a grand liberation. Coupled with the cultural impact from coastal cities, the styles of dress in the interior began to diversify and liberalize. Even the bold dare to don strappy dresses out in public, adorned with high heels and wedge shoes, including various styles of georgette fabric, creating a strikingly avant-garde appearance. By the 20th century, fashion had cycled back to vintage trends, reviving the garments of the 80s and 90s. Cheng Yi had heard long ago that merely opening a ready-to-wear clothing store could yield substantial profits, akin to collecting money with a bag on one's back. He had observed that the provincial capital already boasted a plethora of ready-to-wear shops, although many of them were branded apparel. Names like Benetton, Montague, and several renowned shoe stores, such as Puma and Adidas. In this era, many affluent individuals had begun to pursue brands, as owning a piece of branded clothing was a matter of prestige. In Yuanan County, however, apart from a few stores within the department store, the main streets were predominantly lined with tailor shops. To earn money, one must be the first to seize the opportunity. What do you wish to purchase, young man? The vendor, a middle-aged man clad in a stand-collar leather jacket, blue jeans, and classic Adidas sneakers, sported a bulging waist pouch. He grinned at Cheng Yi and pushed a large assortment of clothing forward. Look, all the latest styles. Just arrived from Yangcheng, straight from the factory, in excellent condition. Cheng Yi glanced down. The styles were indeed appealing. Polka-dot georgette blouses with lantern sleeves, long-sleeved V-neck tops, and cotton maxi dresses, alongside sailor shirts with ties. The designs were novel and in vogue. It is important to note that in these times, common merchandise held little value, no matter how cheap. Low-priced items were difficult to sell. Once stock piled up, it became a financial burden. Cheng Yi's choice to delve into fashion was straightforward. Having mingled in the entertainment industry in his previous life, he was intimately familiar with this realm. Occasionally, while shooting for magazines, he would endure sleepless nights to glean insights into trending styles, meticulously studying them to enhance his leverage during negotiations. Furthermore, when filming period dramas, he would pay particular attention to costumes. Thus, fashion was a field in which Cheng Yi felt he could navigate with certainty. He casually picked up two pieces, a polka-dot shirt layered with a dark lady's blazer, paired with a two-piece woolen skirt instead of tailored trousers, complemented with knee-high socks. He envisioned them matched with either wedge leather shoes or, if necessary, white sneakers. Outfits began to flood his mind in rapid succession. The middle-aged man looked on in astonishment. In his eyes, this young man's clothing choices were peculiar. For instance, he had selected a lady's suit, but opted against the matching trousers, instead choosing a polka-dot skirt. The assortment of mismatched garments appeared haphazard. The vendor quickly concluded in his mind that this young man surely did not know how to shop for clothing. It seems that the store has just opened, resulting in a rather haphazard selection of items. However, the proprietor does not concern himself with the specifics, as long as he can wholesale to customers. Any merchandise that generates profit suffices. How much for these? Cheng Yi inquired, having chosen 3 sets of outfits, totaling 9 pieces. The middle-aged man cast a quick glance and replied, "These are quite affordable, priced at 32 each. The woolen skirts are more expensive, at 51 each. And the fabric for the women's suits is of good quality as well, at 42 each." As he spoke, he arranged the garments according to their prices. Cheng Yi grinned and said, "Brother, I'll take 10 of each. Can we round it off?" While speaking, he pulled out a cigarette and offered it to the man. Chapter 78. This is the newcomer I found. Please offer some guidance. The middle-aged man did not ponder for long. He casually took the cigarette, biting it between his lips, and pulled out a small calculator, preparing to make some calculations, when suddenly a hand pressed down on his own. "I meant to say, just drop a 0 off the unit price. Is that acceptable?" The middle-aged man's eyelids twitched, almost causing him to choke. "What? Drop a 0 off the unit price?" He nearly spat the cigarette from his mouth. Hastily, he hung the cigarette on his ear and shook his head with a grim expression. "No way, absolutely not. If you said to drop a 0 off the total price, I could manage that, but dropping it off the unit price is simply too much of a loss." While speaking, he frantically punched numbers into the calculator. "Look here, a total of 1,240 yuan. If I drop a zero, that's 40 less. How about that? He grew anxious, glaring at Cheng Yi. That's equivalent to someone's monthly salary. Cheng Yi frowned, feignen Redustanje, but ultimately gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. Fine, let us take off 40 then. The middle-aged man was taken aback. He felt as though he had been somewhat tricked. After all, when he previously offered discounts, it rarely exceeded 20 yuan. When had he ever waived 40? He appeared visibly pale, hesitating to retract his agreement, but upon looking up he saw that Cheng Yi had already retrieved his wallet, cheerfully preparing to pay. Brother, this is a deposit. I want to be back for a couple of days, so please have it ready for me to collect in the morning. With that, there was no turning back. It would be pointless to reconsider at this juncture. He could only silently learn a lesson and be more cautious in the future. Reluctantly, the middle-aged man wrote a receipt and accepted the 500 yuan handed over by Cheng Yi. Subsequently, Cheng Yi explored several more shops. Having been reborn, the timeline had rewound over 20 years, and in matters of fashion coordination, Cheng Yi's discerning eye was exceptional. Even seemingly unremarkable garments, such as the simplest pure cotton printed white t-shirt, were transformed into something vibrant and beautiful when paired with a floral polka dot chiffon skirt. A lantern-sleeve white shirt matched with suspenders exuded youthful energy and charm. By the end of his visit to the wholesale market, Cheng Yi had nearly depleted the 7,000 yuan he had brought. Although he had only paid a deposit thus far, the remaining balance was due in 2 days. After all, wholesale markets are filled with small vendors who are not familiar with you, and who would be willing to extend credit. After calculating, Cheng Yi realized he had only 200 yuan left at his disposal. Exiting the wholesale market, he couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and despair, as if he had suddenly regressed to a time of scarcity. In a blink, the next day arrived. It was the day of the drama competition among the various county theater troupes. Cheng Yi was awakened early by Jiang Kaiqing, who stood at the door with the script rolled into a trumpet shape, knocking and shouting, "What time is it? Why is no one up to rehearse? Look at the other art troupes, and then look at you all, so lazy. You really don't want to compete, do you? Get up, all of you." He continued, "You shouldn't have been allowed out yesterday afternoon at all. You've all gone completely wild." Jiang Kaiqing's words proved to be remarkably effective. One by one, the young men, who had been soundly asleep, perked up, their drowsy eyes quickly giving way to alertness as they rose from their beds. Within 5 minutes, they had brushed their teeth and washed their faces, with some even splashing cold water on their heads to awaken fully. "Let us head to the courtyard to rehearse after breakfast. Hurry up, don't be late," Jiang Kaiqing declared before ascending the stairs to rouse the girls. Li Jigang wore a sullen expression, causing the others in the dormitory to tread lightly around him. Only Cheng Yi, seemingly oblivious, cast a sidelong glance at him and lazily inquired, "What's wrong? Did you not sleep at all? You don't seem quite right, my friend." Li Zaigang mitted snorted koldi, ignoring Cheng Yi. However, his mind was already racing with schemes to eliminate this bothersome individual. In the provincial capital, he had no acquaintances, but upon returning to Yuanan County, the situation would be markedly different. He was eager to see how this fellow would manage to remain in his vicinity once they returned home. After all, in this day and age, death was an all-too-common occurrence. How many had ventured out and never returned? One of Li Jigang's uncles worked at the police station, and he had heard that once a person was gone, if the body was not found, no case could be filed. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his agitation. Just endure a little longer, and it would all be manageable once he returned. After breakfast, the group convened in the courtyard. The Jiangcheng Cultural and Arts Academy courtyard was expansive, and the vehicles that had been parked there yesterday had already departed. Now, the vast area resembled a gathering of clans, with each county claiming its own space, while neighboring counties stood side by side, engaging in lively conversation. Jiang Kaiqing had been waiting eagerly. Spotting Cheng Yi and the others from a distance, he waved them over. "Over here. Hurry up." As Cheng Yi approached, he noticed 2 individuals standing beside Jiang Kaiqing, a man and a woman. Jiang Kaiqing smiled and introduced them. "This is Tai Xinlan, the head of the cultural troupe from Daxin County, and this is Ma Lidong, the head of our brother county, Diang." After this introduction, he cast a meaningful glance at Cheng Yi and added, They represent culturally rich counties. You all should take the opportunity to broaden your horizons. Upon hearing this, Tai Xinlan smiled brightly. Brother Jiang, you flatter me, she replied. Who doesn't he know that you were the strongest during your time in the army? Although Yuanan County may have a weaker foundation, with you around, it's bound to catch up in the next couple of years. As she spoke, she leaned in to observe Cheng Yi and the others more closely. They seemed to be quite promising. After this remark, her gaze suddenly fell upon Cheng Yi, pausing momentarily. Having spent most of her life in the arts, her discerning eye had developed a distinctive quality. For instance, dancers who trained consistently tended to carry themselves with an inherent grace, while ballet dancers walked with a habitual outward posture. Athletes often favored walking on their toes. Yet, this young man stood out distinctly among them. Although he possesses striking physical attributes and meets the height requirement, there lingers an air of inexplicable languor about him. It seems that upon noticing Tai Xinlan's gaze, Cheng Yi met her eyes with a gentle smile. Tai Xinlan's eyes deepened with intrigue. This young man exhibits not an ounce of tension or fear. Since earlier, he has been standing there, quietly observing, devoid of any restlessness typical of his peers. Ma Lidong, standing nearby, evidently took note of this as well. With a playful raise of his eyebrows, he inquired about the newcomer at the forefront of the line. Who is this? A fresh face? Surely he isn't taking on the lead role in his first year? Jiang Kaiqing, with a cheerful demeanor, patted Cheng Yi on the shoulder. Not hiding the truth. Indeed, he's a newly recruited talent. Let him hone his skills. If you have the time, do lend him some guidance. Chapter 79. The competition begins a newcomer? Goodness. Cheng Yi glanced up at Jiang Kaiqing. What a twist of fate. Ma Lidong and Tai Xinlan exchanged surprised glances, both astonished. A newcomer? What was going on? It was crucial to note that this competition was pivotal for the allocation of funds for Jiangxing next year. Each county was eager to showcase their finest talents. So why had Jiang Kaiqing brought in a newcomer? The two wanted to inquire, but hesitated to speak up. The three drama troupes were all from brother counties, and they quickly engaged in lively conversation. Li Qingran, with his prominent brows and bright eyes, stood out among the crowd, exuding the aura of a leading man. Many young girls gathered around, quietly inquiring about him. Li Qingran felt a sense of relief wash over him. He smiled and shared some jokes, causing the girls to burst into laughter. In contrast, Cheng Yi found a corner to squat in, holding a stone he had picked up from the ground, meticulously inscribing something onto the earth. Soon, he would gather his courage. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Kaiqing had squatted down beside him, unscrewing the lid of his teacup, blowing away the leaves, and taking a sip. Cheng Yi looked up and smiled at him. Was he referring to his previous loss? Jiang Kaiqing realized he was speaking of his last competition and scoffed. If I had participated myself, I would have certainly secured first place. However, our Yuanan County has a weak foundation, and given the nature of this endeavor, losing is not shameful. Despite his words, the slight lift in his tone and his displeased expression revealed his inner frustration. This resentment was palpable. How could Jiang Kaiqing not feel this way? Years ago, the three of them had enlisted together, and he was the captain. He had endured the most hardships and excelled in every aspect. After their discharge, he was determined to return to Yuanan County, which he did without hesitation. Yet, the cultural foundation of Yuanan County was alarmingly fragile, lacking in promising talent. Over the past 2 years, despite the relentless efforts of Cao Kaida and Jiang Kaiqing, they had still faltered in the last competition, failing to secure a spot in the top 3. Ma Lidong and Tai Xinlan had claimed first and second place, respectively, and watching them ascend the stage to receive their awards stirred a deep sense of dissatisfaction within Jiang Kaiqing. It was, after all, his rightful position. Since that competition, Jiang Kaiqing had dedicated himself to drama, even going so far as to recruit talent from various places and participate in collective classes, learning alongside others. This year, they were finally able to stage a complete play, an accumulation of Jiang Kaiqing's painstaking efforts. After all, it was merely a minor role that necessitated him personally seeking out actors. The two sat side by side in silence for a long while. Finally, Cheng Yi reviewed all the lines in his mind, then stood up with a smile, addressing the now attentive Jiang Kaiqing. Isn't it just first place? I shall earn it for you. Jiang Kaiqing was momentarily taken aback, only to soon catch sight of Cheng Yi striding away with purpose. Within him, an exceedingly subtle feeling began to stir. This young man is rather impressive. The venue for the competition was situated at the far right of the courtyard, where a newly constructed grand auditorium stood. Ascending several steps, 3 large doors were wide open, allowing the audience to enter in a steady stream. These attendees had been organized by various units, each holding a ticket, which would grant them the privilege of voting upon the conclusion of the performance. A total of 10 counties were participating in the competition. It was not that the other counties lacked eligibility. Rather, some did not prioritize the arts, thus opting not to partake. At precisely 10 o'clock, the audience had completed their entrance, and in the distance, a middle-aged man clad in a black suit waved in their direction. We are ready. According to the sequence, let us enter in order. Let us aim to conclude everything today. To ensure fairness, all attendees watching the play belong to the same group. A meal was provided at noon, with a cooperative canteen outside, and each person received a printed red meal ticket before arriving, entitling them to a portion of food. This middle-aged man, named Li Ji, served as the host, responsible for announcements and moderation. As he shouted into a loudspeaker, he hurried into the auditorium. The sequence number was collected by the group leaders, and Jiang Kaiqing's art troupe had drawn number 10, the last to perform. This number weighed heavily on his mind. Regardless of the competition, the order of appearance was of paramount importance. The first to perform often received lower scores from the audience, who tended to hold reservations about the subsequent acts. The optimal position was typically toward the middle or later slots, when the audience was enthusiastic and fully engaged. They often awarded higher scores, buoyed by the atmosphere. Conversely, the final act faced a starkly different reality. Imagine sitting through an entire day. Even the finest performances can become tedious. Enthusiasm wanes, leading to apathy, and some may even score haphazardly. Jiang Kaiqing clutched the entry number he had just drawn, his palms slick with sweat. This luck was dismal. Qi Hongxiu, feeling anxious, cautiously approached and peeked over, inquiring, "Captain, is our performance order quite unfavorable?" Jiang Kaiqing nodded helplessly. Indeed, being last means that by then, everyone will be fatigued, surely impacting our performance. Yet, he pivoted the conversation, adding, "However, let us bring forth our utmost enthusiasm. Project our voices louder and embody a spirited demeanor. We shall surely resonate with the audience." His encouraging words were met with a chorus of supportive cheers. Despite his sense of helplessness, Jiang Kaiqing could only resign himself to fate, hoping for the best. Meanwhile, Ma Lidong and Tai Xinlan were positioned quite favorably, one in the 5th and the other in the 6th slot. The auditorium had reserved spaces for the actors of each troupe, allowing them to observe the performances below, although they would not have voting rights. As the first performance commenced, the theater troupe entered, and Jiang Kaiqing grasped a small flag in his hand, waving it enthusiastically as he proclaimed, "Come, come, everyone follow me. Let us enter and observe the performance styles of others. We must learn from their strengths and rectify their weaknesses. It matters not who is the last to take the stage. What is essential is that we emerge victorious." Upon hearing these words, the collective spirit of the group was ignited. They lined up neatly, following Jiang Kaiqing up the staircase and into the grand auditorium. Suddenly, the light dimmed significantly. Cheng Yi entered through the back door of the auditorium, adjusting to the subdued lighting before finally discerning the grandeur of the space. This auditorium was indeed vast, capable of accommodating 500 to 600 individuals. The chairs, adorned with rich red velvet, were illuminated by overhead spotlights, and directly ahead lay an expansive tiered stage. Chapter 80. The performance, a sumptuous velvet curtain descended, flanked by staircases concealed behind it, while 4 powerful lights illuminated the stage. At this moment, several crew members hurriedly arranged the scene. As the audience settled in, a cacophony of conversation filled the air. The host perused the script, preparing for the forthcoming showcase. "Now, I declare the commencement of the 1990 Jiangxing County Theatrical Troupe performance," Li Ji proclaimed with a radiant smile, delivering an impassioned introduction before officially initiating the theatrical competition. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. The first to take the stage was Luochang County. The county had flourished significantly over the past 2 years, having embraced a market economy. Several pig farms had sprung up, supplying the majority of Jiangxing's pork. With economic prosperity came the financial means to support artistic endeavors. Last year, the county allocated funds specifically for theatrical arts. And although the actors appeared somewhat nervous and their skills were modest, they exuded the vigor of newfound wealth. Upon completing their performance, the actors bowed, eliciting enthusiastic applause from the audience. A dedicated staff member, responsible for ticket collection, walked along the aisle with a metal box, encouraging satisfied audience members to deposit their tickets. Soon, the curtain fell, and Li Ji returned to enliven the atmosphere with witty remarks. Behind the curtain, the crew quickly transformed the set for the next county's presentation. The competition progressed swiftly, with each county allotted approximately 30 minutes. Some performances were more polished than others. A few counties faltered under pressure, misreciting lines or hastily rushing through their acts. Yuanan County, positioned last, had observed the preceding performances, alleviating some of their initial anxiety. However, when Dexin County and Deyang County took the stage, the atmosphere shifted palpably. Both were renowned for their cultural prowess, and their sequential performances stirred the audience, even rousing those who had previously been drowsy. "What's happening now? Do tell me," exclaimed an eager young girl. "Her performance is splendid. How delightful." Indeed, the earlier acts had been lackluster, yet Dexin County's theatrical troupe was impressive enough to bring tears to the eyes of onlookers. "All right, enough chatter. Let's simply watch," murmured the audience, their whispers wafting into the ears of the Yuanan troupe. "How should we proceed?" Someone softly fretted. Li Shi cast a worried glance at Cheng Yi, sensing their performance was exceptional, and questioned whether they could still triumph. Qi Hongxiu fixated on the stage, her palms slick with sweat. Indeed, she pondered, we had initially believed our performance was commendable, but now uncertainty looms. How could they have portrayed even minor characters so remarkably? Jiang Kaiqing cast a sharp glare at her. Why do you seek to elevate others while diminishing our own spirit? What is lacking in our performance? Each one of you is already faltering before taking the stage. How can we expect to compete? His voice lowered, and upon sensing his anger, the crowd fell into a hushed silence. After the performance by Dexin County concluded, thunderous applause resonated for a full minute. However, when Deyang County took the stage next, Qi Hongxiu could no longer remain composed. They seem to be performing the same piece as us. It's also in silence. At this revelation, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Everyone leaned forward, straining to catch a glimpse of the stage, eager to scrutinize every detail. Although Li Ji had yet to announce the performance, from their vantage point, they could already discern the set constructed behind the curtain, tables, a hospital bed, telephones, and other props. All of it was strikingly familiar. Was this a collision of plays? Indeed, before they had the chance to discuss further, they saw Li Ji approach the stage with a broad smile, bowing to the audience and waving his hand. The curtain behind him lifted, revealing the meticulously crafted scene. Next came the final performance of the morning, presented by Deyang County, featuring one of our nation's most renowned dramas, In Silence. A resounding wave of applause erupted once more. Yet this time, not a single actor from Yuanan County joined in the clapping. Qi Hongxiu was on the verge of tears, yet she dared not express her concerns to Jiang Kaiqing, instinctively turning her gaze towards Cheng Yi. Upon looking, she was taken aback. Cheng Yi sat in his chair, legs extended, hands resting on his knees, his gaze fixed intently on the actors making their entrance. He appeared utterly absorbed. His eyes exuded a calm wisdom, focused on the unfolding performance, his fingers unconsciously tapping in a gentle rhythm. There was no sign of panic, fear, or even the slightest hint of anxiety. It was as if he existed in a realm of his own, untouched by the surrounding clamor, prompting those around him to subconsciously find their own tranquility. In his previous life, only the assistant who consistently accompanied Cheng Yi understood that this was the demeanor he exhibited when contemplating and analyzing. He was not an arrogant or conceited individual. When faced with formidable opponents, he would meticulously study their strengths and weaknesses, as well as the audience's reactions. It was precisely this diligence that allowed him to improve incrementally, rendering each character he portrayed with remarkable authenticity. There are no born actors, but there are born observers. And Cheng Yi unmistakably belonged to the latter. Deyong County was indeed formidable. Their performance was not merely rehearsed for the sake of competition. In fact, they had begun rehearsing this drama last year, performing it in various village halls and communes, earning unanimous acclaim. Their portrayal was already mature and instinctual. After their performance, it was flawless, with even the smiles and bows at their departure etched deeply into their very being. The audience erupted into thunderous applause, with some individuals rising in excitement to cheer, giving enthusiastic thumbs up from afar. Previously, I thought the performance in Dexin County was quite commendable, but now it is evident that the first place truly deserves its title. The acting was exceptional. I had seen this play before, and it remains the finest rendition I have ever witnessed. The experience was utterly heart-wrenching. How could he Shifei behave in such a manner? In my opinion, he ought to be locked away. As for Ouyang Ping, he is quite impressive. Yin is indeed fortunate to be with him. Molly Dong ascended the stage with a smile, waving to the crowd before leading the troupe off. Chapter 81. He is no longer Cheng Yi, but Ouyang Ping. Shortly after, the actors from Deyong County returned to their positions, coincidentally right in front of Yuanan County. The crowd continued to murmur softly, discussing the recent performance. Ma Lidong, holding a teacup, took a sip and turned around to find Jiang Kaiqing wearing an unflattering expression. Old Jiang, I hear we VE collided with your performance. How fortuitous. Back in the military, our reporting performances often overlapped. I never expected we would collide again now that we are out leading teams. Jiang Kaiqing's face darkened, forcing a smile. Indeed, what a coincidence. Seeing Jiang Kaiqing's demeanor, Molly Dong felt a surge of satisfaction. In the past, during military performances, he was always overshadowed by Jiang Kaiqing. And now, how the tides have turned. After Deyong County's performance and voting, they had already surpassed 6 counties. As the clock approached noon, Li Ji announced a break after the votes were cast, inviting everyone to lunch, with the competition resuming at 1:30. The crowd moved orderly out of the grand hall into the bright, dazzling sunlight. Upon reaching the cafeteria, Cheng Yi leisurely served himself some food. 6 boys sat at a table, their appetites lacking. They were all discussing Deyong County's performance, while Li Jigang absent-mindedly shoveled food into his mouth, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards Cheng Yi. Damn it, this kid. Is he genuinely unconcerned or merely pretending? That was Deyong County, the reigning champion from last year. During their performance, the audience erupted into applause, and Commander Jiang's expression remained grim. Yet this boy appeared utterly unfazed. Li Jigang felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. In truth, ever since he acquired this minor role, he had felt a lingering discontent. Now, witnessing Cheng Yi seemingly falter, he desperately wished to see him display signs of anxiety or fear, perhaps even embarrass himself, which would be the ultimate delight for him. But Cheng Yi's calm demeanor, as if nothing had transpired, was maddening. What is he trying to prove? He will still falter. Li Jigang sulkily continued his meal. In the crowd, Li Shi could no longer contain himself and glanced up at Cheng Yi. Cheng Yi, aren't you nervous? Deyong County performance was truly impressive, His words trailed off as he found little appetite for food. Cheng Yi had already finished his last bite, methodically wiped his mouth, and placed the remnants onto his tray before looking up at Li Shi. Is being nervous truly beneficial? He replied calmly, when faced with formidable opponents. Fear only reveals one's own cowardice. It is through careful observation and learning from others that one can strike decisively. After speaking, he gently patted Li Shi on the shoulder. You should believe in yourself, trust in Senior Tang, and have faith in me. With that, Cheng Yi took his tray and departed. Li Shi's eyes sparkled with a hint of contemplation. It was 1:30 in the afternoon, and the performances were set to commence. As the county shows concluded one after another, the last one from Yuanan County was approaching, and the actors instinctively tensed, too anxious to even breathe deeply. They encouraged one another, bolstered by Jiang Kaiqing's motivational guidance earlier in the day, which had significantly improved their spirits. Notably, Tang Jinsen had also arrived. As a seasoned veteran and a prominent figure in the provincial capital, he had many colleagues and comrades. Therefore, Tang Jinsen had opted not to stay in the dormitory, making his entrance only before the afternoon competition, accompanied by Jiang Kaiqing into the grand auditorium. There was a distinct aura surrounding the seasoned actor. Calm and composed, he surveyed the faces around him and remarked, "What is there to be anxious about? Just perform your part well. Does the ranking truly matter? A good actor should relish the process of acting. Why be so concerned with winning or losing?" His words reassured the others. Indeed, if the leading actor was unfazed, why should they be? What significance did first or second place hold? The mere fact that they stood on that stage was a triumph in itself. As the last county performance unfolded, the audience below began to display signs of fatigue, yawning and appearing somewhat disinterested. However, Li Ji, the host, remained invigorated. He stepped onto the stage, glanced at his script, and smiled. What a coincidence. The final county cultural troupe performing today is also presenting in silence. This indicates that this play has truly resonated deeply within our nation, an indelible gem. Next, let us welcome the Yuanan County Drama Troupe, led by Captain Jiang Kaiqing, to present this play in silence. Applause trickled from the audience, though many were still yawning and engaging in hushed conversations. Didn't Tidiang County perform this play this morning? It was quite impressive. Why is it being performed again? Yuanan County's drama troupe? I recall their cultural troupe wasn't particularly noteworthy, one audience member remarked. Indeed, it was only the year before last that Jiang Kaiqing took charge and turned things around. I've heard he is quite capable, but ultimately, their foundation is too thin. This year, they are up against the culturally robust Diang County. They are unlikely to fare well. Another added, lamenting, "What a pity." I remember Jiang Kaiqing was quite renowned back in the day. On stage, the curtain was drawn back, and 4 lights illuminated the scene. Cheng Yi felt an extraordinary calmness wash over him. After a lifetime of 30 years in front of the camera and audience, everything had become as natural as drinking water or eating. As he stepped onto the stage, the light enveloped him, and all he could see was an inky darkness, obscuring everything except for the scene before him, a round table, a sofa, and his mother, Mei Lin. At that moment, he was no longer Cheng Yi. It is Ouyang Ping, this passionate and straightforward youth, this young man who is willing to forsake his life for his beliefs. The performance is not a complete rendition. To save time, it primarily consists of selected excerpts. Only the county town that secures first place will have the opportunity to present the entire play. By that time, not only will the cultural troupe be present, but also leaders from various governmental agencies in the provincial capital will be invited to attend. This is indeed a tremendous honor. The excerpt selected from Yuanan County happens to depict the moment when Ouyang Ping recites poetry, leading He Shifei to call the police, followed by the militia arriving with their captain to apprehend him. This scene can be considered a pivotal moment, revealing the true nature of He Shifei, as well as Ouyang Ping's shock and indignation at being captured. Chapter 82. The first place, a test of acting skills around the round table, amidst the half-eaten meal. Ouyang Ping and He Shifei found themselves embroiled in a heated dispute. Enraged, Ouyang thrust a poetry collection into He's hands, urging him to delve into its pages and experience the spiritual summons within. Startled, he discreetly dialed for the police. Meanwhile, Li Jigang, portraying a local militiaman, promptly answered the call. It must be noted that Li's entire performance was an emulation of Cheng Yi's earlier act, although it appeared somewhat incongruous. At least it did not detract from the overall narrative. Some audience members even took note of the tall young man, pondering how someone with such commendable attributes ended up in a supporting role. Knock, knock, knock. A sound echoed from outside the door. Ouyang Ping, attending to Mei Lin's rest, stepped out of the room and into the living area, where He Yun was perusing the poetry collection. Hearing the noise, she looked up and inquired, "Who is it?" He Shifei hastily approached, glaring at He Yun before snatching the book from her grasp. "Why read such nonsense? You mustn't look at this." He clutched the poetry collection to his chest as he approached the door, bypassing Ouyang Ping, and flung it open. "Comrade Captain, it's him. He wrote this poetry. You must arrest him immediately." A chilling wind swept in. Inside, Ouyang Ping's expression shifted dramatically. His fists clenched, instinctively retreating a step. His gaze fixed on He Shifei and the captain with unwavering intensity. A tumult of emotions surged within his chest, his face a canvas of grief, indignation, and disbelief. In that moment, the immense trust Ouyang had harbored was utterly shattered. This man was the father of his beloved, his most trusted uncle, the one he would turn to in his most desperate times. Yet he had betrayed him. "Uncle He, was it you who reported me?" His voice was hoarse and low. As he stumbled back against the wall, his eyes ablaze with anguish. At this utterance, the audience of hundreds fell into a profound silence, collectively sensing the weight of his sorrow, pain, and disbelief. Even He Shifei momentarily faltered, seemingly unable to bear Ouyang's accusatory gaze. He averted his eyes, mumbling to the militiaman captain played by Li Shi. "Yes, it was he. He wrote this poetry. Just ask him. He told me himself." Finally regaining her composure, He Yun, tears streaming down her face, stood up and fixed her gaze upon He Shifei, exclaiming, "Father, how could you do this? How could you call them? This is too much." She rushed to Ouyang Ping's side, her tearful eyes pleading with him. "Ouyang, it's not like that. There must be a misunderstanding. I had no idea my father would contact the militia. Please don't be angry, all right?" She choked out. However, her former lover, Ouyang Ping, took a step back. His lips pressed tightly together as he regarded her coldly. "What misunderstanding could there be?" Ouyang replied. "Nonetheless, I believe this incident does not involve you. I cannot presume that you are complicit with him." He finished speaking, straightened his chest, and stared unwaveringly at the militia that had encircled him upon entering the room. "If you wish to arrest me, then do so, you pitiful souls devoid of a spiritual leader," he proclaimed loudly, his voice resonant and impassioned, as if a myriad of emotions surged within him, yearning for release. "Come and seize me. What difference does it make if I enter? Even if I were to lose this life, so what? Behind me stand countless others, countless Ouyang Pings." With a bold stride, he lifted his hands high, his face radiating the resolve of one ready to sacrifice for justice. The militia captain remained silent, stepping forward to place handcuffs on Ouyang Ping. Yet, as he took 2 steps forward, Ouyang Ping suddenly halted. He turned to see Mei Lin trembling as she emerged from the room, his eyes suddenly glistening with tears. "Mother," he cried, his voice quivering, tears streaming down his cheeks. He dropped to his knees, bowing deeply to Mei Lin 3 times. "I am an unfilial son, unable to serve my mother from now on, but for the justice I hold dear, for my country, and for my beliefs, I have no regrets." Each declaration built upon the last, his scarlet eyes, flushed forehead, and the unyielding determination with which he rose, elevated this scene to a dramatic climax. Mei Lin, leaning on her cane against the doorframe, wept openly, tears flowing uncontrollably. Below, a soft sobbing began, ignited by someone in the audience. This subtle sound, intertwined with overwhelming emotions, quickly spread among those nearby. In the expansive venue, the small cries echoed, and as the performance concluded, the actors took their bows and bid farewell, yet no applause followed. Many in the audience were of an older generation, having endured the tumultuous times of yesteryear. The choice between country and family, the clash of beliefs and reality, seemed to unearth their long-buried memories like a hook. It was not until 3 full minutes had passed that someone regained their composure and initiated the applause. The clapping crescendoed into a unified chorus, the entire audience rising to their feet, continuing for a full minute before finally ceasing. Li Ji, with reddened eyes, took to the stage, bowing to the crowd, expressing heartfelt gratitude. "We are truly thankful to the Yuanan County Drama Troupe for presenting us with such a splendid performance. If you found it enjoyable and wish to support, please cast your votes for them. We will be tallying the votes to select the best drama troupe." Jiang Kaiqing returned to his seat with a smile, unable to contain his joy. Molly Dong and Tai Xinlan also gathered around, their gazes fixed firmly on Cheng Yi. Unable to resist, they approached to take a closer look. "Is this a newcomer?" Tai Xinlan asked Jiang Kaiqing. "Where did you find this talent? I should go scouting myself." Molly Dong exclaimed, "You're holding back a grand reveal. Such acting prowess I have not witnessed even at the Kyoto Drama Theater. It's truly astonishing." The intensity, the tears that flowed effortlessly, the guilt felt while kneeling before his mother, and the unwavering resolve for his beliefs. It moved me to tears even from the audience. The acting is unparalleled. Who would dare to label him a newcomer? Jiang Kaiqing chuckled heartily. He truly is just a casually discovered newcomer. Why would I deceive you? A sense of exhilaration washed over him, as the burden he had carried began to lift. Once a performer in a dance hall, I assure you, his singing and dancing are equally remarkable. The trio engaged in lively conversation, occasionally pulling Cheng Yi into their inquiries, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Until Li Ji took the stage once more, holding a piece of paper inscribed with the voting results. Instinctively, everyone fell into a hush. The results are now in my possession. Let us dispense with unnecessary chatter and announce the winner of the first-place county. Li Ji unfolded the paper and joyfully recited the tally. 326 votes. The Yuanan County Drama Troupe. Chapter 83. Deputy Director of the Television Station. Chen Xiaohui, when Jiang Kaiqing heard the mention of the Yuanan County Drama Troupe, despite having mentally prepared himself, he was still overwhelmed with joy, his eyes brimming with tears. Almost instinctively, he turned and grasped the hands of Tang Jinsen and Cheng Yi, shaking them vigorously. What a delightful surprise. His throat tightened as he choked out. Thank you so much. Cheng Yi, smiling, replied, This is the result of our entire drama troupe's efforts. If you're truly pleased, how about treating us to a meal? Jiang Kaiqing, upon hearing this, waved his hand generously. What is wrong with a meal? 2 meals will be fine. The members of the troupe erupted in laughter. Although Ma Lidong and Tai Xinlan felt a tinge of regret, they conceded defeat gracefully. In truth, the moment Cheng Yi's performance had suddenly erupted with passion and exquisite skill. They understood that the first prize undoubtedly belonged to Yuanan County. A few members approached to offer their congratulations. Following this, applause erupted, and the awards ceremony commenced. Cheng Yi followed the crowd through the process, and afterward, they gathered in the cafeteria where Jiang Kaiqing had specially reserved a table. Surrounded by friends, they celebrated their victory, their faces radiant with joy. Cheng Yi's acting was widely acknowledged, and everyone couldn't help but initiate conversations with him. The young ladies completely transformed their perception of Cheng Yi. After all, people are drawn to strength. Moreover, their previous judgments about him had been based on hearsay. Having spent time together, they had witnessed his character and abilities firsthand. Not to mention, even the troop leaders, Ma and Tai, had praised him. Cheng Yi, I do like to toast you. A girl in a bright blue sailor's suit stood up, holding her cup, her cheeks flushed as she addressed Cheng Yi. I had a bias against you before, which was misguided. We are comrades, and it is essential to interact before forming conclusions. I misunderstood you. Please don't take it to heart. Cheng Yi smiled, raised his cup, and toasted her from a distance. No worries. Misunderstandings are natural. It's good that they are resolved. With that, he tilted his head back and drank the beer. The girl's eyes sparkled, and she too lifted her cup, taking a hearty swig. Her face flushed, the youthful charm evident. As the atmosphere grew warm, some of the men began to laugh heartily, even recounting their previous misconceptions about Cheng Yi. Cups were filled one after another, and even Cheng Yi found it difficult to keep up. All right, let's all ease up a bit. Jiang Kaiqing chuckled, waving his hand at everyone. We have a full performance tomorrow. We can drink and celebrate after the show. Let's fill our bellies and rest early. We need to showcase the spirit of the Yuanan County Drama Troupe. Do you hear me? Yes, we hear you, came a unified response, and laughter erupted once more. The meal continued until dusk, with the group finally leaving the cafeteria. Cheng Yi returned to his dormitory to rest. In this instance, Ma Lidong, Tai Xinlan, and a few former leaders from various provincial cities insisted on persuading Jiang Kaiqing to continue dining and engaging in conversation. They were keen to extract some insights about the newcomer, Cheng Yi. The following day, at 10 in the morning, the grand auditorium was filled with leaders from different units across the province. On stage, a performance of In the Silence was underway, with the collaboration between Cheng Yi and Tang Jinsen being nearly flawless, eliciting waves of applause from the audience. After the performance, many attendees even approached the stage to shake hands with Cheng Yi and Tang Jinsen. When a man clad in a Zhongshan suit approached Cheng Yi, He was momentarily taken aback. The man seemed familiar. It took him a moment to recollect. He was Cheng Yi, the deputy director of the broadcasting station. To elaborate, Chun was a tragic figure who had once graced the front page of the local newspapers, and even the television station had covered his story. A man of artistic ambition. He had later become the deputy director at the Jiangshan television station, but due to unfortunate circumstances and misalignment, he faced exclusion and ultimately had to resign and leave. This had occurred around the mid-1990s when the entertainment industry, particularly the record sector, experienced rapid growth, with numerous albums being released by companies like Rolling Stone, Emperor, and Polygram, yielding substantial profits. With grand aspirations, Chen invested all his savings and even resorted to high-interest loans to establish a record company. Alas, fate was unkind. Lacking quality songs and a comprehensive operational framework, his company languished for over a year before collapsing entirely. Pressured by creditors, he found himself utterly isolated, with his wife and children severing ties with him. Ultimately, on the eve of the Lunar New Year in 1996, when creditors came knocking, chaos ensued, and amidst the turmoil, he ended his life by hanging himself from a beam. At that time, Cheng Yi was preparing to leave the provincial capital for Kyoto. He first encountered the newspaper at the train station, where stark images devoid of any censorship depicted the hanging corpse, eyes wide open in a haunting gaze. How could Cheng Yi ever forget? "Your Yangping?" Chen Xiaohui called out, raising his voice once more. He did not know Cheng Yi's name, but recognized him as the actor portraying Your Yangping. Cheng Yi, startled, quickly extended his hand and grasped Chen Xiaohui's. "Hello, I am Cheng Yi," he introduced himself. Upon hearing this, Jiang Kaiqing hurriedly approached and gestured discreetly. "This is our deputy director Chun from Jiangxing Television," he introduced. "Many of our programs originate from his procurement proposals. Last year, a colleague from our cultural troupe in Yuanan was also taken under Deputy Director Chen's wing." Jiang Kaiqing expressed his excitement, adding that it was also Deputy Director Chun who had initially provided the opportunity for this competition. "Cheng Yi, do express your gratitude to Deputy Director Chun, for without his support, where would you find the opportunity to perform?" Such words hold weight. In truth, whether this opportunity is granted or not, and the colleague who has gone to the television station, are of little consequence to Cheng Yi. Yet Jiang Kaiqing, with an insistence bordering on force, sought to intertwine the two, even going so far as to wink at Cheng Yi, a gesture whose implications were not lost on him. Clearly, this was an avenue being paved for him. Cheng Yi, appreciative of Jiang Kaiqing's earnest efforts, smiled and extended his other hand, clasping Deputy Director Chen's in a gesture of camaraderie. "Thank you, Deputy Director Chen. Should the opportunity arise tomorrow, I would be delighted to sing a song for you as a token of my appreciation." Deputy Director Chen looked at Cheng Yi with a measure of surprise. "You can sing?" Cheng Yi nodded, teasingly replying, "If my singing were not commendable, perhaps Commander Jiang would not have taken notice of me." Chapter 84. The broadcasting station. This remark elicited simultaneous laughter from Jiang Kaiqing and Chen Xiaohui. Jiang Kaiqing chuckled. "Deputy Director Chen, he certainly speaks the truth. Initially, I invited him to test his acting skills after witnessing his impressive singing and dancing at the nightclub. To my surprise, this young man possesses an extraordinary talent for acting as well." Chen Xiaohui finally regarded Cheng Yi with a more discerning eye. Releasing his grip, he focused intently on Cheng Yi, seemingly intrigued, and inquired, "I wonder how well you sing?" "Just yesterday, the director of the broadcasting station was asking me for candidates. They have recently launched a music station that includes a segment for live interaction, yet they have been struggling to find suitable participants. If you sing well, I could recommend you to the broadcasting station for an audition. Their payment structure is based on duration, so it should be quite decent." Chen Xiaohui added with a smile, "Of course, if you're not interested, that is perfectly fine as well, since it does not constitute a formal employment position. It is entirely up to your discretion." Upon hearing this, Cheng Yi recalled the matter. Since the 1950s, until the advent of computers and smartphones, the most accessible means for the populace to receive external information was through radio broadcasts. In the 1980s, during weddings among the 4 essential items, the radio was considered a significant component. Many programs and music from Hong Kong and Taiwan were heard through radios, making audience ratings a top priority for radio stations. The Jiangxing radio station was established in the 1950s. Over the years, it had remained relatively lukewarm, but with the recent rapid economic development and a new leadership team, the station had mandated an increase in programming to secure listener ratings. Consequently, 6 months ago, the music station was launched. Initially, the program garnered impressive listener engagement, featuring music from Hong Kong and Taiwan, which resonated with the youth. However, as time progressed, issues began to arise. A radio station cannot solely broadcast music indefinitely, and listeners inevitably grow weary of repetitive tunes. Furthermore, other segments began intermittently mixing in music, leading to a noticeable decline in ratings over the past month. To address this, the station devised a new strategy: live interaction. Live interaction primarily involves telephone connections, where listeners call in during specific time slots to sing, while the host engages in humorous banter to enhance the show's appeal. Most of these callers, however, are tone-deaf, belting out songs in a cacophony that often leaves the host in fits of laughter, consequently boosting ratings. Yet, this effect only persisted for about a week before the novelty wore off. The raucous singing soon became tiresome to the ears. The television station conducted surveys across various workplaces and concluded that none could effectively captivate the audience. Thus, the radio station has been actively searching for someone with a pleasant singing voice to revitalize the program. However, in this era, there exists a plethora of individuals who can sing revolutionary songs beautifully. Simply plucking one from the crowd would yield someone capable of performing on the Golden Mountain of Beijing with such emotional resonance that it could bring tears to one's eyes. However, when it comes to asking him to sing a Cantonese ballad, it becomes rather awkward to listen to. It simply lacks that essence. Cheng Yi, who works at a television station and has encountered numerous individuals, was thus entrusted by the radio station director to keep an eye out. Upon meeting Cheng, he found a certain fondness for the young man, especially after learning that he had previously performed in a dance hall. A thought sparked